A very beautiful girl suddenly appeared in front of me. I tried to start a conversation, but she asked for 3,000 yuan for the night. Since I didn't have enough money, someone else took her away. Yes, the country bumpkin just now was me. My name is Zhao Wu. In my previous life, I accidentally died from a fall and somehow ended up in this police officer's body. Before, I was the head of a criminal gang, but now I'm just a member of the serious crimes team. Not long ago, I argued with the captain because I didn't want to work overtime. We caused such a scene that I probably won't be staying at the police station much longer. What am I going to do now? Should I return to my old line of work? As I was lost in thought, a system interface suddenly appeared. The Destiny system has been successfully activated. It is randomly selecting a reward for you. I looked at the system with little excitement. After all, everything I had before was gone. What's the point of this system? I don't know anyone in this strange place. Am I really supposed to live alone in this world forever? Just when I was feeling disappointed, I suddenly spotted a stunning girl and my eyes lit up. Wow, this girl is amazing. I quickly approached her to start a conversation, but she immediately told me it would cost 3,000 yuan for the night. I felt a sting of frustration. 3,000? Seriously? I don't even have 1,000 yuan in my account. As I was about to negotiate, the girl was already taken away by another man. I was irritated, and when I saw the man staring at me, I gave him a defiant look. Then I remembered that during the serious crimes team meeting, they had discussed 3 recent cases involving violent assaults with electric batons. The victims were all young women with complicated backgrounds. Most of the incidents happened near nightlife spots like bars. The 3rd victim scratched the attacker's face, managed to get a blood sample, and it's now being analyzed. Zhao Wu thought to himself, that guy has a wound on his face. Could he be the rapist the team is after? But then again, the police are already handling it. Why should I get involved? Still, should I step in and do the right thing? A moment later, in an alley behind the bar, Zhao Wu shamelessly decided to follow along. When it came to tailing people, he was a pro. As he got closer, he saw a man lying on the ground. The man's stiff and awkward posture made it clear he'd been stunned by an electric baton. Zhao Wu was now certain the man in the alley was the rapist who used the baton. He grabbed a baseball bat and walked toward him. Seeing the guy about to attack again, Zhao Wu didn't hesitate. He swung the bat without mercy. And just like that, after the DNA matched, Zhao Wu had successfully cracked his first case. People were confused. Wasn't he just arguing with Captain Liu? How did he end up solving the case? Zhao Wu didn't care about the chatter. What really surprised him was finding out that catching a criminal in this department came with a cash reward. Maybe being a cop wasn't such a bad gig after all. Along with solving the case, the system rewarded Zhao Wu with an invisible eavesdropping device. Once activated, it could secretly listen in without leaving a trace, completely undetectable by any equipment, for 48 hours. Zhao Wu guessed, could this be some kind of special mission system that leads me to criminals? Does 75% completion mean I've completed 75% of a hidden mission? If I hadn't followed that rapist at the bar earlier, my completion rate would have been even lower. No matter how many coincidences the system throws my way, in the end, it's up to me to catch them. Whether or not I seize the opportunity depends on me. Now that I have this mysterious opportunity system, will I be able to solve future cases like I did today? If so, it won't just be about rewards. There will be beautiful women all around me too. With that sweet dream in mind, Zhao Wu drifted off to sleep. But he didn't expect his roommate's snoring to be louder than thunder, leaving him wandering the streets until 5 in the morning. Just as Zhao Wu was thinking about renting a place of his own, the opportunity system activated again. It randomly started assigning him a new reward task. Zhao Wu couldn't help but wonder if this system was somehow based on the principles of the Bagua. A girl staggered toward him, calling for help over and over. As soon as Zhao Wu glanced in her direction, she collapsed on the ground. Later, the news aired the story. A police officer named Zhao Wu discovered an unconscious girl. He quickly stopped the bleeding and called emergency services. The girl, identified as Song Yi, is currently in stable condition and not in any immediate danger. After watching the news report on TV, Zhao Wu felt a little annoyed. This 2D animation-style report is garbage. It doesn't even come close to showing how cool I look out there. Then Zhao Wu looked at the victim and asked, "Is that right?" The victim exploded with anger and shouted, "It's come to this, and you still haven't even found a trace of the criminal. All you know how to do is come here and ask me questions. You cops do nothing but sit around and waste time." Just like that, Zhao Wu got scolded harshly and was kicked out. But he didn't take it personally. He simply grabbed the case file from his subordinate and started reviewing it. The suspect had been hiding in the car, drugged the victim, then drove to a quiet alley where they cut off the victim's hand. Early in the morning, the victim woke up in the car, panicked, got out, and ran to the nearby KFC to call for help, where she ended up meeting us. At that moment, his subordinate continued, "This is the infamous serial hand-chopping case. There have already been 3 incidents. Our team has been working non-stop for a whole year, and we still haven't found a single clue. You and Captain Liu were bragging before. If you can't solve this case, how are you going to explain that to everyone? Don't forget, if team leader Ku Ping cracks it first, that means you lose. Seeing the worried look on his subordinate's face, Zhao Wu stayed calm and asked, "What's there to be afraid of? Anything can happen. Besides, that amazing system just came online today. Thanks to that system, not only did we catch that guy using the electric baiting in the rape case, but we even found a place we're staying at now. As long as this system is in place, I'll be the super detective," he said. Zhao Wu then asked, "What about the other 2 victims? What's the situation?" The first victim, Gao Tian, was a woman who came to our city to attend a concert on April 22nd last year, exactly 1 year ago. After the concert, she was knocked unconscious and had her right hand severed in an underground pedestrian tunnel. The second victim, Yuan Lai Lai, had an even stranger case. She was sleeping at home when she woke up to find her hand missing. What's even more ridiculous is that the thief didn't break into her house, meaning they must have had a key. The strangest thing about all 3 cases is that the criminal has managed to avoid the cameras every time. To this day, we haven't found a single strand of his hair. He's like a ghost. After hearing the details, Zhao Wu coldly remarked, "If I lose, can I borrow some money from you?" A little while later, near the hospital, Zhao Wu took his subordinate for a walk around the area. As they approached, they spotted a camel ahead. The subordinate was about to pull Zhao Wu over for a photo, but suddenly, they heard a shout from behind, "Thief! Thief!" The subordinate quickly recognized it as a theft and urged Zhao Wu to chase after the thief. But Zhao Wu wasn't interested and said, "We're a major crime scene. Why should we bother with catching a petty thief? Did you want to take a picture? Hurry up, the camel's getting impatient." Before Zhao Wu could finish, a girl came running from behind, out of breath. Zhao Wu's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "What? Isn't this my girlfriend from my past life? Could it be that I'm not the only one who traveled through time?" As this thought crossed his mind, Zhao Wu became anxious. He immediately kicked his feet into the camel and chased after the thief. Seeing that the situation was getting bad, the thief quickly pulled a dagger from his chest. At this moment, Zhao Wu caught up and seeing the thief draw his knife, slapped him hard. "Damn, you dare to pull a knife," he shouted. Just as the thief was about to retaliate, Zhao Wu grabbed a street sign and hit him again. The thief, now beaten and crying, was left helpless. Just like that, the chase between the police and the thief ended. Later, at a nearby police station, the officers couldn't stop yelling at Zhao Wu. "Who here has ever done something like this? You're destroying public property. People are about to call in and blow up the whole station. You trampled the entire alley with your camel. Now it's unrecognizable." Zhao Wu, of course, didn't care. Suddenly, the girl he had saved, Tao Jia, took the initiative to thank him. "I work as a nurse at the central hospital. If you ever need anything, you can find me there." Zhao Wu, however, was thinking to himself, "This is the Tao Jia from the other world. Even though she has the same name and looks very similar, she couldn't possibly be a nurse. Besides, she's already." Thinking of this, Zhao Wu immediately said, "If you don't mind, let's exchange contact information. No matter who she is, I can't miss this chance again." A moment later, the system suddenly displayed a new notification. The current encounter had been completed, with a 72% success rate. Zhao Wu received an invisible tracking device and realized that the system's encounters were random. He wanted to solve the case, but encountering Tao Jia meant he needed to study the system's patterns carefully to use it to his advantage. Otherwise, he might end up getting involved in matters unrelated to the case. He had to rely on his own abilities to solve the case and needed more relevant information. With that in mind, Zhao Wu led his subordinate to the office of Team B from the Major Crimes Unit. To his surprise, the team leader of Team B sarcastically remarked, "Zhao Wu, do you think we're just a bunch of paper-pushing bureaucrats? From top to bottom, all we do is investigate and interview or watch surveillance footage. We're the ones solving problems with action, not just running our mouths like you." Zhao Wu completely ignored the team leader and fixed his gaze intently on the case analysis chart of the wall behind him. Meanwhile, the team leader thought earlier the higher-ups had been doing well, and that team can just move people around as needed. If someone shows potential, we'll solve the electric bait and rape case quickly, and I'll be promoted to team leader in no time. But now the case was being taken from him by Zhao Wu. Why didn't I notice this before? Tima has this reckless guy who suddenly swoops in and steals my case like this. Zhao Wu looked at the case analysis chart, thinking to himself, could it be that in my past life I was always caught because these people are so meticulous? I guess my picture must have been posted here a few times before, right? At that moment, the team leader stepped in front of Zhao Wu. "I heard you made a bet with Captain Liu that you'd solve the hand-chopping case on your own. Is it because you don't have any leads, so you came to our team for help? "Do you need me to lend you a hand?" Zhao Wu gave the person a disdainful look. After a brief silence, he directly pushed them against the wall and said, "Thanks, but don't misunderstand. I came here just to ask for some materials on a hand-chopping case. If you're worried I'll solve it before you and steal all the credit, then forget it. I can't help but feel sorry for you guys. You've worked so hard and still can't catch the culprit." With that, Zhao Wu casually walked away as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, Zhao Wu couldn't help but smile to himself. Luckily, he had smartly set up a hidden eavesdropping device on the whiteboard, courtesy of the system. This time, all the information they had would be mine. After all, no one else but me can see this. Then Zhao Wu listened in and heard that after testing, Liu Nian had been drugged with 2 types of anesthetics. One was an inhaled drug and the other was an intravenous injection. One of them was even used to anesthetize large animals. Zhao Wu was shocked. Could it be veterinary drugs? The voice kept playing in the headphones. The victim's right hand had been severed with a single powerful blow, like an axe strike. The killer had dragged the first victim into the underground pedestrian tunnel. It was likely that the killer was a man with great strength, but the forensic expert pointed out that the cut avoided the hardest bone in the wrist, which meant the killer could still be a woman. Investigators found traces of adhesive in Liu Nian's car. The killer must have used a special kind of reflective film. During the incident, many traffic cameras captured the car, but none of them could make out any details of the driver's face. After hearing this, Zhao Wu frowned and started thinking. Why go to such lengths to hide their face? What would their facial features reveal? Could it be that the killer is a woman? The 3 victims didn't know each other at all. Was the killer just picking people at random? Maybe they were mentally unstable or had some twisted reason. But then, why take the hand and not the foot? After thinking it over, Zhao Wu began to suspect that the killer's motive was revenge. His teammates from Tima looked confused. "How do you know that?" Zhao Wu turned around with confidence and said, "Just a wild guess." But in another place, a woman was sitting on a stone table, writing Liu Nian's name on the whiteboard. It seemed like she was about to carry out the 4th hand-chopping incident. Meanwhile, Zhao Wu stayed up all night to reanalyze the case. The killer hid the severed hands in a place only he knew. Every time he took them out, his hatred would lessen a bit. Then he would store them away like trophies. So why was it that every victim had their right hand chopped off? Zhao Wu looked at his own right hand, almost thinking he had a clue. But to his surprise, Zhao Wu shouted out loud, "System, give me a hint." As time passed into the morning, Zhao Wu, exhausted from his sleepless night, received a phone call. The caller was a female student. She sweetly said, "We're partners, right?" Remember before, Zhao Wu led a female student to the back of the mountain to hack an account and sell it for money. When the female student begged him, Zhao Wu immediately replied, "I'll keep your secret, but don't talk about the dirty money." Then Zhao Wu tricked the girl and rented her father's house. It seemed like he had picked the right person that night. The one offering the reward was this little girl. But to make the house rental go smoothly, Zhao Wu still asked, "Just say it straight. What's the deal?" The female student's eyes lit up as she answered, "Come with me to school for the parent-teacher meeting." This caught Zhao Wu off guard. "What are you joking about?" But the female student wouldn't give up. She hugged Zhao Wu tightly. "I blocked my dad's messages, copied everything to your phone." Zhao Wu acted worried. "If your dad finds out and kicks me out of the house, where am I going to sleep?" The female student then tried her final move, acting cute. "Dad, help me out. If you don't have a place to sleep, I'll give you my room." "Please, Dad." The female student looked at Zhao Wu with a smile, thinking he'd agreed. But to her surprise, Zhao Wu simply said, "Call me Dad, and I'm still not going." A moment later, Zhao Wu still obediently went to the school for the parent-teacher meeting. Earlier, the female student had threatened him, "We're like grasshoppers tied to the same rope. If my dad goes to the meeting and finds out I skipped class and hacked someone's account, you'll stop making money. And don't forget, you're a cop. If this blows up, it's going to get serious." Zhao Wu had no choice. He didn't expect this sneaky little girl to trick him like that. As he watched the piano performance on stage, his thoughts began to wander again. Such beautiful hands. What would be the best way to cut them off? Then Zhao Wu overheard a conversation between 2 people on stage. Normally, you wouldn't guess this guy was that good at piano. One of them said, "Ha ha, this is nothing. I haven't played the piano in half a year. 20 years ago, I almost got accepted into the Capital Music Academy after competing in a piano contest right here. If I had pushed a little harder back then, my life might have turned out completely different. That was the golden era of music in our city. A lot of talented people came from this place." Hearing that, Zhao Wu started to piece things together. He remembered that the second victim, Yun Lai Lai, was a music professor at a university. Her piano skills had to be strong. And the first victim, Gao Tian, had his hands cut off on the day of a music concert. After that, Zhao Wu immediately called his subordinate and told her to check if there was anything related to the piano. If both people were connected to the piano, then the third victim, Liu Nian, might be too. Right as the phone rang, his subordinate informed him the concert Gao Tian performed in was a piano tour. Zhao Wu got so excited when he heard the news that he blurted out, "Damn," which made some of the other parents around him visibly annoyed. He kept asking, "What about Liu Nian?" All three of them had reached piano level 10. It was just that they had taken the certification at different times. Zhao Wu then told his subordinate to dig into their piano training backgrounds. Who were their classmates back then? Since this is about revenge, the killer must have known them. They had to know the victims could play piano. There's a good chance the killer plays too. But what exactly happened between them that led to such a deep grudge? Suddenly, Zhao Wu remembered the conversation between the two people on stage earlier. 20 years ago, I took part in a piano competition here. I almost got accepted into the Capital Music Academy. Right away, Zhao Wu was sure it all came down to that competition. The killer had joined the same contest as the victims, been pushed out because of them, and held a grudge ever since, leading to this act of revenge. Just thinking about it made him even more excited, but the constant ringing of the phone interrupted the teacher speaking on stage, and he couldn't hold back anymore. He was about to go have a word with Zhao Wu. At that moment, one of Zhao Wu's subordinates reported new findings. They had confirmed that all three individuals had participated in the 10th annual citywide high school piano competition. All three had made it to the finals. Hearing this, Zhao Wu shouted, "Oh shit!" He was so overwhelmed with emotion he couldn't contain it. Then he quickly asked, "Where was the competition held? Who else took part?" His subordinate quickly responded, "This was 18 years ago. The investigator needs more time to dig up the full details. But we do have the venue. It was held at the music hall of our own 12th high school." Zhao Wu turned around to look and confirmed it was indeed this place. Right then, the teacher had walked up to Zhao Wu. Just as he was about to scold him, before he could say a word, Zhao Wu grabbed him and asked urgently, "You have the list of participants for the 10th piano competition?" Zhao Wu was now more convinced than ever the culprit had to be on that list. Then Zhao Wu, along with a few teachers, began searching through the list of winners from the competition 20 years ago. But with so many documents, the two teachers were at a loss for words. "Maybe we should just skip this," one suggested. "Yeah, it's been too long. These competition records probably don't even mean anything anymore. They've likely been discarded by now." Zhao Wu, however, calmly reassured them, "You don't need to rush. Just keep looking. I'll stay here and encourage everyone." Suddenly, the sound of the bell rang, and Zhao Wu's assistant announced that they had found the list of piano competition winners. Zhao Wu smiled quietly to himself, then went to the home of the 10th person on the list, Zhao Shan. Zhao Shan, holding her pregnant belly, said, "Our competition back then was quite grand. Provincial leaders attended, and the judges were all very professional teachers from art universities. The top 3 were directly chosen by prestigious schools, and the 4th to 6th place winners were picked by the provincial teacher training program. After 6th place, people like me were just considered regular contestants." After hearing this, Zhao Wu whispered to himself, maybe it was because of that competition that the killer ended up living a life they never wanted. The subordinates were furious. This was already the 3rd victim, and the woman in question was the prime suspect. But with her belly that big, how could she possibly have chopped off someone's hand? If the killer isn't on the list, are we supposed to eliminate all the contestants in the competition? But Zhao Wu actually thought it was a good idea. Why don't we just arrest her now? At that moment, the subordinates looked at Zhao Wu and sensed something had changed. Zhao Wu didn't hide it and said, "Well, in my past life, I was part of the underworld. I just got transported here, and I'm still not used to being a cop." But the subordinates had something else in mind. "I bet the dark circles under your eyes are getting worse. You should get some rest. You barely slept these past few days. Maybe after a good nap, you'll be able to think clearly and find a lead. I believe you're on the right track. This hand-chopping case is definitely connected to the competition." Zhao Wu then remembered that earlier, the system had shown the opportunity this time was completed. 88% progressed, and he had received a universal unlocking device capable of cracking both standard and 6-dimensional electronic locks. That really surprised him. With such a high completion rate, could discovering clues during that parent-teacher meeting actually be related to the system? Once they got back, Zhao Wu decided to reboot the system and check. Then the two of them went home to rest. Zhao Wu had already figured it out. If the killer was anything like last year and carried out the hand-chopping every 3 days, there was a strong chance tomorrow would bring the 4th victim. He had to catch the killer before that happened. After a restless night, at 5 a.m., a sudden scream came from outside the door. "Zhao Wu, open the door. I heard you coughing in there last night." Zhao Wu woke up groggily, and then it hit him. Yesterday, He had ruined the parent-teacher meeting because of the case, and Jiang Xiaoqin was definitely coming to confront him. Realizing this, he quickly jumped out of bed and scrambled to find a place to hide. Just as Jiang Xiaoqin was about to enter, she noticed the room was empty. She checked around again, but still didn't find anyone. Frustrated, she slammed the door and stormed off. Only then did Zhao Wu sneakily climb over to the balcony of the neighboring room, almost forgetting that this girl was the landlord and had a key to his room. He tried opening the door again, only to find it locked. Dan, why did this little brat lock the door? How am I supposed to get it now? Maybe I should try the next door house? He remembered that the landlord had once mentioned the neighboring house had 4 beautiful women, all of whom worked at a nightclub. Zhao Wu was well acquainted with that line of work, and since it was still before 6 a.m., they surely hadn't finished their shifts yet. With this thought in mind, he headed to the next door. Sure enough, no one was home. But to his surprise, a beautiful woman in a red dress stepped out from the bedroom. Zhao Wu was stunned and blurted out, "Oh shit." When the neighbor noticed someone had run into her house, she shouted loudly. Zhao Wu quickly covered her mouth, silently thinking to himself, "This time, no matter how much I jump into the Yellow River, I won't be able to wash away my sins." Once the woman clearly saw his face, she happily called out, "Officer, is it really you? Do you remember me? You're the one who saved me from that rapist with the electric bacon." Zhao Wu remembered the incident at the bar the other day. It was her. He immediately explained, "I live next door, but I got locked out on the balcony. I thought no one was home, so I was trying to find a way out, but I didn't expect you to be here." The woman hearing this explained, "That's fine, I'm just getting back from work. It's just that the whole thing with the rapist has left me a bit traumatized, so I wanted to rest for a while. But there's one thing I find strange. How did you know that guy would attack me? Was it your cop instinct, or were you following me?" Zhao Wu replied seriously, "None of the women there were more beautiful than you. Maybe my taste in women and the criminals are the same." His words immediately made the woman laugh. "Officer Zhao, you're truly a master of love. My roommate just got back at noon, and this is a rare chance. How about we—" Just as the two were about to start their cultural exchange performance, the woman's phone lit up. Zhao Wu noticed that her wallpaper was a photo of her playing the piano in the past. The woman said, "That was back when I was still in school." Zhao Wu immediately became interested. "You play the piano too?" The woman smiled and said, "Surprising, right? My mom made me practice since I was a kid. I actually reached level 10 in piano. I even took part in our school's piano competition back in high school." Zhao Wu quickly asked, "Which time was that?" "The 10th one." "Why?" he asked. In his mind, Zhao Wu thought so she was in the same batch as the suspect. He kept asking, "You know Gao Tian, Yun Lai Lai, or Lu Lai Na?" They ranked 5th and 6th. The woman looked unsure. That was the finals. "I wasn't that lucky. I didn't even make the top 20. Zhao Wu said, "Come on, are you investigating again like a cop? Do you know about the hand-chopping case?" The woman was startled. "You be the one that's been all over the internet lately?" Zhao Wu continued, "Everyone with their hand cut off had taken part in that same competition." At that moment, the woman started to feel uneasy. "Are you saying I could be next? So the current targets are all finalists. If you remember any detail about the competition, tell me. Anyone, anything, just say it. It's the only way we'll be able to solve this case quickly." At that moment, the woman paused to think. "Now that you mention it," she said, "something strange did happen back then." A little later, Zhao Wu was discussing the new lead with his subordinate. Before the competition, Lai Dan was already known as a piano prodigy in the county. She wasn't even 12 yet, but her piano skills were already above level 10. With talent like that, she was expected to make it to the finals easily. But the night before the final round, she suddenly withdrew from the competition. The subordinate guessed maybe someone paid her off. If she dropped out, they'd get a spot in the finals. But Zhao Wu didn't think so. He heard that Lai Dan's family was struggling financially. She'd even sold her ancestral home to pay for her music training. This was her one and only chance. No matter how much someone offered, she wouldn't have given it up. It was exactly because this was her only shot. Only by making it into the top 3 could her life really change. That something must have happened during that competition. The subordinate asked, "So what do we do now?" Even the police database has no records of her family. It's like they vanished into thin air. Zhao Wu first checked the status of the next victim, then went looking for an expert to help find that once famous girl. But the subordinate hesitated. "You mean Zhang Jingfeng? Asking him for help will cost a lot. He only works if there's something in it for him. People on the team have lost count of how many times he's ticked them off. Everyone even gave him a nickname, King Eel." Zhao Wu perked up when he heard that. "Then I'll take you hunting." At the same time, the scene shifted to a billiard hall. Zhao Wu had just arrived. The guy on the other side looked down on him a little and said, "Well, what breeze blew Mr. Zhao in today?" Zhao Wu remembered how he'd called the blonde guy the other day to ask for a favor, but the guy dodged it with some excuse about having diarrhea. Now Zhao Wu had come in person, getting straight to the point. Are you helping or not? Just give me a straight answer. The guy acted like it was no big deal. Why the rush? It's just business. The people around him kept mocking. Is this guy an idiot or what? It's not like someone in his family just died. Yeah, seriously, what a stiff. The guy continued, it's rare for all of us to be together like this. Let's play a couple of games first. Zhao Wu did react right away. How big are we playing? The guy looked interested. Oh, Mr. Zhao knows the game. We all get paid by the state, right? So how about 50 yuan per cue stick? Sound good. How many hits do I get? He laughed. What's with that? Hit as many times as you want. In the next second, Zhao Wu snapped a cue stick in half. One stick down, 50 yuan. Then another. Then a third. By the time he broke the fourth, the gangsters were furious. Damn it, are you looking to die? But to his surprise, Zhao Wu slapped him hard. Don't you know you've got bad breath? And you even had the nerve to kick me. Didn't your mom teach you to brush your teeth morning and night? The gangsters got angry and immediately called for backup. Get me something right now so I can beat him to death. Seeing the situation unfold, Zhao Wu gave instructions. You, go stand over there and don't move. It's been a while since I stretched my muscles anyway. As the group rushed at him, Zhao Wu took down one person with each punch, knocking out the entire gang. When the others saw all their guys taken down, they completely lost the arrogant attitude they had before. Brother Zhao, I'll start looking into it for you right away. Zhao Wu didn't waste time. He grabbed the guy and carried him off. Let's go. Next time, drinks are on me. A little while later, Zhang Jingfeng confirmed the location. Everyone gets sick at some point. No matter how much someone changes their name or identity, their medical records remain. Her dad was hospitalized a few times for heart problems 15 years ago. Her mom was in the oncology ward just last May. The subordinate looked shocked. So they never actually left the city? The man continued. This is her registered address, but it's possible they used a fake one. When they got to the address, Zhao Wu looked around. The place was less than 100 meters from where the third victim's hand was chopped off. She was able to avoid the cameras in the alley either because she was so familiar with the area or because she lived there. After cutting off her hand, she simply walked home without a care. Is this really what someone would do for fame and fortune? At this point, Zhao Wu and the others had arrived at Lai Dan's house. Is Lai Dan here? After they entered, Zhao Wu immediately asked, Did your daughter used to play the piano? Lai Dan's mother, looking worn out, replied, Piano was the biggest taboo in our house. After her father passed away, we never spoke of it again. Zhao Wu pressed further. What happened? Lai Dan's mother began to tell the story from years ago. Dan was always a very determined child. She used to study music in the county, city, and even the province and won awards. Over 10 years ago, at that competition in the second high school, she was the third contestant to make it to the finals. Lai Dan, feeling she wasn't far behind the top two, decided to make her performance for the final round even harder. The organizers had arranged a practice session the day before. She was the last one to go. She practiced with such focus. Suddenly, she let out a terrible scream. There was blood all over the piano and the floor. Her right middle finger had been deliberately severed, damaging both the tendon and the joint. After being rushed to the hospital, the doctor said, If you can find a small piece of her finger that was cut off and bring it here, we may be able to reattach it. Otherwise, she could be permanently disabled. For a child who viewed the piano as her life, losing the ability to move her finger was like a death sentence. So her father quickly rushed back to the second theater to search again, but he found that the blood on the piano was no longer there. The piano had been cleaned and Dan's fingertip was nowhere to be found. After that, the organizers didn't want Dan's incident to affect the other contestants, so they kept it a secret until the competition ended. However, at that time, the police couldn't find any evidence. They only said that the thing that cut her finger was a razor blade, carefully placed in a gap between the black keys of the piano. That spot wasn't used often, and only Dan, by choosing that piece, would have played there. Plus, it was a very strong note. The person who placed the razor blade was extremely jealous of Dan's talent, worried that they would lose to her. Dan's hand, although slightly improved after physical therapy, would still be filled with fear whenever she saw a piano. The damage wasn't just physical, it hurt her heart too. Her father, affected by the stress, developed heart problems, was hospitalized several times, and eventually passed away. After hearing Lai Dan's mother's account, Zhao Wu concluded that, based on the information available, she was the prime suspect, though there was still a lack of evidence. Zhao Wu then looked toward the locked door behind him and asked, Whose room is that? Lai Dan's mother told Zhao Wu that's Dan's room. She's at work right now. She's been performing with the theater troupe in the countryside for the past few days, and she probably won't be back for a few more days. Zhao Wu thought to himself, the murderer used reflective film to shield themselves inside the victim's car. That's something the theater troupe commonly uses. Then Zhao Wu spoke honestly to Lai Dan's mother. To be honest with you, your daughter is currently involved in a case. Someone is trying to harm her. It could be the person who placed the razor blade years ago, or maybe she holds some crucial evidence. That's why we need to check her room. Lai Dan's mother, although reluctant to let anyone into her daughter's room, explained that her daughter wouldn't like it and would get angry if she found out. Zhao Wu reassured her, don't worry, we're just making sure she's safe. We won't let her know anyone's been in her room. We're professionals. As Zhao Wu pulled out a master key and unlocked the door the moment it opened, a skull suddenly appeared in front of them. This really startled the officers, and one of them even wanted to call the police. It wasn't until Lai Dan's mother turned on the light that things felt a bit calmer. Then Zhao Wu asked, has your daughter studied medicine or anything related to anesthesia or anatomy? Lai Dan's mother answered honestly, no, but she did work as an assistant at a veterinary clinic. Zhao Wu remembered the earlier report. Tests had shown that Liu Nian had been drugged with two types of anesthetics. One was an inhalant and the other an intravenous injection, one of which was used for anesthetizing large animals. All the victims had been drugged before their hands were severed. Zhao Wu looked around the room and asked, why is there not even a table in here? As Lai Dan's mother anxiously worried, Zhao Wu lifted the bed, checked underneath, then set it back down and directly said, found it. Your daughter really has very important information. It will help a lot with our investigation. Please wait in the living room for a moment while my colleague and I take pictures for evidence. Lai Dan's mother, still very worried, asked, so is my daughter in danger? Zhao Wu lied to reassure her, saying, don't worry, I'll have our colleagues protect her. After seeing Lai Dan's mother out, one of his subordinates, still confused, asked, Captain Zhao, why did you lie to her like that? Zhao Wu didn't explain much. He simply opened the bed frame, revealing all the severed hands of the victims along with the tools used in the crimes hidden inside. This left his subordinate in awe of him. Captain Zhao, you're really impressive. How did you know there was something wrong in her room? Zhao Wu explained if someone still locks their bedroom door at home, that in itself is suspicious. The hand Lai Dan injured years ago was her right hand, just like the victims. Her mother had surgery last May. The timing is perfect after 2 incidents of severed hands. After 9 months of chemotherapy, her condition stabilized, and only then did she carry out the third hand chopping attack. Now, all the missing evidence is complete. All of this was prepared for the hand chopping. Here's the translation of the text. Now we can explain those strange and bizarre methods of committing the crime. On the 24th, Lai Dan went to a concert with her first victim, Gao Tian. After the concert, she followed him. She drugged Gao Tian and dragged him into the electrical control room. After chopping off his hand, she didn't rush to leave the scene. Instead, she calmly placed Gao Tian's hand in a jar of formaldehyde and hid it in a ventilation duct. After that, she crawled into the ventilation duct and hid there. Near dawn, she blended in with the workers heading to work and left the gym. As for the hand, she didn't retrieve it until 2 months after the incident. On the day she chopped off the hand, she went directly to the roof next door to the house of her second victim, Yuan Lai. She stayed there until late on the 25th, climbing up the ladder to Yuan Li's roof. She had already prepared the key to the victim's house. Yuan Li's house had been wiretapped, so Lai Dan knew that night Yuan Lai was home alone. After chopping off Yuan Li's hand, she hid in the basement for 7 days before leaving. She even prepared a toilet, making sure to leave no traces behind. When her subordinates heard the analysis, they were shocked. How much hatred must she have for her victims? Back then, only one person harmed her, and now she wants to chop off everyone's hands? Then Zhao Wu looked at the photos on the wall. What's this water gun for? And why is this grave collapsed? The subordinate suddenly spoke up, saying, Mr. Zhao, this is Xiao Jia Ying, international businesswoman who migrated to Australia. Why is there so much information about her here? Zhao Wu thought for a moment. In a previous list, a third person was Xiao Lu. Could she be the next victim? Zhao Wu glanced at the time on the plane ticket next to him. The flight had arrived at 3 o'clock p.m., and now it was already 4:15 p.m. Zhao Wu suddenly felt something was off and immediately rushed out. He confirmed, I'm going to find Lai Dan. You bring the evidence you gathered here and quickly take it back to the police station for further help. The next moment, the subordinate quickly found more information. Mr. Zhao, I've checked. Xiao Jia Ying was indeed the third person in that competition. Xiao Lu was accepted by the National Music Academy, then went abroad to study. She became a businesswoman by dealing in musical instruments. It turns out Xiaolu Lu changed her name, but isn't she supposed to be in Australia right now? Zhao Wu explained that grave belongs to Xiaolu Lu's father. Lai Dan must have deliberately made a hole in the grave and forged government documents for Xiaolu Lu, claiming the grave collapsed for no reason. He tricked her into coming back to the country and then chopped off her hand. There's not much time left. Xiaolu Lu has been off the plane for over an hour now. I need to get there immediately. At this moment, the scene shifted to the cemetery. Xiao Jieying had arrived, and not far from her, a person dressed in black, holding an axe, was slowly approaching. At that moment, Zhao Wu was speeding down the road. His subordinate was also reporting, I can't track Lai Dan's phone. I couldn't find her location. Zhao Wu immediately instructed his subordinate, check Xiaolu Lu's location right now, but time is already running out. Zhao Wu's mind was racing. He thought to himself, Lai Dan, where will you choose to cut off the hand? If Xiaolu Lu has no other plans, where will she go after leaving the airport? To the cemetery? There are no cameras there, so it's a perfect spot for cutting off a hand. Once he had a clear idea of the location, he sped off in that direction. Meanwhile, at the cemetery, Xiaolu Lu had been drugged, and the attacker had raised an axe, ready to strike. However, just as the blow was about to land, Zhao Wu arrived just in time. The attacker, seeing him, fled. Zhao Wu chased after him, realizing that the attacker was much faster than expected. But at the end, the attacker reached a dead end with no way to escape. Seeing this, Zhao Wu immediately pulled out his handcuffs and boldly moved forward. Suddenly, the attacker turned around and fired a dart from a dart gun filled with tranquilizer. Zhao Wu was caught off guard, his mind racing. So that water gun was actually a tranquilizer gun. Just like that, Zhao Wu was knocked out by the tranquilizer. A little while later, the team arrived at the scene and Zhao Wu slowly regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes, the first person he saw was forensic expert Wang Fei. Zhao Wu suddenly remembered what had just happened and jumped up. However, since the effects of the drug hadn't worn off yet, he ended up collapsing right into Wang Fei's arms. After a while, Zhao Wu finally regained full awareness and quickly pulled Wang Fei up. Wang Fei looked a little uncomfortable and said, I heard there's a thug detective on Team A. I didn't expect it to be you. Zhao Wu, looking calm and emotionless, replied, I'm really sorry for what happened earlier. Then Zhao Wu suddenly remembered Xiaolu Lu. Is her hand okay? At that moment, the acting leader of Team A, Liu Changhu, scolded, Why didn't you share these clues with us earlier? If the suspect escapes, it'll be hard to catch them. You don't still remember the bet you made with me, do you? One of the team members was clearly dissatisfied and said, Zhao Wu just found the lead, and we didn't even know if it was the right direction. If we were wrong, it could cause misunderstandings. Wang Fei stepped in and said, if Zhao Wu hadn't been the first to get to the scene, Xiaolu Lu's hand would be gone by now. And he was also under the effects of the anesthetic, which made it very dangerous for him. Suddenly, Zhao Wu burst out laughing and stepped forward, saying, we were clear about this from the start. As long as I catch the culprit in the hand-chopping case, you'll pay for the previous compensation. Everyone looked at Zhao Wu, thinking that the anesthesia must have messed with his brain. Despite their confusion, Zhao Wu moved forward, and then, with one swift kick, he smashed the board above him. It shattered, and Zhao Wu fell down with it. Looking down below, everyone saw Zhao Wu holding onto the criminal, grinning widely. Hey, someone take a picture for me, he called out. After Zhao Wu's efforts, the hand-chopping case was finally wrapped up. However, his subordinates were curious. How did Zhao Wu know Lai Dan was hiding in the tomb? Zhao Wu, feeling a bit embarrassed, responded, I can't exactly tell you that before I passed out, I secretly planted a tracking device on Lai Dan's. Well, let's just say I can't give you that detail. I can only joke around and say that since Lai Dan once hid on the roof for so long during the last hand-chopping case, he probably hid somewhere close this time too. One of his sharp subordinates asked, but how did you know exactly which tomb? You went straight to the right spot when you got there. Just when Zhao Wu didn't know how to respond, the subordinate added, I have a feeling you weren't really unconscious at all. You must have seen her hide in there, right? Zhao Wu, almost relieved, followed along with the subordinate's guess. You're really sharp. You guessed it right again. The system this time also showed that the case had been completed with a 95% completion rate, and Zhao Wu received 5 invisible lie detector machines as a reward. Zhao Wu thought to herself that the completion rate was really high. This time, the case was solved thanks to the new tracking device. In the future, the invisible lie detector machines would definitely be extremely useful. The next morning, Zhao Wu received a notification from the system, along with a message that she was being transferred to the interrogation room. It turned out the notification was about the criminal wanting to meet with her. When the criminal met Zhao Wu, they couldn't stop asking, who did it? Who put the wire on the piano all those years ago? Zhao Wu, hearing this, was also a bit curious. She didn't know who did it, but they had already severed the hands of 3 people. The criminal was extremely angry. They took away my practice time. Everyone who made it to the finals has a responsibility. It must have been one of the three of them who admitted to harming me, or you wouldn't have been able to track me down. Zhao Wu felt helpless in trying to explain. She thought to herself, if the victim doesn't admit it, how else could we have figured it out? She's way too confident. The three of them never mentioned anything about harming her. I was just investigating the competition they participated in and then found her house. The culprit, after hearing this, was completely confused. That's impossible. Even if you found out about me, you wouldn't be able to know my address. When she was admitted to the hospital, her mother had registered the information, but the culprit was still suspicious. Even so, I didn't mark where I was hiding in the records. Zhao Wu then remembered how she had placed the tracking device on the woman's rear and frantically tried to explain her sedative had expired. And I couldn't exactly tell you that I secretly placed a tracking device on your butt, right? The culprit, though still unconvinced, felt powerless. After all, Zhao Wu was the one who had hacked her way through everything. The culprit then felt a slight regret. My father pinned all his hopes on me, but I couldn't do anything. He passed away. My mother has cancer now. I've lost everything. She paused for a moment. As Zhao Wu turned to leave, she asked, "Let me ask you something, Lai Dan. Before you sought revenge, did you think about your mother? If you're gone, how will she live? Who will take care of her? Here's something I'll leave with you. The human heart can't stay unbalanced, and hatred can't go beyond its limits." As Zhao Wu walked out of the interrogation room, she felt uneasy. She wasn't comfortable because she hadn't found the bastard who had hurt Lai Dan all those years ago. She also wasn't comfortable because she couldn't help Lai Dan get to the bottom of everything. After that, Zhao Wu arrived at the office and found a group of people there who wanted to beat him up. However, it didn't expect Zhao Wu to toss them all out right away. One of his colleagues explained, "These people represent the shopkeepers from the alley whose goods you accidentally damaged while riding the camel. They've come to ask for compensation." Zhao Wu looked at them and thought to himself, what kind of businesses are these? They're clearly just a bunch of thugs trying to extort money. I've dealt with people like them plenty of times. With that, Zhao Wu grabbed the ear of the guy with the yellow hair. "Let me teach you something. Take a good look around. Is anyone missing a hand or a leg? What are you gonna get out of this? If you want to cause trouble, at least create a public scene first. You didn't even bring a reporter with you, and here you are making a big fuss. I could just raise my hand and send all of you straight to jail, you know." Suddenly, Xiaolu Liu, accompanied by a group of bodyguards, stepped forward and said, "Officer Zhao, here's 100,000 yuan. You have to accept it. I'm so grateful for your help. Let me treat you to dinner tonight." Zhao Wu looked them over and then replied, "As for dinner, no need, but we do have strict rules. So, Miss Xiao, I'll need you to write a voluntary donation receipt for this money. Otherwise, I could get in trouble later." Xiaolu Liu was very pleased and agreed. "Here's my business card. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to reach out to me." And with that, Xiaolu Liu left. Zhao Wu directly took out a stack of money and slapped the blonde guy in the face. "Distribute this money to the other businesses. Whatever you do, don't let me find out that you're keeping any for yourselves." The thugs were now completely stunned. "Brother Zhao, we wouldn't dare. We'll definitely keep an eye on them and make sure the money goes to the right people. We'll leave now and not bother you while you're working." Then Zhao Wu turned to the others and said, "Let's have a big party tonight. I'll cover the bill at the hotel." As his colleagues were wrapping things up, Zhao Wu looked over the ranking list from that year's competition, lost in thought. A little while later at the coffee shop, Zhao Wu spoke to Xiaolu Liu. "Here's the final score from that competition. Your scores were very close to each other. This means only the four of you could have gained from Lai Dan stepping down. If the three people who had their hands chopped off knew the full story from that year, Lai Dan would have been arrested long ago. She never would have made a move against you." Xiaolu Liu was confused. "You're not suggesting I'm the one who caused Lai Dan to end up like this, are you? Lai Dan wanted to cut off my hands. I'm the one who was hurt here." Zhao Wu frowned and called out Xiaolu Liu. "How exactly did you harm Lai Dan? When I just mentioned her, you didn't seem surprised at all. That's because you already knew who was out to get you. You also knew what happened to Lai Dan before." Xiaolu Liu put on a face of innocence. "Even if I participated in that piano competition twice, what could that possibly prove? I've gone through the records of you and your friends. Your father even faked your academic records and household registration for your competition. This was the 9th time you had entered, but you didn't make it to the finals. The 10th competition that year was your last chance. Among the four of you, only you had a reason to go all in and risk it all. So where's the evidence? You're a cop. You can't just make baseless accusations without proof." But Zhao Wu continued, "You probably know more about this than I do. If it weren't for that razor blade, Lai Dan's life would have turned out like yours. Now, Lai Dan's father died from the shock and her mother has cancer. As for Lai Dan, she's facing charges for intentional injury. There's a good chance she might not even survive this. Hearing this, Xiao Lu felt deeply hurt again. That's enough. Do you have any idea how I've been living these past few years? For her, this is a lifelong scar, and for me, it's a shadow that can never be erased. Finally, Xiao Lu couldn't hold it in anymore and spoke up about what happened back then. This really does involve me. 18 years ago, the day before the competition, according to the rules of the organizers, I finished my piano practice at 3 p.m. and went straight back to the hotel. In the evening, Dad said, I left something behind at the ceremony, so I need to go back and get it. I had planned to go with him, but unexpectedly, he scolded me. You stay in your room and don't go anywhere. It's rare for Dad to speak to me so firmly. That night, I waited until 11 p.m. before he came back. When he did, he kept saying, do your best on the exam. You must do your best tomorrow. On the day of the awards ceremony, I was so nervous that I ran to the restroom. There, I saw Lai Dan's mom arguing with the event staff. Lai Dan's mom was saying, please, I beg you. My daughter can't have her life ruined over a razor blade. What will she do with her future? She's a piano prodigy. That was when I learned that Lai Dan had suddenly pulled out of the competition because she had cut her finger with a razor blade while practicing piano. The accident happened the night Dad came home late. On the stage, I really couldn't bring myself to smile. I hoped Lai Dan's situation had nothing to do with my dad. But when I was packing up to go home, I found a razor blade in my dad's bag. Right then, I had an argument with him. Eventually, he admitted it. He kept begging me. My parents divorced when I was young, and my dad raised me on his own. He gave everything for me. Sometimes he worked 3 jobs in a single day and didn't rest until night. I didn't want him to go to prison. Maybe it was karma. Later, Dad was diagnosed with pancreatic cancer and passed away. He could never forgive himself for what happened to Lai Dan. After the competition, I never touched the piano again. Every time I saw one, all I could think about was Lai Dan and her bloody hands. Don't worry, Officer Zhao, I'll hire the best legal team to help Lai Dan. I'll also make sure someone takes care of her mother. I know that between me and Lai Dan, money isn't the issue. I don't expect her to forgive me. I just hope things don't get any worse. Seeing this, Zhao Wu didn't ask any more questions. A little while later, Zhao Wu was happily singing and drinking with colleagues at KTV. Afterward, Wang Fi drove him home. On the way, Wang Fi kept asking about Zhao Wu's condition. Zhao Wu, how are you feeling? Zhao Wu honestly replied, I haven't laid a hand on her yet, so I guess I'm not drunk. Oh, so blunt. But actually, it's not really on the way for us. Hearing this, Zhao Wu thought to himself, if it's not on the way, then why are you driving me home? Does he have feelings for me? But Wang Fi immediately saw through his thoughts. Don't get the wrong idea. Let me tell you, today at Gaishan Reservoir, they just fished out a body. Because of your party, I had to do half of the autopsy and leave early, and now I need to go back and finish it. Zhao Wu felt embarrassed after hearing that. The fact that Wang Fi could perform a half-done autopsy and still eat as if nothing happened was truly professional. Wang Fi continued, my hands have touched countless corpses already. Do you still want to lay a hand on me? Zhao Wu chuckled and asked, what are you talking about? It's not like I died from you touching me. But if you really did kill me with a touch, I'd die happy, honestly. When Wang Fi heard that, she felt a slight flutter in her heart and couldn't help but smile in amusement. A little while later, the car reached its destination. Zhao Wu got out of the car and confirmed there's no one home. Wang Fi glanced at Zhao Wu, smiled lightly, then stepped on the gas and sped off without looking back. Zhao Wu watched the car drive away, feeling a bit helpless, especially after hearing Wang Fi's teasing response earlier. Next time, I'll bring a surgical knife and we'll see how things go. Sighing, Zhao Wu made his way home, only to be surprised to find Jiang Xiaoqin still waiting for him at his doorstep. Jiang Xiaoqin said, Dad, Zhao Wu, it's really hard to get a date with you, huh? You really know how to play hard to get. Zhao Wu quickly tried to explain, what are you talking about? I'm really solving a case right now. Jiang Xiaoqin ignored his explanation. Tears started to well up in her eyes, and she spoke with a quiver in her voice. Did you forget you ruined my parent-teacher meeting? All I wanted was to earn a little money to ease the pressure at home. Why is it so hard? If people find out about this, how am I ever going to continue with school? Zhao Wu looked at Jiang Xiaoqin's pitiful expression and asked, what happened? Can I help you with it? As soon as Jiang Xiaoqin heard this, her face changed instantly. The next day, Jiang Xiaoqin took Zhao Wu to visit their teacher. The high school entrance exam is coming up, and parents need to do their part to support their children. Xiaoqin is a promising student, and our school is putting a lot of effort into her development. Zhao Wu was at a loss for words. This little brat should just become an actress. She changes her mind faster than flipping a pancake. At that moment, Zhao Wu exchanged looks with Jiang Xiaoqin. Was her father going to suddenly show up here? Jiang Xiaoqin responded with a look of her own. Don't worry, I've already installed a tracker on his phone. He's still at the hospital right now. Zhao Wu, meanwhile, was still thinking about Wang Fei. I wonder if she's finished with the autopsy yet. I wonder if she's at the office now. A little while later, Zhao Wu arrived at the A-team office. Is there a new case? Lucky handled Wang Fei's case. Don't worry about it. Are you free tonight? Let's talk about the case. Before Wang Fei could respond, a colleague next to him handed him a file. You won't have time tonight. Don't worry about the case. Hu Ping's team is handling it. The team has also given you a new phone. Get rid of the old one. This afternoon, pack up your things and report here. Zhao Wu arrived at the training site, his face showing a confused expression. He looked bored as he glanced at the system. Recently, the system had been giving him strange items, things like binoculars, a device to analyze the composition of objects, a signal jammer, an air quality tester, and sometimes even sneezing would make the system pop up. While Zhao Wu was lost in thought, a woman suddenly walked by. Everyone around him was calling her Ying Ji. As he watched her drink water, Zhao Wu felt a strange surge of emotion. Without thinking, he asked, "Hey, buddy, who's that girl?" A colleague quickly replied, "She's probably a beautiful female agent. As for the lucky guy who might be with her, that could very well be me." Before the colleague could finish his sentence, Zhao Wu rushed over to Ying Ji, greeting her with a smile. "Hey there, beautiful newcomer. I'm guessing you haven't seen the handcuffing move that the coach just demonstrated, right? Want me to show you how it's done?" The people around them were watching with amusement. What's Zhao Wu doing? He's just flirting with her. Has he lost it? He's asking for trouble. Do you know who she is? She's a monster. She's the champion of 2 national martial arts tournaments, a bare-handed wrestling expert. She's the nightmare of all the male officers. No criminal she's ever captured has walked away unscathed. Most of them end up crippled. Ying Ji, without hesitating, agreed to Zhao Wu's challenge. They both climbed into the ring. Zhao Wu, full of confidence, said, "I'll teach you how to lock the opponent's arms first. Now, go ahead and throw a punch at me." Ying Ji didn't say anything and casually threw a punch. Zhao Wu quickly caught her hand and pressed it back forcefully. Ying Ji's arm was locked in a reverse hold. Zhao Wu remained confident as he guided her, saying it was simple. The key was to twist the wrist firmly. Hearing this, Ying Ji felt a surge of excitement. "But I have a way to break this move," she said. Before Zhao Wu could react, Ying Ji gripped her left hand tightly and swung it toward his face. Zhao Wu took the hit, still stunned, and before he could recover, Ying Ji spun around and kicked him. Zhao Wu reacted quickly, raising both hands to block the attack. He was knocked back toward the fence, but managed to regain his footing. After catching his breath, he thought, "Damn, I was just wondering why this girl is always alone. Turns out, she's just too good at fighting. Her friends probably stay away to avoid getting caught up in this." Ying Ji then grinned. "Ha ha, sorry about that. I got a little carried away, so don't be mad. How about you teach me that move you did to lock my throat instead?" Zhao Wu laughed. "Actually, I have a counter to the arm lock you used earlier." Seeing that Zhao Wu wasn't giving up, Ying Ji said, "Well then, come at me and let's see if I can break your arm." Suddenly, Zhao Wu reached out with one hand. Ying Ji was caught off guard as he used the momentum to lock both of her arms behind her. In this position, Ying Ji couldn't struggle. Embarrassed, she shouted, "Let go of my hands." Zhao Wu didn't back down. Instead, he teased her. Well, you just kicked me earlier and now I can't move. Call me Brother Zhao, and I'll teach you a few more moves." But Ying Ji wasn't having it. She immediately slammed her head into Zhao Wu's nose, forcing him to step back a few paces. Taking advantage of the situation, Ying Ji swung her leg to kick him, but Zhao Wu caught her leg with one hand and mocked her. "Nice kick, but your strength still needs work." Ying Ji got even angrier. She locked him in a reverse hold and slammed him to the ground. In response, Zhao Wu bit her on the backside. Ying Ji yelped in pain, then punched him in the face. Just then, a supervisor walked over and said, "Are you two out of your minds? Get up now. I've never seen anything as strange as you two." Ying Ji snapped back angrily. "Don't ever let me see you again. If I do, I'll hit you every time." Zhao Wu wasn't intimidated. He shot back. "Do you think I'm scared of someone like you?" And just like that, the fight ended under the supervisor's watch. The scene shifted to a hospital, where the deputy director spoke up. "Stop kidding around. He's just a rookie. He's always acting tough like some kind of street thug. Are you seriously considering him as your successor?" The team leader showed a hint of concern. His reckless behavior and cruelty are worse than that of a criminal. His future can't be taken lightly. I've already arranged things for him. First, we need to temper his personality and deal with that fiery temper of his. After the training, Zhao Wu was immediately assigned a case. Upon arriving at the crime scene, he curiously asked, "Is this the victim's house?" One of his subordinates, puzzled, asked, "Captain Zhao, you just finished training and were called into a cold case team right away. Don't you have any objections?" But Zhao Wu disagreed. Every team is about solving cases. The subordinate, feeling a little anxious, said, "Do you know how tough these old cases are? They're a real headache." Zhao Wu confidently smiled and replied, "The reason this case hasn't been solved in 10 years is because I wasn't around. Once we crack it, I'll treat you to a nice meal." As Zhao Wu opened the door and looked around, the details of the case flashed in his mind. 10 years ago at 8 p.m., a sudden thunderstorm swept through. The victim, Wu Shijian, was found slumped on his sofa at home. At the time of the murder, there had been a veiled figure spotted at an intersection in the neighborhood. But since there were no security cameras in the area, there's very little information on the suspect now. The victim had been slashed 40 times from the front before dying. The crime scene left no fingerprints or footprints, and the door lock showed no signs of being forced open. Either the victim opened the door himself, or the killer had a key to his place. The killer used the victim's blood to write "pay the debt" on the wall. If it was a revenge killing, there wouldn't have been any mention of debt. And if the killer was just trying to collect a debt, there wouldn't have been so many brutal slashes, -40 in total, making the scene so bloody and then writing something as unnecessary as that. What was the killer's goal? Just as Zhao Wu was deep in thought, his phone rang. It was Tao Jia calling. "Are you busy? I want to invite you to dinner." So Zhao Wu, not wanting to refuse, went to the restaurant. When he arrived, Tao Jia spoke up. "I've been wanting to invite you for a while now. Last time, it was because of you that my bag wasn't stolen. Plus, that bag was a gift from my boyfriend." Hearing this, Zhao Wu felt uncomfortable. She has a boyfriend now. Tao Jia hesitated. Zhao Wu, sensing her hesitation, directly asked, "Just say what you want to say. If it's something I can help with, I definitely will." As soon as Tao Jia heard this, she immediately replied, "Could you investigate my boyfriend? Lately, he keeps asking me for money. I'm worried he's getting involved in something bad." After that, Zhao Wu immediately called someone and recounted the entire story to the person on the other end of the line. Chang Jingfeng, on the other end, asked, "Her boyfriend's name is Zhang Ji, right? If I find anything, I'll let you know right away." Zhao Wu pretended to be friendly. "All right, then next time, I'll invite you to play billiards." But the person on the other end, clearly scared, replied, "Forget it. How about you just invite me to dinner? I don't want to end up like a billiard ball being knocked around the floor." After hanging up the phone, Zhao Wu looked at the woman in front of him. Her name was Lin Mai Feng, and she had once been married to the victim, Wu Zhijian. She was also the prime suspect in the case. She had endured domestic violence from her deceased husband for a long time, had a miscarriage due to his beatings, and he even threatened her entire family, breaking her father's leg. At the time, Lin Mai Feng was in the hospital taking care of her cousin who had just given birth, and she had perfect alibi. The day after the body was discovered, she was so terrified that she collapsed. It was the neighbors who helped her call the police. Afterward, she tried to commit suicide several times and was hospitalized for depression. It took her a long time to escape the grip of despair. At the time that followed, she lived a happy life with her daughter. If she were really the killer, then, just as Zhao Wu was thinking, the investigation results came in. "Zhao, we found the person you're looking for. Zhang Ji is making counterfeit goods in his workshop and is headed to the wholesale market today. I'll send you the warehouse location and coordinates." Zhao Wu then headed straight to the marketplace. Suddenly, he saw a girl chasing after a man from behind. Zhao Wu immediately recognized it as a robbery, and the girl was Ying Ji. Without hesitation, Zhao Wu kicked out, tripping the thief. As soon as Zhao Wu picked up the wallet and checked it, Ying Ji shoved him aside and jumped up to kick the criminal. Zhao Wu muttered under his breath, "Damn, is she using this as an excuse to hit me?" Then Zhao Wu pushed Ying Ji away, throwing a punch at the criminal. "Move out of the way, try running again, and see what happens." At this point, Ying Ji was really angry. How dare he hit back? She immediately went after him again. Zhao Wu and Ying Ji started fighting fiercely, each landing blows on the other until more officers arrived and pulled them apart. Zhao Wu, clearly annoyed, said, "I'm helping you catch this guy, and you're repaying me like this?" Ying Ji shot back, "How do I know if you're in cahoots with him?" Zhao Wu snapped, "You better not let me catch you again. If I do, every time I see you, I'll give you a punch. You think I'm afraid of you?" In the end, with others stepping in to separate them, they both walked away. Zhao Wu glanced at his phone, cursing quietly, "Damn, it's only getting worse. Now I can't even do my job properly. This one is really a piece of work, but at least I got something out of it." He then pulled out the wallet he had picked up and stared at it, wondering, what exactly did this person do to get arrested? Then why does his wallet have a picture of Lin Mai Feng? Could it be that he secretly has feelings for her? A little while later, Zhao Wu returned to the precinct. It was lunchtime, and Zhang Jingfeng provided some information. The man's name was Liu Bangfei, 41 years old, and he worked as a clothing wholesaler. His wallet contained over 1 million yuan in total, and under his name, he also owned 3 houses and 2 cars. So what's his connection to Lin Maifeng? Zhao Wu asked. Zhang Jingfeng quickly replied, there's no connection to Lin Maifeng. However, he's from the same hometown as the victim, Wu Zhizhen. But this is an old case that hasn't been solved for 10 years. You just happened to pick up a wallet, and now you found a lead. It's honestly like fate's on your side. Zhao Wu checked the system. The current encounter was complete. Completion rate, 80%. He received a hidden listening device. This clue probably came from the system's good luck, but the picture in the wallet looked like it was taken secretly. He needed to ask Liu Bangfei about it. He must know Lin Maifeng and might have kept her photo in his wallet. Could it be that he had secretly fallen for her? A colleague spoke up. This guy is actually a regular here at the precinct. Last time, it was for fighting and causing a disturbance. This time, he's being investigated for intentionally causing serious injury. We definitely need to interrogate Liu Bangfei. But right now, he's locked up at the R precinct. The people under him were also puzzled and asked, does anyone here know someone from the R division? Zhao Wu felt helpless on his side as well. He had no choice but to go meet her. So Zhao Wu, with a submissive expression, went to the R division. When Yingji saw him, she was a bit annoyed. You really have guts to show up. Are you here to cause trouble today? Zhao Wu got closer to Yingji, trying to appear friendly. Captain Miao said that, and now I must look like a thug. But this time, it's official business. Please cut me some slack, all right? Yingji took a quick look and then confirmed, this is hardly enough to question Liu Bangfei. You need the official cooperation papers first. But by the time those come through, it'll take a month. Everything's always so slow. Next time, I'll make it up to you. I bit you last time, so you're not still mad, are you? Hearing this, Yingji's anger flared up again. Anyone else can be interrogated today, but you, Zhao Wu, are not allowed. Get out of here. Go back to where you came from. Zhao Wu, seeing Yingji so furious, grinned mischievously. At that moment, Captain Miao blocked the door and the others started to gossip. Where did this kid come from? How dare he show up at the R division and stir up trouble? Even Captain Miao is messing with him. He's going to get a beating for this. Zhao Wu then said, you really won't let me interrogate? Do you believe I could cut you off from the world in an instant? I have a superpower. I can block the signals of the whole building. Your computers and phones won't be able to connect at all. As soon as he said this, everyone burst into laughter. Superpower. Blocking signals. Are you out of your mind? Captain Miao chuckled, then said, if you really manage to block the signals in this building, I'll let you in for real. Then you better keep your word. I'm about to cast my spell now. Captain Miao quickly ordered, turn on the signal detector now. Zhao Wu then loudly shouted, Captain Miao is an idiot. Captain Miao is an idiot. Hearing this, Captain Miao's anger began to rise. Just as he was about to snap, a colleague shouted, the signal really is gone. Captain, the 3rd floor has lost signal too. Captain, even downstairs is out. Captain, the detector is showing no signal at all. A series of reports left Captain Miao confused. Zhao Wu then asked, so, can I go in now, Captain Miao? A little while later, Zhao Wu confidently walked into the interrogation room. Before he could strike a pose, Captain Miao pushed him in. Don't waste time at the door. Captain Miao was thinking to himself, what the hell is going on with this guy? How did he actually manage to block the signal? Meanwhile, Zhao Wu was quietly pleased with himself. Thankfully, the signal jammer worked to scare them. Now he was about to test the lie detector. With that in mind, Zhao Wu spoke up again. In a moment, I'll ask you some questions, and you just need to answer yes or no. After that, Zhao Wu began a series of test questions. You're a man, right? Yes. Is your name Liu Bangfei? Yes. It seemed that this lie detector was really accurate. The green light meant the truth. The red light meant a lie. Then Zhao Wu continued asking, you're a woman, right? No. Do you like eating rice cakes? No. Your parents are divorced, right? No. Did you kill Wu Zhizhen? This sudden important question caught the suspect off guard. The suspect immediately shouted, no. At that moment, the red light came on. Based on the lie detector, Zhao Wu realized the suspect was lying and shouted angrily, do you know his wife, Lin Maifeng? Captain Miao immediately advised, Zhao Wu, calm down. Let go of him first. Meanwhile, the suspect became more and more panicked, hurriedly saying, no, no, no. Captain Miao also found it strange. He really killed someone. Why was the suspect getting so frantic over just a few questions? What was going on with Zhao Wu? A moment later, Zhao Wu kept thinking, the real culprit is this person. Right now, there's no evidence, so I need to find a way to make him confess. Then Zhao Wu looked at Captain Meow and said, I need to discuss something with you. He had originally expected Captain Meow to refuse right away, but unexpectedly, her attitude suddenly became friendly. After that, Captain Meow showed the suspect a photo and said, these are the letters the killer left at the crime scene during the massacre at the residential area years ago. The match between your handwriting and the letters in the records is 91%. The figure captured by the camera at the intersection in the neighborhood matches your height and build. It seems you were well prepared. There are no fingerprints or footprints at the scene, but this is the only hair that doesn't belong to the victim, and it matches your DNA. The suspect, though clearly tense, refused to admit guilt even if it meant death. No way you're lying. I want a lawyer. Captain Meow exchanged glances with his team. It's no use. He's not falling for it. Maybe we should just let it go. Zhao Wu slowly stepped forward and asked the suspect to take a closer look. Besides the physical evidence, we also have a witness. The suspect stared at the photo in Zhao Wu's hand, then froze. Has she already told you everything? As soon as those words were spoken, Zhao Wu and Ying Ji immediately saw their opening. Zhao Wu responded without hesitation. Do I really need to answer that? Captain Meow, watching Zhao Wu, thought about the files she had reviewed earlier. Zhao Wu had cracked 2 major cases, earned city-level awards, and was transferred to this toughest unsolved case. Is it because of that stubborn nature of hers? 15 minutes ago, Zhao Wu was absolutely certain that he was the killer. Next, we had to put on a little show, using fake evidence to pressure him a bit, but we needed him to confess on his own. It seems Zhao Wu was really stubborn about this. When Captain Meow regained his composure, he heard the suspect honestly admit, I did kill Wu Shizhen. Zhao Wu and Ying Ji both felt a wave of relief. At that moment, the suspect began to tell the whole story. I had an agreement with Lin Mai Feng to exchange murders. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu's eyes widened in surprise. Lin Mai Feng killed someone too. The suspect continued, Wu Shizhen and I went to the same high school. Back then, I liked a girl named Xiao Cheng. He, unable to win her over, started spreading rumors that Xiao Cheng slept with him. He spread the story all over that backwater town. It's said that Wu Shizhen had actually done something with Xiao Cheng, and in the end, she was forced to drop out of school and move to another city to work. I later heard that she was forced into prostitution. In my heart, Wu Shizhen deserved to die long ago. Captain Meow, puzzled, asked, So, you had Lin Mai Feng go to your house and kill your wife, Jian Wen Lai, because of that? Zhao Wu, once again shocked, muttered, This bastard even killed his own wife. No wonder Ying Ji treated me so well and agreed to help me. Looks like she just wanted me to go check for bombs first for her. This woman really is as scheming as they come. Captain Biao pressed on. So why did you want to kill Jian Wen Lai? The woman, I've wanted to kill her for a long time. She never respected me. My job and the house I live in were all provided by her father. As for me, I was just a servant, always working nonstop for her family. Later, I watched a movie about a murder exchange, so I went to Lin Mai Feng first. She'd been enduring abuse from Wu Shizhen for years, so she definitely hated him. Partnering with her wouldn't just help me get revenge for Xiao Cheng, but also get rid of my wife. But she didn't agree at first, so we put it on hold for a while. Then that bastard Wu Shizhen beat her to the point of causing a miscarriage. After that, Lin Mai Feng changed her mind. We signed a contract and even recorded it. The day she killed my wife, I would be at the workshop working. The day I killed her husband, she would go take care of her cousin who was giving birth. That way, we both had an alibi. Honestly, after living like this for 10 years, it feels so much better to finally say it all out loud. With the suspect's confession, the case was solved. Zhao Wu invited his colleagues out to celebrate again. It was so satisfying. This was the big case that had been giving the department a headache for 10 years. Are you a reincarnation of Sherlock Holmes or something? I always thought murder for hire cases like this only happened on TV. Zhao Wu took a sip of his beer and thought back to a few hours ago. At this moment, he was pushing Ying Ji against the wall, his lips constantly whispering, "Let's cooperate well," while Ying Ji shyly stammered, "I'll report both cases at the same time to the higher-ups and confirm that it was our 2 precincts working together to investigate and solve them. If there's any progress, I'll update you immediately. First, I'll go request an arrest warrant for Lin Mai Feng." Suddenly, Captain Meow noticed Zhao Wu's silent expression and asked, "What's wrong?" Zhao Wu smiled and answered, "I thought she wasn't the one who did it." Captain Meow added that it wasn't certain yet and they'd figure it out after bringing her back to the station. Back in the present, Zhao Wu was drinking beer while deep in thought. This woman wasn't just beautiful and smart, her hands were soft and her skin was smooth. At the same time, his phone rang. He glanced at it and saw it was a call from Captain Biao. As soon as he answered, Ying Ji shouted, "Get here quickly, Zhao Wu." After more than 20 minutes in the car, Zhao Wu finally arrived at Precinct R. He was out of breath and demanded, "Come on, tell me what's going on." Captain Biao honestly recounted, "We just interrogated Lin Mai Feng. She said she killed Jian Wenlai with a knife, stabbing him twice in the neck. But the autopsy report for Jian Wenlai says he died from asphyxiation. Right now, Zhao Wu was trying to concentrate but kept covering his mouth. He had told the driver to hurry earlier, and now he felt like he might throw up." Captain Miao continued, "There are knife wounds on the victim, but they're very shallow. I feel like Lin Mai Feng has already confessed, and there's no need for her to lie. So the person who killed Jian Wenli might not be Lin Mai Feng. Look, there are a lot of messy footprints at the scene, but Lin Mai Feng said she was wearing shoe covers. Plus, she made it look like a robbery, taking valuables from the west bedroom. But when they examined the scene, they found that valuables were also stolen from the east bedroom. So on the day Jian Wenlai was killed, there must have been a third person at the scene. It's possible that this person was the one who strangled Jian Wenlai first. Then Lin Mai Feng came in and stabbed him, or maybe she even thought she had already killed Jian Wenlai. At this point, Zhao Wu couldn't hold it in anymore. He spit a rainbow-colored stream right on the Captain Miao. With a few bruises and wearing new clothes, Zhao Wu and Captain Miao went back to the interrogation room. These questions are very important to you. Just answer yes or no. Did you kill Jian Wenlai? Yes. Zhao Wu looked at the lie detector, clearly showing that she was lying. But why did she look like she was lying? Did she really think she killed Jian Wenlai, or was she intentionally covering up for the real killer? Zhao Wu continued to ask, "Do you know who the real killer of Jian Wenlai is?" Lin Mai Feng looked confused. "Isn't it me?" Zhao Wu gave a look that suggested she just needed a simple yes or no answer, but Lin Mai Feng's response triggered another red flag. Zhao Wu was now certain that Lin Mai Feng wasn't lying. She truly didn't know who the real killer was. "When you stabbed Jian Wenli, was she already dead?" Zhao Wu asked. Lin Mai Feng hesitated before answering, "I don't know. I was so scared at the time, I just stabbed the blanket a few times. She didn't move." Zhao Wu's thoughts were once again confirmed. Lin Mai Feng genuinely believed she had killed Jian Wenlai. "That's great," Zhao Wu said. "She's not the real killer after all." A moment later, Captain Miao also confirmed the situation. Lin Mai Feng had confessed. Technically, the case could be closed now. Zhao Wu added, "I saw it earlier. When she stabbed, she really had no idea if Jian Wenlai was alive or dead." Captain Miao became serious and said, "As your senior, I want to remind you of something. If we close the case now, we could get all kinds of rewards, bonuses, and recognition. But if we don't close it, we'll face unfinished work, wasted effort, and the killer getting away. 10 years ago, once an investigation begins, Jian Wenlei's family will definitely make sure the police don't get off easy. If the truth comes out, fine, but if we can't find the real killer, it will become a huge problem. You know how difficult cold cases are in our department." Here's the translation of the text. "I've said everything I need to say. Now, I want to hear your opinion. Is this case ever going to be solved?" Zhao Wu laughed after hearing this. "If you could give up, you wouldn't be here telling me all this. You definitely wouldn't be calling me out here in the middle of the night." Captain Miao also laughed. "I really regret calling you out here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had to listen to this mess you just dumped on me." Zhao Wu disagreed. "Well, if you're such a big person, why not let it slide? Let's work together and catch the real killer." Later, Zhao Wu went back to his precinct and told everyone everything that had happened. Suddenly, Zhao Wu saw a group of police officers hurriedly getting into their cars. He wondered, where are all these people heading? One of his subordinates explained the killer in the Gaishan Mountain case turns out to be an amateur parkour athlete. Before they arrested him, the police only cuffed one of his hands, which gave him the chance to escape. But someone just reported seeing a man with one cuffed hand near the Gaishan Reservoir, and he looks a lot like Yang Wendao, the suspect we've been searching for. So now everyone's heading there to catch him. Zhao Wu thought for a moment. He hid the body in the reservoir, but he dares to stay around there. That's bold. Zhang Jingfeng added, "There are a lot of villages near the reservoir, so searching for one person in all that area is pretty chaotic and time-consuming." Zhao Wu, intrigued, said, "Then I'll go too." Hearing this, the colleagues behind him grew anxious and called out to Zhao Wu, "The chief wants to see you. You're still thinking about the case, you little rascal? Don't you want a promotion?" Zhao Wu wasn't concerned. Catching the criminal was more urgent. The leadership would understand. 3 days later, Zhao Wu and his team arrived at the Gaishan Reservoir. One of his subordinates called out, "Brother Zhao, the locals say Yang Wendao ran toward the west side of the lake. Why are we heading east?" Zhao Wu explained just because he headed west doesn't mean he actually went west. Maybe he moved from east to west and then turned back. People have been searching the north and south sides for the past few days, but there's been no sign of him. Suddenly, Zhao Wu noticed someone in the distance. It seemed to be one of Ying Ji's subordinates. After exchanging a brief greeting, Zhao Wu immediately stopped her and asked, "Who were you talking to just now?" The girl was a bit startled, sweat forming under her arms, but she managed to stay calm and answer, "He's an investigator who handled the Jian Wenlai case years ago. He retired a few years back and now lives here." Zhao Wu looked at her with suspicion. He had been so busy these past few days that he hadn't paid much attention to Ying Ji. She had promised to share updates about the case through WeChat, but he hadn't received a single message, not even a chicken feather. Thinking this over, he asked, "So, how's the case going?" As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed the recording pen from the girl's hand. "Is this the recording of your conversation just now?" The girl then recalled the previous scene. The captain had said that these documents didn't need to be sent to Zhao Wu. They had agreed to investigate the Jian Wenli case together, but now Zhao Wu had gone to the Gaishan Reservoir to capture someone. Since he didn't care, there was no need for them to provide any evidence. Thinking this, the girl said, "As for the progress of the case, I'm sorry, but I can't report anything." Zhao Wu was confused and asked, "This case is being handled by both of our precincts. Why are you keeping things from me?" The girl didn't want to engage, so she replied, "If you have a problem, go talk to our captain." When Zhao Wu heard this, he got angry and shouted, "No one can refuse what I want." Just as the atmosphere turned tense, a subordinate suddenly stepped forward and called out, "Mr. Zhao." The moment Zhao Wu turned around, the girl quickly got in her car and drove off. Zhao Wu watched the car drive away, but he wasn't worried. After all, he had the recorder, so everything was under control. He then played the recording. The man was at least nearly 2 meters tall, with a limp on his right leg. Plus, there was mud on Jian Wenli's body. It was likely that the killer had pushed her against the wall and strangled her to death. Soon after, Ying Ji called and shouted at Zhao Wu, "Give us back the recorder." But Zhao Wu remained calm and replied, "What recorder? I don't know what you're talking about." Ying Ji, now furious, retorted, "Don't pretend. Let me tell you, Lin Maifeng's stationery shop was smashed and Liu Bangfi's warehouse was burned down. Jian Wenli's family is causing a scene, demanding the police catch the real killer. If you've got the guts, get back to solving the case." Realizing this was serious, Zhao Wu stopped joking and told Ying Ji, "Send me the documents first. Once I wrap things up here, I'll go back to investigate." Later, Zhao Wu returned the recorder. The arrogant blonde girl called out, "Officer Zhao, there are a lot of cliffs here. If you're not familiar with the terrain, be careful when driving. If you fall into the ravine, it'll be hard to recover the body." Zhao Wu ignored her, muttering to himself as he thought, "Not familiar with the terrain, huh?" Suddenly, an idea came to him, and he quickly asked his subordinate, "What does Yang Wen Dao do for a living?" The subordinate answered honestly, "He works in the technical department of the Science and Technology Bureau." "Why?" "Well, someone from the department could have been involved in field surveys for a project, so he might have been here before," Zhao Wu replied. The subordinate agreed, "That makes sense. No wonder he was hiding near the reservoir. He's probably familiar with the area." Zhao Wu asked, "Has he ever worked on a project near the Gaishan Reservoir?" Suddenly, the subordinate exclaimed, "Yes, he worked on the silver mine exploration project in the neighboring town. He was there for 3 years, so he's definitely been here countless times." "Wasn't Jin Yi supposed to be down there?" Zhao Wu asked. It seems Zhao Wu had guessed correctly. After that, the two of them prepared to head to Jin Yi. As night fell, Zhao Wu told his younger sister to sleep first. Meanwhile, he sat outside a convenience store thinking. He was working on a silver mine exploration project, but could he have hidden in one of the mine tunnels? There were so many tunnels around here. Suddenly, a little dog wobbled over. Zhao Wu, seeing the dog's pitiful eyes, gave it a chicken drumstick. Then he continued thinking, if he was hiding in a mine tunnel, what would he eat? Maybe he hides during the day and comes into town at night to look for food. But if you were a working dog, you'd be helpful right now. Do you recognize this guy? Help me find him. Zhao Wu felt like he was about to lose his mind. He couldn't believe it when the dog barked twice after looking at the picture, then turned and ran off. Is this for real? Does this dog really know how to track people? With that thought, Zhao Wu chased after the dog for a while. Eventually, they reached a quiet spot, and Zhao Wu saw a pile of poop. He thought to himself that he might have been wasting his time, but then he heard the sound of a phone ringing nearby. He turned on his flashlight to check and saw a figure. That's when it hit him. This was the same person from the Gaishan Reservoir case, the one they suspected was an amateur parkour athlete. The last time they tried to arrest him, they almost got him in handcuffs, but he managed to escape. Zhao Wu's mind raced and he shouted, "It's you! You can't escape this time, kid!" He kept the flashlight on and chased after him, but it was too dark. and the other guy was a parkour expert who knew the area well. It's so dark, I can't see anything. There's no way I'm catching up. Suddenly, Zhao Wu had an idea and a smile spread across his face. The system tools, if I don't use them now, when will I? Let's see where you're hiding. With the help of his night vision goggles and hidden binoculars, he quickly locked onto the criminal's position. But even with the tools, Zhao Wu found himself struggling to keep up. The other man was just too fast, and the terrain was too complicated. Despite all the tech, Zhao Wu couldn't find him anymore. As Zhao Wu was feeling stuck, the dog suddenly appeared and ran ahead. Zhao Wu saw it and smiled, saying, "I trust you." A little while later, Zhao Wu finally caught up to the criminal and kicked him, quickly gaining control. But just as Zhao Wu let his guard down, the criminal pulled out a dagger and slashed at Zhao Wu's face, barely missing his eye. The criminal then took advantage of the moment and ran off. Zhao Wu looked at the wound and anger flared up inside him. He immediately chased after the criminal again. However, the criminal ran into a nearby dog den to hide, slowing Zhao Wu's pace. At that moment, the suspect inside was also preparing to ambush Zhao Wu. When the suspect wondered why there was no sound, Zhao Wu suddenly kicked open the wooden plank and shouted, "You think I'm here to save you, but now you want to ambush me. You like using a knife, huh? Well, let me give you a taste of your own medicine." As Zhao Wu subdued the suspect, he suddenly felt out of breath. "What's going on? I just moved a little and I'm not usually this tired," he thought. He looked at the dog, confused, wondering why it hadn't come over. Then, the system displayed a warning that the carbon dioxide levels were too high, suggesting he needed to leave quickly. Zhao Wu realized, so that's it. There's not enough oxygen here. I need to get out fast. Just as Zhao Wu was cuffing the suspect, he suddenly looked to the side, puzzled. What's that? A little while later, Zhao Wu sat in a place with enough oxygen and muttered to his phone. There's really no signal at all. But then he pulled out a stealth GPS device and a signal amplifier. Zhao Wu immediately called his colleagues to come for backup. After hanging up, he was still curious about the bag he had just retrieved. What could be inside with it being this bulky? When the bag was opened, Zhao Wu was taken aback, shocked. This has to be at least 100,000. And this is old paper money. It must be worth double now. How is there so much money in this abandoned mine? A moment later, his colleagues arrived, buzzing with questions. The locals said he ran west. How did you catch him coming from the east? Wasn't he supposed to be investigating the south? This is amazing. How did you know he was in the mine? Zhao Wu gave instructions. Pick out my subordinate at room 211 in the outskirts hotel when you head back. I'm too tired, so I'm leaving now. Just as Zhao Wu was about to get into his car, the dog looked at him with a pitiful expression. Unable to resist, Zhao Wu sighed and said, all right, get in, you win." So the man and his dog slowly made their way home. When Zhao Wu arrived home and stood in front of his door, he suddenly noticed a beautiful woman injured and lying on the ground. Zhao Wu stared, a bit stunned. At this moment, the woman was also woken up by the smell from the dog. Zhao Wu immediately asked, "Why are you sleeping in the hallway in the middle of the night?" The woman, still dazed, replied, "I forgot to bring my keys. I was planning to wait by the door for Sister Hong to come home, but I accidentally fell asleep." Zhao Wu noticed the wound on her face, which seemed like she had been hit by someone, and said, "Come inside and rest for a bit." As soon as the woman entered the house, she immediately went to bathe the dog. She didn't even care that she was wet and called out loudly, "Officer, what's this dog's name?" Zhao Wu casually replied, "Specialist in sniffing poop." The woman actually believed him. Specialist in sniffing poop. Well, in that case, let's take a bath together. Later, Zhao Wu dried the dog off and couldn't help but feel surprised. The dog was actually quite beautiful. Meanwhile, the woman was drying her hair and explaining, "It's a Belgian sheepdog. These kinds of dogs are often used by the police as tracking dogs." Zhao Wu noticed how knowledgeable she was and casually asked, "How old is the dog?" The woman estimated, probably around 2 to 3 years old. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. The woman enthusiastically said, "I'll go open it." The person at the door was Sister Hong. "Why did you go to the neighbor's house? I heard your voice, so I came over to check." As soon as she said that, Sister Hong saw the woman soaked and eating a banana, and Zhao Wu sitting on the floor. She immediately thought the worst and quickly turned around to leave. The woman kept explaining from behind, "Don't misunderstand, Sister Hong. I got wet because I was bathing the dog. We didn't do anything." Zhao Wu turned to the dog and said, "I'm not interested either." The next day, at a hot pot restaurant, Lai Beanie was complaining, "Hey Zhao, I still haven't finished the report on the murder case from before, and you already caught the killer in the Gaishan Reservoir case. My fingers are sore from typing, but I can't keep up with your speed in catching criminals. Plus, the new clerk in Team B is here, and the team leader told me to go help with the direction of things." Zhao Wu asked, "Has the theft case at the nursing home been solved by their team?" Lai Bani answered it was done by one of their own. The security guard targeted the 1 million yuan donation in the director's office. He adjusted the angle of the surveillance cameras at the nursing home and hid the stolen money in the basement. Zhao Wu was curious. How did they solve the case? Lai Bani continued, since there were no images of the suspect, the team leader of the criminal division suspected it was someone from the inside. So they interrogated every security guard. One guard had a new bunch of keys, which he had just made. These keys could open the director's office, the surveillance room, and the basement. Investigating this led to cracking the case. As Zhao Wu was still lost in thought, the noise around him suddenly grew louder. A voice shouted, "Hey, I already told your boss. This place is not for sale. It's our main business. Don't come here causing trouble anymore." A thug immediately shot back, "We're customers too. What do you mean by causing trouble?" Another voice added, "Have you had enough to eat? If you're done, then get lost." The man calmly continued eating and replied, "What if I haven't had enough yet?" The thug then grabbed a bottle of liquor, slammed it down on the table, and yelled, "I told you to leave. Didn't you hear me? Damn busybody." Meanwhile, at the R precinct, everyone was busy preparing for the arrival of Director Su Yang. The chief spoke up, saying, "First of all, this visit is to carry out an important task assigned by the provincial committee. In the coming months, we'll need to fully cooperate with him." Someone asked, "But where's Zhao Wu?" Su Yang specifically requested to meet him. Another person replied, "I think he went out with Lai Bani." The people around them were whispering to each other. Why would such a high-ranking official come to our small precinct? What's he here for? What does he look like? Is he tough? Not sure if he's tough or not. I heard he's really tall, with a face as red as a drunkard. Back at the hot pot restaurant, a pile of food flew past the man with the red face. It turned out that Zhao Wu had tossed the hot pot ingredients at the thugs. With a dark expression, he said, "If you want to eat, eat. If not, get out. Or do you guys want a free trip to the police station?" The thugs, seeing that their opponent was a cop, didn't dare do anything more. They cursed him as they walked away. Just as Zhao Wu was about to sit down and grab a bite, he heard Lai Bani call out, "Zhao." At this moment, the team was getting ready to welcome the leaders sent by the province, and they told us to head back to the team right away. So the two of them quickly returned to the team, and the welcoming ceremony for Director Su went smoothly. Suddenly, Director Su asked, "I heard that there's someone named Zhao Wu in our department who has been solving some major cases. Do you know who that is?" Director Su followed the direction everyone was pointing to and quickly walked up to introduce himself, saying, "I just transferred here today, so we'll be colleagues from now on." Zhao Wu took a closer look and realized that this was the same person he had helped out at the hot pot restaurant earlier, so the two greeted each other warmly. The colleagues nearby watched the familiar interaction between the two and couldn't stop whispering, "How does he know the provincial leaders? Could he have connections there? The major crime unit is definitely full of surprises. Glad I haven't made any enemies with this big shot." A little while later, after a busy day, Zhao Wu was casually heading upstairs when he suddenly saw a group of thugs causing trouble in front of his neighbor's door. Zhao Wu's mind immediately started racing. Last time, Hlo Ho's face got beaten up, it must have been them. But I don't care who they are, I'll just check things out. With that thought, Zhao Wu stepped forward and called out, "Hey, everyone. I'm from Brother Huang's team. Who are you guys with?" One of them immediately stepped forward and said, "This is Hong Jia from District C. Who the hell are you?" "Never heard of you." Zhao Wu continued, "So it turns out Hong Jia came in person. I heard people say that all the goods are at the biggest bar in Area C, but even Hong Jia can't get his hands on them." Hearing this, the group of thugs shouted angrily, "That's nonsense. We control all the goods there. Hong Jia has nothing to do with it." Zhao Wu quietly smirked to himself. The recording was done. He then smiled and confidently said, "Hong Jia is indeed a big shot. So if I cripple him, would my title as Brother Huang become famous, right?" After that, the sound of desperate cries filled the air. The two girls in the house had no idea what was happening. It wasn't until everything went quiet outside that they finally dared to peek out the door. When Zhao Wu saw their heads poking out, he spoke up, "I've already sent the recording to the police. They'll be here soon to arrest him. Just the illegal trade and forcing women into prostitution would be enough to put someone like Hong Jiao away for a long time." The two girls felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude, not knowing how to thank him enough for solving everything. Zhao Wu smiled again and said, "But I'm not doing this for free. You two should go take a shower and clean up, then come over to my place for a little relaxation package." At this, the two girls looked embarrassed. A little later, Jiang Xiaoqin arrived with Ying Ji, and they were on their way to Zhao Wu's house. Ying Ji arrived first and saw Zhao Wu sitting comfortably with beautiful girls serving him. Zhao Wu turned around and immediately noticed Ying Ji, her face full of awkwardness. "Damn it, what are you doing here?" Yang Ji was a bit awkward when asked. I already asked your supervisor for permission. We need you in our precinct to help with the interrogation of Jian Wenli's case, but you seem really busy. Zhao Wu, feeling embarrassed, quickly got dressed. Then he and Ying Ji headed out. As they walked, Zhao Wu suddenly found himself thinking that Ying Ji was looking more and more beautiful. He even thought about using his X-ray vision to take a closer look. Just as Zhao Wu was lost in his thoughts, Ying Ji noticed and annoyed asked, "What are you looking at?" Zhao Wu snapped back to reality. "Oh, nothing. I was just thinking about what will happen to Lin Mai Feng now that the killer's been caught." Ying Ji took him seriously and responded, "Well, it's still a case of intentional murder, so we'll have to see how her family handles it. But her husband said he would hire the best lawyer to defend her, so there's probably still hope for her." A little later, the two of them arrived at a restaurant. Their colleagues nearby couldn't stop gossiping about the killer. My agent had a disability in his right leg and lived in the same village as Jian Wenli. His brother worked at Jian Wenli's family's textile factory and always knew that the family had money. He also heard from his brother that Jian Wenli and Liu Bangfi were supposed to be at the factory that night to check inventory, so they wouldn't be home. That's when my agent decided to break in and steal some valuables. What he didn't expect was that Liu Bangfi, in order to kill Jian Wenli, had planned for her to stay home that night to rest. My agent, who had come just to steal, was caught by Jian Wenli in the act. In his panic, he strangled her to death and then placed her back on the bed. By the time Lin Mai Feng arrived, Jian Wenli was already dead, so she closed her eyes and stabbed the corpse several times. Suddenly, one of the colleagues curiously asked Zhao Wu, "Why do you think this case is related to the person who made the keys?" Zhao Wu confidently said earlier Lin Mai Feng mentioned that when she arrived at Jian Wenli's house, the door was locked. So how did the killer get in? The lock wasn't broken, so the killer must have used a key. But where did they get the key? Of course, I suspect the person who made the key. After he spoke, Zhao Wu earned the admiration of everyone around him. Although Ying Ji found Zhao Wu's self-assured attitude irritating, he still praised him to flatter him. Officer Zhao thinks things through carefully with a quick mind. He's definitely a great talent for detective work. Then he teased, adding earlier, when I went to pick him up at his place, I saw both of his girlfriends. One was massaging his shoulders, the other was giving him a back rub. Must be nice. Zhao Wu thought to himself, is he complimenting me or making fun of me? Not backing down, Zhao Wu quickly responded, not at all. Team leader Miao is also incredibly skilled in martial arts. She's amazingly strong. Last time, when she beat me up, I had no strength to fight back. In the end, I could only manage to bite her on the butt. Hearing this, Ying Ji immediately blushed and kicked Zhao Wu out of the door. I never want to see you again. Zhao Wu walked down the street, feeling dejected. Looking at this godforsaken place, he couldn't even get a single ride. What was worse, she was the one who started the whole conversation, saying a few things and then suddenly refusing to continue. That idiot Ying Ji had to pick such a remote spot to eat. Zhao Wu saw two guys standing by the road and suddenly came up with an idea. He quickly walked over and called out, "Hey bro, you see that car over there? The girl driving it has been rude to me. Help me out, let's go to her car and I'll pee on it so she'll have to look at herself in the mirror. Once we're done, I'll give you 500 yuan, split between the two of you." The two men looked at Zhao Wu, thinking he was drunk, but they figure, who wouldn't take 500 yuan? I was about to go pee anyway. The man looked around to make sure no one was watching, then opened his pants. Just at that moment, Ying Ji came out. Seeing what was happening, she turned red with fury, rolled up her sleeves, and charged at him to hit him. The sound of Zhao Wu's screams echoed through the street. He couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, someone from the tea shop next door shouted, "Did I just hear Mr. Cao calling someone? Go check what happened to the car." Zhao Wu turned around and realized that the room and everything had seemed off. These people were smugglers. Then he saw a group of people with iron rods heading straight toward Ying Ji. Zhao Wu's heart raced in panic. Oh shit, there are so many of them. This is bad. This is really bad. Zhao Wu pushed through the crowd and saw Ying Ji struggling to defend herself. Just as one of the thugs with a chair was about to hit her, Zhao Wu rushed forward and kicked the chair away. Ying Ji, in the heat of the moment, felt a sense of gratitude. Is he helping me? From there, Ying Ji kept taking down thug after thug, knocking them down so hard that the two of them ended up back to back. But Ying Ji, thinking Zhao Wu was just another thug, unexpectedly threw an elbow at him. Zhao Wu took the full hit right to the head. Although Ying Ji immediately apologized, Zhao Wu wasn't happy. "You hit me again? Ying Ji, you were done for." With a dark expression, Zhao Wu continued to fight off the thugs and moved closer. In a daze, Ying Ji suddenly felt Zhao Wu pull her in by the waist and kiss her forcefully. Yingji's face immediately turned bright red, and she quickly pushed Zhao Wu away. The colleagues who just arrived shouted, "What's going on here? Why are so many people lying around like this?" Zhao Wu avoided Yingji and directly instructed, "Catch all these people. They're smugglers, and all the evidence is in the room ahead." Then he left. After being kissed, Yingji muttered to herself, "What a madman." As for Zhao Wu, after getting home, he couldn't stop blaming himself. "I'm such a jerk. If it weren't for me, she wouldn't have gotten hurt. I'm no longer that reckless guy who jumps into fights without thinking about the consequences." After taking a shower, Zhao Wu looked at his phone, then glanced up at his bed and was shocked to find Tu Wen lying there. The message on his phone read, "Sorry for troubling you, Officer Zhao. We're afraid the ones who haven't been caught from Hong Jia's gang might come back to take revenge. Could we stay at your place for a while?" Zhao Wu thought to himself, "Did they move in here? But I want to sleep in the bed too." He thought for a moment, then climbed into bed between the two women. But to his surprise, in the middle of the night, both women kicked him out of the bed. The time passed into the next day, and Zhao Wu carried his suitcase to a certain place. "I heard you're someone in the field. I have this bag of money. Can you help me figure out how much it's worth?" After checking for a while, his colleague was shocked and exclaimed, "My God, this is a lot. It must be at least 200,000 yuan, and it's all in sequential numbers. Wow, this money could actually be worth 5 times more than that." Zhao Wu was still wondering if the system was trying to help him get rich when he suddenly heard his colleague ask, "Where did you get this bag from?" Zhao Wu was confused. "Why?" His colleague yelled loudly, "This is ransom money. It's from a major kidnapping case, money that the families gave to the kidnappers. What connection do you have with them?" Hearing this, Zhao Wu didn't panic at all. He just casually responded, "Guess." At this point, his subordinate began to explain, 26 years ago, the wealthiest families in the town arranged for their children to attend better schools in the city due to poor local education. They hired a taxi driver named Liu Nian who would drive the kids to and from school. One day, he was driving them home as usual, but they mysteriously disappeared in a tunnel. Their bodies were never found. After receiving this lead from Zhao Wu, a large number of police officers were deployed that very night to search the area and conduct a thorough excavation of the cave. "Attention units, the ransom money was found near this area. Check if there are any other clues nearby." Zhao Wu and the others also arrived at the site. The subordinate continued, 3 days after the car disappeared, the kidnappers contacted these 5 families and demanded 200,000 yuan from each family as ransom to release the hostages. But after the family handed over the money, the hostage, the suspect, and the ransom all disappeared without a trace. For the past 26 years, there has been no clue at all. Right now, the butterfly-shaped mark on the bag is missing a corner, just like the one he found. Zhang Jingfeng sighed again. In such a remote place, someone gets kidnapped, and then you find a major clue. Sometimes I wonder if my brother is some kind of god. At this moment, Zhao Wu also thought that there must be some sort of special circumstance. The system had been strange before. Why would there be so much money in these abandoned mining caves? Meanwhile, the colleagues searching were complaining, what could possibly be in this abandoned cave? There's probably nothing here. It's all a waste of time. Suddenly, another group of colleagues shouted, "Attention everyone, we've found something." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The earth-shaking case from 26 years ago was being reopened. Journalists from all over rushed over to ask, "I've heard that people kidnapped 26 years ago have been found in the cave. Can you confirm if everyone has been found? Is there anything you can share with us right now? I've heard the city leaders have already arrived. The families of the victims paid millions in rewards to catch the criminals. Is that true?" Zhao Wu walked down the road sighing. Who would have thought that beneath that collapsed mine, a group of children had been buried for 26 years? At that moment, Zhao Wu arrived at a meeting to analyze a particularly serious kidnapping and murder case. During the meeting, it was reported that 5 complete skeletons had been found in the collapsed mine. After comparing DNA, it was officially confirmed that 4 of them were Liang Mili, 9 years old, Liang Shuan, 12 years old, Dao Xiao, 11 years old, and Liu Hongtang, 10 years old, all of whom were kidnapped that year. The remaining one was the driver, Liu Weiguang. As evening came, the parents of the 11-year-old Dao Xiao, who had been kidnapped earlier, also arrived. The family was deeply grateful and called out, "Officer Zhao, thank you. Thank you so much. Without you, my son might have been lost forever. To find his remains while he's still alive is all thanks to you. Please, you must find the killer." Later, Zhao Wu stood by the window deep in thought. The only person whose body had not been found yet was Liang Su, the 7-year-old. Could they really find her just based on the sketch drawn by an expert? Suddenly, Zhao Wu noticed that one office light was still on. Who could still be here at this late hour? He went over to take a closer look. It was Ku Ping. But on second thought, it makes sense. She has always been so dedicated to the case, never giving up on any hope. At this moment, Hu Ping noticed Zhao Wu arriving and jokingly spoke up, "Super Detective Zhao, what wisdom do you have for us today?" Zhao Wu laughed and replied, "I'm just here to learn." Hu Ping continued, "I may really dislike you as a person, but I can't deny your abilities. So tell me, what have you figured out?" Zhao Wu answered directly. Up until now, everyone thought the kidnappers were very well prepared because they didn't leave any obvious clues. But what if their kidnapping was actually an accident? Normally, after a kidnapping, the criminals would quickly call the family to demand ransom to prevent them from going to the police. But these kidnappers waited 3 whole days before making the ransom call, which increases the risk of getting caught. Also, usually kidnappers drive their own car to pick up the victim, but this time, the 6-seat vehicle used to transport the kids also disappeared. A 6-seat vehicle is pretty big. It's easy to spot. If it ran out of gas or broke down on the road, that would make things even more complicated. The experts have said that at least 3 kidnappers are needed for such a job. So with 5 kids and 1 adult in the 6-seat car, plus the 3 kidnappers, wouldn't that make it really cramped? Ku Ping felt that there was something unique about Zhao Wu's perspective. His starting point was really convincing. But if they weren't professional kidnappers, how could they have made the ransom call, collected the money, killed the hostage, disappeared, and done everything so perfectly? Zhao Wu smiled and continued, "You haven't kidnapped anyone, so it's normal you wouldn't know. Kidnapping is actually a highly technical job. I know people who have been in the kidnapping business, and honestly, no one can do it that perfectly. That's why I think these kidnappers didn't have any real kidnapping plan at all. Maybe at first, they just wanted to steal a car or grab some quick cash, but didn't expect so many people to be in the car." Hearing this, Hu Ping quickly responded, "I haven't kidnapped anyone, so does that mean you have?" Zhao Wu looked awkward. "What are you thinking? In our line of work, you kind of have to put yourself in the criminal's shoes sometimes." Hu Ping thought about it and agreed. He didn't seem like the type to have done such things. "So according to you, the driver Liu Wengguan was an innocent bystander. He wasn't working with the kidnappers." Zhao Wu continued to explain he and the kids from the same village even worked together on some private transportation business. There was really no reason for him to get involved in the kidnapping. But if the kidnappers from back then are still alive, they'd definitely be wealthy now. Ku Ping was a bit confused, so he asked, "Why is that?" Zhao Wu had to explain again. "Think about it. There's a bag of 200,000 yuan cash buried in that mine. Only they knew about it. If they were still living in poverty, do you really think they wouldn't be tempted to go back for it?" Ku Ping suddenly understood. Then we could start investigating from this angle, see if anyone related to those events back then is suddenly rich. Zhao Wu nodded. "Sure, we can do that, but the scope is huge and it won't be easy." Ku Ping, however, didn't want to give up. After all, as long as we kept investigating, there would be results. Hopefully those kidnappers were still alive. A little while later, Zhao Wu met with the forensic expert. Zhao Wu asked, "Got time for a drink?" The forensic expert replied, "Wait until you crack the case first, detective. Here's the report you asked for." Zhao Wu looked over the report deep in thought. The mine collapsed from an explosion, and the remains of 5 people showed signs of blast injuries. But for now, it was impossible to say whether they died from the explosion or were buried alive after death. There was a rope near the bodies, leading to the theory that the victims were tied up before the explosion, with the rope still on them when the blast happened. Liu Wengguan's body showed clear stab wounds, including a broken rib. Both sides had neat cuts. It's believed he was stabbed by someone before he died, and the stab wound was near his heart, making it highly likely that was the cause of death. Meanwhile, colleagues in the office kept teasing Zhao Wu. One of them said, "Hey, Zhao Wu, you solved that brutal murder case and even caught the culprit in the Shen case. You must be swimming in rewards by now, huh? Share a little with us so we can dream about it. You know, we all need motivation." Another chimed in, "People are even saying you found the ransom money and the family gave you a cut. Is that true?" Just as everyone was talking, they heard that the team leader had returned, and the chatter grew louder. Zhao Wu was growing increasingly frustrated. The constant chatter was distracting, and the topics, money and food, seemed trivial to him at the moment. In contrast, Hu Ping remained quietly focused on analyzing last night's case. Zhao Wu couldn't help but feel that some of his colleagues were not taking the work seriously. He raised his voice slightly, trying to keep composed. "If you're hungry, please step outside. Let's try to keep this area quiet so we can concentrate on our reports." Its comment caused some tension in the room. Just then, Director Liao walked in, shaking his head and sighing, "What's happening now? Are we starting another disagreement?" Director Liao approached Zhao Wu and said with a touch of humor, "Come with me for a moment, young man. We need to talk." Hearing this, a few colleagues exchanged surprised glances. "Wait, Did the director just call him that? Is Zhao Wu somehow close to the director? Zhao Wu, meanwhile, looked puzzled. Who is this man really? He wondered. He asked calmly, why does the director want to talk to me? Director Liu replied in a measured tone, I just want to help. You need to relax and stay focused. Don't let small frustrations get to you. Zhao Wu was left momentarily speechless. Not long after, Zhao Wu found himself standing at the location where years ago a ransom exchange had once taken place. As Zhao Wu was deep in thought, his subordinate kept calling him. Zhao Wu snapped back, nearly losing his balance. Why are you shouting so loudly? The subordinate quickly explained, I've called you several times already. What are you thinking about? Zhao Wu replied, I was thinking about the moment when the family arrived at the cliff and the walkie-talkie that the kidnappers left behind went off. This means at least one person must have been keeping an eye on the family. They were told to stand inside the red circle the kidnappers had drawn, throw all the money in the same spot by the cliff, so someone had to be waiting below the cliff to catch the ransom as it fell. Another person must have been in charge of guarding the hostage. Zhao Wu continued before team leader Ku Ping mentioned that they could get the ransom under the police's supervision using walkie-talkies to avoid being tracked, and even disable the tracking devices in the ransom money. This means they must be very familiar with the police's investigative methods. Either he worked in the police system or has police friends. The type of explosive found in the mine shaft was a kind used for blasting mountains, commonly used in mining areas. Some of the kidnappers likely had experience working in mining demolition. Suddenly, Zhao Wu's phone rang. The voice on the other end said, let me play the thug. A little while later, Zhao Wu arrived at the restaurant and immediately pressed the thug leader's head to the ground. You guys are a bunch of idiots who don't understand the rules. You're out here starting trouble. Not even afraid of getting your heads bashed in. Do you even know who you're messing with? Open your eyes and take a good look. I'm with Mr. Huang, and that guy over there is the red-faced General Su Yi, who paid you guys to come mess around at this restaurant. Don't tell me you don't know who I am in this area. The thug immediately answered, it's the guy with glasses. His name is something like Xiao Ma Shao. We're not really close. Don't even have his phone number. They just gave us 200 yuan each and told us to chase people away. Zhao Wu cursed, you idiots. I ever defy Long was offering 20,000 yuan, and Xiao Ma Chao got you guys for just 200. How much did he pocket from you? Don't you get it? All right, fine. Leave the money and get out, Zhao Wu said. As soon as the thugs heard they could leave, they handed over the cash and immediately took off. Afterward, Zhao Wu and Su Yi sat down to enjoy some drinks together. Su Yi couldn't help but compliment, you're good at this. You made it sound so real, even I almost believed it. Looks like I'm the red-faced General Su Yi in the underworld now. Zhao Wu grinned and replied, look at those guys. They're total rookies, no real background in the underworld. Su Yi laughed and continued, earlier when you said that, I'll take it as you agreeing. Before that, Su Yi had invited Zhao Wu to join the disciplinary committee to work as a special investigator for the internal inspections. In situations like this, Zhao Wu could use the name of the major case team to cause some trouble and throw in a case or two to make things a little more difficult for them. Oh, I didn't expect your police tactics to be so devious, Zhao Wu commented. What are you talking about? Aren't you a cop too? Right now, the only way to deal with them is to fight fire with fire. Let go of the small fry to catch the big fish and wait until I've got enough intel on their internal connections to take them down all at once. Thankfully, I got you here or I would have exposed myself. Zhao Wu could only laugh. So you came to this city to investigate, right? Is the head of the inspection department in the bureau one of them? Su Yi nodded. Exactly. You just dug up the name Xiao Ma Shao. That's a pretty big lead. I didn't expect you to play the thug role so well. You're really good at making life difficult for people. Zhao Wu didn't mind. So you're saying I actually look like a thug, huh? Just as they were chatting, Zhao Wu suddenly had a thought. Wait a second, professional and expert? That makes me think of someone. He quickly stood up and hurried off. I've got to go, but we'll keep in touch later, Zhao Wu said as he left. Su Yi watched Zhao Wu walk away feeling speechless. He had never finished a meal with that guy. A little while later in the prison which housed all the serious criminals, Zhao Wu went to seek Xiao Hai. This man had a history of kidnapping. He was the murderer behind a kidnapping case where two of his accomplices were shot dead. He had been involved in many kidnappings before and could be considered an expert in the field. Because the hostage suddenly died of a heart attack, Xiao Hai was sentenced to life in prison. Xiao Hai, I'll be straightforward with you, Zhao Wu said. Under what circumstances would you kill a hostage? Xiao Hai immediately showed an aggrieved expression. Isn't everything about my case already clear? I kidnapped that girl because she had a heart condition. It wasn't our intention to kill her. Kidnapping is about money. Who wants to kill someone? Seeing this, Zhao Wu broke into a cold sweat. Don't cry, calm down. I'm handling another case and came here to ask for your advice on a few things. I'm not here to reopen your case. Plus, if you help us, it might actually work in your favor for a reduced sentence." Hearing this, Seo Hai honestly began to explain. "I know about that case. There are many reasons why kidnappers might kill a hostage. Like if the hostage sees the kidnappers' faces and they're afraid of being caught, or if the family doesn't cooperate or calls the police, leaving the kidnappers with no way out. Some people have heart conditions or they might get hurt trying to escape. But I don't think this case falls into any of those categories. The kidnappers in that case are definitely out of their minds. They're able to harm so many children, take the ransom money, and still kill a hostage. No sense of morals at all. On top of that, the driver was completely useless. Why even kidnap him? They were going to take a kid anyway. Why not just let him go to warn his family or give him a knife, use his blood to scare the parents, and tell them to hand over the money? If it were me, I wouldn't have brought along a young guy like that. He's just asking for trouble." Hearing this, Zhao Wu immediately thought, could it be that the driver knew Wei had some other secret? A little later, Zhao Wu went to see Yang Wendao, the inmate involved in the Gaishan Reservoir murder case that he had arrested earlier. Yang Wendao was also a bit curious. "What can I do for you? What does the kidnapping case have to do with me?" Zhao Wu got serious and asked, "I want to know what's the story behind the mine you hid in?" Yang Wendao honestly explained, "A few years ago, the mines at the mountain behind were leased to private individuals. If you had money, you could invest and lease a few mines to try your luck. If you found silver, it was like hitting the jackpot. You could make 100 times the profit. If nothing can be dug up, losing all your wealth is just part of the deal. That mine on the map is just a deserted pit. You can't get anything from it. I didn't even know about it before. I only went there because you chased me until I couldn't see straight." Zhao Wu kept asking, "Who built the wooden fence?" Yang Wendao shook his head and replied, "I don't know. It's been there for years." Zhao Wu asked again, "Do you know who took over the mine?" Yang Wendao said it was some newly rich guy. The year we started the project, we needed approval from whoever held the rights, but we finally found him. He'd been dead for a long time, and it was a pretty brutal death. His whole family was wiped out. I think his name was Cheng Sanli. After the questions, Zhao Wu immediately went to see Ku Ping to discuss things. I'm wondering if this Cheng Sanli might have been involved in the kidnapping. Maybe after he got the money, he took over the mine, but then had some falling out with his partners, which led to his whole family being destroyed. Ku Ping thought about it and agreed. This theory could make sense. I'll send someone to look into this guy. Of course, that's why you're so great. You even know how to get information from criminals. Zhao Wu quickly responded, "This isn't the first time you've seen what I'm capable of." All right, enough with the bragging. You get one compliment and already you're acting like a show-off. And so, the two of them wrapped up the day, chatting and finishing up work. Until early the next morning, the sound of a phone ringing woke Zhao Wu from his deep sleep. After answering the phone, Zhao Wu froze, his body going numb. The phone slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. When he arrived at the scene, Zhao Wu could hardly believe his eyes. "You're all worthless. What the hell are you doing? Get her to the hospital now." Everyone stood silently, their heads lowered. Zhao Wu stared at the scene with tears in his eyes. This was the place where his team leader, Ku Ping, had tragically died. "Ku Ping isn't dead yet. Why are you all just standing there? Hurry, save her." Suddenly, the curator stepped forward and slapped Zhao Wu hard across the face. "Calm down, Zhao Wu. Ku Ping is really dead." The slap snapped Zhao Wu back to his senses. At that moment, his colleagues were preparing to transport the body to the police station for an autopsy to determine the cause of death. With slow steps, Zhao Wu walked over and tears streaming down his face gently lifted Ku Ping's body and left. A short while later, the police immediately began analyzing the case of Ku Ping's death. One of his colleagues said, "At around 1 a.m. last night, team leader Ku Ping had an accident while driving home. There are clear signs of a sudden brake near the car, but there was no visible damage or scratches on the vehicle. Our current theory is that when she passed the area where the incident occurred, she saw someone on the road, so she braked suddenly and got out to check. But she was attacked by that person who stabbed her and stole her bag. Unfortunately, Ku Ping's car didn't have a dash cam. The road where the incident happened was under construction, and the surveillance cameras were down, so there's no footage of what happened. The person who killed Ku Ping did so during a robbery gone wrong. He originally just wanted to steal a little money, but after a confrontation with Ku Ping, he ended up stabbing and killing her." After hearing the report, Zhao Wu didn't think it was that simple. It was definitely more complicated than that. If the killer was after money, seeing her in uniform would have made them turn and run, but she was stabbed until she pulled out. If it was an accidental killing, would there really be so many stabs? No, this looks like premeditated murder. Suddenly, Zhao Wu's pupils contracted. Could this be related to Cheng Sanli, the person she was investigating in the case yesterday? Before she could think more, the coroner spoke up. It's strange. Even though team leader Ku Ping was stabbed multiple times, the fatal blow came from behind. The knife went straight into her heart, bypassing the heart's protected bones. The killer must be a professional. Another colleague continued with the analysis. From the scene of Ku Ping's murder and the evidence found in the trash bin, a bloody knife with Hu Meng's fingerprints on it. I know him. He's a regular at the station. He's been in prison before for robbery and illegal gun possession. Take a look at his police file. The nearby surveillance footage shows him at the scene, and he was even holding Ku Ping's bag. At that, a group of colleagues angrily rushed off to capture Hu Meng. But Zhao Wu couldn't understand. The murder weapon was found a kilometer away from the body, even though Hao Meng had appeared less than a kilometer from the scene. However, he didn't have a knife on him. What's more, his condition made it look like he had either drunk too much or used some kind of drugs. Ku Ping, after all, was in law enforcement. If Hao Meng could barely stand, how could he have killed Ku Ping? This meant there must be another killer at the scene. With that thought, Zhao Wu felt an intense urge to find the real murderer as soon as possible. By the evening, the team trying to capture Hao Meng was getting frustrated. We've searched all the places Hao Meng could be hiding, but we still haven't found him. Right now, he's probably either at the internet cafe where his girlfriend works or with his buddy, Jai Shanhe. If we don't find him in the next 24 hours, we'll be stuck. Zhao Wu looked at the photo of Ku Ping and asked, "Did you investigate Cheng Sanli last night?" One of his colleagues responded, clearly embarrassed, "Yes, we did, but we didn't find anything, so we left." At that point, I could tell Captain Ku Ping wasn't feeling well. She wanted to drive herself home, but I thought if I'd insisted on driving her, this wouldn't have happened. The colleague was filled with regret, but it was not the time for that. Zhao Wu stared at Ku Ping's photo, thinking to himself, "I won't let you die in vain. I will not only investigate this cold case to the very end, but I also have to catch the person who killed her. After that, I'll speak up and confirm. I've come up with a way to force Hao Meng out into the open. Who among you is willing to help me?" At this point, Zhao Wu directly ordered a group of thugs to interrogate the suspect's girlfriend. When the door was kicked open, the lead thug arrogantly said to Zhao Wu, "Boss Zhao," she confessed. Hao Meng called her this morning, admitting to what happened, saying he wanted to run away and asked a guy named Ji Shanhe for help. After hearing this, Zhao Wu only asked, "Did she confess?" The thug replied, "She did. She must confess. Her mouth is stubborn, and if we don't break her legs, she won't talk." The thugs understood. When you're acting, you have to go all the way. Even the police who were monitoring Hao Meng's girlfriend were under control. Without turning around, Zhao Wu said, "Don't worry, I'll quickly bring them all to light." The thugs behind him all shouted in unison, "Since the boss said so, we'll follow him to the end. No matter what it takes, we'll get it done. Leave the rest to us." When Zhao Wu got back to the car, a colleague who had been following him reported, "Hao Meng's girlfriend really did lie to us." After the incident, the two of them clearly had contact with each other. I heard that the person named Ji Shanhe has some influence both in the underworld and in society. He definitely has a lot of people working for him. We've interrogated him before, and he stubbornly insisted he had no connection to Hu Meng. Even now, after leaving today, he's sure to stay silent. So, what should we do? Zhao Wu only asked one question. Who among you is carrying a gun? Then the four of them, Zhao Wu and his team, stormed straight into the casino, stood still and said, "Police are here. Everyone cooperate." Jai Shanhe looked at the police barging in and arrogantly shouted, "I've ruled the underworld for years, and I've never left any trace for the police to catch me. Even your leaders have to show me some respect. What do you small-time cops think you can do?" Jai Shanhe relied on his many followers and completely ignored Zhao Wu and his team. But Zhao Wu wasn't bothered by that. He simply threw a punch. Jai Shanhe, he didn't expect this man to be so bold. Zhao Wu lifted his foot and got straight to the point. "Where is Hu Meng?" That's when Jai Shanhe's men finally reacted. "Are you crazy? You dare hit our boss?" Jai Shanhe screamed, "I told you already. Do you even know who you're messing with? Just wait, I'll deal with you later." Seeing his men getting ready to make a move, Zhao Wu signaled, and his colleagues immediately fired warning shots. Zhao Wu aggressively said, "We're here to arrest the murderer who killed the head of the criminal investigation team. Anyone who dares to interfere, I'll treat it as obstruction of justice and shoot you on the spot. If you're not afraid of getting hit, then come at me." As soon as those words were spoken, everyone hesitated and stopped moving forward. Zhao Wu then continued, "Jai Shanhe, you're a smart guy. Without orders from above, do you think a couple of small-time cops like us would dare come after you? Since you're being so difficult, you might as well live the rest of your life as a cripple." Jai Shanhe realized that Zhao Wu was about to step on him and quickly begged, "Officer, please listen to me. Believe me, I don't know where Hu Meng is, but I can help you find him." At those words, Zhao Wu's anger exploded. Even now, you're still trying to play games with me? Without a second thought, he kicked Jai Shanhe's leg, breaking it, and then lifted his foot, ready to crush the other one. It was at that moment that Jai Shan truly understood how serious the situation was. He shouted in panic, "Please no, he's at the Lu warehouse." While it was Wu had uncovered Hao Meng's hiding spot, the area was just too vast. His colleagues immediately notified the captain to call for backup. While Zhao Wu and the others were still figuring out how to locate Hu Meng's exact position, Hao Meng suddenly appeared from behind. The colleague immediately recognized him and shouted loudly, "Stop! Hao Meng!" Hu Meng, seeing this, didn't hesitate and immediately ran away. Zhao Wu and the others chased after him without stopping. At that moment, Hao Meng suddenly ran into a warehouse. Zhao Wu and the others reached the door and looked at each other confused. Wasn't this like catching fish in a net? Suddenly, a series of blinding lights flickered on. Zhao Wu was startled and wondered, is this another criminal hideout? Hao Meng immediately shouted, "Stop, they're the police." At Hao Meng's shout, everyone in the hideout rushed forward. Zhao Wu led the charge, crashing into the group and punching one of the criminals in the face. He quickly shouted, "You all go after Hu Meng first." Suddenly, a man from behind grabbed Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu threw him off with a violent push, but was caught off guard when another person struck him on the head with a club. Blood started pouring from his forehead. Zhao Wu angrily turned to face the attacker. As everyone worried, Zhao Wu grabbed the broken club. Its colleagues immediately sensed something was wrong. Without hesitation, Zhao Wu stabbed the club into the man who had hit him. The man let out a painful scream. Just as the attacker screamed in agony, another person rushed at Zhao Wu with a machete. Zhao Wu quickly pulled out the broken club and stabbed it straight into the man's stomach. The screams at the scene grew even louder. The remaining people, witnessing this, were so terrified that they froze and didn't dare move. Zhao Wu fully embraced the behavior he had in his past life. In this world, only those who were ruthless could stand firm. Wherever Zhao Wu went, everyone dropped their weapons. With that, Zhao Wu slowly stepped out the door, holding a cleaver in his hand. A little while later, Zhao Wu caught up with his colleague, who immediately informed him Hao Meng ran off in the other direction. There aren't any cars nearby, so he probably hasn't gone far. Zhao Wu suddenly spotted a motorcycle at the corner of the street. Without hesitation, he used a multi-tool lockpick to start the bike. Before the engine could even roar to life, he heard gunshots from nearby. Zhao Wu immediately rushed over and asked, "Are you all right?" "Where's Hao Meng?" Its colleague quickly responded. "Hao Meng is up ahead. He has a fake gun and shot me in the leg. Be careful, don't let him get away." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu immediately sped off in pursuit. By this time, Hao Meng was starting to tire. He glanced back and saw Zhao Wu closing in on him. Deciding to go all in, Hao Meng drew his fake gun, closed his eyes, and fired a shot. After opening his eyes, Zhao Wu saw that the person in the car was gone. Suddenly, the motorcycle began moving on its own, and with a swift tail whip, it knocked Hao Meng to the ground. Hao Meng lay on the ground, crying out in pain. At that moment, Zhao Wu, still wearing his invisibility suit, grabbed a can of gasoline and threw it directly at Hao Meng. Of course, Hao Meng couldn't see Zhao Wu. In his panic, he was knocked unconscious by the blow. Back at the police station, Zhao Wu grabbed the leg of a young woman and called out, "Dr. Wang, can you be a little gentler? I'm a living person, not a corpse." Dr. Wang replied seriously, "I can't do that. How else would I be able to stitch it up? But you should still go to the hospital for a full checkup. If there's anything else wrong, don't just brush it off." Zhao Wu answered, "I'm fine." But when he turned around, he noticed that the team leader was still staring at him. The team leader, seeing this, explained, "I have to keep an eye on you, just in case you cause any more trouble for me." Suddenly, several well-dressed men in uniform walked in, all of them raising their hands to salute Zhao Wu, showing their respect. On behalf of the entire Team B and team leader Ku Ping, I want to thank you for your brave arrest of the criminal. Honestly, I didn't like you before, but that's changed now. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to ask." Zhao Wu responded calmly, "Don't say that. She's also my friend." Just then, one of the men called out loudly, "The chief wants to see you." A while later in the chief's office, Zhao Wu shouted angrily, "Why was I suspended?" The director explained, "You're abusing your power, hiring people to attack the suspect's girlfriend, obstructing the detectives carrying out the law, and even breaking the legs of the casino owner. 12 people in the warehouse were seriously injured, 5 are in the hospital, and 1 is still in critical care. Do you think your actions make you look like a police officer?" Zhao Wu, confused, called out to the director, "There were over 40 of them, and we only had 3 people. Last night, they were trying to corner us and kill us. We were acting in self-defense." The director shouted angrily, "Stop making excuses. We're police officers. We have to think about the consequences before we act. We can't just do whatever we want." Zhao Wu, unwilling to accept the situation, said before Captain Ku was killed, she was investigating a case from 26 years ago. Her death is likely linked to that case. The only video we have from the scene shows Ho Meng leaving, but none of him arriving. He didn't have a weapon on him, and the weapon showed up in a trash can a mile away. This means he must have had accomplices. There's probably someone else behind Ho Meng. This person seems to know everything about Captain Ku's actions, and they can't be an ordinary person. They may even be from inside the police department. This case absolutely has to be investigated by me. The director called out to Zhao Wu again. You need evidence to solve a case. Do you understand? The indictment against you is already on its way. If it were for you catching Ho Meng, you'd already be locked up in the police station. I've already gotten an earful from my superiors. Not firing you already shows I'm being as merciful as I can. Hearing these words, Zhao Wu's temper flared up and he couldn't hold back anymore. He kicked the desk in front of the director and flipped the bird, saying, if you won't let me investigate, then I don't want to do this anymore. That night, Zhao Wu dreamt of Ku Ping sitting at the dinner table. Zhao Wu quickly asked, why are you here? Ku Ping casually responded, where else should I be? Who knows? Maybe you really wanted to have this meal with me. Zhao Wu was embarrassed. I'm sorry. If it weren't for me sending you to investigate Cheng Sanli in that case. Ku Ping interrupted, don't be so self-centered. How do you know it's because of that case? Zhao Wu said firmly, I will definitely catch the person who killed you. No matter how many people it takes, I will bring them all to light. Okay, then I believe you. At that moment, Zhao Wu was lying in bed, tears flowing uncontrollably. The next day, at Ku Ping's memorial service, her husband was holding your son and crying loudly. The boy kept calling out, Dad, Dad, why hasn't Mom woken up yet? Please wake her up to play with me. Seeing this scene, Zhao Wu felt a deep pain in his heart. No matter what it takes, I have to get back to the police team and investigate the case from 26 years ago. No matter what the truth is about her death, I will never give up. Suddenly, a phone rang. Zhao Wu picked up the phone. Zhao Wu, there's a car at 11 o'clock. I want to meet with you alone. Come here quickly. When Zhao Wu arrived at the car, it was actually Director Liu who stepped out. Director Liu didn't explain anything. He simply opened the back door. Zhao Wu took one glance and immediately recognized it was Captain Kim. Captain Kim, dressed in hospital clothes, shouted loudly, what are you standing there for, kid? Help me out of here and take me to pay respects to Ku Ping. Then Captain Kim asked, how did Ku Ping die? Just as Zhao Wu was about to answer, Captain Kim's slipper fell off. Without hesitation, Zhao Wu picked it up and put it back on for him. A moment later, Captain Kim just tossed the slipper away. Zhao Wu was now really irritated. Can you move your feet? You were just ordering me around like a servant. Captain Kim yelled, Zhao Wu, put it on for me quickly. Even though Zhao Wu was very frustrated, he obediently put the slipper back on. Seeing this, Captain Kim immediately hit Zhao Wu on the head with a flower. Hurry up and push me back. I want to go back to the car. Zhao Wu was completely confused, thinking to himself, is this old man mentally unstable? After a while, once Captain Kim had left, Director Liu took out a notebook and handed it to Zhao Wu. Mr. Kim said if he returns to the car on his own, this notebook will be cremated with him. But if you push him back, this notebook will be yours. Zhao Wu is so hard to understand. What's wrong with him? Director Liu, looking heavy-hearted, explained, he has bone cancer. He had to have both his legs amputated. He probably has no more than 4 months to live. He doesn't want to suffer anymore. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu felt a weight in his chest. Director Liu continued, this notebook records high-level national cases, all of which are cold cases that Mr. Kim personally worked on years ago. He no longer has the strength to investigate them. He believes you're the successor he's been looking for. He sees his younger self in you. So kid, how does it feel to carry this burden? Zhao Wu chuckled and said, you old foxes, trying to pull me along, forcing me to risk my life for you guys. Just as Director Liu reached for the notebook, Zhao Wu quickly snatched it away. I've always hated evil with a passion. I'm someone who wants to help justice win, so how can I let murderers roam free? But the last time you came to my office showing off, I thought something was off. But turns out you needed a favor. Too bad, I'm suspended by old Zhu now, so I can't do anything. Can you help me get my position back? Director Liu replied, where's the suspension notice? Without the paperwork, how can we even call it a suspension? Director Zhu just wanted to teach you a lesson. Do you have any idea how many bullets he took for you? If it weren't for him protecting you and keeping you around, you'd probably be handcuffed by now. That guy, Manhwa, keeps attacking you nonstop. Recently, he's been using every connection he has to get you thrown in jail. When Zhao Wu heard this, he was furious. Damn it! Let's see how I handle this reckless bastard today. Chief Liu was worried. This is a sensitive time. Don't act on impulse. Zhao Wu quickly waved his hand. Don't worry, I know my limits. He'll definitely back down. After I finish these two big tasks, I'll make sure to fulfill Mr. Kim's wishes. That evening, Zhao Wu went to a tea house to meet the owner. He asked, "Is this tea expensive? I want to buy a box to give to our chief. What do you think?" Guy Chunhua, though scared of the man in front of him, still had the confidence of being in his own territory. He replied arrogantly, well, Zhao, you got some guts. Coming here all by yourself." Zhao Wu, holding the tea box and pretending to be friendly, said, "Mr. Gu, I came today to make peace and turn our animosity into friendship. Let me treat you to a meal. What do you say?" Guy Chunhua didn't even care, speaking with no respect. "Now let me break your legs and you can kneel and apologize to me. Then maybe I'll consider it." Hearing this, Zhao Wu realized there was no point in talking anymore. Suddenly, Gyuvai Chunhua and his men began receiving calls being told that some of his workshops were being investigated by the police, but this blow didn't make Gyuvai Chunhua back down. On the contrary, Gyuvai Chunhua arrogantly shouted, "Zhao Wu, don't think that by doing this, I'm afraid of you. I've got money, and I'm not short of a few shabby factories like those." Hearing this, Zhao Wu sneered, stepped forward, and poked a finger at Gyuvai Chunhua's forehead. "I've already got your soul. It's best for you to behave, or you'll suffer the consequences." When Guy Chunhua heard this, he thought the guy had lost his mind. Zhao Wu just laughed and walked out. A little while later, at a dog meat restaurant, Guy Chunhua got a call from Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu said, "Mr. Guy sure is living it up, eating dog meat. Are you looking for someone to deal with me? You've got Matai liquor and Cuban cigars too. Two men and a woman, all dressed like VIPs. Ha." When Guy Chunhua heard this, he immediately realized something was off. Could this guy be spying on him? He looked around, but what he didn't know was that Zhao Wu was using hidden surveillance equipment to track him. Zhao Wu continued, "Don't bother looking, they're not there. They're on you. That guy in a plaid shirt is a judge, right? The girl with glasses looks familiar. She's Wen Zhuju from the prosecutor's office. And that guy with no beard is a lawyer." Guy Chunhua was now completely panicked. He quickly hung up the phone. He immediately ran to the bathroom, stripped off all his clothes to check if there were any surveillance devices. But to his surprise, Zhao Wu called, "Hey, boss guy, you don't have to be that careful. Looking for surveillance devices? Your skin's pretty pale, huh? There's even a mole next to your belly button." Furious, Dewey Chunhua hung up the phone. A little while later, he wearily dragged himself home. His wife, smiling, said, "You're back? It's so late, but you still managed to find your way home." Suddenly, a call came in on his wife's phone. When Guy Chunhua answered, Zhao Wu said, "So, you think hanging up the phone is going to fix everything? Your wife's quite a looker, huh? How about I live stream a little show of you two getting intimate for the whole world to see?" Hearing this, Guy Chunhua couldn't take it anymore and threw the phone across the room. The next day, Zhao Wu showed up at Chief Zhu's office with a smile, carrying tea from Guy Chunhua as an apology. "Chief Zhu, I misunderstood you before and broke your cup. Here's a replacement. Now, Guy Chunhua has dropped the lawsuit against me. So does that mean I can go back to work now?" Chief Zhu, at a loss for words, muttered, "This kid. Why does he always talk so boldly?" Zhao Wu, with his usual shamelessness, continued, "Zhao Wu here knows when I'm wrong and will make it right. I'm loyal and grateful. You've been good to me, and I'll never forget it. In the future, I'll be ready to risk my life for you." Director Zhu, clearly not in the mood to talk much, added, "The new captain of the Major Crimes Unit just arrived. You two should get to know each other." Zhao Wu turned around and saw Officer Ying Ji coming to report in. As soon as Zhao Wu saw her, he felt uneasy. It was like they were meeting each other with the regret of not having known each other sooner. Zhao Wu forced a calm greeting, and Captain Biao responded with the bare minimum. As they walked down the hallway, Zhao Wu stared at Captain Biao's back, his mind racing. He couldn't help but wonder, did I cause some trouble, and now she's been sent here because of it? Or maybe she's been reassigned because of me? The moment the topic of the earlier forced kiss came up, Captain Biao's face turned dark with anger, and she immediately launched a kick. Zhao Wu reacted quickly and dodged, but the force of the kick was so strong that it shook the walls, startling some colleagues in the office next door. They thought there had been an earthquake and rushed out to check. To their surprise, the wall Captain Biao had kicked was actually smoking. Zhao Wu, sweat pouring down his face, quickly said, "This is our new captain. Everyone, please say hi." A little later, Zhao Wu went to the second precinct, preparing to interrogate Hou Meng. As soon as he walked in, a staff member asked, "Are you with the second precinct? Hou Meng is being questioned by your colleagues right now." Zhao Wu picked up the list, glanced at it, and sure enough, it was her. "Looks like we're on the same page again," he thought. Then Captain Miao stepped out of the interrogation room. Zhao Wu called out to her, "Didn't have lunch yet? Let's go grab something to eat together." Captain Miao thought Zhao Wu was following her, and without hesitation, turned and walked away. Zhao Wu immediately blocked her path. I bet you couldn't get anything useful from the interrogation. I know people like him best, and someone with his kind of addiction couldn't possibly have killed anyone from the major crimes team. Captain Miao didn't understand what he was getting at. Zhao Wu asked her to remember the time she had interrogated Liu Bangfi before. Thinking it over, Captain Miao realized that it had been Zhao Wu's help that made that interrogation successful. Zhao Wu saw her go quiet and knew his plan had worked, so he said, "Looks like our second round of teamwork is starting." When they both entered the interrogation room, Hao Meng was clearly annoyed, asking if they were done yet. "I've already told you everything. What more do you want from me? And that old woman over there made you bleed." Hearing this, Captain Miao was furious and stepped forward. "I think your wound is healed by now." She was about to throw a punch. Zhao Wu immediately pulled her back. In the struggle, Zhao Wu kindly reminded Hao Meng to shut up. But to his surprise, Hao Meng shot back. "Zhao Wu isn't some good guy either. Last time, he broke my leg." Seeing how disrespectful he was, Zhao Wu let go of Captain Miao and greeted Hao Meng. Of course, it's just another round of Captain Miao's punching bag treatment. When the anguished cries finally stopped, Hao Meng finally settled down. Zhao Wu began to move forward with his work. "I hope you speak clearly. If he didn't kill anyone, we'll help you," Zhao Wu said. Hao Meng started recounting everything. "That night, I did take the drugs, but I don't remember anything. I don't even know if I killed anyone." Zhao Wu reminded him, "When I first caught you, did you only see the car and not me? That's because I hypnotized you, which is why you acted that way." Upon hearing this, Hao Meng felt that this person might be able to help him. Seeing his reaction, Zhao Wu took out a lie detector. "Just answer yes or no," he instructed. After a few questions, Zhao Wu confirmed that Hao Meng had not killed anyone. It seemed he wasn't even an accomplice. He had just been used by someone. Furthermore, he hadn't gone to the scene alone, and even if he hadn't known what was happening, Zhao Wu could still figure out the truth. Then Zhao Wu started asking about the case, but the system warned him not to ask anything unrelated to the case. Seeing this, Zhao Wu could only make educated guesses. He then continued to ask about the number of people involved in plotting against Ku Ping. When Zhao Wu asked, "Are there more than 10 people who want to harm Ku Ping?" the lie detector turned green again. Zhao Wu was stunned. How could so many people want to harm her? What had Ku Ping done? He turned to Captain Miao and said, "I already know the answer." Seeing Zhao Wu turn and leave, Captain Miao quickly followed. What had he found out? Zhao Wu confirmed, "My goal and hers are different. And the reason she came to this second precinct isn't as simple as it seems, right? I think we should cut down on the tricks between us. Now, can you finally tell me the truth?" Yingji let out a sigh and then seriously stated, "When I told you, you were already deeply involved with me. The outcome might be the same as Ku Ping's. Before coming to this precinct, Ku Ping had investigated a very dangerous case, and this death is connected to it. I was sent here to investigate secretly. Now that you know, it's too late to regret. If you're looking for someone to blame, you can blame yourself for being too smart. But it's fine. With your help, we can catch the spy together." Hearing this, Zhao Wu teased, "Such a dangerous situation, there's no way you do it without some benefit, right?" Yingji knew exactly what he meant and smiled, saying, "If you help me complete this mission, I might consider going on one date with you." Zhao Wu felt uneasy. After all this risk, she was only offering one date. Before he could say anything, he suddenly felt something bulging on his head. A little while later, Zhao Wu arrived at the house of some workers to investigate the case of Cheng Sanli. Cheng Sanli had once been a powerful business owner who monopolized the building materials market. Later on, the market collapsed, his factory went bankrupt, and debts piled up. His wife, overwhelmed by the debt collectors, hanged herself. His eldest daughter was killed in a car accident, and his youngest son, Cheng Guangming, ended up in prison for causing harm to others. After hearing this, Zhao Wu whispered to himself, "This really matches what that inmate said." Suddenly, the phone rang and Yingji appeared as well. Zhao Wu looked at her, puzzled, as she handed him a cute pig-shaped watch. The watch had a GPS system, could only make calls, and was designed so that no one could eavesdrop on it. "Now, you and I are connected, tightly bound together." "It's for your safety," Yingji said. She then asked, "Are you still investigating Cheng Sanli's case? Didn't your people already give up on it? They said he was so rich back then, there's no way he could have been involved in that kidnapping." But Zhao Wu still trusted his instincts. The death of Ku Ping is definitely connected to Cheng Sanli's case. It's not just a coincidence, and I believe that once I understand his relationships better, I'll be able to uncover something, Zhao Wu said. Seeing Zhao Wu's determination, Yingji had no choice but to offer to team up with him, agreeing to investigate Cheng Sanli's case together. After hearing this, Zhao Wu was very happy. She was still the most reliable person. "Driver, take me there quickly." A few hours later, Zhao Wu overheard a conversation between Yingji and her mother, and she was startled. How important was Yingji's mother? Anyone who laid a hand on her would be immediately transferred. She was definitely someone you couldn't mess with. So the last time I forcefully kissed her, wasn't that even more dangerous? Then Zhao Wu heard the sound of water, so he guessed she was probably taking a shower. He felt a pang of regret. Why didn't I set up a camera? It was driving him crazy. Zhao Wu fell asleep, and in his dream, he saw Yingji just finishing her shower. Zhao Wu, wearing an invisible cloak, went up to her and pushed her down. The next moment, he tried to undress her, but for some reason, the clothes wouldn't come off. At that moment, Zhao Wu woke up, realizing that even in his dreams, he couldn't get any satisfaction. A while later, the two of them arrived at the suspect Han Wen-jun's house to inquire about the situation. From the looks of it, Han Wen-jun was indeed very wealthy. He had previously worked with Cheng Sanli and had even been the leader of the survey team, familiar with explosive techniques. Also, the kidnapping case from years ago definitely involved someone with expertise in explosives who had buried the hostage inside. Yingji was really curious. There was clearly no record of Han Wen-jun in the police files. How did he manage to track him down? Zhao Wu immediately explained, I believe the hostage died in Cheng Sanli's mine, which means the killer was probably someone who had worked for him before. I started from Cheng Sanli's connections, one person at a time, and eventually I traced it back to Han Wen-jun. Yingji reminded him, if you're investigating, don't forget about one person, his youngest son, Cheng Guangming. He was the closest to him. When Zhao Wu heard closest, his mind wandered back to a morning daydream and he moved closer to Yingji, saying, I dreamed about you last night. Yingji, confused, asked, what was I doing in your dream? Zhao Wu smirked and confirmed, I dreamt you were taking a shower. Yingji, raising an eyebrow, asked, and besides the shower, was there anything else you dreamed about? As she spoke, she pinched Zhao Wu's stomach. Zhao Wu ran off, confirming quickly, I only dreamed about you taking a shower. The scene shifted to the interrogation room. The person in front of them was Cheng Guangming, who had been sent to prison for stabbing Xia Gang multiple times, resulting in a 10-year sentence. The thing about Xia Gang was that he was the mastermind behind the destruction of Cheng Guangming's family, causing it to fall apart. He had been a rising star, suddenly gaining a lot of business ventures in a short time, competing with our family. He'd rather take a loss than let our family live in peace. In the end, he forced my father into bankruptcy and regularly sent creditors to harass and beat us. My sister was severely harmed by people they hired, and later, this so-called car accident was clearly premeditated. After that, my father fell gravely ill, and my mother passed away under heartbreaking circumstances. I was completely devastated. Seeing my entire family gone, I reached a breaking point. I felt that unless I confronted him once and for all, I would never find peace. At that time, the anger consumed me. After hearing Cheng Guangming's heartbreaking story, Zhao Wu asked, did Xia Gang suddenly come into wealth? Cheng Guangming thought back carefully. It seemed to be around 1995 when he suddenly rose to success and started opposing our family. From what we've gathered, Xia Gang's turning point came 5 years after the kidnapping case. There's a possibility he used the ransom money to start his business. Some even believe he might have profited from questionable financial dealings. Suddenly, Chang Jingfeng discovered an old photo. In it, it was clear that Xia Gang, Han Wen-jun, and Cao Yang were once teammates. Now, Xia Gang and Han Wen-jun had thriving careers, but Cao Yang had passed away after struggling with mental health issues. A signature on a related document bore the name Cao Can, who turned out to be the mother of a child involved in the kidnapping case. Interestingly, Cao Yang had also once been involved in the local medicinal herb trade, the very place where the ransom exchange had reportedly taken place. All the clues were connected. Cao Yang was familiar with the terrain and could evade the police pursuit, while Han Wen-jun was skilled in demolition techniques, and he was the one who killed the hostages in the cave by setting off explosions. Xia Gang, a former local police officer, knew the police's methods and could easily handle any issues with surveillance equipment. But what left everyone puzzled was why Cao Yang would kidnap his own nephew and even kill him. It's very likely that this was the reason he lost his sanity. Yingji immediately gave orders to send people to investigate Cao Yang's situation in the psychiatric hospital, check on Cao Can, and uncover the relationship between the three of them and Cheng Sanli. Then the captain secretly invited Zhao Wu outside. Zhao Wu thought Captain Biao wanted to go on a date with him, but Captain Biao raised her fist and was about to punch him, saying she wanted to have a serious conversation while he just kept joking around. Zhao Wu, still not giving up, said, "It hurts when you hit me. How about we meet up one evening and talk it through? I'll even let you hit me in a soft spot." Captain Biao pinched him on the backside, laughing, and replied, "Fine, tonight it is." Who would have thought that among the kidnappers involved in the child abduction case, one of them would be the child's own uncle? How could he go so far as to hurt the child and eventually kill him? This question kept bothering Captain Miao and Zhao Wu, who still couldn't figure it out. Even though they were the real kidnappers, they still didn't have any evidence to arrest them. Zhao Wu, who had just been pinched on the butt, continued to grumble beside him. Captain Miao noticed and, without hesitation, hit Zhao Wu on the butt with her fan again. Zhao Wu immediately gave in. Right, that's true. It's all just our speculation, there's no solid proof. Plus, now they're all doing well in business. They'll definitely hire the best lawyers to defend themselves. From time to time, Captain Miao would strike him again. It was clear that they needed to come up with a more proactive strategy. Zhao Wu gave her a side eye and asked, "Got any bright ideas?" Captain Miao smirked and said, "It seems like they all have grandsons and sons. Maybe we should target them. Or you better come up with something fast." Zhao Wu looked at the woman in front of him, feeling uneasy. Why does she keep thinking of these mobster-style methods? But then again, he had to admit, there was something to what she said. Why did Cao Yang kidnap his own grandson in the first place? If the three of them had just planned to steal a car, they definitely didn't expect his grandson to be inside. When Cao Yang saw his grandson, he was probably shocked. After realizing the car belonged to a rich family, the two others decided to steal both the car and the kid. To cover their tracks, they had no choice but to kill him. Cao Yang must have argued with the other two. After the murder, the pain of killing his own grandson drove him to a mental hospital. Two other guys were using the ransom money to grow their business. After a while, Captain Miao grabbed Zhao Wu's ear, waking him up. "What's going on?" Zhao Wu yelled. Who wouldn't be cranky right after waking up, especially someone as hot-tempered as Zhao Wu? Captain Miao snapped. "The team's been working overtime all night, and you're the only one passed out like a log." Zhao Wu thought to himself, this guy can just move his mouth and get people to do whatever he wants. Can't mess with him, can't mess with him. He started back down. The colleagues who saw this thought, wow, they really are a perfect match. They complement each other well. Later in the afternoon, Zhao Wu went to Tao Jia and Zhang Ji's engagement party. He saw his ex-girlfriend there, but he didn't feel anything anymore. After all, the Tao Jia in this life wasn't the same Tao Jia he had known. When Tao Jia saw Zhao Wu, she was genuinely happy to see him and even suggested he be the godfather of her son. The two chatted and laughed when suddenly a voice came from behind. They turned around and it was Xia Gang. Zhao Wu immediately felt a jolt in his heart, but then laughed and said, "Just thinking about it, and here he is." Then a middle-aged man stepped forward and said, "I don't have much time." He quickly added, "I'm interested in your wife. Name your price." At that moment, his useless son came running up and called out, "Dad, I'll handle my own matters." "Can you handle it yourself? By the time you're done, the person you like might have already moved on to someone else." At this moment, Zhao Wu finally understood. It turned out that his son had feelings for Tao Jia and currently considered himself her fiancé. "Well then, let's see how I perform," Zhao Wu said confidently, stepping forward. "I'm not greedy, just 8 million yuan. Tao Jia, irritated, pinched Zhao Wu's arm. "Stop making a scene. Are you seriously trying to sell me?" On the other side, the rich uncle smirked, pleased with himself. "See, this is how people are. For 8 million yuan, you can sell your woman." He said this while pulling out a check. What he didn't realize was that this was exactly the plan Zhao Wu had to expose his true intentions. Zhao Wu stepped forward and loudly declared, "The chairman of 2G Corporation is actually engaging in something as immoral as selling women. Aren't you ashamed?" Xia Gang calmly replied, "Watch your words, kid. It's easy to shut you up like crushing a bug. I suggest you take the money and leave before you get yourself into more trouble." Zhao Wu confidently introduced himself. "I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Officer Zhao Wu from the 2nd Division. Recently, I've been in charge of investigating a kidnapping case from 26 years ago. I can't accept this money. If I take dirty money, how can I continue investigating Cheng Sanli, Han Wenjun, and Su Yang?" Xia Gang's face immediately changed. "You little brat, just wait," he said as he turned around and walked away. Zhao Wu's hand, holding the invisible listening device, froze in midair. Before he could attach it to the target, a woman suddenly rushed up and hugged him. "Who's this handsome guy?" "Tao Jia, why didn't you introduce me?" The moment he heard the noise, Zhao Wu felt a heavy force pushing down on him. He stared at the woman in front of him with her full chest, and instead of feeling pleased, he cursed inwardly. The listening device was still floating in the air. He had no choice but to attach it to this random woman. Luckily, he had already attached a camera to Xia Gang earlier. If he couldn't hear the sounds, at least he could still see the images. The woman calmed down a bit, picked up the phone that had been knocked over, and looking apologetic, handed it to Xia Gang's son. "Wait, the image on this phone." Zhao Wu grabbed the phone. "Hey, what are you doing with my phone?" Zhao Wu pointed at the woman on the screen and asked, "Who is this? What's going on?" "That's my mom." Zhao Wu stared in disbelief at the phone. The woman looked exactly like the reconstructed image of Liang Su at 33 years old, which the police had previously collected. Eve the Mole was in the same spot, so he kept asking, "Then where is she? Where is she now? When I was 1 year old, she passed away from illness. Why are you asking about this?" Zhao Wu furrowed his brows, still not understanding what Liang Su had to do with his mother. Inside the office building of the company, Xia Gang expertly entered the office's security code. Zhao Wu observed every move of his. He casually noted down the passcode, then saw Xia Gang making a series of phone calls. Zhao Wu, anxious, couldn't hear what he was saying, but saw him throw a cup to the ground. The man's body shook uncontrollably as he searched through the desk drawer, clearly looking for something. What is he doing? Zhao Wu thought, his heart racing. Is he trying to commit suicide, or is he planning to kill someone? Then Xia Gang hid the gun behind his back, slowly revealing a hidden room behind a bookshelf and stepping inside. Moments later, a woman with long hair appeared on the bed, bathed in light. Zhao Wu became excited. He couldn't believe Xia Gang was hiding a beautiful woman in his office. But as soon as Zhao Wu got a clear view of her face, a cold shiver ran from his feet up to the top of his head. The woman was Liang Su, the one who had been missing for 26 years. This bastard had been hiding her here. Was he planning to kill her? Late at night, Zhao Wu drove quickly down the road, watching the images of Xia Gang and Liang Su on the surveillance screen. His heart burned with anxiety. Right now, there was no evidence in the case. They couldn't do anything to Xia Gang. Liang Su was the only surviving hostage from that time. She was the only piece of evidence left. If Xia Gang kills him and disposes of the body, it would be a huge problem. Just now, he overheard someone on the phone, but who was it? Who made him suddenly develop such murderous intent? Zhao Wu started to think and eventually zeroed in on Han Wen-jun. It was someone from Han Wen-jun's family who told him that the police had arrived, but there was no evidence pointing to Liang Su. The police team couldn't send anyone to help. He was on his own. Frowning, Zhao Wu, in a moment of urgency, noticed the watch on his wrist. He remembered Ying Ji once saying that it could track his location, and that gave him an idea. Ying Ji was still working overtime at the department. His phone rang. The moment he picked up, he heard Zhao Wu's frantic voice. "Captain Biao, hurry. I found Liang Su. Come here right away." Before she could respond, there was the sound of a struggle in the background. "Damn it, who are you?" "Damn, let go of each other." After that, everything went silent. On the other end of the line, Ying Ji called out to Zhao Wu, worried but got no answer. Little did she know this was all part of a scene Zhao Wu had staged. He put on his camouflage gear and headed straight for the building. In his heart, he prayed that Ying Ji could find someone to help him. Outside the building where Xia Gang was, 2 guards stood watch. Suddenly, the automatic door opened and the 2 guards were so startled they broke out in cold sweat, thinking it was a ghost. Once Zhao Wu made it inside, he realized there were more guards in front of the office door. The invisibility suit only worked for 5 minutes, and if he didn't act fast, it would be too late. The only option left was to use force. Zhao Wu gathered all his strength and punched one of the guards. The other guard did react in time, completely clueless about what was happening. As his partner fell to the ground, he too was hit with a heavy blow. After taking care of the 2 guards, Zhao Wu quickly typed in the door's lock code from memory. The door opened and the invisibility suit lost its effect. He didn't have time to worry about that anymore and quickly stepped inside. At this moment, Liang Su had already finished her shower and stepped out, expecting to be met with affection. But to her surprise, she was greeted with a hot metal coin. Just as Xia Gang was about to take action, Zhao Wu rushed over and kicked him. "Trying to kill someone to cover up your tracks? You're done," he said, quickly subduing Xia Gang. Then a loud explosion rang out, and Zhao Wu's shoulder suddenly erupted in blood. As he fell to the ground, he turned his head and saw Liang Su, wrapped in a towel, holding Xia Gang's gun, her face blank, pointing it at him. Zhao Wu, completely confused, asked, "I came to save you. Have you been brainwashed by Xia Gang?" Liang Su still held the gun aimed at Zhao Wu, frozen in place. Xia Gang, now up from the floor, yelled at her with wide eyes, "Shoot him! Kill him!" Terrified, Liang Su trembled. Xia Gang jumped up from the ground and snatched the gun from her hands. At that moment, he didn't want to kill Zhao Wu anymore. His target was the only witness, Liang Su. If Liang Su died, there would be no one left to testify. Zhao Wu couldn't wait another second. He quickly stood up and kicked Xia Gang. Fortunately, the gunshot had only hit the ceiling. Liang Su had been knocked to the ground, and Xia Gang, realizing the situation was getting out of control, immediately turned and ran. Zhao Wu, fearing for Liang Susu's safety, turned back and asked, "Are you okay?" He quickly helped her up, relieved to see signs of life, which meant it probably wasn't anything serious. Then he took off his jacket and draped it over her. Because her pajamas were too thin, he stood up and rushed after the direction Xia Gang had run. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. Xia Gang was thrown several meters back, landing flat on his back. Zhao Wu stood frozen in shock, staring at the door. The person who arrived was none other than his trusted partner, Ying Ji. In that moment, Zhao Wu felt a rush of confidence. He was about to wave in greeting when Ying Ji charged forward. Zhao Wu barely had time to react before he was knocked down by Ying Ji. Before he could even process the shot, he heard the sound of gunfire. Zhao Wu had been pinned to the ground by Ying Ji, and before he could feel any relief, Xia Gang's bodyguards stormed in. Zhao Wu turned around, pushing Ying Ji down beneath him. He leaned in close to her ear and softly whispered, "Stay still, don't move." Then he quickly turned his head to grab the concealed bulletproof vest before heading out. The gunman fired wildly at Zhao Wu, but he wasn't hurt. "Damn, what's going on?" "The bullets hit, but he's not even reacting," one of them said in disbelief. While they were still stunned, Zhao Wu reached the front, grabbed two heads and smashed them together. Ying Ji quickly got up, grabbed Zhao Wu by the collar and shouted, "Are you out of your mind? Why'd you charge in like that? Are you hurt anywhere?" Zhao Wu smirked casually and replied, "Almost died. Lucky you got here so fast." Before he could even gloat for 3 seconds, Ying Ji punched him in the head. "Stop talking nonsense." What's really going on here? Liang Susu is inside and Xia Gang has kept her locked away in a secret room for 26 years. But how did she get here? Did she come alone? Ying Ji explained that since there was no search warrant, she had to act on her own for now and the others would arrive later. As she spoke, she took off her jacket and used it to bandage Zhao Wu's wounds. With her jacket off, Ying Ji was left in just a small tank top, and Zhao Wu couldn't help but notice the way her chest moved, his heart skipping a beat. "You're really worried about me," he teased. Ying Ji wasn't in the mood to deal with him. "In a situation like this, you're still talking so smoothly. I give up on you." After finishing the bandaging, Ying Ji asked about the Xia Gang. Zhao Wu had been too busy flirting with the beauty to remember that Xia Gang had run away. He quickly snapped back to reality and turned to chase after him. He reminded Ying Ji to watch over Liang Susu, but as soon as he ran out the door, he had to stop because the entrance was blocked. Xia Gang's people were already there. That bastard Xia Gang had called every security guard in the building. There were so many of them, all trained professionals. With just the two of us, it would be nearly impossible to break through. Zhao Wu exchanged a glance with Ying Ji, considering their next move, when suddenly an idea struck him. As the guards rushed toward them, the surroundings suddenly plunged into darkness. The security guards were thrown into a panic, completely confused about what was happening. At that moment, the system's voice echoed, electric shielding mode activated, night vision mode activated. Zhao Wu sneered, "It's time for me to show off." He then swiftly struck one of the guards in the neck. When it came to fighting, Zhao Wu was definitely a master. He swung his wooden club relentlessly, and soon, the area was filled with the sounds of painful cries. Many of the guards, still clueless about what was happening, were knocked down before they even knew it. One of them tried to hide in the corner and called for backup. Suddenly, a hand slapped his shoulder. When he turned around, he received a knockout punch and collapsed on the spot. Just like that, Zhao Wu quickly took down all the guards. Ying Ji stood in the darkness, stunned, wondering why there hadn't been a single sound. Zhao Wu had already activated the surveillance equipment, keeping an eye on Xia Gang's movements. On the screen, Xia Gang was in the lobby with a group of security guards. Zhao Wu was taken aback. There were still more of them. If they charged, we wouldn't stand a chance. With my injuries, continuing to fight wouldn't be a wise choice. Anna walked over to Ying Ji and patted her on the shoulder. Even though Ying Ji couldn't see anything in the dark, her reaction was incredibly fast. She threw a punch that almost hit Zhao Wu. "It's me," Zhao Wu said. Hearing Zhao Wu's voice, she finally felt relieved. Zhao Wu then led her into the secret room. Ying Ji was shocked when she saw the woman lying on the floor. Is this really Liang Susu? She looks exactly like the reconstruction file the team made. She's still alive. Zhao Wu closed the door to the secret room. If Xia Gang escapes this time, it will be very hard to catch him. I'm going after him. You stay here to protect Liang Susu and wait for backup. This secret room doesn't have a code. No one can get in. Be careful. Ying Ji grabbed Zhao Wu, shaking her head. You're injured. There are so many people outside. Going out there is like asking for death. If anyone should go, it should be me. Zhao Wu firmly shook his head. Listen to me. I have to go. No matter what happens, you can open this door. Even if I don't catch Xia Gang, you must protect Liang Susu, the only witness. Yingji was moved by Zhao Wu's selfless spirit. He continued, "She's the only one who can prove that Xia Gang is the ruthless murderer. I'm going out now, and it's 9 parts death, 1 part survival. I have no regrets, but I need to tell you something. I really like you." His sudden confession left Yingji with a complicated expression. Zhao Wu sighed, looking deep and serious. "Before I go, please give me a reward." Before Yingji could react, Zhao Wu kissed her. Yingji froze, unable to bring herself to push him away. Seeing that she didn't resist, he kissed her harder, not pulling away until much later. Then he turned and walked into the darkness. Yingji stood there, watching his back to say a word. But she didn't expect that. As soon as she stepped out the door, Zhao Wu revealed his true colors, smiling as he activated his invisibility suit. There's still a long way to go in this life. How could I be stupid enough to just walk to my death? Before jumping into the fight, Zhao Wu had kissed his female colleague, and immediately, it was like he'd been injected with adrenaline. Without hesitation, he rushed outside. The invisibility suit lost its effect shortly after, and the support team had arrived. He quickly informed everyone. Yingji is in the secret room in Xia Gang's office. There are dozens of bodyguards surrounding the place. We need to rescue her now. She's with the only witness, Liu Nian. His colleagues were stunned, jaws dropping. Liu Nian, the person from all those years ago, is still alive. Zhao Wu didn't have time to explain. He called 2 people to follow him, then drove at high speed down the road. Jiang Jingfeng, while driving, turned his head and asked, "Zhao, you told us to go catch Xia Gang, but the direction we're heading doesn't seem to match where the team's chasing him. Also, isn't your shoulder still bleeding?" Before he could finish the question, Zhao Wu interrupted. "Did everyone unbuckle their seatbelts?" Once he confirmed everyone was secure, Zhao Wu suddenly grabbed the steering wheel and swerved sharply to the right. The car crashed through a barrier, flew down a slope, and collided with an oncoming taxi. Both cars were going incredibly fast, and after the impact, they were forced to stop by the roadside. The 2 people sitting in the car stared blankly, cursing Dan what just happened. Zhao Wu didn't respond. He simply kicked open the car door and walked towards the taxi. Inside, the driver, wearing a baseball cap, was stunned. As soon as he saw Zhao Wu approach, he immediately pointed a gun at him. A burst of bullets hit Zhao Wu's bulletproof vest. Zhao Wu grabbed the man's wrist, yanked him out of the car, and threw him over his shoulder with a sharp crack of dislocated bones. The driver could only scream in pain. When his colleagues recognized the driver, they were shocked. "Isn't that Xia Gang?" Zhao Wu, pleased with himself, took out a pair of handcuffs and said, "Good thing I'm smart," and put a tracking device on him. That way, he couldn't escape again. Zhao Wu held him tightly and continued, "Quick, take a picture for me." Jiang Jingfeng, a bit confused, asked, "You knew Xia Gang was headed this way. Why didn't you report it?" Zhao Wu replied, "If I reported it, would the reward still be ours? When we see the boss later, we'll just tell him we were taking me to the hospital, and we happened to run into him along the way and caught him." The 2 of them didn't expect that Zhao Wu had thought of them, even in this situation. They were so moved, they nearly cried. Back at the police station, a subordinate approached and said, "Officer Zhao, the city department just got the DNA results. The person being held is definitely Liu Nian, but she's been locked up for so long that she's having trouble communicating with people. It could take a long time to get information from her, especially if we try to get her to talk about the case." Another colleague reported, "The arrest of Han Wen-jun went smoothly, but he lied to the police, claiming he has asthma. He secretly took poison, which is extremely toxic, and is currently in critical condition at the hospital. He won't be able to give any statements about what happened back then. The most troublesome thing right now is still Xia Gang. He hired our most famous lawyer Feng to try and get him released on bail. This old fox claimed during the interrogation that he was severely injured and couldn't remember anything. The team leader and the others took turns questioning him, but it led to no results. They couldn't get anything out of him." Zhao Wu thought for a moment, and it seemed like he had a plan in mind. "Don't rush. Could you help me find Xia Jun's medical records?" Just outside the interrogation room, Yingji walked out looking tired. Zhao Wu noticed her and went over to her. "Here, have some water. What a coincidence you were here too." Yingji frowned as she talked about the interrogation. "That Xia Gang won't talk, not even if he dies," she started to say, but her words were cut off by a kiss. "Zhao Wu, you're kissing your female colleague again." Yingji was a martial arts expert. When it came to romance, she was a little clueless. Her small face instantly turned bright red. "What are you doing?" Zhao Wu moved in closer like a thug, the situation feeling 9 parts dangerous and 1 part playful. "Don't I deserve a little reward?" Yingji nervously brushed her hair, feeling a bit embarrassed. "I almost forgot. Do you think this reward is enough?" she said, pushing Zhao Wu down. In that moment, Zhao Wu could only groan in pain. Then, he suddenly turned his head and gave her a devilish smile. Still not enough. How about acting out one more scene with me? Back in the interrogation room, Zhao Wu crossed his legs and sat in front of Xia Gang, ready to deliver some news. Good news, your partner, Han Wenjun, has committed suicide. This statement immediately caught Xia Gang's attention. Ying Ji, standing behind him, was a bit surprised and worried. What is Zhao Wu trying to do? Telling him this will only make him more confident, won't it? Zhao Wu didn't seem to care, but Han Wenjun hadn't thought about what would happen to his son and grandson if he were to die. The girl behind me is the toughest in our team. Just hearing this, she's already grinding her teeth, barely holding back her anger. Has he been living too comfortably lately? Is he asking for a beating? She's already come up with a way to get him to confess everything. Does he want to know? Ying Ji was confused. When did I come up with that idea? Zhao Wu turned around and continued his act. Don't worry, your plan will definitely work. You go ahead and leave the rest to me. Then he walked up to Ying Ji and said loudly, leave the rest to me. You go outside. Ying Ji felt a bit puzzled, unsure of what Zhao Wu was up to, but she still followed his instructions obediently. Zhao Wu then approached Xia Gang and took out a photo. Do you recognize her? Liang Shuhan, the girl he had kidnapped and killed. Xia Gang remained silent. Zhao Wu continued. Even if you don't remember, her father is Liang Wanxian. You definitely recognize him. His financial power is on par with yours. You two have even collaborated in business before. You've killed so many people's children. Logically, the Xia Gang should feel guilty. He should be worried that his son, Xia Jia would seek revenge. But strangely, Xia Jia had very few bodyguards around him. We've checked your son's medical records. Since he was 16, he's been regularly visiting a Chinese medicine doctor, not for dental work, but to change the tracking device in his tooth. This means that even if Xia Jia is kidnapped, you will always know where he is. Look here, this is the location of the tracking device we got from the dentist. With just a flick of my finger, your son's location will be sent to your enemy Lian Wan Xian's phone. His only daughter was killed because of you. This is the price you have to pay for that. At this point, Xia Gang couldn't keep his composure any longer. He roared like an enraged bull. You're about to kill someone, you dog. Zhao Wu spat in his face. You, a filthy dog, dare talk to me about killing people? 5 lives, including Liang Su-so. How many families have you destroyed? Don't talk about Liang Wan Xian. The families of the other victims wish your son were buried with them. If your son dies, it's your fault. As he spoke, he was about to press the button, but Xia Gang couldn't take it anymore. He immediately dropped his knees and screamed, Please, no. Officer, I'll tell you everything, just don't press it. My son is innocent. Please spare him. Ying Ji was in the office going over some documents. Just as she was about to take a sip of water, her cup was snatched away. She looked up and saw Zhao Wu. Did you get anything out of him? She asked. Zhao Wu smugly sprawled across her desk. So how are you planning to thank me? Ying Ji teasingly lifted Zhao Wu's chin. Talk if you're going to talk. If not, get lost. That flirtatious move made Zhao Wu feel a rush of excitement. He raised his hand and gently brushed Ying Ji's nose. I like seeing you like this, soft and sweet. Now you're going to act all serious again. Ying Ji wasn't going to let that slide. She stepped forward, wrapped her arms around Zhao Wu's neck, and threatened. I'll give you 1 second. Say your last words if you have any. Zhao Wu knew better than to push it. He wisely stopped there. Pulling out a voice recorder, he grinned. Don't you want to hear how he confessed? Besides me, you're the only one who knows all of this. With something this important, shouldn't we find a quieter place to talk? The girl seemed to see right through him. Really? You just want to lie down and listen slowly, don't you? Or are you planning to start taking off your clothes too? Zhao Wu blushed and nodded sheepishly. Suddenly, there was a loud noise followed by the sound of punches and kicks. Zhao Wu finally sat quietly to one side. Can we maybe take it easy next time we talk things out? He muttered. Ying Ji signaled them to be quiet, then raised the recorder to her ear and listened intently. 27 years ago, just a month after Xia Gang's son was born, his wife was diagnosed with a terminal illness. In a small, run-down house, Xia Gang prepared a simple meal with stir-fried chives. His old comrades, Han Wenjun and Su Yang, raised their glasses and drank with him. They suggested pooling some money together so his wife could get checked at a better hospital. But Xia Gang had already thought about all of that. The only real option was treatment overseas. Just the surgery alone would cost 400,000 yuan. Even if all 3 of them sold everything they owned, it still wouldn't be enough. Han Wenjun lifted his glass and said, Gang, I have a business opportunity that can make money quickly. I don't know if you'd be willing to do it, but if we succeed, not only can we pay for the surgery, but we'll have some left over. Xia Gang, feeling like he had just found a lifeline, quickly nodded and replied, I'll do it. As long as it can save her, I'll do anything. Han Wen-jun continued, "Do you guys know Cheng Sanli?" Cheng Sanli was a well-known wealthy man back in the day. He had the contract for all the silver mines on this mountain. At the time, there were many hard-to-dig tunnels in the mine that required special equipment to access. Cheng Sanli had made enough money, and it was becoming too much of a hassle, so he decided to sell off the rights to those difficult tunnels. Han Wen-jun was a member of the survey team, so he knew a lot about the mine and how to break rocks. The three of them pooled all their savings, 100,000 yuan, and took a gamble by acquiring one of those tunnels. To their surprise, they struck a large, rare ore deposit, and once they began mining, it would bring in millions of yuan in profit. At that moment, Xia Gang was so excited that he cried out, thinking his wife would finally have a chance at life. But unfortunately, Cheng Sanli caught wind of this and led a group of men into the mine. They tore up the contract and took everything for themselves. The three of them tried every possible way to find Cheng Sanli and argue their case, but they couldn't get what they rightfully deserved. Xia Gang's wife also passed away because she couldn't get the treatment she needed in time. In the end, they decided to get revenge on Cheng Sanli by kidnapping him and demanding money from his family. But since they needed a car for the kidnapping, the three of them decided to hijack one. Ironically, they were stopped, and to their surprise, there was a child in the car, the grandson of Su Yang. Su Yang had planned to run away, but Xia Gang and Han Wen-jun both knew that there was no turning back now. If the child went back and told the adults, their plan would be ruined. With no other choice, they reluctantly decided to go through with it. Han Wen-jun held a knife to Niu Wei-wang's neck. Following his command, the car started moving again. The three of them came up with a new plan. It took a long time to convince Su Yang, but they finally agreed to go directly to the children's families to demand ransom. They only wanted money and promised not to hurt anyone. Once they got the cash, they planned to disappear without a trace. The ransom collection went smoothly. Su Yang knew the area well. He stood on a cliff across the way and directed the families to throw the money down. Xia Gang was waiting below the cliff to collect it. First, he removed the police tracking devices, then stuffed the ransom into bags. One of the ransom packages felt very light, so he tossed the entire leather bag in with the others. After gathering the money, he used a rope they had set up earlier on the opposite cliff to climb back up. Su Yang was waiting at the top to help him. They had hidden a small truck nearby that had been repainted and given fake plates. The police were focused on the cliff where the ransom was thrown, so no one noticed them. They waited until nightfall, then drove the truck away. Later, when Su Yang let his guard down, the two of them knocked him out. They believed that as long as he was conscious, he would only interfere with their plan. Han Wen-jun had already planted explosives at the mine. The two had agreed from the start that they couldn't let any hostages live, but there was one exception, Liang Su-su. Xia Gang's wife had been his childhood sweetheart, and Liang Su-su had looked just like her when she was young. No matter how much he was warned, he insisted on keeping her alive. As they lit the fuse, a driver heard the sound of the explosives being set off. He sprang up and ran toward the two men, crashing right into Xia Gang. At that moment, Xia Gang was carrying bags of money on his back. One of the leather bags fell to the ground. Niu Weiguan used too much force, pinning Xia Gang to the ground so hard he couldn't get up. In a panic, he stabbed Xia Gang several times with a knife. After it was over, he tried to quickly patch up the wounds, but the explosives were about to go off. Han Wen-jun rushed to pull Xia Gang out. In an instant, the entire mine was filled with dust. The four kids and the driver were buried in the collapse. When Su Yang came to, he broke down, but Xia Gang and Han Wen-jun didn't feel any remorse. Instead, they decided not to leave and chose to stay. Using the money to build a business, they hid the small truck in the pits at the foot of the mountain. Came in the Vener's house and kept Liang Su-su hidden there. Years later, Han Wen-jun came back, worried someone might accidentally stumble upon the remains, and built a wooden fence to seal off the collapsed mine. Xia Gang and Han Wen-jun grew their business together. Because of everything that happened, Su Yang ended up in a mental hospital. There, he kept rambling nonsense, saying things that hinted at the kidnapping. In the end, they had no choice but to find someone to give him a shot that would cause a sudden heart attack. Not long ago, the news reported that the police had found two people related to the accident. He panicked and went around trying to find out more, but when he realized there was no new development, he finally relaxed. Until that day at the engagement party, Zhao Wu brought up Han Wen-jun and Su Yang to Xia Gang. Han Wen-jun also told Xia Gang to just kill Liang Su-su, but for the past 26 years, he had been his emotional anchor. He couldn't bring himself to do it. After hearing everything on the recording, Zhao Wu looked proudly at Ying Ji. Well, pretty thrilling, right? It lines up almost exactly with my theory. Unexpectedly, Ying Ji grabbed Zhao Wu by the collar. I don't know if it matches your theory or not. What I do know is Siad Gang clearly wasn't the one who did the kidnapping, she said, then suddenly leaned in and kissed him forcefully. Zhao Wu remembered the fake scene he had staged that day to trick her and was too embarrassed to say anything. On top of him, Yingji pressed down angrily. I risked my life to save you, and you lied to me. Anne said, so how exactly did you find out Siad Gang was holding Liang Su captive? Zhao Wu started lying with a straight face, saying he had asked a friend with magical powers to help. That friend had eavesdropped on Siad Gang and accidentally overheard this huge secret. With no evidence and unable to ask for help, he had to come up with a desperate plan. Did you plan above on Siad Gang? Do you realize how dangerous that is? Zhao Wu flinched at her words. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he turned and pinned Yingji beneath him. So after all that talking, it turns out you're worried something might happen to me. Just be honest. Do you like me? He said while playfully tugging at her soft lips, but Yingji pushed him away. Shameless jerk. We're secret partners working to find the person who killed Ku Ping. If something happened to you, it'd mess things up. Who would ever like you? Zhao Wu said nothing, just quietly watched her blushing face. Suddenly, the bug started picking up sound. Isn't that Homang the one tied up? Zhao Wu was startled. Deep in thought, he completely forgot he was still on top of Yingji. The girl was trying to push you off. What are you spacing out for? Get up already. Zhao Wu got up and casually smoothed her hair. My magical friend just woke up. They found a clue about who hurt Ku Ping. Want to come with me? Yingji was confused. She didn't know what trick he was playing this time, but since he had somehow managed to catch Xia Gang, maybe he really did have some kind of special ability. Later, they went to Zhai Lingling's villa. My car got scratched, she said. I was checking the dashcam footage and ended up seeing someone tying up Ho Meng. Zhao Wu stared at her suspiciously. You know Ho Meng? When I was little, she was our neighbor. She was always curious and often watched people closely. As Zhao Wu listened, he remembered the time she had restrained him during a neighborhood game. It was quite the coincidence. He had once placed a listening device on her, and now it was actually leading to a real clue. Seeing the device still attached to her clothing, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his back. Yingji leaned in and whispered, she seems to take good care of herself, huh? Zhao Wu stayed silent. Zai Lingling kept talking. Oh, right. I heard that guy got into some trouble and ended up in prison. Zhao Wu gave an awkward smile and said, that's why we'd like to borrow your dashcam for a bit. It might hold some important evidence. They took the dashcam and left together. The younger woman stood at the doorway, puzzled. How had they even known there was something important on her dashcam? The two of them drove to a quiet spot and started reviewing the footage. There it was. The timestamp matched the night Ku Ping had been attacked. It was the same nightclub where Ho Meng said he had blacked out. On screen, Ho Meng appeared unconscious. Someone had struck him from behind and dragged him into a black car. The license plate wasn't visible, and the car was a common model found everywhere. The suspect had clearly chosen it to avoid drawing attention. This could finally prove that Ho Meng had been set up. Yingji thought back to the Ku Ping case report. The fatal wound had been a single, precise stab from behind. The other injuries were likely meant to confuse the investigation. Suddenly, Yingji seemed to have connected the dots. Then she turned off the video and looked at Zhao Wu. This is your first time watching this video too, isn't it? His sister asked again, then how did you know there was an important clue in her dashcam footage? Zhao Wu smirked, pretending to be mysterious. Want to know? Give me a kiss and I'll tell you. His teasing made her heart race. Her face turned red as she tucked her hair behind her ear. All right. Her agreement made Zhao Wu extremely pleased. Just as he leaned in for a kiss, she kicked him out of the car. A few minutes later, the car pulled up in front of Zhao Wu's house. When they arrived, he got out of the car. This evidence could save Hu Meng. Should we report it to the higher-ups? Yingji asked. Zhao Wu turned back after hearing that, speaking firmly. I believe the gang behind Ku Ping's murder is no small force. Plus, we've got a mole among us. If the two of us keep investigating in secret, it might actually work against us. Yingji thought seriously about it, but Zhao Wu suddenly said something that made no sense. That's why I say we need to give it our all and make a miracle happen, Zhao Wu continued. Yingji looked confused. Then he added, or maybe we go upstairs and sit down to talk things through. Yingji gave him a side glance, clearly seeing through what he was really thinking. She played along casually. Sure, a gentleman would open the door for me by now, Zhao Wu said, excitedly running over to the driver's seat, only to find he couldn't open the door. At that moment, the window slowly rolled down. Yingji flashed him a friendly international middle finger, then floored the gas and sped off, splashing water all over his sharp outfit. Zhao Wu watched the car disappear in the distance, a look of intrigue in his eyes. This woman, she's something else. During this time, the police department held a commendation ceremony to honor officers who had shown outstanding performance in solving a difficult case. Thanks to their hard work and dedication, a shocking and long-buried case was finally brought to light. On stage, the speaker spoke with passion, while the audience below buzzed with excitement. Word had it that the Legal Affairs channel was covering the event and the department would be featured in a special program. The families of the victims from the case 26 years ago were all wealthy. Rumor had it they offered a 10 million yuan reward for catching the killer. However, the higher-ups only accepted 2 million and planned to divide it among those who contributed to solving the case. I heard Zhao Wu alone got 800,000. I'm so jealous. He made a fortune. After the deputy chief finished his speech, he said, "Let's invite Zhao Wu up to the stage to share his experience on cracking the case." Just then, the lights in the conference room suddenly went out. The projector flicked on, playing a video showing Hou Meng being stuffed into a car trunk. The room erupted in chaos. What the hell is that? Isn't that Hou Meng? That bastard is the one who killed Ku Ping. The deputy chief looked toward the audience, trying to figure out who was playing the video. He spotted a woman's hand near the projector. Turns out, it was our very own Captain Miao. As it turns out, half an hour earlier, Ying Ji and Zhao Wu had already come up with a bold plan to create a miracle through sheer determination. The two of them had decided to go all in and blow the case wide open. If they kept the investigation under wraps, it would be easy for the bad guys to sniff them out and silence them, just like they did with Ku Ping. So they chose to make everything public and release the video. Once the video finished playing, the conference room was in complete chaos. Every officer in the room stood frozen in shock. Wait a second. Hou Meng was kidnapped. Damn, he was dragged to the crime scene. Then who really killed Ku Ping? Zhao Wu stood at the front of the conference room watching every movement from the people inside. That spy, are you here? If you are, what expression would you be wearing right now? At that moment, Ying Ji was also walking up to the podium. Colleagues and department heads, this video was just obtained. It was recorded 20 minutes before Ku Ping was killed. The room erupted again. No one could understand why Hou Meng had been kidnapped. Even Deputy Director Luan looked confused. Wasn't Hou Meng the one who killed Ku Ping? Deputy Director Luan, you saw it yourself. Hou Meng was drunk, knocked out, and stuffed into a car trunk. It's clear he was framed. Director Zhao rubbed his temples in frustration. Captain Miao, why didn't you report such crucial evidence earlier? Ying Ji calmly replied, "We believe team leader Ku's murder was part of a carefully planned conspiracy. The killer knew his schedule and route home. Someone also coordinated to knock out Hou Meng and use him as a scapegoat. That's why we suspect there's a spy within our own department. We were afraid something might go wrong, so we had no choice but to take this cautious approach. Now that we have solid evidence, we request a full reinvestigation of Ku Ping's case." The investigators were stunned, mouths agape. Captain Liu Changhu stood up and said, "The reliability and validity of this evidence still need to be discussed. We can't just rely on one video to make such a major decision. If we're wrong, it'll be a huge embarrassment." Ying Ji quickly responded, "This video is real. It's solid evidence." Liu Changhu pushed back. "We can't just take your word for it. We need concrete proof." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Wu's furious roar suddenly echoed through the room. Anyone with eyes can see that Ku Ping's murder wasn't done by just one or two people. It was carried out by a massive organization. Our unit is equipped with anti-surveillance systems. Without a spy, how could anyone have known Ku Ping's movements? In my opinion, whoever is trying to block the reinvestigation of Ku Ping's case is the spy. Liu Changhu shouted angrily, "Zhao Wu, watch your mouth." Zhao Wu smirked coldly and said, "Captain Lai, why are you sweating like that?" At that moment, Director Zhou Andong finally spoke up. "That's enough. Stop talking. Ying Ji, write a detailed report. I'll send it up and see what the higher-ups decide. If we're told to reinvestigate, Zhou Andong, will get to the bottom of it. Finding the truth is our mission as criminal investigators." In the police department's office, the surveillance footage from the meeting room was playing back. "We've racked our brains and still can't figure out who the spy is," Zhao Wu said with frustration. "If the spy's been exposed like this, they're probably sweating bullets," he added. Ying Ji shook her head helplessly. Everyone in the room looked tense and was drenched in cold sweat, but no one stood out. Zhao Wu figured they might be terrified of being killed, which is why they looked so nervous. Ying Ji sighed beside him. "At this rate, we'll never find them." Just then, Zhang Jingfeng and the subordinate behind him discovered a clue. "Team leader, earlier we used the latest facial recognition software on the video of Hou Meng's abduction based on the suspect's sketches from the expert. One of the kidnappers is currently being matched with footage from areas near the crime scene. A dashcam from a private car captured clear evidence. Turns out the attackers were part of an organized, premeditated plan to ambush and kill team leader Hu. The team was still lost in celebration when suddenly, a colleague burst in from outside, clearly out of breath. Something big just happened. Have you all heard? Director Zhao has been transferred. Everyone was stunned by the shocking news. At the meeting to welcome the new director, the team learned through various channels that Tang Zhou had suddenly been reassigned from County T, one of the poorest and most underdeveloped areas. Appointing him as the new head went completely against usual practice. Did he have some kind of powerful backer? Deputy Director Luan and Captain Liu had just found out themselves. Even the higher-ups hadn't been informed in advance. Word was Deputy Director Luan tried to call Director Zhao and his family, but couldn't reach any of them. No one knew what was going on. Zhao Wu and Ying Ji were just as confused. Right when the investigation into Ku Ping's case was gaining momentum, the very leader who had pushed for a full investigation was suddenly replaced. Who was really behind this? On stage, the new director, Tang Zheolong, gave his first speech. Before coming here, I received two important directives. First, to handle a follow-up task related to the 26-year-old case. Second, to immediately stop all investigations into the murder of Ku Ping. Anyone who continues the investigation without authorization will face serious disciplinary action. What? Zhao Wu felt like his head was spinning. He quickly looked at Ying Ji, whose reaction mirrored his own. Back at the office, Zhao Wu saw one of his subordinates arguing with someone. He walked over to ask what was going on. The subordinate quickly turned to Zhao Wu and said all the files on Ku Ping's murder case had been deleted from the computer. Zhao Wu shouted, "Who did this?" Everyone knew his temper, so that no one dared to speak. Fuming with anger, Zhao Wu turned and stormed out. As he reached the door of Captain Liu's office, he heard a furious roar. "Ying Ji, are you crazy? I'm the captain." Before he could finish, a loud slap echoed, followed by Liu Changhu's agonized scream. Zhao Wu walked over and peeked in. "Damn, I really like this woman." Liu Changhu explained that he was just following orders to delete the files, but at the very least, someone should have been informed. Sneaking in to delete everything while no one was around made it feel like theft. Frustrated, Liu continued, "It was an urgent order, not only to delete everything, but also to make sure there were no backups. What kind of ridiculous order is that?" Ying Ji, still heated, looked like she was about to strike again, but someone suddenly grabbed her around the waist. She turned around. It was Zhao Wu. Worried that she might actually hurt Captain Liu, Zhao Wu quickly lifted her up and carried her out of the room. "Let's go. Let's get some fresh air and cool off." Even after being forced into the office, Ying Ji was still seething. They should have followed proper procedure. They waited until we were out to wipe the data. What a bunch of scumbags. Zhao Wu chimed in. They even erased the entire case analysis. These guys work fast, I'll give them that. Ying Ji was momentarily speechless. Can you not play both sides right now? Zhao Wu stood up and tried to calm her down. I'm not playing both sides. Their sneaky little cover-up just makes things look even more suspicious, doesn't it? Calm down. Trust me. We'll investigate this ourselves, Zhang Jingfang said emotionally to everyone. Guys, I've found the suspect who killed Ku Ping. Have you ever heard of Special Task Force H? Ying Ji looked like he remembered something. Yeah, it was the task force set up a while ago to deal with terrorism. I heard it was disbanded after just 1 year. Zhang Jingfang nodded. Exactly. The members were all elite officers from different police units. After the group was disbanded, they were reassigned to various departments. In the video, there were two people who kidnapped Ho Meng. Only one of them was wearing a mask. The other one wasn't. I asked a buddy in the missing persons unit to help reconstruct the suspect's face. We spent the last few days comparing it with profiles of known criminals. Then I noticed something on the guy's tank top. It looked kind of like half a zero, but it wasn't quite right. A zero isn't shaped like that. Maybe it was an 8. I searched the internal database for Task Force H8 and bingo. Turns out it's their logo. I went through the list of former members and matched the face. Found the guy. His name's Zhao King. He's 37 and used to serve in Task Force H. Everyone got excited and exclaimed, "That's amazing. This info has to stay confidential. If it gets out, it could cause trouble." Zhao Wu agreed. Let's also keep the case talk to a minimum at the station. For now, we'll keep investigating quietly on our own. After work, Zhao Wu didn't say a word to anyone. He just headed straight to the address Zhang Jingfang had given him. Ku Ping is dead. I can't let anyone else get hurt. But strangely, the address clearly pointed to this spot, so why had it turned into a park? Zhao Wu asked an old man nearby if he knew anything about what happened to the place. The old man said there used to be a row of old houses here. They were torn down years ago, and the park was built in their place. While Zhao Wu was struggling to find any clue, he had no idea that Ying Ji was doing the exact same thing. Ying Ji and Zhao Wu were on the same wavelength. She didn't want to drag anyone else into this dangerous investigation either. Fate really does work in mysterious ways. Both of them were asking around for information in the park, passing by each other again and again without ever meeting. The next day at the police station, Zhao Wu was a bit puzzled. He didn't know where Miao Yingji had gone. He tried calling her, but her phone didn't go through. When he asked around, a coworker told him she'd taken some time off. Why has she been taking leave these past few days? Zhao Wu wondered. Jiang Jingfeng added, she went to the armory to get a gun, but since she just hit the team captain and it's a sensitive time, they wouldn't give it to her. Zhao Wu's eyes widened. Don't tell me she's thinking the same thing I am. Going after Zhao King on her own? With that thought, he bolted out the door, yelling back at Jiang Jingfeng to send him Yingji's location. The farther he ran, the more panicked he felt. His heart pounded harder with every step. Lingji, Yingji, you have to be okay. Please don't let anything happen to you. Zhao Wu immediately rushed out of the police station, dialing his phone nonstop while running toward the shopping mall based on the GPS. The map showed Yingji was here, but it didn't say which floor. Looking up, he saw at least 10 stories. Where could she be? She had been in this spot for a long time. The more Zhao Wu thought about it, the more anxious he became. Could she have been kidnapped? Just as he was sweating with worry, his phone suddenly rang. It was Yingji calling. Without waiting a moment, Zhao Wu answered and urgently asked, "Where are you?" Yingji replied, "Room 1003, I think." Zhao Wu didn't hesitate. He quickly said, "Wait for me, just 2 minutes." Before Yingji could respond, he hung up and sprinted toward room 1003. He frantically pressed the elevator button, but when the door opened, he found it packed with people. Unable to wait any longer, Zhao Wu turned and ran straight for the stairwell, bumping into a fat man without even noticing. The man yelled angrily at him. At that moment, Zhao Wu seemed to block everything out, his mind only focused on one thing. Yingji was alone, unarmed, and she couldn't die. Without hesitation, he started climbing the stairs. All that could be heard in the stairwell was his rapid footsteps. Finally, Zhao Wu reached room 1003. Out of breath, he pushed the door open and was stunned by what he saw. Yingji was lying on the bed, wrapped in a towel, while 2 other girls were busy around her. Zhao Wu saw this and without a second thought, picked Yingji up and walked out. This left the girls around them completely stunned. "What are you doing?" "The staff tried to stop us. You've not even paid yet." This woman is a suspect. Zhao Wu identified himself as a police officer on duty. As he spoke, he kept carrying her out. "Who's the suspect? Why are you suddenly here? Put me down." Suddenly, Zhao Wu couldn't hold it in anymore. "Damn, we've been searching for you like crazy. I thought Zhao King had torn you apart." Hearing this, Yingji's face turned bright red. "Ah, what are you saying? I've been looking for him for days and couldn't find him. I was so tired, so I went up to the women's club on the rooftop to relax a bit." Zhao Wu was worried, sweat pouring down his face. This completely surprised Yingji. "But since when did you care about me so much?" Zhao Wu looked at her, thought for a moment, and then said, "We've already kissed. I need to take responsibility for you." Yingji blushed even more, feeling embarrassed. Plus, she was only wearing a bath towel, which made things even more awkward. She kept begging him to put her down. But Zhao Wu wouldn't agree. Not only would he not put her down, he even wanted to carry her home. As she struggled, Zhao Wu held her even tighter. This time, he wasn't letting go. Then Zhao Wu carried her out of the women's club. People passing by in a shopping mall stared at them with curious looks. Feeling embarrassed, Yingji hid her face in his chest and didn't dare look up, silently cursing the crazy guy in her arms. Zhao Wu looked at Yingji, who was holding on tighter and tighter, and teased, "Don't move. If your shirt falls off, I'm not responsible." The teasing made the girl's face turn even redder, her heart pounding like a little deer. She softly muttered, "Pervert." Zhao Wu pretended not to hear and repeated, "What did you say?" While they were joking around, the two of them reached the car. Zhao Wu opened the door and shoved Yingji inside. He really didn't care about being gentle with her. Making her let out a small groan, he placed one hand on the seat next to her and reached with the other toward her waist, his fingers lightly exploring. This unexpected action caught the girl off guard, making her heart race like it was about to leap out of her chest. She tried to stay calm, calling Zhao Wu's name, hoping it would snap them both back to reality, but he didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Instead, his hand kept moving deeper. Panicking, the girl asked, "Zhao Wu, what are you doing?" Suddenly, Zhao Wu pulled out a wallet and waved it at her, saying, "Captain Miao, what's with the tension? It's broad daylight. What could I possibly do?" At that moment, the girl's face turned even hotter. Zhao Wu, feeling pleased with himself, turned around and said, "I'm going to buy a bottle of water. You stay here and wait for me." With that, he walked toward the convenience store, leaving the girl alone in the car, her mind still lingering on their conversation. Wait, you still haven't paid for the massage, she suddenly remembered. Yingji noticed that Zhao Wu's jacket was still in the car, so she decided to use it for now. She found it, carefully put it on, and although it was the first time she wore men's clothes, she felt a bit awkward. But there was no other option, so she wore it anyway. Zhao Wu arrived at the convenience store, grabbed a cold bottle of water, and after running around for a while and sweating a lot, he was incredibly thirsty. But then he thought, where on earth had Zhao King gone? While paying, Zhao Wu couldn't stop thinking about the case. Back then, Whitecap payments weren't as easy as they are now. He set his phone down and started digging around in his pockets for some cash. The cashier noticed the photo of Zhao King on Zhao Wu's phone and looked at it with a sense of recognition, as if something clicked in his mind. It turned out the man had just been in the bakery across the street. He was big, wearing a cap pulled down low, and though his back was turned, his build looked exactly like the man in the picture. Zhao Wu walked up to him, unsure, and tapped him on the shoulder, calling out, "Zhao King." As soon as the man heard that, he got defensive, raising a cake to smash in Zhao Wu's face. Zhao Wu quickly raised his hand to block it, realizing that this was indeed Zhao King. The man turned and tried to run away. Zhao Wu followed his movement, and the smile on his face slowly twisted into something more sinister. "Zhao King, you can't escape." Then Zhao Wu hurriedly chased after him, practically running on all fours. However, Zhao King was surprisingly fast. In the blink of an eye, he ran into the shopping mall and vanished into the crowd. Zhao Wu looked at the sea of people ahead of him, searching desperately. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto one direction. The person frantically running up the escalator was Zhao King. Zhao Wu quickly set off after him. Zhao King noticed his pursuer closing in and he picked up the pace. He was nearing the top floor with nowhere left to go, but instead of following the usual path, Zhao King unexpectedly spun around and jumped to the other escalator going down. Zhao Wu hadn't anticipated this. Seeing his target slipping further away, he gathered all his strength, slammed his hand on the escalator railing, and leapt toward Zhao King. He crashed directly into Zhao King, who was still trying to escape. At this moment, Zhao King's eyes turned cold with murderous intent. Zhao Wu also glared fiercely, and the two of them fell off the escalator together. Zhao Wu felt like his body was breaking apart. His head was spinning and buzzing. Before he could react, Zhao King locked his arm around his neck from behind. The grip was incredibly strong, as Zhao King had been a special forces soldier. Zhao Wu desperately struck behind him, but Zhao King refused to let go. Zhao Wu's neck was squeezed so tight that he could barely breathe. It felt like he was about to die. In that life or death moment, his survival instincts kicked in and he remembered his device. He activated his invisible breathing apparatus. Zhao Wu took a deep breath, finally feeling at ease. As he regained his composure, he teasingly challenged Zhao King, "Come on, put some strength into it." Zhao King was clearly a little confused, not understanding why Zhao Wu wasn't affected at all after he had been choking him for so long. The feeling of defeat hit him in an instant, and he tightened his grip even harder. To his surprise, Zhao Wu just made a funny face at him. Once he had the upper hand, Zhao Wu didn't want to waste any more time with him. Seeing the nearby fish pond, he decided to take action. He charged forward, pulling Zhao King with him, and they both fell into the pond. In that moment, water splashed everywhere and carp scattered in all directions. Zhao King was shoved under the water, his face completely submerged. Zhao Wu even blew bubbles at him, mocking him. Zhao King couldn't hold it in anymore. He struggled to break free, trying to rise above the surface to catch his breath, but a hand stopped him, pulling him back down to the bottom. Zhao Wu held him close. Zhao King, pressed against him, seemed small, like a little bird nestling against him. But of course, he wasn't quietly staying in his arms. After a moment of struggling, Zhao King finally managed to catch a breath of fresh air, then immediately shoved Zhao Wu, trying to push him into a worse position. Zhao Wu wasn't panicked in the water at all. After all, the ventilator still had 10 minutes left. He was curious to see how long you could hold on. Suddenly, a foot slammed straight into Zhao King's face. Zhao Wu saw the powerful foot coming at him, and all the bubbles he exhaled turned into heart shapes. When he resurfaced, the fish still in his mouth had completely forgotten to spit it out. The woman in front of him, who was looking at him with admiration, was none other than Yingji, the one grappling with Zhao King. Zhao Wu was instantly moved. Had this woman come for him? Seeing Zhao King easily taken down by Yingji, Zhao Wu couldn't help but stand beside her and clap his hands. "Nice work. Need any help?" Earlier, in the rush of the situation, Yingji hadn't noticed she was wearing revealing clothes. But now that things had calmed down, her face turned bright red. She quickly called for Zhao Wu to come over and help. Just as Zhao Wu was about to move forward, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Zhao King was crawling back up from the ground and swinging a punch at Yingji. Luckily, Zhao Wu was quick enough to stop him. then turned to mock Zhao King. That's not how it's done. Sneak attacks aren't something a real man would do. As he spoke, he poked his fingers into Zhao King's eyes, causing Zhao King to clutch his face in pain. Damn it, you just sneak attacked me too. Zhao Wu quickly denied it, clutching the beautiful woman with a well-formed argument. I never said I was a man. Plus, I'm just helping my team leader take care of business. Yingji, knowing full well that in movies, the good guys often die from talking too much, didn't bother listening to Zhao Wu's nonsense. She snatched the silver handcuffs from his hands, ready to cuff Zhao King. As the two lunatics closed in on him, Zhao King's mind felt like it was being dragged in 10 different directions, his thoughts racing as he frantically searched for a way out. In that life-or-death moment, he turned and bolted. But when he looked down at the escalator, he saw countless police officers armed with batons chasing after him. Zhao King cursed under his breath, stepping back to find another way out. But no matter where he looked, more and more police officers were rushing toward him. Zhao Wu and Yingji quickly caught up. In a moment of desperation, Zhao King didn't hesitate. He jumped straight over the railing and leaped down. At the same time, Zhao Wu was right behind Zhao King. When he saw Zhao King calmly jump over the railing, he assumed there was some kind of platform below, so he recklessly followed suit. However, there was nothing outside the railing, just the skylight of the tall building. Zhao King's jump was clearly a suicide. By the time Zhao Wu realized what was happening, his body was already in free fall, filled with terror. He quickly reached out, trying to grab the railing, but missed and slipped past it. Just when it seemed like he was about to lose his life, a warm and strong hand suddenly grabbed him. Yingji shouted in panic and struggled to hold onto Zhao Wu. Her body was also pulled off the railing, and she nearly fell with him. Zhao Wu, seeing that this woman had saved him once again, didn't have time to feel moved before he heard the horrified gasps of the crowd below. He looked down in the direction of the noise and saw that Zhao King had fallen to his death on the first-floor lobby. In an instant, Zhao Wu's expression froze. He couldn't understand why Zhao King would rather kill himself than be captured. "Hurry up, I can't hold on much longer." Yingji's loud cry snapped Zhao Wu out of his shock. Their forehands tightly intertwined, and with a strong pull, Yingji yanked Zhao Wu up. At that moment, he was finally out of danger. Due to the momentum, Zhao Wu stumbled into Yingji's arms. His face was pale as he gasped for air, unsure whether his fear was real, or if he had purposely leaned his head against her hair. The sweet scent of her seemed to bring him some strange sense of comfort. Zhao Wu almost lost his life after catching the criminal who killed his colleague, leaving Yingji terrified and frantic. She hurriedly checked his condition, completely unaware that the bathrobe he was wearing was slowly slipping off. Down below, Zhao Wu's eyes bulged like two giant bells. With such close proximity, how could a young man filled with adrenaline handle it? Sweat immediately began pouring from his forehead. If things continued like this, it was going to get messy. He couldn't help but lean his head into Yingji's chest like a small bird, trying to act as if he felt uncomfortable. His hands, however, couldn't stay still and were moving toward a very inappropriate spot. Just as he was about to act, a loud clink sounded and a pair of silver handcuffs snapped around his wrists. "You are under arrest. Come with us to the police station now." In the police chief's office, Tang Zolong's furious shouts could be heard from a distance. It was a strange situation. He, a member of the criminal investigation team, had been arrested by the public security officers for obstructing public order. "This is unbelievable. You two really have disappointed me," he raged. The two men standing across from him didn't dare to speak. Finally, Yingji couldn't hold back and shot back. "The person we arrested is a suspect in the murder of Ku Ping. He even tried to kill himself by jumping off a building. Don't you find that strange?" But Chief Tang remained firm, refusing to let them get involved. Just as the argument escalated, the door suddenly opened and the city's police chief, Liao, entered, asking for Zhao Wu. Chief Liao slammed the documents down on the desk. "These are the files about Ku Ping's case in the computer. You guys still haven't deleted everything. It's already been forwarded to the administrative department of the city's bureau. Mr. Tang was assigned as the new chief to handle the emergency situation. That's the emergency response mechanism of our police department. There's no conspiracy behind it. So stop investigating Ku Ping. Don't overcomplicate simple matters." Zhao Wu listened, feeling confused and not sure what the main point of his words was. Seeing this, Chief Liao decided to speak more directly. Ku Ping was the head of the criminal division. If someone investigated a major case and silenced her, shouldn't she have been able to prepare for that? And look at how unprepared she was when she was attacked. Did she have any defenses? The two of them exchanged looks, still not fully understanding. Chief Liao continued. "Ku Ping was targeted for revenge. Her father was an undercover cop for the bureau. He worked for many years, helping to take down that criminal organization. But a few years ago, he died from a terminal illness. the father of the crime boss from overseas came back to take revenge for his son. He wanted to kill those who were involved in hurting his son back then, so he hired people like Zhao King to carry out the revenge. Your Chief Zhao was also part of that operation back then. He was the leader. But suddenly, there was evidence accusing him of a serious crime. If it turns out to be true, he'd trigger a chain reaction and he might even lose his position. So the higher-ups sent the secret task force to investigate. Telling you to stop investigating Ku Ping is just a way to shake things up without alerting anyone. You guys actually found Zhao King. I'm honestly amazed by your abilities. Go ahead and take a break. If the task force can't figure this out, I'll definitely come to you for help, okay? After finally learning the truth, the two of them stood there for a moment, processing everything. They let out a relieved sigh and relaxed into the couch. Zhao Wu glanced at the beautiful girl lying lazily in his arms and, with a mischievous thought, came up with a playful idea. If it weren't for you today, I would have ended up as mince meat, he said. Let me treat you to dinner tonight. The girl remained unfazed. You should rest and take care of your injuries. Everyone on the team has been worn out lately. How about we go on a little picnic when we get a day off? I know a beautiful spot with great scenery. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Wu's eyes lit up with excitement. That sounds perfect. I'm an expert at navigating the wilderness. Before he could finish, a slipper flew straight into his face. Her temper flared from his inappropriate remark, and she hurried off, her face flushed red with anger. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the picnic. Yingji sat comfortably by the water, her small, fair feet gently stirring the stream. She chatted with Zhao Wu, telling him about the day she met Zhao King. She had just gone to buy a bottle of water and ended up running into him. What a strange coincidence. Who would fall for such a scheme? Zhao Wu was instantly infuriated. The two of them started arguing, and their colleagues nearby, who were used to this, thought nothing of it. It was rare when they weren't bickering. But Yingji wasn't giving up on finding the truth. Zhao Wu finally had to lie, claiming he had a divine friend who told him something. He looked up and saw a red light shining on Yingji, aimed directly at her heart. A sniper's laser. Someone was trying to kill her. Zhao Wu's mind went into overdrive. He yelled, "Get down," and immediately lunged toward Yingji. Two people fell into the water together, creating a large splash. Yingji didn't understand what was happening. She was pushed down under the water and had no idea what Zhao Wu was up to. All she wanted was to get to the surface quickly to breathe. Zhao Wu, on the other hand, was doing everything he could to stop her, because he still wasn't sure if the danger had been fully eliminated. Colleagues on the shore rushed over to check the situation. Zhao Wu was surprised to see that they were fine. If there was a sniper, they should have been shot by now. Besides, my sensor didn't pick up anything. In the moment of confusion, Yingji's head broke the surface of the water. Zhao Wu quickly surfaced as well, looking around. Everything seemed normal. Did I misjudge the situation? Just as he was about to lower his guard, a red light streak appeared again. Zhao Wu tensed up, his eyes wide, staring in the direction the light had come from. Damn, he swore, realizing it was just some kid playing around, soaked to the bone. Yingji stormed up to the shore, went back to the tent to change into dry clothes, while Zhao Wu could only sit shirtless outside, grumbling. I don't have anything to change into. At this point, Yingji was still annoyed, so she didn't even want to deal with him. I saw that kid's gun aimed at you. I thought you were in danger. Yingji understood that he had done it to protect her. Slowly, she lifted the tent flap and tossed out her light pink short-sleeved shirt for him to wear. Zhao Wu took the shirt, smelling its soft fragrance, and his face turned bright red. He quickly muttered a thanks, but when he saw it clearly, he froze. How am I supposed to wear this? Suddenly, a phone rang. The police headquarters sent an urgent notification, requesting the entire homicide team to return immediately. Inside the tent, Zhao Wu had been changing clothes for a while, not knowing what was taking so long. Hearing his colleagues' call, he slowly stepped out. His well-defined chest made his short-sleeved shirt look more like a bikini, and his six-pack abs were fully exposed, instantly dazzling his coworkers. As Zhao Wu walked out under their unusual stares, Yingji couldn't help but laugh out loud that the scene shifted to the city bank. At that moment, someone was recounting the events that took place at 12:05 p.m. 5 armed criminals stormed the bank and took control of the staff. After overpowering the bank employees, they didn't rob the cash counters or the vault, but focused solely on the safety deposit boxes. But these vaults are designed for privacy, so no surveillance cameras are installed. Customers are also not allowed to have anyone else present when they deposit or withdraw items. Because of this, the bank has no record of what customers store in these boxes. The bank itself doesn't even know what the robbers took. After hearing the preliminary details of the case, Zhao Wu exclaimed, "The money I have, turns out it's the father of the child who went missing 26 years ago. Mr. Dao was an investor here, so the 200,000 yuan Mr. Dao gave you was deposited here. Zhao Wu quickly checked his deposit, and fortunately, nothing was missing. This amount could easily be exchanged for at least 1 million yuan. Did the robbers not want it? Suddenly, a voice broke through his train of thought. Why is it that you're everywhere? The forensic expert, Wang Fi, raised an eyebrow and walked over. Ying Ji quickly stepped forward to greet her. Professor Wang, for a robbery like this, wouldn't just a few colleagues from the forensic department be enough? Why didn't you have to come personally? Wang Fi smiled and pointed to a room, signaling for everyone to come take a look. Driven by curiosity, the two stepped forward and peeked inside. What they saw left them both stunned. In the cluttered room, a vacuum-sealed body was curled up, lifeless. After examining the scene, they concluded that the robbers had first disabled the bank's internal security system. The attack happened during a shift change, meaning they had carefully prepared and understood the bank's internal systems. Ying Ji and the others carefully searched for the vehicle the robbers had stolen. In the trunk, they found the weapons they had used, but what was surprising was that all the guns were fake. Jiang Jingfeng and the others were impressed by the robbers' courage, and their ability to evade detection was remarkable. Their clothes had extra padding with foam, and their shoes were also modified with thicker soles. It would be very difficult to identify their body features through surveillance alone. Later, they changed clothes, disguised themselves, and scattered to blend into the busy crowds. The set was dispersed, so the police dogs couldn't track them down. Ying Ji looked at Zhao Wu and silently asked if he had any thoughts on the matter. He just frowned tightly, thinking that the robbers' goal wasn't money, but something else. They clearly targeted the safe boxes. They didn't touch the transaction counters or the vault at all, and they intentionally made the scene chaotic. My old 200,000 light in weight but high in value was clearly easy to carry, yet they opened the safe and didn't take it. Maybe they deliberately dragged the body out for the police to find. Zhao Wu asked about the identity of the corpse. The subordinate provided the information they had gathered. The deceased is Gong Xiaojin, 73 years old, a retired sanitation worker who went missing 3 years ago. The cause of death was starvation. When this was said, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Is the killer a psychopath? How could they starve someone to death? Jiang Jingfeng continued. The deceased's husband, Duan Dacheng, also went missing 7 years ago. The body's storage box was registered under the name Xing Linshi Pingyan, 23 years old, living in a worker's dormitory at a cotton factory. But this person also disappeared 5 years ago. Once again, everyone furrowed their brows. All of them had disappeared. Currently, there's no direct evidence connecting the robbers to the body. After all, the suitcase with the body was pushed aside, and the safe was only slightly pried open. It's possible that the robbers discovered the body, got startled themselves, didn't have time to pry further, and panickedly ran away. Zhao Wu rolled his eyes, and an idea immediately popped into his head. This was definitely something Huang Mao knew about, so he stretched his hand up and yawned, thinking to himself, haven't had a proper meal all day. He pretended to be hungry, crossed his arms behind his back, and headed off to get some food, completely ignoring Ying Ji's intense stare that looked like he was about to eat him alive. At a sidewalk restaurant, Zhao Wu, Huang Mao, and a few others raised their glasses and clinked them together. Big brother, it's been a while since you had a drink with us. Zhao Wu waved his hand. Are we investigating the bank robbery? Have you guys heard anything from the criminal world about who might pull this off? Huang Mao grinned, showing his teeth. In this day and age, there's no way to pull off a bank robbery anymore, man. With the alarm systems and surveillance these days, one mistake and you're either dead or in prison. Zhao Wu nodded in silence. The details of the case were sensitive, so he couldn't reveal too much to them. He decided to change the subject instead. Keep an eye out for me. Any high-end bars, carry-out joints, or gyms that are up for sale recently, or even a storefront, anything that could be a good business. I've got some money I want to invest, and if it makes sense, I'll make sure you all get your fair share. Huang Mao agreed right away. No problem, big brother. Follow you, and we'll be eating well. All right, let me buy you a drink, Zhao. With that, everyone raised their glasses and drank until they were all completely drunk. The next morning, Zhao Wu, as usual, went to the station. After using the restroom as he stepped out, someone suddenly shoved him against the wall. Just as he was about to yell, he saw who it was and quickly swallowed his words, startled. I thought it was someone else. Oh, it's Captain Miao? Ying Ji asked seriously last night. Everyone was busy investigating the case. Where did you disappear off to without a word? Zhao Wu coughed twice on purpose, pretending to be sick. I fell into the river yesterday and caught a cold, so I went to see a doctor. Ying Ji struggled to hide her discomfort as she watched his clumsy acting. Oh, that must have been really uncomfortable. You coughed up blood, right? He said, slapping her back twice, making Zhao Wu dizzy. She quickly begged for forgiveness, saying she was fine now. Ying Ji, still skeptical, raised an eyebrow. You're fine now. After just one night of drinking at a street food stall, you're all better? Zhao Wu was about to lie, but then gave a small smirk. Well, you really do understand me, he said, pulling her into a hug. Tell me the truth, are you starting to like me? She had never been in a relationship before and had never experienced this kind of playful teasing. Her face turned bright red, and she awkwardly stared into his eyes. After a long pause, she regained her composure and pushed his hands away. Let go. Don't get carried away. If anyone finds out, I'll be the one who gets in trouble. The team leader advised him to stop running around so much. If he wasn't careful, people might think he was out there causing trouble or getting someone pregnant. Zhao Wu heard this and gave a mischievous grin. You don't want me getting someone pregnant, huh? Well, I can, he said, glancing at Yingji's stomach, and the atmosphere became charged with tension. Just then, the door next to them suddenly opened. A subordinate stepped out, looking confused as they saw the two of them acting strangely. Yingji quickly changed the subject, asking about the progress of the case. The subordinate handed her the comparison results for the robber's DNA. Look at this, the subordinate said. It doesn't match any of our data. These robbers have no criminal records. The bank employee in charge of opening accounts added, most people who come to open accounts dress very discreetly to avoid drawing attention. They wear masks and hats, making it almost impossible to tell if they're male or female. Also, since the bank robbery involving the safe deposit box was already made public, no one has come forward to claim it. After hearing this, Zhao Wu walked away arrogantly. No one dared to claim the box back, since everything inside it came from illegal channels. Setting things while hiding it from others, the bank doesn't need to register what the contents are. Illegal items are hidden at home. Maybe one day the police will check. The safe deposit box service was clearly designed specifically for people like them. Ha ha ha. Looks like I'll have to personally go to the bank and investigate again. But that little thought of his was quickly seen through by Yingji. Isn't it because you have 200,000 there? She really understood me best. Honestly, as soon as I made a move, she knew exactly what I was up to. Before he could finish his sentence, Yingji kicked him out without any mercy. He made his the galaxy, likely a metaphor for a place of security. He easily retrieved his 200,000 and felt a bit more at ease. With that done, it was time to focus on the main issue. Xing Linshi Pinyin, the person who went missing 5 years ago, had certainly been investigated by the police. So why didn't they look into the safe deposit box with the body in it back then? Through a conversation with a bank employee, he learned that the list of registered safe deposit boxes was only available internally to the bank, and that other branches had this same type of box. Zhao Wu seemed to have an idea and immediately showed his police badge, demanding a list of all the safe deposit boxes registered at their bank. There were too many names, making it like searching for a needle in a haystack. So, Zhao Wu decided to lock in on Xing Linshi Pinyin to see if she had any other safe deposit boxes under her name. With the bank employee's help, they found out that under her name, there were actually 2 more boxes just like the one with the dead body in it. They were both the largest size available. This result clearly has some taboo elements. Zhao Wu tried to act composed and asked more about Gong Xiaojin, the name of the deceased. There's no record under this name. Next, she looked into Duan Daqing, Gong Xiaojin's husband, and found 2 large safes. As expected, just like Zhao Wu had guessed, both safes contained dead bodies, and the forensic results were already available. The other 4 victims also starved to death. The methods of killing are exactly the same. Even the plastic bags used to wrap the bodies are from the same brand. The bodies had been placed in the safes at different times, ranging from 7 years ago to 3 years ago. The victims were of different genders, ages, and occupations, with no common links between them. Furthermore, there was no way to guarantee that there weren't other victims still out there. The time between when each victim disappeared when the case was reported and when they were stuffed into the safes was about 24 to 27 days. That's plenty of time to starve someone to death. Zhao Wu walked over to Yingji. Don't you think this case is similar to Lai Dan's dismemberment case? She asked, pointing with a pen. If someone wants to kill, 1 clean cut is enough, but starving someone to death involves so many risks. Even so, he still chose to starve them. Doesn't that look like revenge? Zhao Wu was talking to himself, completely unaware that Yingji was glaring at him. I don't know what kind of risks the culprit is taking. All I know is things are about to take a serious turn. Zhao Wu became so startled that he took a few steps back. In doing so, he accidentally tugged at Yingji's collar. Embarrassed, he immediately helped adjust it back in place. No one saw anything. Are you trying to be funny? Yingji gave him a light flick on the arm, making him wince in surprise. But honestly, you made a good point. If we can find a common link between these people, that's where the breakthrough in the case will come. Exactly. Now go to the infirmary and get your hand checked. You were way too careless. Look at what happened. Zhao Wu stood there visibly annoyed. I was just trying to make you laugh, and now you're scolding me. Just then, a phone rang. When he answered it, he heard the distressed voice of his ex-girlfriend. Can you come help me? bring some money. At a high-end Western restaurant, Tao Jiao was in a heated argument with a waiter. Zhao Wu entered silent and composed. He calmly took out a pair of silver handcuffs and restrained Tao Jia, flashing his police badge. This individual is under investigation. Please stand aside. Without reacting to the murmurs and glances from the surrounding guests, he walked out confidently. Tao Jiao was completely taken in by his smooth, skilled moves. Do you often get away with things like this? You seem pretty used to it, she asked. Isn't it you, though? Who else could eat a meal worth more than 8,000 yuan? He shot back. Hearing this, she was fuming. Her fiancé, Zhang Ji, had been cheating on her, so she decided to grab a bottle of expensive wine and swank his card clean. How do you feel about that? Huh? He challenged him. But to her surprise, he said his card was lost. Zhao Wu, hearing this, had no words. She raised her hand and said, well, can you take this off first? But Zhao Wu had forgotten his keys at home. I'll have to go back to my place, he said. She looked a little awkward at this. What's wrong? Are you scared? He teased. Her face turned red and she gripped her stomach tightly. After a long pause, she finally admitted, actually, I almost couldn't hold it in earlier. I need to use the bathroom. Reluctantly, Zhao Wu agreed to take care of that first. After a while, with the sound of running water, Tao Jia finally felt relieved. Zhao Wu, though facing away, was still tangled up in his own thoughts. The tension in the air finally eased. The two of them stepped out from the cramped bathroom, Tao Jia following behind, clearly embarrassed. At that moment, Zhao Wu just wanted to get home and take off the handcuffs. Once home, Zhao Wu searched everywhere but couldn't find his keys. Meanwhile, she had wrapped her arms around his and refused to let go, casually pulling the bottle of wine out of her bag. Officer Zhao, she said with a playful tone, how about we drink this bottle of wine worth over 7,000 yuan? Zhao Wu just heard her thoughts and immediately became more relaxed. The two of them said they were going to do something, and after a few rounds of drinks, it was clear that the younger woman was drunk. Zhao Wu was a bit more excited from drinking as well, his gaze slowly becoming dazed as he looked at Tao Jia. Isn't it a waste to just drink here when there's such a beautiful woman, he thought. He then picked her up and carried her toward the bed. The woman instinctively struggled a bit, clearly still wanting to keep drinking, and grabbed his shirt to stop him from leaving. She didn't even realize how seductive she looked in that position. Zhao Wu stared at the beauty beneath him, and suddenly, dark memories flooded back. In his past life, his passionate and tumultuous love with Tao Jia was unforgettable, deeply etched in his heart. But it ended with his own death. She probably wasn't the same Tao Jia anymore. Even though fate had given him another chance, something about it just felt off. Why was he thinking about Captain Miao? Suddenly, a loud knocking came at the door. Zhao Wu, who had been fast asleep, was startled awake. A familiar voice shouted from outside. Zhao Wu opened the door. The shout instantly pulled him out of his daze. He recognized that voice too well. Why is Captain Miao here? I see you. Open the door, or I'll break it down myself. Zhao Wu slowly poked his head out. What's going on, Captain Miao? Yingji didn't say a word and shoved him aside. I'm so tired, move out of the way. I need to sleep. A subordinate followed and explained, we've been working overtime for 2 nights straight without rest. The duty room smells awful. Since your place is nearby, we came to crash here for a bit. Zhao Wu was trying to figure out how to turn them down when Yingji barged in and walked straight to the bed. Upon seeing Tao Jia unconscious on the bed, her clothes in disarray, and Zhao Wu still wearing handcuffs, he couldn't help but comment, well, Zhao Wu, your taste is something else. At this moment, Zhao Wu stood frozen in place, completely at a loss for words. His mind was racing at full speed in panic. He thought to himself, I was wrong. I didn't do anything. We just had a drink together. Yingji pouted in frustration, her face turning from green to red, then from red to purple. She didn't want to pay attention to him anymore and pulled Subordinate outside. This place is too dirty. Not even a ghost would want to sleep here. But at that moment, Subordinate was so sleepy that she couldn't bear and move any longer. She really didn't want to walk anymore. Zhao Wu realized that no matter how much he explained, it wouldn't work, so he decided to change tactics and take a step back to move forward. Captain Miao, I finally understand now. You're jealous, aren't you? As soon as Yingji heard this, she stopped in her tracks. It's so obvious. You secretly like me, and now you're angry. Because you saw another woman in my house, right? That's why you want to leave, isn't it? Faced with Zhao Wu's shameless twist of the truth, Yingji was speechless. Furious, she pulled Subordinate back and went inside. There's no one here, so we'll sleep here. If you want to sleep with someone, go ahead. But if you make any noise and disturb our sleep, we'll throw you out. Zhao Wu grinned, looking at the woman before him. It seemed that Captain Miao wasn't immune to the rule. Whenever she met Zhao Wu, trouble was sure to follow. Little did he know, Yingji's thoughts were a world apart. She tightly gripped subordinate's arm and silently cursed that jerk Zhao Wu. The last thing I'd be is jealous of him. The peaceful morning was interrupted by the sound of birds singing. Ying Ji stretched. Then a voice rang out. "Are you ladies awake?" The subordinate woke up, looked around, and realized the person standing there wasn't the head nurse, but the one Zhao had helped ride a camel to catch a thief last time. Tao Jia also recognized her as a colleague of Zhao Wu. "So, who is that person?" The subordinate quickly introduced. "She's our team leader." After they finished exchanging introductions, they looked around and realized there was no sign of Zhao Wu. Where could he be? At that same moment, at the scene of the bank robbery, Zhao Wu felt a chill run down his back. The women were all sleeping soundly, and he had to investigate the case on his own. He looked at the ring on his finger and thought, what could have been so valuable that even a diamond ring was just left behind here? One of his colleagues explained, "I heard the city sent a special team to look into the bank's deposit case. They don't care about the robbery at all. The thieves pried open 17 boxes in total, and aside from the body and the items that have already been recovered, only these 3 are left without an owner. Also, the contents of these 3 boxes have all been taken out and thoroughly searched. If the thieves really took something, it's probably from one of these boxes. The gold, silver, jewelry, and gems in these boxes would easily be worth at least 50,000 yuan, and the watches and designer bags together are worth several million yuan. These things could easily set someone up for life. Why would they take them? These 3 boxes belong to new owners." Zhao Wu frowned. Could it be that they all belong to the same person? But the forensic colleague pointed out that there weren't any fingerprints on the items, and the boxes have been opened repeatedly, more than 10 times over the past few months. Zhao Wu glanced around, then said, "I know why the owner hasn't come to claim the items. Lately, this place has been targeted by the police. All of this stuff is dirty. We've run into an underground black market." At that moment, the phone rang. Huang Mao sent the latest news. After that, the two of them headed to a gym. The big muscular guy sighed and said, "My irresponsible father owes a huge gambling debt. I had no choice but to grit my teeth and sell it off." Huang Mao leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Brother Zhao, I found a transfer fee of just 2.5 million yuan for you. Isn't that a great deal? It's not only a great deal, but it's also very lucky. The owner is truly a filial son." Zhao Wu praised him verbally, but inside, he was suspicious. Could there be some dispute here? This price seems way too low. There's definitely something off. So he stood up, made an excuse to step outside, and immediately contacted Zhang Jingfeng. After investigating, he found out that the gym made at least 700,000 yuan in revenue each year, had no bad history or property disputes, and had signed a 5-year contract with the shopping center, with over 3 years left on the lease. On the surface, everything seemed fine. But what about behind the scenes? Suddenly, an alarm went off. It was a hidden motion detector, and it made several beeping sounds. There must be at least a dozen cameras inside. Is it really necessary to use such advanced alarm equipment in a place like this? Could there be a safe box or something hidden inside? He quickly took out a device to see through the hidden sensors, hoping to uncover whatever shady things might be going on inside. At this moment, he heard footsteps, and a beautiful woman dressed in light clothing walked in. Her figure was so seductive that his eyes widened in surprise. He wasn't sure how well the X-ray machine would work on her. Let me test it on this woman first. As soon as he activated it, he couldn't help but curse, "Holy shit, this system even has this kind of coverage feature." Feeling bored, Zhao Wu quickly dismissed the thought and focused back on his work. The room seemed to be filled with display shelves, and there were plenty of boxes piled up on the floor. What exactly was inside them? At that moment, Zhang Jingfeng sent a message. "I've figured it out, the truth behind the people who frequently open the safe boxes." Zhao Wu carefully took note and continued observing the situation in the room. However, since the X-ray machine wasn't very effective, his face was practically pressed against the wall, and he still couldn't see clearly. His odd posture caught the attention of a woman with a rather curvy figure. "Hey, what are you doing?" she asked. Without looking up, Zhao Wu replied, "I'm working. Move aside and stop interfering with other people's business." The girl clearly had no intention of letting it go. "Really? Do you want me to call security?" While they were talking, a man came out of the room, holding a cardboard box. Zhao Wu took a closer look and recognized him. Wasn't this the guy who came to deliver items to the safe box at the bank? The man was holding the box very carefully, which meant whatever was inside was probably highly confidential. The people in the room were rushing to pack things up, clearly trying to move some shady stuff. There was no way he was going to let them succeed. At a crucial moment, Zhao Wu looked at the younger woman in front of him and quickly came up with a plan. "Have you ever heard of a martial art that has been lost for a long time?" As he spoke, he moved closer to her, causing an accidental collision with the cardboard box behind them. Items tumbled out, including paintings, calligraphy, and designer handbags. clearly valuable. The noise was so loud that it caught the attention of a woman from another room. She was about to scold him when Zhao Wu stepped forward and asked, "Are all these things yours, or are they stolen?" The woman froze, her eyes wide with fear. Zhao Wu, seeing her reaction, pulled her into the room. "Hey, let's go inside and talk," he said. Before she could react, Zhao Wu closed the door behind him and locked it. "You all stay here for a moment. Don't worry, I'll come back to take you home soon," he told the others, then called for backup. In the gym on the 5th floor of the central building, I found the black market crew. The younger woman, still waiting to confront him, overheard the conversation, but didn't dare speak up. After handling things there, Zhao Wu returned to the bank robbery scene. Yingji sized him up from head to toe. "What disaster did you run into now?" Zhao Wu grimaced. "You all showed up too late. How could I handle 4 people on my own?" Despite seeing Zhao Wu's obvious struggle, Yingji didn't show any sympathy. Zhao Wu, frustrated, turned to the black market boss. "Listen, you really messed with the wrong people. All your stuff is from criminals. Now you're in trouble, and you'll have to take responsibility. You should double-check everything you've lost. Once we catch the real thieves, it'll help reduce your sentence." Of course, Big Sister understands this point. After carefully checking her things, she noticed that a leather-bound notebook, worth more than 4 million yuan, was missing. But compared to all the gold, silver, and jewels, was it really worth taking such a big risk for just 4 million yuan? A subordinate brought the latest news. At the long-distance bus station, they had spotted a middle-aged man who closely resembled the robbers from the surveillance footage. His ears and cheekbones had an unnatural shine, suggesting he might have been wearing makeup. Zhao Wu muttered to himself as he walked outside. Disguising himself to rob, after barely escaping, why didn't he change his clothes before taking a bus to another city? This guy must be out of his mind. The subordinate explained that the man bought a ticket to a different city 3 hours away, but it was already dark, and Zhao Wu, stifling a yawn, just wanted to go home and sleep. Yingji glanced at the time and told the subordinate to go rest. She thought to herself that this matter was important, so she decided to go check it out herself. Just as Zhao Wu was about to leave, Yingji stopped him. "Don't go, you drive me there." Zhao Wu looked at her under the moonlight. She appeared incredibly alluring, and his sleepiness vanished immediately. He gently stroked her cheek and whispered, "All right, but is it just the two of us?" Then the two of them walked to the car. For safety, the younger sister decided to sit in the back seat. But when she opened the door, she was surprised to see the seat piled with all sorts of junk. It seemed like Zhao Wu had prepared this in advance. Seeing this, he smiled smugly and said, "Why don't you sit in the front seat? Afraid I'm up to something bad?" The younger sister played along, saying, "Of course, I'm terrified. Please, Mr. Zhao, spare me. Is this what you wanted me to say?" Hearing this, Zhao Wu felt a wave of satisfaction. The way she was begging him made him feel a bit tender toward her. Suddenly, a gun was pointed directly at his mouth, making him panic. Hey, calm down. "What are you doing?" Zhao Wu asked, surprised. Yingji calmly put the gun away and said, "What are you scared of? It's just a fake bullet. It's to teach you a lesson about being a jerk." Zhao Wu was left speechless. This girl wasn't someone you could mess with. After more than 2 hours of driving, Zhao Wu spoke up. "We're almost off the highway." At this point, Zhao Wu was so sleepy, he could barely keep his eyes open, while Yingji, sitting in the passenger seat, was sleeping soundly. Looking at her alluring neck, Zhao Wu's thoughts began to wander. Just then, a bright flash of light caught his attention, and he focused on the car ahead. He pressed the gas pedal and sped up to follow it. Then, he saw a girl in the car ahead roll down her passenger window and casually raise her middle finger. Zhao Wu secretly cursed to himself, "Is this crazy person sick?" Then, the two cars swerved in an S pattern on the highway, making Zhao Wu dizzy. They were daring enough to act like this on a freeway, and yet they still didn't back off. Instead, they stuck their heads out the window and yelled insults, constantly provoking him. This successfully angered Zhao Wu, and in response, he quickly pulled out the gun from his waistband. The drivers had no idea how close they were to danger. They only realized what was happening when they saw the gun in Zhao Wu's hand, and their faces went pale with fear. In that moment, just when things seemed on the edge of spiraling out of control, Yingji woke up from his sleep. Seeing that Zhao Wu was about to fire, he hurried to stop him. But in the end, he could prevent the bullet from firing. The driver of the car in front swerved desperately, but the cars still collided. Yingji's face turned red with anger, and he snatched the gun away. Zhao Wu chased after the car, shouting, "Are you crazy? The bullets are limited. Why are you shooting aimlessly like that? We're in big trouble now." As Yingji got closer, the people in the other car reeked of alcohol. Zhao Wu looked them over for a moment, then asked, "How much have these guys been drinking?" He eagerly started rummaging through their trunk. These people looked like troublemakers, and even though they were drunk and driving, Zhao Wu knew he couldn't just shoot without cause. When Yingji saw what Zhao Wu was pulling out, he started to wonder, how did Zhao Wu know there were illegal items in the car? Zhao Wu patted his chest and swore, Captain Miao, believe it or not, I can not only find drugs, but I can also uncover clues about the bank robbery from these guys. Yingji didn't buy Zhao Wu's wild claims. Are you still talking nonsense? I think you're just asking to get slapped. Zhao Wu grinned mischievously. If I find something, you can punch me in the face with your mouth. After that, Zhao Wu successfully subdued the group and showed them photos of the robbers for identification. But after looking at the pictures for a long time, no one could recognize them. Initially, Zhao Wu thought the robbers were local, but it turned out he had been wrong about that. Yingji saw this and rolled up her sleeves, ready to hit him. Zhao Wu quickly stopped her, saying, It's fine if you don't recognize me. Hand over all your phones and tell them to unlock their screens. Yingji was confused. She didn't understand what this guy was up to. The local police had already taken their people away, and they were ready to cooperate at any time. After a brief conversation, Zhao Wu urged her to leave, saying he had more important things to do. Yingji stared at him, not understanding why he was holding the phones of the thugs. What did he want with their phones? Was there some kind of evidence on them? Zhao Wu, with a mischievous look, replied, The important thing is that when you lose, get ready to kiss my left cheek or my right cheek. As soon as he said that, Yingji's anger flared up again. Zhao Wu, seeing this, wisely backed off, saying, All right, enough of that. Let's go and send the photos of the bank robbers to these guys' group chat. But if the robbers saw the photos, wouldn't that be like disturbing the grass and alerting the snake? Zhao Wu wasn't worried. The city's wanted notice has already gone out. What's there to be afraid of? Don't underestimate the power of this group of friends. These guys are all from the underworld. Who knows, someone might know someone. I don't believe that with so many people, we won't find a lead. Yingji thought this made sense. Zhao Wu, seeing that she was buying into it, pushed further. So, when you lose, how about we kiss? Just one little kiss. She really knows how to coordinate her moves this time. Zhao, you're truly impressive. Then close your eyes. I can give you everything right now. Although Zhao Wu couldn't wait any longer, he still held back. I will take advantage of you for no reason. Besides, every time you hit me, I can't trust you. Look at my face, full of innocence. This time, it's real. It's just that your appearance earlier was too tempting. Zhao Wu couldn't control himself anymore. So, you're infatuated with me too, aren't you? I thought this kid was smarter, but turns out I'd overestimated you. Without any more hesitation, Yingji threw a punch straight at his face. Once they got to the hotel, Zhao Wu rushed to the lobby to speak with the young receptionist. My wife is mad. I need to talk to her gently tonight. She'll be here soon. Just tell her there's only one room left with a big bed. As he said this, he handed her some tip money. The receptionist seemed a little nervous, unsure whether agreeing would get her in trouble with the boss. I think you're really pretty, so you must have a boyfriend. If you two argued, what do you want him to come apologize to you? My wife is pregnant and I don't want her to keep making a scene. The receptionist hesitated, but finally softened a bit, still nervous. Zhao Wu sighed helplessly. I booked an extra room through you guys. Is that okay? Please just do it. After a bit of pleading, the receptionist agreed. When Yingji found out there was only one room left, she felt a little down. But feeling exhausted and it being so late, she decided to just let it go. Zhao Wu pretended to feel embarrassed. Is this okay? Yingji couldn't be bothered to respond to him, so Zhao Wu happily went ahead. All right then, I got the room key. In his heart, he was overjoyed. Tonight, he finally get to sleep in the same bed as Captain Miao. Looking at Yingji's alluring curves, Zhao Wu was absolutely thrilled. What would you do if you and a female coworker who secretly likes you end up in the same room? Of course, you try out every position. Of course, this was just his fantasy. His satisfied expression caught the attention of his coworker. This bed is so big, the two of us could sleep here. After a long day, it would feel great to just relax right now. Facing Zhao Wu's intense gaze, she playfully propped her chin up and said, Officer Zhao, should I shower first or will you? Her rare softness made Zhao Wu lose control. What if we shower together? Suddenly, she remembered something. Oh wait, I think I left my bag at the front desk. I'll go get it. This was the perfect chance to show off his chivalry, so Zhao Wu couldn't let it slip. Wait, I'll go get it for you. As he spoke, she pulled him back, whispered in his ear, hurry up and come back fast. Her words made Zhao Wu so excited he felt like he might lose his teeth, rushing off to grab the bag. But as soon as he stepped out the door, he sensed something wasn't quite right. Wait a minute, she definitely didn't bring a bag. Open the door. Zhao Wu desperately tried to open the door, but there was no response. Realizing he had a universal key that could unlock the door, he knew that even if he opened it, the woman would just kick him out anyway. That would be a waste of time. In the end, he decided it was better to go sleep in the room he had rented next door. Around midnight, the door slowly creaked open and a pair of feet stepped into the room. The young woman was fast asleep, completely naked, lying on the bed. Zhao Wu grinned triumphantly. He got up, took a step forward, jumped onto the bed, slid under the blanket, and gently lifted the sheet covering her chest, eager to enjoy the view underneath. But what met his eyes was a dried-up corpse with ribs sticking out. The sight shocked him to the core. He screamed and instantly woke up from the dream. Just then, his phone rang. Zhao Wu picked up Thug's phone. A man named Mr. Lai had sent several messages saying he'd spotted one of the robbers at a Goat Trike diner. As soon as Zhao Wu read the messages, his mind started spinning with a new plan. Early the next morning, he arrived at the diner and got completely lost in the delicious food, unable to stop eating. Only Yingji remembered why they were there. She was showing the restaurant owner pictures of the robbers, asking her to identify them. "Isn't that Cheng Gong for the cultural center?" she said, glancing toward an old man eating nearby. "He's with the theater troupe too. Hey, Mr. Ding, come over and help out. The police want to ask you about Cheng Gong." Unexpectedly, the moment the old man heard the word police, his face went pale with fear. He dropped his bowl and took off running like a scared rabbit. Zhao Wu didn't hesitate for a second. He dashed after him, still clutching a drumstick, unwilling to let it go. As he ran, the perfectly curved chicken leg flew from his hand and landed right in Yingji's goat tripe suit, splashing it all over her. "You jerk, are you blind?" she yelled. Meanwhile, Zhao Wu was just about to catch the old man when suddenly a bare foot flew past him from behind. It kicked the bald-headed Cheng Gong square in the face, knocking him down and pinning him in place. "Nice work, Miao Yingji," Zhao Wu said with a big grin, noticing she was now completely soaked. "How come you're sweating so much after running just a little? Give the handcuffs." "Cuff him." Without hesitation, the young woman snapped the silver handcuffs onto Zhao Wu's wrists. Zhao Wu stood there stunned. "You're arresting a thief. Why are you cuffing me?" She huffed, laughed lightly, and tossed her jacket over his head. "Think carefully. What do you think I'm doing right now?" Zhao Wu was confused. How was he supposed to know that the chicken leg he'd thrown had splashed goat stew all over her? But at that moment, instead of being angry, he actually kind of enjoyed the feeling of being restrained. He slowly leaned closer to her and murmured, telling her how good the scent of goat meat on her clothes smelled. She greeted him with a swift, merciless kick. "Move it. Isn't it thanks to you we're in this mess?" On the way back, Zhao Wu drove proudly. Of course, the cuffs were off. He still had to drive for her, after all. Yingji was fully focused on the case and couldn't be bothered to pay attention to Zhao Wu. "You were the ones who robbed the city bank, weren't you?" The old man claimed he didn't know anything. Zhao Wu had expected that. He figured once they got back, he'd run a lie detector test and see if the man kept quiet. Just then, Zhao Wu noticed a car that had been tailing them. He was about to shake it off when suddenly another car pulled up beside them. Surrounded front and back, there was only one option left: break through. But that car came up so fast that the rear still got sideswiped. With a loud crash, their car spun out on the road. The whole vehicle shook violently from the impact. Zhao Wu struggled to keep control of the steering wheel. Just as he managed to catch his breath, the other car kept coming, refusing to back off. He tightened his seatbelt. Zhao Wu slammed on the gas again, swerving to avoid another hit. What followed was a breathless, high-speed chase down the road. In the back seat, Yingji calmly pulled out a gun. "Who's really the cop here? We're the ones being chased around like rats," Zhao Wu said, clearly overwhelmed. Then something happened that Zhao Wu would never forget. Yingji leaned halfway out the car window. Zhao Wu was completely stunned. "Damn, you're about to fall out. Can you think for a second before doing something like that?" he shouted, reaching out to pull her back in. But all he managed to grab was her pants. Her upper body was still outside the car. His face turned red with panic. Hanging halfway out the moving car, Yingji raised her arm, aimed at the windshield of the car chasing them, and fired. The glass shattered with a loud crack. The driver behind them panicked, lost control, and the car flipped over on the side of the road. After wrapping things up, Yingji turned around. Zhao Wu was still tugging at her pants. She shouted at Zhao Wu, "Damn it! What are you doing? Have you ever seen someone rescue a person by pulling your pants down?" "No doubt about it, you totally had it coming." He quickly covered his cheek, looking both hurt and wronged. "Miao Yingji, can you be reasonable for once? I pulled you back because I was afraid you'd get thrown out. I saved your life. You could at least be a little grateful instead of injuring your rescuer." Not wanting to hear another word from him, she turned and walked away. But Zhao Wu, always good at comforting himself, thought, "At least I saw something I wasn't supposed to, so I guess that makes us even." He mumbled to himself, and of course, she heard that too. She instantly pulled out her gun, pointed it right at his head, and snapped, "Zhao Wu, what exactly did you see?" After having a gun pointed at his face more times than he could count, Zhao Wu was starting to get a little angry. He opened his mouth to say something, but right then, a loud noise interrupted him. The guy they had just captured was trying to drive away. They were so close that Yingji spun around and fired a shot. It hit the car's tire dead on. The vehicle immediately deflated like a balloon, swerved a bit, and came to a stop in the middle of the road. As Zhao Wu walked over, he muttered, "You're seriously insane. You still had a bullet in that gun. I'd almost die because of you." After restraining the suspects, Zhao Wu counted them, only 4 robbers, but there were supposed to be 5. One bank robber was still missing. Yingji grabbed the blonde guy and started interrogating him. He admitted to robbing the bank, but he claimed he didn't know where the missing guy was. Yingji kept beating him until he burst into tears. Only then did he finally give up the location of the last man. The two of them opened the trunk of the car and were shocked to find a man tightly bound and barely conscious. Zhao Wu helped him up and saw that he was still breathing. This is the guy who ran away at the long-distance bus station. Now all 5 robbers were accounted for. But why had they tied up one of their own and locked him in the trunk? Was there some kind of falling out among them? Yingji looked at Zhao Wu in confusion as he searched the robbers. She had no idea what he was looking for, but then he even pulled down Mr. Ding's pants. His style was truly surprising. In the end, Zhao Wu actually found something, a bag full of ration coupons the bank had reported missing. Yingji slowly began to understand. These people hadn't been chasing Mr. Ding to save him. They were after the coupons he was hiding. Zhao Wu walked over with a grin. Talk about a coincidence, right? Lucky for us, the first guy we caught was the one hiding the coupons. That made the rest of them come straight to us. But you still remember the deal we made earlier, don't you? You lost. Time to keep your end of the bargain. As he spoke, Zhao Wu puckered his lips expecting a kiss. But instead, what he got was a hot bullet, scaring him so badly his mood crashed instantly. On the way back from escorting the robbers, the team was buzzing with chatter, trying to figure out who had the skills to pull it off. None of them could have guessed that the 2 heroes of the day were now arguing over a seat like a pair of kids. Miel Yingji, are you trying to crush me? Seriously, don't you feel the least bit bad for treating you like this? Yingji closed her eyes and ignored him completely. Just look at you. No gratitude at all. I looked out for you the whole way. I even saved your life. That should be worth at least a thank you, don't you think? And what about her bet? I'm not even asking for much here. But before Zhao Wu could finish his sentence, Yingji suddenly leaned over, falling asleep right against him. Her head rested on his shoulder, and he stiffened slightly, unsure what to do. She's already asleep, just like that? He murmured, adjusting his posture awkwardly to make her more comfortable. He hesitated, about to say more, when a subordinate suddenly called out, "Officer Zhao, Captain Miao, you both must be exhausted, huh?" The subordinate turned around and saw the two of them fast asleep. Zhang Jingfeng quickly stepped in to help smooth things over. This was a major bank robbery case, and you two managed to catch the culprits in just half a day. You probably haven't had a second to rest. Then the subordinate asked about the case. Why did all 5 of them go through the trouble of stealing just that stamp collection? And why did they tie up one of their own and stuff him in the trunk? Zhang Jingfeng also stepped up to explain the person who was handcuffed is Fang Yu, the mastermind behind this robbery. Back in high school, he secretly sold his father's rare bone fragment stamp collection to buy a video game console. When his father found out, he completely lost it. That stamp collection was worth enough to buy a house, and this ungrateful son destroyed it all. His father already had a heart condition, and the shock pushed him over the edge. He died from the anger. Over the years, Fang Yu had been trying to track down that stamp collection. Eventually, he heard it was being kept in a safe deposit box at a bank in City Key, hidden there by smugglers. He brought together 4 people from the theater troupe where he worked. All of them were buried in gambling debt. Fang Yu got his hands on the bank's blueprints, the ship schedules, and a diagram of the vault. He told them the stamp collection was worth tens of millions of yuan. Since he seemed so well prepared, the others believed him. They disguised themselves, broke into the bank, took control of the command center, and managed to retrieve the rare stamp collection from the vault. Then they opened all the other vaults to throw the police off track. But unexpectedly, one of the vaults contained a dead body. It was vacuum sealed, and the moment they saw it, they panicked like they had opened a cursed box. After escaping from the bank, they tore up the stamp catalog and threw it into the sewer. They split the stamps and scattered, blending into the crowd thanks to their disguises. According to the plan, they would clean up and meet at the getaway car to drive off together. But Fang Yu never showed up. The others got suspicious and checked, only to find out that the stamp collection they had was worth just 2 million yuan. The most valuable stamps were already taken by Fang Yu. They barged into Fang Yu's house and found him calmly lounging at home. When they forced him to talk, Fang Yu finally admitted he had taken an earlier long-distance bus back. then gone to his father's grave to burn the stamp collection for him. The brood was so angry they could have exploded in the end, and they decided to sell the stamps somewhere else. But this crazy guy, Fang Yu, wouldn't let it go. So they tied him up and stuffed him into the trunk. While they were taking turns getting out of the car to grab some goat soup, they happened to run right into the two of them. Chang Jingfeng spoke while glancing over his shoulder. He looked back at Zhao Wu, who had been pretending to sleep earlier, but had now actually dozed off. The only problem was their position. It looked a bit awkward. Ying Ji was resting her face on a rather sensitive part of Zhao Wu. Just as subordinate was about to turn around to check what was going on, Zhang Jingfeng quickly stopped her. Kids should be watching this. The less you know, the better. Still, if we follow these two super detectives, is there any case we won't be able to solve? From now on, we'll just eat well and live easy. Right then, subordinate's phone rang. The special investigation team reported they just found another vacuum-sealed corpse. The ring woke Ying Ji. She slowly opened her eyes, her body's sensory system gradually coming back online. She felt something heavy on her butt. She turned her head and saw Zhao Wu's huge hand resting right on her backside. Her face instantly turned pale with rage, and she punched him straight in the face. The young man was fast asleep when he was suddenly jolted awake, looking around in confusion, thinking they'd already arrived at the station. But instead, he turned and saw Ying Ji beside him, glaring at him angrily while wiping her mouth. "What are you wiping?" Zhao Wu looked down and realized his pants were soaking wet. "Holy shit, meow Ying Ji, you drooled all over my pants while you were sleeping." Her face turned red with embarrassment and anger. "Are you looking to die?" Zhao Wu quickly shot back, trying to defend himself. "I spilled goat soup on your shirt, and you drool on my pants. Now we're even." But her fist still landed squarely on his face, and he ended up being called a pervert on top of it. When they got back to the police station, Zhao Wu could already hear someone shouting from a distance. It was his colleague. "We were the first ones to investigate the dead body found in the bank vault. Why aren't you giving us the new info on the victim?" She was facing off against Wang Sheng Yao, the team leader of the newly arrived Special Investigation Unit. Wang Sheng Yao replied confidently, "This case is now under our Special Investigation Unit. Higher-ups assigned it to us. Your Division R just needs to cooperate. No need to ask questions." Zhao Wu let out a helpless sigh, shook his head, and walked away. But Ying Ji isn't someone who backs down easily. When Wang Sheng Yao met Ying Ji, he immediately switched to playing the victim. I thought my colleague explained things clearly enough already. But Team Leader Miao still showed up demanding case files. Wasn't she just making things difficult for them? Or maybe she was doing it on purpose, trying to show who's boss to outsiders like them. "We're so scared," he added sarcastically. Ying Ji forced a smile. "We didn't expect the bank robbery case to be solved so quickly. We had some free time, so we thought we'd lend a hand. Since Team Leader Miao seems so interested, how about we make a bet? If we lose, I'll take 3 punches from you in front of everyone. But if we solve the case first, you'll have to respectfully call us Senior. And from then on, you'll be in charge of serving tea and water, Team Leader Miao." As soon as she said that, everyone burst out laughing. Infuriated, Ying Ji clenched her teeth and raised her fist, ready to give her a piece of her mind. Zhao Wu quickly stepped in to stop her and said, "Team Leader Wang, you better get ready to take a beating. Team Leader Miao packs a mean punch. If she accidentally kills you, we'll make sure to send you a nice funeral wreath." As he spoke, he looked her up and down. What a shame. So pretty, and dying young would really be a waste. The group roared with laughter again, while Wang Sheng Yao could only storm off in anger. Ying Ji shook Zhao Wu's hand off. "You agree with her that easily? Can't you see she's setting a trap for us?" Zhao Wu explained, "Even if we lose, I'm the one who will be humiliated serving tea and water, not you." Ying Ji rolled her eyes. "Isn't it the same whether you do it or I do?" Zhao Wu grinned smugly. "Aw, are you worried about me? Just say it if you are. I worry about you too." As he spoke, he pulled out a USB stick. While you two were arguing, I took a quick look around their place. "Got all the files right here?" Ying Ji thanked him with a solid punch to the gut. "Not bad. Looks like you're actually useful for once." In the evening, the 4 of them went to a karaoke bar to celebrate. Cheers to Zhao for cracking that tough case. The serious kidnapping and murder case had been solved, and Zhao had just been promoted to leader of Team A. Zhang Jingfeng joked, "You must have gotten a fat bonus this time, huh? I bet it's at least 200,000 yuan." Zhao Wu, clearly excited, replied, "Tonight's on me. Drink as much as you want. No one goes home sober." After singing their hearts out, Zhao suddenly turned to Ying Ji and called out, "Team A's done performing. Now it's Team B's turn. What are you going to sing to celebrate my promotion, huh? Let me think. How about a pole dance?" I had a suggestion. Ying Ji frowned slightly, but not wanting to kill the mood, she clenched her teeth and played along. She slowly walked toward the pole, gracefully spun around it, and shot a sultry look at Zhao Wu. "Come over here," she said. Zhao Wu, overjoyed, leaped up and wrapped his arms tightly around her waist. "What's this? Team leader Miao wants to dance with me?" She gave him a sly smile, turned him around, and gently stroked his face with a teasing look. What if I said no? The next second, there was a loud click. Zhao Wu was handcuffed to the pole. Without another word, team leader Miao strutted off, leaving him fuming and chained there for over an hour. Even when the party ended, Zhao Wu was still frustrated. That damn Miao Yingji. One day, I'll take her down. Yeah. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Zhang Jingfeng arguing with someone. "What's wrong with you guys? You bumped into someone and didn't even apologize," he said angrily. The other person snapped back. "Maybe you're cross-eyed. If you saw someone coming and didn't move, then you deserve it." "Oh yeah? What now? You gonna accuse us of assaulting a police officer too?" Just then, a man named Bin walked out. Well, I was wondering who it was with no eyes. Turns out it's the little lady. Show some respect, everyone. This female officer here used to lose to me all the time. Back in the day, she even wanted to marry into your family. Hearing that, the crowd started chiming in. "Hello, sister-in-law. No offense, no offense." Yingji glared at him and said coldly, "I'll pretend you just spat a pile of garbage out of your mouth. Tell your guys to apologize and we'll let it go." But this guy just pushed things further. "Little lady, is being a cop made you rusty? Remember the good old days when I had you pinned down and you couldn't move? Want me to help you relive the memory?" Yingji's expression shifted. Something in Bin's words clearly struck a nerve. Just as the crowd was about to join in again, a thick glob of spit flew straight into Bin's face. Talk about bad luck. Some idea got in the way of the spit too. Zhao Wu walked up and casually threw an arm around Yingji's shoulders. "What's wrong, babe? Ran into another rabid dog on the street? Well, I'm going to take care of it for you." Bin wiped his face with excitement, his eyes full of sleazy amusement. Oh, is this the new boyfriend? Poor guy. Looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson." Zhao Wu pretended to be surprised. "No wonder my treasure got upset, running into a mad dog like this. But don't worry, baby. I'm vaccinated. I'm immune to rabid dogs." Yingji wasn't exactly eager to go along with him, but only Zhao Wu could handle a scumbag like Bin. Bin snorted coldly when he heard that. I knew it. Yingji's boyfriend must be some mental patient, straight out of an asylum. What hospital are you from, huh? Room 9527, and your mom's in 9526. That crazy woman keeps showing up at my place. Go ask her. You might even have a little brother you don't know about. Bin couldn't keep his cool anymore. "What did you just say?" But then he stopped himself. This bastard was clearly trying to provoke him into throwing the first punch and get him charged with assault. He wasn't going to fall for that. He took a deep breath, pointed to the martial arts gym behind them, and said, "All right, punk. If you're so tough, follow me in there. Let's settle this with a real fight." Zhao Wu cracked his knuckles and sneered. "Fine. My hands have been itching anyway. But just so you know, I've got a reputation for hitting a little too hard. If I accidentally beat you to death, don't say I didn't warn you." Bin turned and walked toward the gym. "Let's go. We'll see who's really asking for it." Just then, Yingji stepped in to stop Zhao Wu. "Zhao Wu, let it go. You're worried about me. That's sweet. I'm touched. But don't worry. If he bullies you, he's bullying me too. Even if you forgive him, I won't." Yingji's face turned even more serious. "You can't fight him. Since I started training, I've hardly lost a match. Except for that one draw with you. I've lost every other fight to him. Trust me, you're not his match." When he heard those words, Zhao Wu froze in shock. "Oh shit, why didn't you tell me earlier? It's too late to regret anything now." Just like Yingji had predicted, Zhao Wu ended up getting completely beaten down. His strength was no match at all. He was crushed and pinned to the floor. If he kept going head-to-head like this, there was no way he could win. So Zhao Wu started switching to other tactics. Bin grabbed Zhao Wu by the collar, smirking. "Hey, little girl, why are you into this useless loser? How about I show you what a real man's like? Don't worry, once I'm done with you, I'll take care of him too tonight." Zhao Wu's eyes widened in shock when he heard that. He lunged at Bin, trying to fight back, but he was knocked to the ground again. After a flurry of wild punches and kicks, Zhao Wu was in serious trouble, while Bin hadn't even broken a sweat. "Little girl, why don't we pick up where we left off tonight? Trust me, you're gonna love how it feels being with me. What do you say?" Yingji didn't have time to think. She glared at Zhao Wu and shouted, "Stop it! That's enough. Zhao Wu, say you're sorry. Right now." Faced with such humiliation, Zhao Wu cursed and charged in to fight again. But it was clear he had no chance of winning. Right then, the system suddenly sent him an item called an energy boost pill. Was it worried he'd get beaten to death and sent this to help him turn the tide? You're underestimating me. I'm not that weak. His eyes were sharp, filled with the resolve to fight to the bitter end. Yingji shouted, "Don't stand up. Zhao Wu, if you keep going like this, you'll get yourself killed." But Zhao Wu had already lost all sense of reason. He couldn't hear a thing. Liu Nian sneered with contempt. Didn't expect this kid to be so stubborn. Yes, your little sister has some unique taste. Seeing Zhao Wu's face covered in wounds, Liu Nian raised his foot to kick him. You're the one who asked for this. But to everyone's shock, Zhao Wu blocked the kick midair. What he did next left everyone speechless. He bit down hard on Liu Nian's thigh. Blood spurted out instantly. Liu Nian's scream echoed throughout the martial arts hall. This was supposed to be a civilized match. Who had ever seen such a brutal move? Clutching his wound, Liu Nian collapsed to the ground and cursed. You psycho! You're out of your mind. Zhao Wu's eyes were bloodshot. He still had a chunk of flesh in his mouth. He spit out a mouthful of bloody saliva, then walked straight toward Liu Nian and slammed a punch into his face. Liu Nian, caught off guard and already weakened, cried out in fear, "Get him off me. He's lost it." Before he could finish his sentence, another punch landed. Then chaos erupted. Zhao Wu pinned Liu Nian down and started punching wildly, again and again, right on the same spot. In seconds, Liu Nian's head was a bloody mess. His face was completely disfigured. He couldn't even fight back. Still, Zhao Wu showed no sign of stopping. The crowd panicked. "Stop! You'll kill him." People rushed in to pull him apart, apologizing as they did. Zhao Wu, cold and expressionless, said just 3 words, "Apologize." Now, Liu Nian's gang was frozen in fear. We're sorry. We know we were wrong." Zhao Wu finally let out all his anger, then collapsed onto Yingji. A few hours later, he slowly regained consciousness in a hospital bed. "Why did you listen to us? Why did you have to go fight him? Well, if he insults me, that's fine. But insulting my woman, that's not something I can let slide." And who exactly is your woman?" Yingji, already used to Zhao Wu's way of thinking, gave him a command. "Sit up straight." Then I thought Yingji was about to feed him fruit, so he opened his mouth and leaned in. But instead, she suddenly gave him a light kiss on the cheek. It was just a soft touch, like a dragonfly skimming the water, but it meant so much more. Zhao Wu took the chance to pull her into a mischievous hug. "This isn't good. My blood pressure's rising, my head's spinning." Yingji's face turned red hot, and she quickly helped him sit up. "You have to take responsibility for this," Zhao Wu said, still caught up in the moment as he stared at her. Then an idea popped into his head. "Hey, you all didn't see anything just now, all right?" Yingji turned around. There was no one there. "Zhao Wu, you tricked me again." The moment she turned back, Zhao Wu lunged forward and kissed her deeply. Getting exactly what he wanted, Zhao Wu lost himself in the passionate kiss. Pinned beneath him, she struggled to breathe, her body trembling like it had just been hit by a jolt of electricity. After a brief moment of silence, she pushed him away too. "Zhao Wu, don't get carried away just because I let one thing slide." Zhao Wu stayed calm, not a flicker of emotion on his face. His heart didn't skip a beat. "We're both adults here. What's there to be embarrassed about?" He teased her lightly. "If you think the hospital isn't the right place, we can always continue this at home." That kind of teasing made her, someone who hadn't experienced romance in 20 years, blush furiously. She raised her hand to hit him. Zhao Wu immediately backed off. Ow, that hurts. My wound's tearing open again." "Okay, fine. I'll stop being a jerk." "You've been acting strange today. It's because of that guy Liu Nian, isn't it?" Zhao Wu's words hit a nerve. Her expression shifted. It became complicated and uneasy. "He and I grew up training in Taekwondo together. I had a crush on him back then. Every time we sparred, I got distracted because of my feelings, so I always lost. Eventually, it left a mental scar. I didn't want to be tied to him anymore, but I couldn't seem to let go. Thankfully, you showed up." Zhao Wu gently took her hand, his voice soft. "So that kiss just now was because..." Before he could finish, Yingji cut him off. "Don't get the wrong idea. I was just following through on a bet from the bank robbery case." Of course, Zhao Wu didn't buy her excuse. "But you made the first move." Yingji was furious, practically losing her mind. A few seconds later, Zhao Wu's pained cries echoed through the hospital room again. That same day, at a cocoa cafe, there was a blind date. And who else would show up but Zhao Wu? Turns out this body of his came with a mother who was obsessed with marrying him off. After being in this world for so long, he had almost forgotten about her. But today, she finally caught him and dragged him into a blind date. Thinking back to that time, the old lady had come looking for Zhao Wu, saying she had already set him up with someone. Then she introduced him to a girl named Jin Yuan and praised her, saying she had the face of someone destined for wealth. From the photo, her figure was indeed attractive, but Zhao Wu already had someone he liked, so he started thinking of ways to escape. He raised his hand to excuse himself, saying he needed to use the restroom. His mother scolded him for being lazy and uncooperative. When he opened the restroom window, he saw a water pipe outside. If he climbed along the pipe, maybe he could sneak out. Just as he was about to jump, he heard people talking about him. What do you think of that cop you saw earlier? Weren't you always saying you wanted to marry a policeman? The other woman didn't respond and just said, forget it. I think Jin Yuan is more suited to marrying a cop. She's been missing for 2 or 3 days now. Jin Yuan, isn't that the girl Mom was talking about? She's gone missing? Zhao Wu suddenly remembered the hidden body case they were investigating at the bank. According to the files copied from the special task force, a most recent victim was someone who had gone missing 2 years ago, starved to death and stuffed into a safe. From the information on the previous 5 victims, over the past 6 years, the killer had starved one person to death each year. If the pattern held, the killer was likely to strike again this year. Could Jin Yuan be the next target? Was it just a coincidence? As Zhao Wu thought about this, he started climbing up the pipe. But as soon as he got on, he slipped and fell straight into the women's restroom next door. Right at that moment, a curvy woman was changing her clothes. Their eyes met, and for a second, time seemed to stop. Zhao Wu was about to brush it off with a laugh when the woman's face turned from pale to red, then exploded into a high-pitched scream. In the chaos, she threw the clothes in her hands at him. The pipe they were standing on started to shake violently, and in the end, he couldn't avoid falling off it. With a loud thud, Zhao Wu hit the ground, his vision spinning. Luckily, he landed in a trash bin. Right after that, the detection system went off. He looked up and scanned his surroundings, his face showing clear surprise. In the corner near the wall, there were over a dozen surveillance cameras, but none of them had power. Zhao Wu looked more closely and noticed all the camera wires were connected to the bakery next door. Wait a second, this bakery looks familiar, he thought to himself. The suspect in the Kuping murder case once bought a cake here. Why would a small bakery need so many cameras? Still full of questions, he called Zhang Jingfeng. Suddenly, 2 hands patted him lightly on the shoulders. Long time no see, officer, said a woman cheerfully, even snatching the phone right out of his hand. Zhao Wu was confused. Who is this woman? He wondered. But something about her felt oddly familiar. She giggled and said, Zhao Wu, come talk in the car, as she opened the car door and gestured for him to get in. Curious, he followed her. On the car's surveillance screen, the face of Chief Liu appeared. I thought we agreed. This case is our department's responsibility. Why are you interfering in the Kuping case again? Chief Liu said angrily. Zhao Wu smiled slightly, confirming the suspicion he had, as he thought the woman was one of Chief Liu's people. He was curious to see how far they had gotten in their investigation of the Kuping case. So, ignoring Chief Liu's protests, he quickly ended the call and slowly walked toward the woman. There's just the 2 of us in the car, he said. Should we talk about why you're here on surveillance duty, or maybe something a little more fun? As he spoke, he gently brushed her hair with curiosity. She was new to the job and hadn't seen much of the world yet. There was no way she could handle that kind of teasing. Flustered, she had no choice but to answer honestly. When we were investigating trying to reconstruct Zhao King's movements, we planned to collect the surveillance footage from the cake shop. But the place was already completely deserted. That made us even more suspicious it might be a criminal hideout, so we had people watching it day and night in case someone comes back. Understanding the situation, Zhao Wu explained to her, I only came here today to buy a cake. Didn't expect to run into you. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about this. It's getting too warm in the car anyway. Let's go grab a bite to eat. Her face turned bright red as she protested, Mr. Zhao, I'm on duty. My coworker will be back any minute. Zhao Wu picked up his phone again. It's not a big deal. Let's eat first, then come hang out at my place. Just as things started to feel a little too suggestive, the phone suddenly rang, cutting through the moment. Zhao Wu muttered under his breath, man, who's got such bad timing? When he looked at the screen and saw Zhang Jingfeng's name, he froze. The investigation had revealed that Jin Yuan, 35 years old, worked at a travel agency in Zone A of this building. On the day she disappeared, she came to work as usual, but none of her coworkers saw her again after that. The last thing the surveillance cameras recorded was her entering the building. However, the police searched every camera in the building and couldn't find any trace of her after that. How could someone who's clearly alive just vanish without a trace right under the surveillance cameras? Then Zhao Wu and his subordinate entered the building. Let's follow the cameras and see what we can find first. But after reaching the end of Area A, they didn't uncover anything. Beyond this door was Area B. Could she have gone there? The 2 of them pushed the door open and immediately noticed a camera above them. If she had entered, it should have been recorded right from the start. Zhao Wu then noticed a door leading to the emergency exit nearby. But strangely, this door was locked. His instincts told him something was off. So, he kicked the door open. Inside the stairwell, there wasn't a single camera. His subordinate looked visibly distressed. Zhao, don't you think something's off here? It smells bad. Zhao Wu seemed to realize something and quickly started running upstairs. His subordinate, confused but still following, tried to keep up. When they reached the 6th floor, they suddenly stopped. There, lying in the stairwell, was the naked body of a woman. According to the police investigation, the victim's name was Jin Yuan. She worked for a travel agency in Area A of the building. When the incident happened, she had gone to Area B for a collaboration with a decorating company there. Since it was rush hour and the elevators were crowded, she had chosen to take the emergency exit. The suspect had been following and then committed the crime. The cause of death was a sudden heart attack, likely triggered during the assault. We've narrowed down the suspect. He's a maintenance worker from the building. On the day of the incident, he'd had taken a lot of stimulants, and he has a criminal record. We're in the process of arresting him. At this point, Yingji spoke up, so the Jin Yuan case and the bank murder case probably aren't connected. Everyone's been awake all night, so you should have some breakfast. Right now, the clue of the bank murder case has come to a dead end. Zhao Wu felt completely stuck. Have you noticed how indifferent the families of the victims of the bank murder case seem? It's like they have no reaction to the death of their loved ones. They haven't even come to the police station crying or making a scene. Yingji explained most of them don't have many immediate family members left. They're all people without children and their parents are already gone. That makes sense, Zhao Wu said while pulling out some breakfast. He noticed there were 2 portions. Did you prepare this especially for me? A warm feeling spread in his heart. You're being so nice to me, yet you still say you don't like me. Yingji turned her face away, embarrassed. You can't even stop talking when you're eating. Just choke on it. Suddenly, the phone rang. It was Zhao Wu's mother calling to check on him. Son, are you okay? I saw on TV that a police car was in an accident and I was so scared. Zhao Wu reassured her. I'm fine, Ma. It wasn't our car, so don't worry. Hold on, was it a car accident? Zhao Wu stared intently at the analysis in front of him. The family members of 2 of the victims had died in a car accident, so he asked about the cause of the crash. Zhang Jingfeng said, it was a long-distance bus. The accident happened in the Guaishan Tunnel 17 years ago. Back then, an oil tanker exploded, causing the tunnel to collapse. Many vehicles were buried under the rubble for days. The subordinate had found the latest information on the accident. Xiaozhen Jiang's entire family of 3 was on the bus, but only Xiaozhen Jiang survived. Hong Yun and her mother were also on the bus, while Tang Ling was likely picking up wholesale goods. Duan Daching and Gong Xiuzhen had gone to buy goods for their business. Chang Hongran was the bus driver at the time. Yingji exclaimed everyone was connected to that tunnel accident. Years later, the survivors of the oil tanker explosion, which caused the tunnel collapse, are dying in strange and mysterious ways. There has to be a connection. Zhao Wu moved closer, determined to find out who the killer was. We need to get records on the survivors and the victims of that accident. Yingji grabbed his restless hand. It's been too long. The relevant agencies haven't kept many records. You should ask the newspapers and TV stations. Soon enough, Zhang Jingfeng found out that there were a total of 7 survivors from that accident. They were trapped in the tunnel for 15 days before the rescue team freed them. Of the 6 who had died, only 2 survivors remained from the bus. Sun Yehan and Q Xin Yang. 17 years ago, they were 25 and 14 years old, respectively. The culprit is most likely one of these 2 people, but who could it be? Yingji pointed at the photos of the 2 individuals and decisively said, stop guessing. I'm taking Team B to arrest Sun Yihan. Zhao Wu, you take Team A and look for Q Xin Yang. Capture them, and we'll figure things out afterward. But don't let any of these developments reach the special investigation team. They're always trying to compete with us. One of the subordinates chimed in, yeah, let them stop looking down on others. They don't even share their files with us. What a bunch of petty people. But they would never know at that very moment a woman in black was standing just outside the door, hiding in the shadows. She smiled mysteriously, her expression full of hidden meaning. Zhao Wu led the team to the bookstore. Zhang Jingfeng couldn't help but complain, why would a bookstore be open in a place like this? It's all run down here, and there's hardly anyone around. Zhao Wu believed this was a good spot to hide someone. It seemed that Chu Xin Yang was indeed the culprit in the bank corpse case. Earlier, the subordinate had sent over some files revealing that years ago, on a long-distance bus, there were only 2 pregnant women. One was Sun Yihan, who later had a child and lived a happy family life. The other was Q Xin Yang's mother, but both she and the baby she was carrying had died. Its father, heartbroken and depressed, also passed away 8 years ago. The bank corpse case began 7 years ago, which gave Q Xin Yang a stronger motive. Suddenly, Yingji's voice came through on the walkie-talkie. We couldn't find Sun Yihan. Her family said she left on a business trip 4 days ago, but she couldn't even take the train. Her family has already reported her missing to the police. So where could she have gone? In a dark room, a weak woman pounded on the door. Is anyone there? Help me. Open the door and save me. Outside the door, a figure stood tall, glaring at the locked door, a sinister smile on their face. In the unfinished neighborhood that people call the Ghost Town, Zhao Wu and the others quickly found Chu Xin Yang's bookstore. To their surprise, there was a car from the special investigation team parked outside. Wang Sheng Yao's people had beaten them here, but had there been no progress that morning, they immediately realized they had been tracked. How immoral! Even a dog would want to bite them. Suddenly, there was a noise coming from inside the bookstore, and those who had entered rushed back out. A thick cloud of white smoke started rising inside. Zhao Wu quickly stopped two of them from going in. Don't go in yet? Call for backup, and I'll go in alone to rescue them. As he made his way through, he activated his hidden breathing device. The smoke was so thick that it made him cough and his eyes burn, unable to open them. Inside, a group of people from the special investigation team were lying on the floor, unconscious. The source of the smoke was a poisonous lamp, and Zhao Wu could tell right away that Chu Xin Yang was behind it. He pulled each person out one by one. Luckily, they were just unconscious, not seriously hurt. The smoke was likely just a tranquilizing gas, but these fools had let him slip away, which made things a lot more complicated. Sun Yihan has been missing for 4 days now. 4 days without food or water is getting too dangerous. Where the hell has that bastard Chu Xin Yang locked her up? Zhao Wu seemed to have an epiphany, suddenly shouting, I remember Chu Xin Yang's father is a real estate mogul. Check if there's any connection to this ghost town development. Soon, one of his subordinates found that the villa complex in this ghost town had been developed by Chu Xin Yang's father, and he had even purchased a few properties under his own name. Here's the translation. Then they discovered even more shocking news. It turns out that Chu Xin Yang's mother is the director of a bank, and in fact, she was involved in planning the bank's vault operations. So, did Chu Xin Yang put the corpse in the vault as a tribute to his mother? What had those people done to his mother all those years ago? As everyone was trying to make sense of this, Yingji's voice suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. Zhao Wu, we have new information. Chu Xin Yang is near the West Bus Station and has just withdrawn over 7,000 yuan. We're heading there now. He's probably planning to escape. Zhao Wu smirked and replied, Got it. Let's head to the villa and find Sun Yihan. Sweetheart, your husband's not around, so be careful. Yingji muttered a few curses and left the group chat. The three of them followed the address to the villa area. With so many houses, where could they be hiding Sun Yihan? At this critical moment, they had to rely on Da Huang. One of the subordinates doubted Da Huang's abilities. Zhao Wu, however, wore a smug expression. It may not be able to find people, but it sure knows how to find fresh mess. In no time, Da Huang excitedly started barking. They really hit it well. Without this dog, we never would have found it. With Da Huang's success, Zhao Wu beamed with pride. Of course, this is the best poop-sniffing expert in my house. As he spoke, he kicked open a door and a cold, damp gust of air mixed with a foul stench hit them. Looking down, they saw someone lying motionless on the floor. The person was wearing a white spaghetti strap dress, lying there without moving, and it was unclear whether they were alive or dead. Zhao Wu was the first to rush in and lift the person up. Unexpectedly, during this movement, the person let out a weak groan. Everyone was extremely excited. Great, she's still alive. Tell our people to drive her to the hospital. The three of us stayed behind, waiting for Chu Xin Yang to come back. One of the subordinates was a bit confused. Didn't Chu Xin Yang already escape from the bus station? Zhao Wu explained he committed so many crimes and is so calculating. How could he expose himself over just 7,000 yuan? I think he's trying to mislead the police. But he clearly knows the police are after him and still has to come back. Doesn't that just mean he's looking for a way to die? Zhao Wu also believed that in his mind, only hatred mattered. The goal was to return and kill Sun Yihan. Just as everyone was in shock, a gunshot rang out. The bullet whizzed by Zhao Wu's ear and embedded itself in the wall across the room. Zhao Wu was terrified, breaking out in cold sweat. When he turned around, he saw Chu Xin Yang standing there. He was wearing a gas mask and aiming a gun in our direction. Then he pulled out a toxic smoke grenade and confidently threw it inside. In an instant, smoke filled the room. Zhao Wu cursed under his breath and told everyone, Hold your breath. Whatever you do, don't inhale the toxic smoke. Then he stood up, activating his concealed breathing apparatus and invisible bulletproof vest. Meanwhile, Chu Xin Yang on the other side was wildly firing into the smoke, until there was no sound at all from within the haze. As soon as he thought everyone was dead and let his guard down, his eyes suddenly widened in shock like two giant bells. Something unbelievable had just happened. Out of the smoke, Zhao Wu charged forward, and not only was he unharmed, but he also quickly shoved his hand over the barrel of the gun, followed by a powerful punch to the man's face. With the handcuffs raised as he did so, Zhao Wu finally let out a sigh of relief. Turning around, he saw that his colleagues had all passed out on the ground. He picked up a lamp from the floor, thinking to himself that he had to deal with this situation quickly. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching. Team leader, look. Isn't this the suspect? Why are they handcuffed? What happened here? Are these people from the R division? They've all passed out. Wang Sheng Yao, hearing this, was overjoyed. Quick, switch his handcuffs to ours and take the suspect back to the station right away. I'll stay here and oversee things. Zhao Wu, hiding behind a pillar, was left speechless. Wang Sheng Yao, truly shameless, stealing my credit. I'll teach you a lesson. With that, he threw the smoke lamp, and there was a loud crash, followed by some startled shouts and the sound of people falling. Zhao Wu smirked, pleased with himself. A moment later, the rescue team arrived. Zhao Wu feigned concern as he approached and called out, Team Leader Wang, you really let your guard down. How does it feel to be knocked out by the smoke? Wang Sheng Yao was shaking with anger, but couldn't say a word. Zhao Wu gently covered her mouth. Shh, it'll worry, just rest up. I'll deal with you when you wake up. With that, he confidently walked off, strutting away. On the way to escort Chu Xin Yang, he sat there, his face full of sorrow, staring out the window. Zhao Wu, noticing the awkward silence, decided to break it. Are you reluctant to leave? After all, this is your home, he said. Q Xin Yang didn't respond, but his mind drifted back to the past. It had once been a warm, happy family of 3, with a baby on the way, but everything was destroyed by the accident. Its expression turned dark and filled with rage. They ruined my family. All 7 of them deserve to die. 17 years ago, my mother and I were on our way home. When the bus passed through a tunnel, a tanker truck exploded, causing the tunnel to collapse. Giant rocks started falling all around. My mother, me, and those 7 people were all trapped in the vehicle. I was stuck in my seat, and when I looked up at my mother, I saw a metal rod sticking out of her back. On the 7th day after we were trapped, the people around us started to decay. The food we had in the vehicle was almost gone. My mother couldn't eat. They saw that I still had some food, and they all started fighting to get it from me. I was about to share some with them, but those bastards didn't think about me or my mother at all. They said the living should eat first and immediately took all our food. My mother's condition kept getting worse. She was on the verge of death. Before she passed away, she gathered her last bit of strength to tell me to keep living. Mom was killed by them, by those 7 people. That wounded boy kept walking the path of revenge. He starved them to death and then locked them in a safe at the bank where his mother had worked. Zhao Wu had already mentally prepared himself, but after hearing about the unfortunate events from that bus trip years ago, he still felt uneasy. After his mother and younger brother died, Q Xin Yang's father lived in constant self-blame, thinking that if he had driven them himself that day, they wouldn't have gotten into that accident. Q Xin Yang's father's business continued to decline, and a few years later, he passed away from illness. Q Xin Yang believed that his family's downfall was all because of the people who had taken the food from him and his mother on the bus. So, he used the money from the house his father left behind to start his plan for revenge. Sometimes he would sit on the sofa in the basement, quietly listening to the cries and the helpless banging on the door from the people he had locked up. 1 day, 2 days, until there was no sound coming from the other side of the door. After the bank case was closed, he was someone who didn't socialize much, so he didn't even know that the bodies had been found. It wasn't until the special investigation team came to ask him that he decided to use the knockout gas on them. No one was allowed to stop him from killing the last person. Unfortunately, the last words of his mother were probably just a wish for him to live well in the future. At this point, Zhao Wu let out a helpless sigh. Ying Ji held up the statement and walked over to call Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu, even though he's confessed to everything, there's still one thing I don't get. When you caught Chu Xin Yang, Wang Sheng Yao, and the others, why were they also unconscious? They should have arrived after you, right? Zhao Wu started to pretend he didn't understand. How would I know? Well, I had a shootout with the criminal, and after taking care of him, I ran down to the basement to save the others. Who knew they'd all be passed out when I went back upstairs? His clumsy acting was quickly exposed by Ying Ji. Come on, didn't you use Pu Xin Yang's stuff to knock them out? Zhao Wu, you really... Hearing this, Zhao Wu suddenly became nervous. Was she mad at him? Ying Ji suddenly hugged Zhao Wu's face and called him smart, catching him completely off guard. They want to take credit for our work. How can we just let that slide? Don't worry. No matter how Wang Sheng Yao tries to explain it, we'll stick to the story that they got tricked by the criminals. It has nothing to do with us. Only then did Zhao Wu finally relax, letting out a long breath. The unexpected compliment made his face flush with embarrassment. He looked around to make sure no one was watching, then quietly pulled a small wrapped box from his jacket and handed it to Ying-ji. "This is for you." Clearly nervous, Zhao Wu stumbled over his words. Inside the box was a pair of sparkling earrings. Ying-ji was taken aback and blushed slightly. I got these for you. "It's a gift," Zhao Wu said awkwardly. Ying-ji, clearly touched, lowered her head and replied softly, "Thank you. They're beautiful." Zhao Wu couldn't help but feel a spark of hope. Maybe this meant she had feelings for him too. Just then, she looked up and said, "Zhao Wu, what are you waiting for? Help me put them on." Zhao Wu nodded quickly, a mix of nerves and excitement building up. As he stepped closer to help, he noticed the curve of her neck and the way her hair gently framed her face. His hands trembled slightly, but he stayed focused. He paused for a moment, overwhelmed, but Ying-ji's calm expression helped him snap back to reality. He carefully brushed her hair aside and fastened the second earring. The scent of her shampoo lingered in the air, a small, quiet moment he knew he'd remember. As soon as the atmosphere became tense, a very odd person suddenly ran out from behind the wall. A group of others peeked their heads out as well, smiling and saying, "We just wanted to use the bathroom. We didn't see anything." Zhao Wu swallowed hard and angrily yelled, "What are you staring at? Go upstairs and use the bathroom." Meanwhile, at the hospital, Sun Yihan woke up in her hospital bed. Upon learning the truth, she was furious and screamed, "It's not what he said. His mother had already died from the start." Her words shocked the investigators who were present. Sun Yihan continued to tell the full story. "At that time, our bus was crushed by a large rock. Many people were trapped underneath, and his mother wasn't lucky either. A piece of metal pierced her back, and she was already dead. But that boy kept talking to his mother, feeding her, as if she were still alive. We were all terrified. On top of that, he insisted that he was stuck in his seat, refusing to get out no matter how much we tried to help. We could share our food with him, but his mother had really been dead from the beginning. We were stuck for 15 days, and that food saved our lives. At that time, he was also very hungry, and it was me, bit by bit, who fed him so he could survive." At this point, Sun Yihan completely broke down, crying uncontrollably. Why, after all of us barely survived that disaster, did he end up killing everyone just because of the delusions in his mind? Zhao Wu never expected the truth to be like this. After being diagnosed by the experts, Xin Yang shows symptoms of schizophrenia. Everything that happened on the bus might have been just his imagination. As the two of them were talking, they arrived at the door of the Special Forces team's room. Wang Sheng Yao was urging the members to quickly pack up and leave. It seemed like Captain Wang had lost a bet and was trying to slip away unnoticed. She thought she was being clever, didn't she? Zhao Wu shouted loudly, "Where are you going, Captain Wang? Why didn't you say anything? Ying-ji, tighten your fist. We want to send you off too." Seeing this, Wang Sheng Yao's face went pale. Just the thought of taking 3 punches for losing the bet was embarrassing enough, so she tried to come up with an excuse. "Zhao Wu, if you hadn't deliberately thrown the tranquilizer at us, who would have caught the criminal first? What's so impressive about your dirty tricks?" Her team members quickly jumped in to support her. Zhao Wu shook his head and responded, "I don't know who said we should quickly switch their handcuffs. When it comes to shamelessness, I really can't compare to you." At this point, Wang Sheng Yao felt completely humiliated and didn't know how to face anyone. But since it was a bet, she had no choice but to accept the loss. Zhao Wu casually gave her 2 options. One was to take 3 punches from Ying-ji, and the other was to politely bow to Ying-ji and call her senior. Wang Sheng Yao gritted her teeth, but had no other choice. She reluctantly bowed to Ying-ji and said, "Sorry, Senior Miao." Her team members couldn't help but smile in victory. After solving such a beautiful case, they certainly had to celebrate in style. At a fancy Western restaurant, Ying-ji was giving instructions to the server. "Please give us 2 bottles of wine from the year 2000. Thank you." The lavish restaurant left the colleagues in awe. Those in the know explained that this was a members-only establishment, and they had heard that regular people had to make a reservation at least a month in advance to get in. Watching Ying-ji talk so professionally with the server, Zhao Wu couldn't help but feel a little jealous. She seemed so familiar with this place. Did she frequently dine at such fancy restaurants? At that moment, Ying-ji stood up, raising her glass of red wine. "Today is our celebration. This case is wrapping up thanks to everyone's hard work. I got promoted to team leader because of all of you. It's really great working with such a wonderful team." She finished her speech and downed her wine in one go. Suddenly, Ying-ji noticed that Zhao Wu sitting next to her didn't look too happy, so she raised her glass toward him. "Zhao Wu, let's have a drink together." The colleagues all cheered in unison. "Cheers. You two are truly the power couple of our art division." Despite feeling conflicted, Zhao Wu never turned down a drink. He immediately raised his glass, clinked it with Ying Ji's, and drank it all in one go. Ying Ji followed suit, drinking with gusto. After a few rounds, the group turned the elegant, upscale restaurant into the lively atmosphere of a street-side diner. Ying Ji became even more carefree, joking around and playing with her colleagues. Meanwhile, Zhao Wu couldn't shake the weight of his thoughts. He had always believed that if he just worked hard enough to solve the case, he could catch up with her. But now, it seemed like the distance between him and her was only growing bigger. Ying Ji asked if she could borrow some wine and go to Zhao Wu's place. "Why are you being so well-behaved today? Did you mess up again?" she asked. "I secretly took nude photos of Captain Miao and accidentally posted them on my social media," he confessed. Hearing that, Ying Ji put her arm around his shoulder and casually sat on his lap. "Is it that you can't stand it if I don't scold you for a day, huh? You're such a troublemaker," she teased. Feeling her warmth so close, Zhao Wu became tense, unsure of where to put his hands, but his mouth wasn't going to back down. "Captain Miao got drunk right in front of me. Doesn't she fear that I'll trick her into coming back to my place and make her kneel on the bed?" he said boldly. Ying Ji immediately put her finger to his lips to silence him. "You shameless Zhao Wu, just look at yourself," she said, tossing her hair behind her. "Would I look prettier if I tied my hair up like this?" she asked. Zhao Wu glanced at her, noticing she was wearing the earrings he gave her. He immediately understood what she meant and hugged her waist even tighter. "Your hairstyle now is perfect too. Let me take you home, all right?" he said. Ying Ji felt like she was electrified as he lifted her up, a strange mix of emotions bubbling inside her. How do you properly take a drunk female coworker home? First, when they reached her building, he politely opened the car door, then pretended to ask, "Do you live around here?" Ying Ji nodded in confirmation. "6th floor, 4th window from the left. When the light turns on, you'll know it's time to go up," she explained. Zhao Wu, intrigued, gently ran his fingers through her hair. "How about a drink? Aren't you going to invite me up?" he asked. Ying Ji blushed, grateful for the alcohol, and rested her head on his shoulder, speaking shyly, "All right, but my family's home. Want to meet them?" Zhao Wu puckered his lips in frustration and replied, "Never mind. I should have just taken you to my place instead." Ying Ji couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Why would you take me to your place?" she teased. Zhao Wu blushed and explained, "Of course, just to have a drink." Hearing that, Ying Ji blew a breath of alcohol in his face. "Look at me. I reek of liquor. Maybe next time," she said, then turned and started to leave. "Text me when you get home," Zhao Wu called after her, watching her perfect figure walk away. He couldn't help but wonder, what would it be like if we were really together? The next morning, while Zhao Wu was still dreaming in bed, he heard his mother's voice outside the door. "Oh my, what a coincidence. I was just about to buy some vegetables to make dumplings for you and had bumped into your aunt." Then another familiar voice echoed, "I was just passing by here." Zhao Wu was startled when he heard it. He jumped up, cursed under his breath, and shouted, "Damn, did I hear that wrong?" The next moment, he jumped off the bed and rushed to open the door. It really was her. "How did she end up in my house?" His mom shot him a quick glance and scolded, "You lazy brat. The sun's already up, and you're still not awake. Look, your daughter-in-law has been helping me with work all morning." Hearing the words daughter-in-law, Zhao Wu broke into a cold sweat, panic setting in. He quickly pulled Ying Ji back to his room. "Mom, you go ahead. I'll talk to her for a bit." Zhao Wu was left in a daze, closing the door behind him. He asked, "What's going on? How did you end up here?" Ying Ji, of course, was just as confused. Early this morning, while she was out buying food, the old lady stopped her and kept calling her daughter-in-law, then introduced herself as his mother. "When did I become your girlfriend? And why do I suddenly have a mother-in-law like this?" Zhao Wu finally snapped out of his haze and realized what had happened. It was because the last time his mom had pushed him into a blind date, he had reluctantly shown her a photo of Ying Ji just to get out of it. He never expected his mom to believe it was real. Zhao Wu, feeling genuinely sorry, apologized. "Sorry about this. My mom's getting older and she's kind of hard to deal with. Please be patient with her and play along with this little act. I'll make it up to you. I swear I'll work like a dog to repay you." Ying Ji couldn't help but stifle a laugh. So even tough guys have their weak spots. Seeing him so flustered, it honestly made her feel better. She turned to head out the door. "Well then, I guess I'll reluctantly play along." Zhao Wu quickly thanked her. "If my mom says anything rude, just ignore it, okay?" At that moment, Mother Zhao happened to walk in. "Have you two finished talking?" Her daughter-in-law was beautiful, and her son, though not particularly wealthy, was honest and never caused any trouble. Hearing this, Ying Ji nudged Zhao Wu with her elbow and teasingly said, "You're really that honest, huh? Did you know that those two pretty girls from next door come over every couple of weeks?" The old woman immediately assured her, "He would never do anything like that. If he did, I'd be the first one to punish him. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Wu quickly ran to open it, and standing outside were the two beautiful neighbors. Hey Zhao, I baked some treats for Da Huang and brought over food for the dog. Zhao Wu was flustered, quickly grabbing the dog food. Thank you, you two kind neighbors. I will keep you then. Goodbye. With that, Zhao Wu slammed the door shut, leaving the two girls outside confused. As soon as Zhao Wu walked back inside, his mother scolded him. Son, how many times have I told you? That girl with the fox eyes, stop hanging out with her. Daughter-in-law, don't worry, I'm here, and she won't dare cause trouble. Yingji was delighted to see Zhao Wu getting scolded and mischievously added fuel to the fire. Oh, aunt, you're underestimating him. From what I know, he's quite the charmer with women. It's not just the girls at work who like him. Even the little girls downstairs call him their adoptive dad. This left the old lady completely stunned, unable to believe it. She could barely even talk to her daughter without blushing. How could she possibly act as a godfather? Yingji was getting better and better at his performance. If he keeps this up, I really won't feel at ease. Auntie, you agree, right? Zhao Wu quickly figured out the situation. Yingji was clearly seeking revenge. Was she jealous, or was she just deliberately adding fuel to the fire? Zhao Wu forced a smile and called out, Mom, please don't listen to her nonsense. How could I ever be that kind of person? Just then, someone knocked on the door, followed by a soft, innocent voice. Godfather! Zhao Wu rushed to open the door, and the landlord's daughter walked in carrying a large watermelon. Godfather, my mom's out of the hospital now. She specifically asked me to bring you this watermelon as a gift. After the girl left, Zhao Wu's mom couldn't hold back any longer. Her angry voice echoed through the entire building. Zhao Wu, why on earth are you playing Godfather all of a sudden? Where did you learn this nonsense? Let me tell you, a wife as good as yours is 1 in a million. You won't find another like her, even if you search with a lantern. Stop pulling this weird stuff with me. Yingji couldn't help but grin widely, clearly enjoying this far too much. Auntie, this is nothing yet. Last time, Zhao Wu even brought a drunk nurse home. You've got to make him pay for this one. After the commotion died down, Zhao Wu was exhausted both physically and mentally. Yingji, on the other hand, was still grinning with delight. Zhao Wu, looks like it's your turn now. The old woman already left her phone number for me. If your little brat tries anything shady with me again, I'll call her right away. Zhao Wu shrugged, not caring much. Go ahead and call then. Yingji turned and pushed him against the wall. What's the problem? Well, your kid really does have a lot of secrets. He's got a beautiful woman bringing food for the dog and a girl bringing him watermelon. Seeing that she was serious about calling, Zhao Wu quickly stopped her. It was just a joke. Don't actually do it. Captain Meow. Don't get jealous. Don't worry, you're the only one in my heart. Yingji pushed his hand away and turned to walk toward the car. What does it matter to me? I'm not jealous. Don't try to sweet-talk me. Zhao Wu, feeling a bit frustrated, changed the topic and asked if she liked bodybuilding. Yingji coldly replied, what if I do? Then nothing, wife. Well, you should head home and rest early. I'll see you in my dreams. Switching scenes to the gym, taking a deep breath. Ever since they discovered the shady business here, it's been sealed off. Today, though, the local authorities suddenly relaxed the restrictions, so Zhao Wu went ahead and signed the contract to buy the gym. He thought it would be a good place for Yingji to practice her martial arts later on. He left Huang Mao in charge of managing the gym, making sure to set up a space for training. Watching Huang Mao seriously learn the ropes with the store manager, Zhao Wu couldn't help but feel happy. But for today's success, he owed it all to an old friend who had helped smooth over the connections with the authorities. Even Boss Gua had to admit he was impressed by Zhao Wu's boldness. Thinking about how he had been threatened and coaxed earlier just made Zhao Wu even more furious. Seeing this, Zhao Wu quickly pulled out a 200,000 yuan card and slipped it into the man's pocket. After all, he would still need Boss Gu's guidance in business matters later on. It was clear that Boss Gua hadn't forgiven the old grudge between them. Zhao Wu kept reassuring him, Zhao Wu, I've never been stingy with my friends. Of course, I won't let you be busy for nothing. The conflict between us started because of Hu Meng. If Hu Meng and the Ku Ping case aren't connected, then we really have no reason to keep fighting. Guan Chunhua was left speechless for a moment, but finally gave it in. All right, since you, Officer Zhao, consider me a friend, then let's forget about the past. If you need anything in the future, just let me know. With that, he left with a confident stride. Zhao Wu turned his attention to the row of cameras in the warehouse and quietly smiled to himself. The gym he had taken over could definitely use these surveillance cameras. If any of them were dirty, they could easily be removed. Cameras, huh? He remembered seeing something similar at the bakery Zhao King had visited earlier, so he headed back to the bakery. After observing for a while, he began to make his own assessment. He recalled that the last time he was here, These cameras seemed to be turned off, but now they were all on. Each of these cameras was an expensive, special imported device. What caught his attention was how they were all arranged in a way that seemed to be guarding one particular area, the garage across the street. Could there be something wrong with that garage? Zhao Wu pushed his bike out and suddenly discovered an entrance. In that instant, a shock of electricity coursed through his body. Before he could even make sense of the situation in front of him, he lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. When he woke up again, the first thing he heard was the sound of two women talking. Shuang have already checked the phone signal source. The police have no idea he's here. The woman laughed loudly after hearing this. If we kill him now, no one, neither God nor the devil, will know. Zhao Wu groggily opened his eyes. Where am I? My head hurts so much. In front of him was a room that looked like a storage space with a woman talking nonstop in the middle of a crowd. This guy, Zhao Wu, has been cracking some major cases recently. Don't underestimate him. I had to approach him from behind to be able to make a move. Zhao Wu focused and tried to steady his mind. Isn't that the female cop next to Mr. Liu? Damn, she's trying to sneak attack me. Once he confirmed that he was in a dangerous situation, Zhao Wu remained calm and began to observe his surroundings. A female voice suddenly echoed. If we can't even take him down, how are we worthy of the name Black 8? Hearing those words, Zhao Wu's eyes widened in shock. Black 8. That mysterious organization was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Zhao King was a member of it. These people were probably his accomplices, the same ones who killed Ku Ping. At this moment, the young policewoman realized Zhao Wu had woken up, and fear made her step back as she called out, Shuai, he's awake. The other woman remained calm, unconcerned. What's there to be afraid of? This bastard forced Zhao King to his death. He can't be allowed to die too easily. Zhao Wu let out a cold grunt. It seems like you're all the type to be straightforward. I don't mind dying, but at least let me die with some clarity. Why don't you just tell me who exactly among you killed Ku Ping? The brute was stunned for a moment before they burst into loud laughter. They hadn't expected Zhao Wu to remain so calm. It doesn't matter if we tell you, one of them said, still laughing. The one who killed Ku Ping is none other than Zhao King. To make her death look like an accident, we'd already set up a scapegoat, Hu Meng. After confirming Ku Ping's route home that night, we placed obstacles both in front and behind to block other cars from coming through. Then we threw Hu Meng in the middle of the road. 10 minutes later, Ku Ping showed up, and we used Hu Meng to force her car to stop. She wasn't prepared at all, so she slammed on the brakes and got out to check. As soon as she was in front of Hu Meng, Zhao King, who had been hiding in the bushes, made her move and stabbed Hu Ping with a fatal blow. Then, to frame Hu Meng, Zhao King stabbed Hu Ping over 10 more times, leaving Hu Meng's fingerprints on the knife. We dragged Hu Meng and Ku Ping into the bushes and made it look like they had conflict. After hearing the woman's story, Zhao Wu clenched his fists tightly. Who's the spy in the police force? You found out what time Ku Ping was driving home that night through them, right? The woman, wanting him to have clarity before his death, replied honestly, there's no spy. We tampered with Ku Ping's new car during its first service, so we knew exactly where her car was at all times. Zhao Wu gritted his teeth in anger. Killing Ku Ping has to make sense, right? Of course I took their money and helped them get rid of a threat. A woman spoke as she attached a suppressor to her gun. I've finished talking about the police officer's case. Now, should we talk about our own grudge? Zhao Wu sneered coldly. Are you talking about that scumbag Zhao King? Jumping off a building was too easy for him. I should have killed him myself to truly ease Ku Ping's soul. Hearing this, the woman raised her gun and pressed it against his forehead. You don't need to rush. Here, you'll die quietly. In that critical moment, just as the sound of a gunshot rang out, Zhao Wu activated his invisible bulletproof vest. The woman was shocked when the bullet hit him, but didn't cause any harm, and he was still able to move freely. Zhao Wu grabbed the barrel of her gun, but the woman held on tightly, refusing to let go. So he shifted the barrel downward, aiming it at her chin. You want to play, huh? Well, I'll play your game. Suddenly, a kick came from nowhere, sending Zhao Wu flying out of the way. He clutched his stomach and looked at the group, his expression filled with disbelief. Typical Special Forces soldier. I didn't expect this one to be even more skilled than Zhao King. These Special Forces guys, hell, even just one of them, could easily kill me. If I didn't use some unconventional methods, I'd be a goner today for sure. At that moment, one of the Special Forces soldiers, holding an electric prod, stepped forward. Kid, looks like you don't want to die too easily. In that case, let us have some fun with you. At that moment, he pressed the stun gun to Zhao Wu's neck. There was a sharp snap, and suddenly everything around him went dark. The electric machine gun the man was holding also fell silent. This happened because Zhao Wu had activated the electrical disabling system. The man cursed under his breath as the world around him went black. making it impossible for him to figure out where Zhao Wu was. In an instant, a powerful punch slammed into his chin. Zhao Wu activated his night vision camouflage and with a hint of amusement said to him, "How do you want to play? I'll play your way." The man seemed to have sensed Zhao Wu's position. He immediately shouted to his teammates, "He's with me. Shoot in my direction." His teammates behind him opened fire on Zhao Wu, but with his bulletproof vest and night vision, Zhao Wu wasn't injured. He simply raised his hand and landed a heavy punch to the man's face, then easily took his gun. Seeing things weren't going his way, the man begged, "Please don't hit me." Zhao Wu raised the gun and aimed at the man's leg, pulling the trigger. The whole place shook with the sound, and the man's leg was instantly disabled. At that moment, a bright light pierced through a crack. Sister Xuan quickly spotted Zhao Wu's position and immediately opened fire at him. The bullet struck his forehead dead on. Although he had a bulletproof vest, the force of the impact still left him dazed. He let out a loud growl and slowly moved toward her, pointing his gun at her without hesitation, firing relentlessly. The people around quickly dodged, but one person wasn't so lucky and got hit by a bullet. The young policewoman, clutching her hip, lay on the ground, saying, "I've been shot. Xuan, hurry, save me." But at that moment, Xuan was more concerned about her own safety and had no time to help her. Facing the gun pointed straight at her, the woman remained calm. The moment Zhao Wu fired, she immediately kicked the gun away and drew a knife from her side. Without hesitation, she charged at Zhao Wu, stabbing him straight in the chest. Zhao Wu could only grunt before collapsing to the ground with a heavy thud. As the blood started to flow, a terrifying shadow of death surrounded him. He thought about the girl he hadn't even had a chance to win over, and how the sweet potato he'd been roasting was still unfinished. Dying here felt like such a waste. His will to survive snapped him back to consciousness. His anger fueled his fighting spirit. With all his strength, he pulled the knife out of his chest and activated the hidden hemostatic drug. Zhao Wu knew he needed to take care of them quickly, as his gear had a time limit. Gripping his weapon, he started to move toward the woman. Just as he was about to strike, a deafening explosion shook the air. Before Zhao Wu could even turn around, a large cabinet crashed down on top of him, pinning him to the ground. Seeing this, the man eagerly rushed forward, kicking the cabinet hard, trying to crush Zhao Wu under it. But suddenly, a fist punched through the cabinet, and then the rest of his body followed, emerging from the wreckage. Zhao Wu activated the energy-boosting drug. In that moment, he felt incredibly strong. The man facing him stood frozen, unable to believe his eyes. After a moment, he swung a powerful punch. Normally, a punch like that would be enough to kill an adult on the spot. But Zhao Wu was completely unaffected, maintaining a calm expression as he stared at his opponent. "Are you done? Now it's my turn." Seeing this, the man took a step back in fear. Just as Zhao Wu's fist came down on his face, a brutal barrage of attacks followed. At that moment, a high-heeled shoe flew toward him. Zhao Wu reacted quickly, raising his hand to block and then delivering a powerful kick to the woman's waist. She was sent flying, crashing to the ground and lying still. After taking care of everyone, Zhao Wu noticed the young female police officer who had been shot in the backside. She was hiding under a table, trembling, crying, and begging him not to come closer. Playing the game of deceit, Zhao Wu said as he grabbed her and dragged her out from under the table. The police officer struggled, terrified, but there was no escaping him. She could only cry and beg for mercy. "Mr. Zhao, please don't kill me." "They made me do it." "Quick, who hired you? Who wanted to kill Captain Kuping?" The young officer's face turned pale with fear, and she immediately confessed. "It was Yu Fu King, his alias is Mr. Yu. It was his people who contacted me. They said Ku Ping's father had killed his son, and they talked about how it was normal to settle scores between father and son." Zhao Wu, after hearing this, angrily shouted, "Where is he now?" The young policewoman replied that she didn't know either. "Just stick to your statement and report it to the police team." With that, he called the team. "The case is progressing. Send someone to the location I sent immediately." At that moment, he finally let out a sigh of relief and silently vowed, "Ku Ping, I will definitely avenge you." In his dazed state, he realized his teammates had arrived. Zhao Wu felt weak all over, his body limp, and even his eyes felt heavy, making it hard to open them. Yingji was the first to rush to his side, holding him in her arms. Her voice trembled as she called his name. "Zhao Wu, wake up. Don't scare me. Can you open your eyes?" A subordinate anxiously shouted, "We won't make it in time for the ambulance. He's in critical condition. We need to start CPR immediately." Although life was important, it was a bit awkward. Yingji panicked when Zhao Wu didn't respond and was about to lean in to give him mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. As her lips moved closer, it seemed Zhao Wu caught a whiff of her scent. Unexpectedly, at this crucial moment, the young policewoman beside them suddenly spoke up. "I'm from the city's special forces team. I was just investigating with police officer Zhao Wu. Those people on the ground are Zhao King's accomplices. Let me go. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu erupted in fury. A surge of strength seemed to come from nowhere, and he immediately sprang out of Yingji's arms. Let you go. Damn, say that again. Who the hell are you? The young policewoman screamed in fear. I was wrong, I'm a spy. Don't let him touch me anymore. Zhao Wu ordered the detectives nearby, cuff her immediately, and then turned to Yingji. Captain Biao, there's a person named Yu Fu King who bribed these special forces soldiers. They're the ones who planned to kill Captain Ku Ping. The transfer of Chief Zhao was also part of their plot. As he spoke, Zhao Wu felt a sharp pain in his chest and had trouble breathing, followed by a violent coughing fit. Yingji quickly moved to support him. Don't rush, just take your time, she said. Zhao Wu mustered all of his strength to look up. There's one more thing, the artificial respiration earlier. Could you do it again for me? The moment he said this, Yingji was left feeling both embarrassed and angry. She was completely at a loss with him. Time passed, and after what seemed like forever, Zhao Wu finally began to wake up slowly. However, his thoughts were still stuck on the roasted sweet potatoes that had been left unfinished with Yingji. Suddenly, he felt a soft body pressing against his inner thigh. Without thinking, he pulled the person into his arms, mumbling, "Team Leader Miao?" "Did you come to do artificial respiration for me?" he asked. The girl nodded, confirming his question. Just as he thought things might be getting better, she suddenly pulled out a large syringe and pointed it at him, preparing to inject him. Zhao Wu yelled out in shock, waking up fully. As his mind cleared, he realized he was in a single hospital room, and the nurse taking care of him was none other than his ex-girlfriend, Tao Jia. Tao Jia was anxiously checking on him. "Officer Zhao, how are you feeling now? I need to change your dressing. Don't move, okay? Your surgery went smoothly, and the stab wound in your back didn't hit any vital organs. You're safe. I can't believe you ended up in our department. I'll take good care of you, I promise." Before Tao Jia could finish speaking, Yingji pushed the door open. When she saw the two of them in such a close position while changing his bandages, she froze. A surge of unexplainable anger ignited within her. To ease the tension, Zhao Wu took the initiative to greet them, saying, "Is Officer Biao here? The weather's really nice today." Then Yingji stormed over, angrily shouting at him, "You damn bastard. I knew something was off when you ran straight to that bakery. Now look at you, all beat up. Serves you right." As she spoke, Yingji grabbed a roll of bandages from the table and threw it right at Zhao Wu's head. Tao Jia quickly stepped in, trying to stop her. "He's a patient. How can you treat him like this?" This only made Yingji angrier. "You're a nurse, right? Well, right now I need to interrogate this cop a little, so I'd appreciate it if you cooperate. We need to have a private conversation." Sensing a tension in the air, Zhao Wu quickly spoke up to mediate. "Let's just talk this through calmly." As soon as he said that, both of them turned their anger towards him and in unison shouted, "What's it got to do with you?" After Tao Jia left, Yingji continued to grumble, sticking to him like that, always calling him Officer Zhao, as if you two are more than just friends. It's obvious what kind of friendship you had back in the day. Zhao Wu quickly defended himself. "It wasn't like that. It was an accident. I was hurt in my ribs and collarbone, and when I tried to sit up, I coughed so hard it felt like my heart was about to burst." Yingji immediately grew serious. "Zhao Wu, are you okay? Drink some water. Team Leader Miao really cares about me. If you weren't such a mess, you'd be the only one in my bed from now on." Even though Zhao Wu spoke in a playful manner, Yingji couldn't help but smile brightly like the sun. However, her actions didn't show any sign of compromise, and she quickly pulled her hand away from supporting him. In an instant, a cup of water splashed right in his face. At that moment, the monitor started beeping with sharp, quick sounds, and his heartbeat went flat. Yingji was completely panicked, desperately shaking him. "Zhao Wu, don't mess with me. What's wrong with you? Open your eyes." She turned her head and yelled at the doctor, "Come quick. Someone needs help." At that moment, Zhao Wu sat up and tightly hugged her. The next second, he kissed her passionately. Just as they were lost in the moment, the doctor arrived. Zhao Wu quickly tried to explain, panic in his voice. "I dropped the heart rate monitor's cable." The doctor gave a few quick instructions. "Make sure to rest, avoid heavy activity, and let your girlfriend take good care of you." Then the doctor closed the door and left. Embarrassed, Yingji nestled into his arms, too shy to move. Zhao Wu hugged her tightly and whispered softly, "Did you hear that? The doctor said you need to take good care of me." Once again teasing her, Yingji was so angry she felt like she might explode. She shouted, "I'm definitely going to teach you a lesson later, you jerk." Quick on his feet, Zhao Wu pretended to be in pain. "Don't bully a wounded person like this." Suddenly, Yingji became serious and spoke up. "Professional assassin Wu Shuang, mercenary Liu Cheng, and Kuan Yan, all trained killers. Any of these special forces soldiers could easily kill you, but you beat them to the point of near death. Almost didn't make it. Now tell me what really happened. Zhao Wu, still playful, smirked. Well, look at me. I'm still alive, right? If you want to know, how about you feed me some porridge? The girl glared at him, but still picked up the bowl of porridge and called out to him. At this point, can you please talk seriously? Hearing that, Zhao Wu quickly puckered his lips and said, actually, I'm a bit confused too. Think about it. How can we win? It's just so hard to believe. Maybe they were too overconfident, or maybe I'm just really that good. Seeing that he wasn't being honest, Yingji pulled the spoon away from him. If you won't tell me, it's fine. Once those special forces wake up and start talking, I'll know everything. But, she added, or worry obvious, if you die, you won't even let me finish what I was saying. Zhao Wu kissed her on the forehead and reassured her, don't worry, how can I leave you a widow? Then, Yingji's angry shouting could be heard from the other room. After everyone left, Zhao Wu started thinking, Miao Yingji wasn't wrong. If those guys confessed about the props during the interrogation, it would be all over. So he started rummaging through his stuff to see if anything could be useful. When he spotted the new tool the system gave him while he was unconscious, he couldn't help but smile. Memory cutter. This is like being given a piece of cake when you're starving. He said that, then tossed the blanket aside and was about to get out of bed. He hadn't felt anything before because of the blanket, but as soon as he threw it off, he realized he was completely naked. And just at that moment, Yingji happened to walk in and saw everything, not missing a single detail. The girl's face turned bright red as she slapped Zhao Wu across the face. Do you want to die? You pervert. As she spoke, she landed a punch so hard it echoed through the room. Outside the room where the criminals were being held, the colleague standing at attention greeted Zhao Wu with nods. With his cheeks swollen from the punch, Zhao Wu gave an order. You guys must be tired from standing guard all day. Let me take over for a bit. After sending everyone away, he rushed into the room, started up the memory editing machine, and began erasing the memories of the intense fight in the warehouse and the use of props. Without hesitation, he pressed the delete button. That way, he wouldn't have to worry about them spilling any secrets. However, just as Zhao Wu was about to finish the task smoothly, the little police officer suddenly woke up. She saw Zhao Wu and was terrified, immediately shouting and scrambling to keep him away. But then, the room fell silent again. The colleagues on duty outside thought they were hallucinating, but they trusted that Zhao Wu wouldn't make a mistake. Thanks to this case, Zhao Wu became quite famous. A month later, the gym Deep Breath had settled into a steady operation. At this moment, Zhao Wu found himself pinned under Yingji. This was the legendary strength of Zhao Wu, the war god. Wasn't he the one that made Special Forces soldiers tremble in fear just by hearing his name? Though Zhao Wu was still recovering from his injuries, the pain was intense and he groaned out in discomfort. Yingji, startled, quickly stood up and asked, "Are you okay?" But to her surprise, Zhao Wu pulled her back down and pinned her under him. Helpless, Yingji couldn't move. Zhao Wu then taunted, "Isn't this the fighting technique Captain Mao taught me? When facing an opponent, make them drop their guard." Yingji immediately kicked the shameless Zhao Wu off of her. Just then, a news broadcast on the TV caught their attention. "Good evening, viewers. We are live at the site of an ancient tomb excavation. Workers have discovered a hole in the northwest corner of the tomb, raising concerns that it may have been tampered with. The tomb's entrance has been opened. Through the camera, we can see a group of people running out from inside the tomb. They seem panicked, shouting as they run, 'There are bodies.' The reporter quickly rushed to interview them. Is there a new discovery? Are these ancient remains? Ancient remains? No, they're modern. The bodies have already decomposed. You should call the police immediately." Seeing this, both Zhao Wu and Yingji stopped fighting and immediately grew serious. Then Zhao Wu hurried to the scene. His colleagues began reporting the details of the case. The deceased is a male, around 50 to 60 years old, about 170 centimeters tall, and has been dead for approximately 25 days. Seeing this, the investigators were all stunned and began discussing the bizarre scene. I've been a detective for nearly my whole life, but I've never seen anything like this. A Ming Dynasty coffin used to bury a modern-day body. There's definitely something suspicious about this. Another detective added, the grave robbers might have fought over the loot, and killing the victim to cover their tracks wouldn't be surprising. After they killed him, they probably saw the coffin was the right size and decided to just stuff the body in. The victim was probably a friend of the grave robbers, so if we catch them, we can probably solve the murder too. Soon after, people from the Antiquities Bureau arrived to ask for the police's help. These grave robbers have stolen a lot of valuable antiquities, and we need to catch them and recover the stolen goods. Zhao Wu furrowed his brows and stared at the scene, when suddenly, an elderly man in serious attire caught his attention. He wasn't sure who this man was, so he called Yingji for clarification. Ying Ji informed him that the man was Fu Jian Sing, a seasoned detective from Branch M in City Q. This time, the city has sent people from various divisions to solve the case. It seems like there's some competition between them. I've heard that this man has a very calculating mind, so you should be careful around him. Zhao Wu proudly kissed the phone. All right, my love, try listening for yourself. With this heavy rain, I'm freezing inside, and the mountain air is so stifling. You should come here and be with me. Yin Ji immediately got angry. Who's your my love? Hurry up and get to work. We've got so many antiques to move. How are those tomb robbers going to transport all this with just a few carts? Zhao Wu confidently replied, don't worry. There's only one way in and out of this ancient tomb. I already sent Zhang Jingfeng and the team to check the street surveillance cameras in the county. Also, I don't think the dead person was a tomb robber. Tomb robbers have rules, and typically, anyone over 50 wouldn't go down into the tomb. Digging a tomb is hard work. A tomb robbing team is usually made up of family or close relatives. The older robbers are usually the experienced leaders and hold a lot of authority within the group. So tell me, how could someone like that be killed by their own team? The dead person was wearing a dress shirt, which surely wasn't cheap. Have you ever seen a tomb robber wear a designer shirt to dig up a grave? As they spoke, he entered a public restroom. Suddenly, there was a noise from inside. No, I'm telling you, that dead person couldn't have been a tomb robber. No tomb robber over a certain age would ever go down into the tomb themselves. The person's thoughts matched Zhao Wu's, so he quickly hung up on Ying Ji and secretly snuck into the women's restroom next door. He figured in this desolate place, there probably wouldn't be anyone around. When I went inside, sure enough, there was no one there. As he got closer to the partition, the voice became clearer. There was a surgical scar above the dead man's collarbone. He must have had surgery related to his thyroid. The sole of his right shoe was worn down much more than the left, indicating that his leg wasn't in good condition. Someone like that couldn't possibly be a grave robber, could they? Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu immediately became interested. This guy's analysis wasn't bad, so he listened more intently. The team said this time was made up of top-tier officers, especially Zhao Wu from the art division. Don't be fooled by his youth, he cracked the major case of Ku Ping. We can't afford to underestimate this. I heard that kid has some pretty tricky methods for investigating the occult, someone mentioned. Unexpectedly, Zhao Wu heard news about himself and couldn't help but smirk with pride. However, just at that moment, a loud, urgent knocking came from the door. Who locked the door? Open up. I can't take it anymore. At this crucial moment, Zhao Wu's phone also rang, causing a disruption. He cursed under his breath and quickly turned off the phone. The man beside him seemed to hear something and immediately fell silent. The chaotic banging continued, a frantic pounding on the public restroom door. Open up, please. I know someone's in there. I heard your phone ringing. Zhao Wu was starting to sweat. Just as the man began to get suspicious and prepared to check, a sweet female voice suddenly rang out. Hold on a second. My stomach hurts so much, sorry for earlier. I was squatting and my legs went numb, so I couldn't move. I'll be done in just a second, sorry again. It turned out Zhao Wu had activated the stealth sound device. The man, reassured, finally left. After all, none of the officers sent over were women, so it couldn't have been someone from another precinct. The bathroom door slowly creaked open and a woman rushed in like a bullet, clearly unable to hold it in any longer. Zhao Wu, of course, quickly slipped out, thinking the person nearby hadn't gone far, and rushed to follow. It was then that he saw who it was, none other than the seasoned super detective Fu Jian Sing. Zhao Wu thought to himself, if she's treating me as a rival, then let's see who can catch the criminal first. Soon after, another update came in from Super Detective Zhang Jingfeng, who had investigated the surveillance cameras along the routes the tomb robbers had taken near the traffic department. Officers from various other precincts had also arrived, and it looked like a crowded marketplace with people constantly coming and going. Zhao Wu had already expected this. The detectives sent for these other precincts were no pushovers, and he couldn't help but think, this is going to be tough. At that moment, his white cat pinged. The forensics team had sent over the autopsy report for the body found in the ancient tomb. The deceased was identified as Tong Pai Zuo, 57, an expert from the Antiquities Department of the Archaeology Bureau. The cause of death was head trauma. For this result, Zhao Wu was somewhat surprised. The body turned out to be that of an archaeologist. How could an archaeologist and a tomb robber possibly be connected? I can't stay in this mountain ditch any longer. I need to quickly head to Tong Pai Zuo's house to check on the situation. However, when Zhao Wu arrived, the area in front of Tong Pai Zuo's house was already crowded, and there were yellow tape barriers around it. As he wondered what was going on, the headlights of a car suddenly shone on him. Looking closely, it was Ying Ji's car. Once he got into the car, Zhao Wu immediately asked, "What's going on outside? Are we allowed in?" "Ying Ji, While wiping the rainwater off his face with a towel, replied, "The city department is investigating the case, and there are just too many people involved. The whole joint investigation has turned into a chaotic mess. Even the captain came down personally and told us not to disturb the deceased family. After they interview the family, the recording will be sent back to the department." Zhao Wu nodded in agreement. Will they keep doing this? Having too many people around just makes everything worse. Who could even focus on the case with all this chaos? He pointed to his neck as he spoke. Ying Ji, still holding the towel, paused and then turned him into a little girl wearing a red scarf. Suddenly the radio crackled, and Zhang Jingfeng's voice came through. "Captain Zhao, I just checked the missing persons report for Tong Pai Zuo. It's not just in who's missing. Tian, Dongming, and Wang Taiming are also missing. Both of them were colleagues of Tong Pai Zuo. 3 people went missing at the same time. They even lied to their families, claiming that the Antiquities Bureau had sent them on an investigation. However, the Antiquities Bureau had no such arrangement. This left both families in complete shock. Could it be that there were no tomb robbers involved, and instead, the experts themselves went tomb raiding, only for internal conflicts to arise later? Zhao Wu also began sharing his thoughts. Don't you think the body found in the ancient tomb and the case of the female body in ancient clothes from 18 years ago are very similar? When we first set up the special investigation team for the robbery case, I reviewed an unsolved case from back then. In the past, when they were clearing land for the residential area near the Poshstone Bridge, a local resident discovered a set of remains in their family tomb. In the grave pit was a woman about 35 years old and around 160 centimeters tall. The body showed signs of decomposition, but it hadn't fully decayed. The ancient costume the woman wore was a valuable cultural artifact. An announcement to find her relatives was posted for a long time, but no one came to claim the body. Since the body had decomposed, it could only be cremated. The police kept samples of the DNA, fingerprints, and blood, but to this day, they still haven't matched anyone, and the woman's true identity remains unknown. The previous case involved a body found in an ancient tomb wearing modern clothes, but this case with a female scholar in ancient attire involves a body in modern times wearing ancient clothing. The costume the female scholar was wearing is a cultural relic. It's not something an ordinary person could get their hands on. But if the perpetrator was a tomb raider, having 1 or 2 ancient outfits wouldn't be unusual. So, do you all think these 2 cases are connected in any way, or maybe the killer has some sort of twisted preference? Could it be the same person behind both murders? After hearing this, Ying Ji fell silent for a moment, then ordered Zhang Jingfeng to reopen the investigation on the woman's ancient costume case from back then. Meanwhile, Zhao Wu would visit antique markets or underground markets to look into the possibility of illegal antiquities trading, checking if anyone had been involved in selling counterfeit antiques recently. Once the tasks were assigned, Ying Ji personally drove Zhao Wu back home. As they arrived under the porch, Hong Zhe suddenly cried out in panic, "Officer Zhao!" Before Zhao Wu could react, Hong Zhe rushed toward him and threw herself into his arms. After a few moments of frantic crying, Hong Zhe confirmed that something had happened to Hua Hua and pleaded for him to help save her. The scene shifts to a wooden house where Zhao Wu is asking Hong Zhe to find a safe place to hide. He would go inside alone to handle things. As he stood there, Zhao Wu recalled what had just happened. Hong Zhe, still crying, had told him the whole story. Hua Hua's father ran a dog breeding farm, but one day all the dogs were poisoned and killed, leaving them in debt. Her father is still sick and can't pay it off. Since Hua Hua couldn't afford to pay, she had to take a loan from a loan shark, and that's when the creditors came and took her. Zhao Wu, still calm, asked, "What's the address of the creditor?" Then the scene returns to him standing outside the wooden house. After knocking on the door a few times, a man with blonde hair stepped out and arrogantly asked, "Who are you?" Zhao Wu wasn't someone to be underestimated. He chuckled and confirmed, "I'm Hua Hua's family. I'm here to pay for her." As soon as he mentioned paying, someone else quickly invited him into the room and started talking nonstop. "That girl owes our boss 190,000. It's been over 3 months now. According to our interest rates, the total amount due is 270,000. But since we're in a special promotion, we'll give you a 9% discount, so the final amount is 240,000. Zhao Wu didn't want to waste any time. He immediately transferred 300,000 to him. Once the money hit the account, the guy ordered his men to release Hua Hua. She came running out looking utterly pitiful. Her clothes were torn and her socks were ripped, clear signs of how badly she'd been treated. Zhao Wu, now seething with rage, declared that he would transfer the remaining 300,000 from his card to them. Everyone couldn't help but feel uneasy. They had never seen a customer so generous, wanting to pay even more. The fat guy finally took his eyes off the TV and curiously asked Zhao Wu, "What do you mean by that?" Zhao Wu sneered, "The extra money is for your medical bills." Everyone froze, stunned. They didn't expect him to be so bold. But in the next moment, their shock turned to realization. One of the thugs who rushed forward was sent flying straight out of the window, glass shattering everywhere. Hongzi, waiting outside, immediately charged in. The noise startled a group of people playing pool downstairs. They quickly realized something was wrong upstairs and rushed up with metal rods in hand. But to their surprise, the TV came crashing down from above, smashing right onto them, and they tumbled down the stairs. By then, a fight had broken out upstairs. A muscular guy grabbed Zhao Wu by the neck. Thanks to the gym sessions he'd been doing lately, Zhao Wu's strength had improved significantly. He raised his arm, elbowed the guy off, and then kicked him away. The muscular guy flew into the air and crashed into a coffee table, shattering the glass into sharp pieces that scattered everywhere. Some of the shards hit the fat guy's face. He quickly raised his plump arm to shield his face, but he was too scared to move from the sofa. Seeing how fiercely Zhao Wu was fighting, the thug who had been standing by quickly turned and ran. Zhao Wu picked up an ashtray and threw it at him, hitting him square in the head and sending him crashing to the ground. Another thug, holding a bat, tried to sneak up on Zhao Wu, but froze when he saw Zhao Wu's glare. Terrified, he jumped down the stairs, only to land in a pile of cactus pots. A loud, painful scream echoed from below, like a pig being slaughtered. Zhao Wu turned around and saw the fat guy hiding behind the sofa, making a call for backup. Zhao Wu smiled and walked up to him. "Oh, you're calling for help?" The overweight man twisted and turned, then turned around to explain, "No, don't worry, boss. I absolutely didn't call anyone." At that moment, Zhao Wu suddenly became serious and said, "When you're out here, you need to understand the rules. You give people 60 days to settle debts, 90 days to send a notice, 100 days to threaten them, and after a year, you cut them off completely. My sister owes you for only 3 months, and you've already laid your hands on her. That's not following the rules. It's only natural that debts are paid. The money I gave you is for both the debt and the long-distance fees. My sister's debt to you is fully paid, and I've also collected the debt for how you treated her. As far as I'm concerned, our debt is settled." The overweight man nodded vigorously in agreement. Zhao Wu continued, "If you ever dare to cause trouble for my sister again, you'll have to deal with the consequences." With that, he picked up his sister and left, but to their surprise, they hadn't walked more than a few steps when a group of people chased after them. Clearly, it was reinforcements that the overweight man had called in. Feeling helpless, Zhao Wu knew the only option was to run. Every time he ran, they kept chasing. Soon enough, they found themselves in a dead-end alley. Zhao Wu cursed under his breath, and after checking the height of the wall, he quickly raised his hand to try to lift Hoa Hoa up. Seeing that the thugs were about to catch up, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and take a risk. To his surprise, the top of the wall was covered in broken shards of glass. His already worn-out socks became even more torn and ruined. The girl gritted her teeth and climbed up. Zhao Wu jumped up and flipped over. Below, he continued to help her down. The thugs quickly climbed over the wall. In the panic, the two of them ran into a warehouse. Zhao Wu shut the door and locked it. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief and pull out his phone, intending to call for help. However, when he turned the phone on, the light made him notice something. Zhao Wu was startled. The floor was covered with all sorts of jars and containers, each with dirt on them, like relics just recently unearthed. The heavy rain continued to pour down, and the sound of sirens echoed through the empty streets. Everything was carefully gathered, not a single piece left behind. When Zhao Wu saw Ying Ji, he waved and greeted her, then secretly mentioned he had something cool to show her. Ying Ji, suspicious, followed him. Zhao Wu grinned mischievously, promising it would be a big surprise. However, as soon as he opened the door, Hoa Hoa rushed out and hugged Zhao Wu tightly. Ying Ji immediately frowned and asked Zhao Wu, "Is this what you wanted me to see?" Zhao Wu gently removed Hoa Hoa from him and laughed. "The stuff inside, that's what I meant." When Ying Ji saw the jars and ancient artifacts, her eyes lit up with excitement. Zhao Wu believed these items were related to the murder case in the ancient tomb. However, just a few hours later, the conclusion came in. The antiquities were fake. The testimonies and evaluations from the thugs were in. They weren't tomb robbers, but rather helped in faking the antiquities. Everything in the small house had been fabricated. Clearly, this outcome left Zhao Wu a bit disappointed. But every time Zhao Wu thought about antiquities and fakes, he couldn't help but remember the female gym owner who used to wear black. Her place was the biggest in the area, and the high-end fake items often passed through her hands. When it came to antiquities from ancient tombs, she probably knew a thing or two. So he stood up and rushed straight to the prison. The next day, Zhao Wu brought breakfast to Jiang Jingfeng. "Did you look into that guy, Boss Lai, who specializes in buying antiquities from underground? Have you found anything?" As expected, Jiang Jingfeng was reliable. He'd already gathered information in just one night. But Chang Jingfeng was really curious about how Zhao Wu got the info. Naturally, it was thanks to the woman in black. She had given him the crucial lead. At that very moment, Boss Lai was downstairs at the police station. It turned out he had come to bail out the fat guy who'd been arrested the day before. That fat guy was Boss Li's nephew. After a day of surveillance, Zhao Wu finally uncovered an important clue. Using his X-ray glasses, he saw Boss Lai hiding something in his car. As soon as the car drove out of the warehouse, Zhao Wu jumped into his own vehicle and scared the guy so much that he nearly wet himself. Noticing the man was a bit rattled, Zhao Wu quickly flashed his police badge and introduced himself. "I'm Zhao Wu from Substation R. I heard you're a well-known expert in appraising antiques around here. A few days ago, didn't we dig up a Kai Shao tomb from the Ming Dynasty in our city? There was even a body inside. I'm the investigator working on that case and wanted to ask you a few questions about tomb robbers. If you wanted to sell any stolen goods, who would you go to?" Seeing that the man still seemed reluctant to cooperate, Zhao Wu picked up a vase and began telling him a story. "Yesterday, when I was questioning my older nephew, I noticed that he couldn't keep his mouth shut. If I go back and focus on your warehouse during the interrogation, do you think he'd rat you out?" So 15 minutes later, I saw him walking to the excavation site with Zhao Wu. His hands were still working, but he kept muttering under his breath. "As long as I help you crack the case, you have to keep my business dealings secret." Zhao Wu, wanting to build a good relationship with the old man, gladly agreed to his request. After a moment of inspection, Mr. Lai gave his initial assessment that the grave robbers came from elsewhere, because if they were local, they would have definitely come to you first. While he was rambling on, he suddenly discovered something. These dry bones, could the 12 golden Buddhas in the legends actually be real? Meanwhile, at the R precinct that night, the detectives on the night shift were completely exhausted and deep asleep. Zhao Wu had just entered when Ying Ji, half awake, noticed him and called out, "Zhao Wu, what are you doing here in the middle of the night?" Seeing her, Zhao Wu gently took off his coat and draped it over her. Ying Ji then asked if he had any new leads. Zhao Wu replied that he'd been working with a friend to investigate the ancient tomb site and had uncovered some new clues. Hearing this, Ying Ji's interest was immediately piqued. "Do you know the Golden Buddha Temple Park in City Q?" "I learned about the Golden Buddha Temple Park in City Q through Lai Xu Sheng. It's said that inside the park there are 12 statues of people. Back in the Wanlai era, the New Enhai region went through a severe drought. Kai Shu once led a group of people to a local temple to pray for rain. To show his sincerity, he and some local leaders made a donation and used gold to cast 12 golden Buddha statues as an offering. According to an old legend, Kai Shu's prayer for rain was just a cover-up. His true motivation was greed. He placed 12 fake Buddha statues in the temple, and the real golden Buddha statues were stolen by him. This tomb was not built according to traditional feng shui principles, which made it hard for people to discover. Even the best tomb raiders would have a hard time finding it. The deceased was an expert in antiquities, so this was a joint business venture. The seasoned experts had some clues about the golden Buddha, but they couldn't break into the tomb. When the news spread, a group of professional tomb raiders reached out to the experts to cooperate in finding the golden Buddha statues. After succeeding, the tomb raiders turned on the experts, killing the elderly specialists. These golden Buddha statues are extremely valuable and are likely hidden in the ancient tomb where the body was found. It's clear that these tomb raiders are targeting the 12 golden Buddha statues. According to the latest information from Ying Ji, Fu Jian Xing's team found artifacts that were being transported by the tomb raiders. They were very clever, using a school bus to move the items. However, none of the golden Buddha statues were among the artifacts they found. Zhao Wu suspected that there might not be a Buddha statue in the ancient tomb, or that they hadn't found it yet. This could also explain why the other two experts hadn't been killed yet. They were probably still searching for the 12 golden Buddha statues. No matter what, Zhao Wu decided he couldn't stop here. He planned to visit the Golden Buddha Temple the next day to check things out. He also made sure to care for Ying Ji, helping her fall asleep so she wouldn't disturb anyone. But his way of comforting her only made Ying Ji want to punch him. A couple went camping in the woods, but the guy brought a whip, handcuffs, and condoms. This made the girl really mad, so she pulled out a stun gun and shocked him stiff. It turned out that in the morning, Zhao Wu had taken his subordinate to the Golden Buddha Temple Park. He figured that since the leads were dry, they might still be able to learn more about the 12 golden Buddha statues. His subordinate shook his head in frustration, unable to understand Zhao Wu's approach to solving cases. As soon as they entered, they saw a police officer talking to the park manager. Zhao Wu flashed his badge and approached, asking, "What's going on here?" It turned out that a week ago, the worker responsible for the lotus flowers had discovered that many of the lotus flowers in the pond had been damaged. The surveillance footage from that time had also been erased. The park manager, worried something was wrong, called the police. After thoroughly searching the area, the police didn't find anything missing. There's definitely something shady behind this strange incident. Clearly, the broken surveillance camera was meant to hide something that happened here at that time. The Golden Buddha Temple always has tourists during the day, so if something happened, it must have been at night. Zhao Wu instructed, call the night security guard from that night. It turned out the guard had fallen asleep during his shift. Hearing this, the person in charge of the tourist site immediately got angry. Zhao Wu thoughtfully walked over to the pond and continued to speculate. Why has the water level dropped so much? It's not the dry season. Could the workers at the tourist site have secretly drained the water? Because if the water level is low, the lotus flowers will naturally wither. But the person in charge insisted no one drained the water. Zhao Wu, still doubtful, asked them to check the electricity meter. After more than 14.5 minutes of inspection, a plump woman came over and directly handed over the electricity usage chart for the tourist site this month. No one expected that the electricity consumption on that night would be so different. One of the subordinates speculated, could someone have come here at night, drained the pond, and then pumped the water back in? Wouldn't that be crazy? Or were they looking for something in the pond? At this point, the person in charge realized how serious the issue was. The electricity usage had exceeded expectations by such a large margin, and if higher-ups asked about it, he wouldn't know how to explain. Suddenly, Zhao Wu called him over. Sir, take all your pumps and drain the pond completely. Once it's drained, we'll see what's in there. The person in charge lost all their ideas and was left with no choice but to coordinate. Several machines started up at once and began pumping out water. During a break, Zhao Wu activated the invisibility detection mode, setting the search range to its maximum. Suddenly, he noticed a room with its own surveillance camera. When he asked the person in charge, the response was, this room is quite far away, and the camera can't cover the area because its angle is opposite to where we are. But Zhao Wu thought it wasn't a big deal, so he decided to open the footage first. What if someone passed by the window or down the road? After reviewing the footage, they discovered that someone was actually there that night. The video showed a hunched figure, moving slower than the others, with someone always following behind. Was this person afraid of them running away? Zhao Wu told his subordinate, send this video to the family of the missing person. It should also be sent to the colleagues of the missing person's department to compare and see if it's the missing expert, Tian Dongming. In the surveillance footage, the people in question were staring intently at these stone slabs, which were covered in Buddhist scriptures. By now, the water in the lotus pond had been drained. The stones at the bottom of the pond should have been covered in mud, but they were spotless as if someone had cleaned them. Could it be to make the other Buddhist scriptures on them more visible? These scriptures were found on the ancient tomb walls, on the stone slabs, and even at the bottom of the pond. Could the tomb robbers be trying to use the scriptures to find the 12 golden Buddha statues? At that moment, the missing persons department called and confirmed that the elderly person in the surveillance footage was indeed Tian Dongming. So a week ago, Professor Tian Dongming was still alive. The thieves around him were likely the tomb robbers involved in the ancient tomb case. And the victim in that case, Tom Pai Zuo, was probably also killed by them. At this moment, Yingji called Zhao Wu. I just found out something. The three experts, when they were younger, went on a field survey at Gaishan Mountain and were caught in a flash flood. Back then, there were 4 of them doing the survey together, but after the flood, one of them never came back. This left Zhao Wu completely stunned. Back at the R Division, Yingji mentioned that they had found a draft of the 12 golden Buddha statues in their office. Since that field survey, for some unknown reason, the experts had been keeping it a secret from their families and had been quietly researching the 12 golden Buddha statues. Zhao Wu thought that something must have happened to them at Gaishan Mountain. Perhaps their search for the golden Buddha statues was interrupted. Maybe there was some kind of mechanism in the ancient tomb. It's possible that the location they surveyed back then was where the statues were hidden, and now the tomb robbers might be there as well. But these were just Zhao Wu's guesses, and his superiors couldn't send them on a search just based on speculation. Zhao Wu, however, appeared to have a plan in mind. Since they encountered a flood back then, we just need to follow the river where the flood occurred and search along it. But the superiors couldn't make arrangements. How about I take Yingji with me on a trip deep into Gaishan Mountain, he suggested. Cuts at Gaishan Mountain, where a loud scream, almost as if someone were being killed, echoed from deep within the mountain. It was Yingji. Zhao Wu, are you crazy? Didn't I tell you to bring 2 tents? What is this? There's not a single useful item in this bag. Zhao Wu lazily lay on the ground and began explaining one by one. 1 tent is enough. These handcuffs are for catching bad guys. This candle is for emergency lighting. And this, he pulled out a small whip. This is for chasing away mosquitoes and wild animals in the deep forest. Yingji was so furious that her eyebrows shot up. Everything's useless. This is all junk. The next items Zhao Wu pulled out made Yingji's face turn red for a moment. It was the condom with ridges full of lubricant. Seeing this, Zhao Wu quickly tried to explain, afraid of being misunderstood. This can be used to hold water or to tie things up. It's very sturdy. Yingji was so furious, steam seemed to be coming out of her ears. Tai thinks, what? Do you have some kind of twisted tendency? Zhao Wu stepped forward, ready to explain himself, but Yingji snapped, go fetch some firewood and stay away from me. Zhao Wu quickly got up and rushed off to gather firewood. Meanwhile, Yingji regretted her decision deeply. What was I thinking? Why did I agree to this? How can I trust this idea and come all the way into this mountain to search for tomb robbers? But now, all she could do was make the best of the situation. After starting the fire, Yingji began cooking instant noodles. The smell made Zhao Wu's mouth water, but Yingji shoved him away in disgust. Eat your chicken leg. Zhao Wu turned and crawled into the tent to rummage through his stuff. Ah, Fujian Singh, that old fox, has probably already called for a helicopter. We can only drive there, so I need to fill my stomach to see who can catch those tomb robbers first. With that, he pulled out a deliciously fragrant roasted chicken. I'm not as petty as you. Take this and eat it. There's an old saying, better to abandon a mountain of gold than a chicken bone. Captain Meow, you should eat this. Seeing the chicken bone Zhao Wu handed her, Yingji felt dizzy. Zhao Wu, you really are a strange flower in the wilderness survival world. After eating her fill, Zhao Wu looked around and found the perfect chance to try and win over the goddess. Ha ha, Captain Biao, the last time I learned a few moves from you at the dojo, but I forgot them already. Yingji saw right through his petty thoughts. She agreed with a simple okay, but her actions didn't show it at all. She jerked her head back, but Zhao Wu easily dodged her. Before she knew it, he suddenly grabbed her from behind, locking her arms with such force that she couldn't break free. Captain Meow, I don't remember you teaching me this last time. Yingji's face turned bright red with frustration. Taking advantage of the moment, she pulled out the electric bacon she always carried with her and raised it, swinging it wildly. The flashing sparks made Zhao Wu quickly raise both hands in surrender. Captain Biao, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Fuming, Yingji stood up and headed towards the tent. Zhao Wu chuckled and followed behind her. Captain Biao, are you tired? You must be exhausted from the long day. Let's just sleep. However, just as Zhao Wu was about to enter the tent, a surge of electricity shot out from inside. Yingji threw out a sleeping bag. You're sleeping outside tonight. Zhao Wu hugged the sleeping bag on the verge of tears. Captain Meow, please don't be so heartless. There are monsters outside and I'm scared. Please let me in. I promise I won't do anything wrong. A flash of electricity answered Zhao Wu's question. Staring into the pitch-black forest, Zhao Wu suddenly felt a chill. To his surprise, it started to rain in the middle of the night. The sound of raindrops woke him up. At that moment, inside the tent, Yingji's voice rang out, Zhao Wu, are you crazy? It's raining. Don't you know you should come inside? It's midnight already. You want to freeze to death? Hurry up and get in here. Hearing this, Zhao Wu was overjoyed. He grabbed his sleeping bag and rushed into the tent. The cold outside was unbearable, and as soon as he entered, he threw his arms around Yingji. His teeth were chattering, and he muttered, I'm freezing to death, freezing to death. Seeing that he wasn't doing anything inappropriate, Yingji didn't mind him hugging her. They both drifted off to sleep in a sleepy haze. A young couple camping in the wilderness unexpectedly stumbled upon a secret in the dense forest. A group of people, armed with guns, was preparing to execute two elderly men who were tied up. These elderly men turned out to be the two missing expert specialists. One man, named Dao Yu, was urged by the group to take the gun and aim it at one of the experts. The expert, terrified, whimpered, oh no, and shook his head repeatedly. Seeing this, Yingji couldn't hold back anymore. She was about to rush out to rescue the man, but Zhao Wu quickly stopped her, saying they all have guns. If we rush out now, we won't be able to save anyone. We'll just end up trapped ourselves. It seemed that Dao Yu had never killed anyone before. He stood there, gun in hand, staring at the expert for a long time, unable to pull the trigger. Taking advantage of this hesitation, Zhao Wu quickly came up with a plan. He picked up a rock and immediately threw it to one side. The noise startled the grave robbers, and they all turned to look toward the source of the sound. Yingji seized the opportunity, leaping forward with a stun baton flashing in her hand. She struck Dao Yu, and the electric shock hit him hard, causing him to collapse to the ground, convulsing. Zhao Wu immediately pulled the two elderly experts into the bushes. Meanwhile, Yingji quickly grabbed Dao Yu's handgun and fired several shots toward the group of grave robbers. The grave robbers immediately reacted, but unfortunately, the leader known as Dao Zhang was also hit by a bullet. He fell to the ground but continued cursing. Dan, what's going on here? Chase them down. Don't let anyone escape. Kill them all. Zhao Wu quickly pulled the two veteran experts, and they rushed to flee. Ying Ji took the chance to fire 2 more shots at the enemy. After an intense physical effort, the 2 veteran experts could no longer keep up. With their age and weakness, plus the recent mistreatment by the grave robbers, they had no strength left to run. Zhao Wu suggested they find a hiding spot. This is bad, Ying Ji realized as she noticed she had run out of ammo. It just rained and now our footprints are everywhere. Zhao Wu scanned the surroundings, quickly brainstorming a plan. Suddenly, he turned to Ying Ji and asked, "Captain Miao, can you climb trees?" Ying Ji was surprised and frozen for a moment, not knowing what he was thinking. But the next second, Zhao Wu pulled her up onto a tree branch. After a while, the 2 grave robbers, one fat and one skinning, arrived. They saw the 2 veteran experts ahead raising their hands in surrender. Seeing this, they were overjoyed. It seemed like they wouldn't have to do any hard work. These old men couldn't run anymore. Just as the 2 robbers were about to make their move, a figure leaped from behind. With her long legs, she kicked the fat one and sent him flying. Almost at the same time, Zhao Wu grabbed a rock and smashed it straight into the skinning one's head. "You idiots, killing you is effortless." Out of nowhere, a bullet grazed past Ying Ji. Next came a barrage of frantic gunfire. Luckily, Zhao Wu reacted quickly and pushed Ying Ji down behind a tree to avoid the bullets. Both of them reloaded and prepared to fight back. But surrounded as they were, they knew it was too risky to make a move. In this crucial moment, Zhao Wu activated his stealth detection mode. "Captain Biao, just shoot in the direction I tell you." Ying Ji was skeptical, but with no better option, he chose to trust Zhao Wu and fire where he was directed. 1 o'clock, 8 meters away, Ying Ji raised his gun and fired, hitting a tomb robber. 3 o'clock, 15 meters away, 7 o'clock, 12 o'clock, 8 o'clock. After a series of accurate shots, the mountain suddenly grew quiet. Ying Ji held his gun and waited for a while. Once he was sure the enemy had retreated, he let out a relieved sigh. "How did you know where they were?" Ying Ji asked. Zhao Wu smirked proudly. "Of course, it's because your husband, Zhao Wu, is amazing." Ying Ji couldn't help but curse. Then remembered he needed to call the command center for backup. When he checked, his phone was nowhere to be found. Zhao Wu took out his phone and checked, but there was no signal here. The only place where there might be a signal was the higher ground near their tent. So Zhao Wu waved at the 2 veteran experts and signaled them to follow him back. On the way back, Ying Ji couldn't help but ask, "What have you guys been through these past few days? Why was the body of your colleague, Tom Paizuo, placed in a coffin at the ancient tomb? Have you been working with the tomb robbers?" The veteran experts' faces darkened, and after a deep sigh, one of them explained, "We brought this on ourselves. No one else is to blame. 20 years ago, Fan Bing led the 3 of us near Gaishan to find a secret cave. Inside, there were many ancient relics, but we didn't expect to find a human skeleton high up in the cave. We guessed it was the son of Kai Xiao Cheng. The skeleton still had a leather scroll in its hand. It is recorded that when Tu Cheng was alive, he hid a large amount of wealth, including 12 gold Buddha statues on Gaishan Mountain, and drew a treasure map that was specially engraved on 2 pieces of ancient jade. Later, when Tu Cheng suddenly fell ill, he divided the 2 treasure maps, giving one part to his family and burying the other with him in his grave. However, we searched every corner near his body, and there was no sign of the ancient jade pieces. We thought that discovering a clue about the gold Buddha statues was a huge archaeological breakthrough, and we planned to go back, write a report, and request permission to search for the treasure. Unexpectedly, on our way back with the sample, we'd encountered a flash flood caused by a storm on Gaishan Mountain. Wai and I managed to climb up the shore, leaving only Tong Paizuo and Fan Bing in the water. Fan Bing could have made it to the shore, but when he saw that Tong Paizuo was about to be swept away, he turned back to rescue him, allowing him to grab onto a vine. Just as Tong Paizuo made it to the shore, a large log suddenly slammed into Fan Bing, knocking him back into the floodwaters. Fan Bing struggled for a moment and then shouted loudly to us, "The gold Buddha statues. We must find the gold Buddha statues." After returning, Tong Paizuo's mental state was in bad shape. He wouldn't eat or drink, and he wandered around like a lost soul every day. We advised him to fulfill Fan Bing's dying wish. He then pulled himself together and said he would dedicate the rest of his life to finding the gold Buddha statues. But if we reported the discovery of the gold Buddha statues, the search mission would no longer be ours. So we kept this secret and decided that the 3 of us would search together to fulfill Fan Bing's last wish. Since we couldn't find the ancient jade pendant Chu Cheng left for future generations, we had no choice but to start from a different angle. Our main goal was to find Chu Cheng's tomb, but for 20 years we couldn't locate it. The one who worried the most was Tong Paizuo. He was older than both of us, and in recent years, his health had been poor, requiring several major surgeries. As for me, my legs weren't as quick as they used to be. A while ago, he used his connections to track down a grave robber named Dao Zhang. He and his crew were really skilled. They found Chu Cheng's tomb in just 5 days. But since they couldn't be sure it was actually Q Cheng's tomb, they had to dig a tunnel first. Only after finding the tombstone could they confirm it. On the day they dug the tunnel, we all told our families we were going on a field survey and went together to verify this. Tom Paizuo and Dao Zhang had already made a deal. If we find Q Cheng's tomb, we'll pay them a large sum of money to make them back off. In the end, Dao Zhang had already known our true purpose. Finding Kai Shou's tomb wasn't just about Chu Cheng, it was to uncover the 12 golden Buddha statues. After Tom Paizuo and Dao Zhang went into the tomb, they found the jade pendant with a treasure map carved into it from Q Cheng's coffin. Dao Zhang broke the initial agreement, argued with Tom Paizuo, and killed him. After the tomb raiders left, the two of us thought we were as good as dead. But unexpectedly, Dao Zhang couldn't decode the treasure map on the ancient jade pendant. That's why he kept us alive, wanting us to help them search for the golden Buddha statue. The jade pendant was covered in Buddhist scriptures, and we had no choice but to help them decipher it. At that moment, Zhao Wu's phone rang. It was the sound of a walkie-talkie. This was the latest walkie-talkie feature developed by the police department, which could be used in areas with weak signals for short-range communication. Wait, could it be that Fu Jianxing's group still has survivors? Have they managed to contact us? After picking up the call, a deep male voice came through. It was Dao Zhang speaking over the walkie-talkie. Zhao Wu was startled. He was sure Dao Zhang had found Yingji's phone and managed to crack the password to the police team's phone in such a short time, which meant this group of people was incredibly skilled. Yingji snatched the phone from him. Dao Zhang, you've got some nerve, huh? You're not a cop, yet you still dare to contact me. Dao Zhang sneered, still angry about Yingji shooting him, but he said he had other business to take care of today and would settle things with her later. Hearing Dao Zhang's words, Zhao Wu suddenly remembered something. The walkie-talkie feature only worked within a 100-meter range. He had stretched out the time, pretending to run away, and said quickly, "They're actually surrounding us. We need to get out of here fast. You use the phone to call the command center now." As soon as they said that, everyone rushed toward the tent, but the phone still had no signal. Zhao Wu, who was leading the group, suddenly stopped. The hidden detection device began to beep, signaling the presence of explosives nearby. Zhao Wu quickly turned around and shouted, "There's explosives! Run fast!" Yingji and the seasoned experts were startled. The four of them hurriedly raced down the mountain. A deafening explosion echoed through the air, and the mountaintop immediately erupted in a blast. Thick smoke spread toward them. Yingji turned to check on Zhao Wu's safety, only to see him being thrown into the air by the force of the explosion. His body was unharmed, but danger was everywhere. Just in front of them, a large piece of wood was about to fall on Yingji. Zhao Wu immediately rushed forward, pushing Yingji to the ground to shield her. In the chaos, the two of them rolled down the hillside. Large rocks tumbled down after them. Zhao Wu tightly held Yingji, protecting her with his body. It wasn't until the rocks had reached the bottom of the valley that they were able to breathe a sigh of relief. Yingji, her face pale, checked Zhao Wu's condition. "Are you okay?" Zhao Wu awkwardly assured her that he was fine. To his surprise, Yingji threw her arms around him, tears streamed down her face. "You were so close to the explosion. I was so scared you'd die." But in the next moment, Yingji's expression suddenly turned serious. "Wait, where are the two senior experts?" In the forest, Wang Taiming was supporting Tian Dongming, who appeared dazed and asked, "Oh my god, where are they? Where did we run to?" The other person didn't answer. They just kept running forward. Suddenly, a gun appeared in front of them. "Want to run? Goodbye, old men." Before the words were even finished, a figure dropped down from the tree, swinging a vine at the man and knocking the gun out of his hands. Then the person began shooting continuously at the others. "You think you can mess with our people?" Then another figure flew up from behind, attempting a sneak attack. Zhao Wu was quick on his feet, raising his hand to easily block the strike. This scrawny Dao Zhang didn't pose any real threat to him. But what Zhao Wu didn't expect was that Dao Zhang suddenly used a Tai Chi technique, borrowing strength to strike, which sent Zhao Wu, usually so strong, flying. The blow almost caused his head to slam into a tree. Seeing this, Yingji immediately rushed in, spinning her leg and kicking straight at Dao Zhang. But Dao Zhang effortlessly dodged and used the same Tai Chi technique to knock Yingji aside. Yingji lost her balance, and just as she was about to fall, Zhao Wu dashed in and caught her. At that moment, Zhao Wu realized something was off. "Yingji, be careful. This bastard knows Tai Chi too." Yingji, growing more furious, drew the dagger she always carried and charged again. Dao Zhang, however, pulled out two tridents from behind. In the midst of the fight, Dao Zhang suddenly switched up his attack strategy, catching Ying Ji off guard. Then, one of the tridents plunged straight into her shoulder. Ying Ji screamed in pain. Seeing this, Zhao Wu rushed at Dao Zhang like the wind throwing a punch. But Dao Zhang easily dodged and swung the trident directly at Zhao Wu's throat. Although Zhao Wu reacted just in time, the trident still grazed his skin. Zhao Wu realized that he couldn't defeat him with traditional martial arts. He would have to find another way. So he stood up, took a deep breath, activated the invisible loudspeaker, and shouted loudly into Dao Zhang's ear, "Die, you bastard." Immediately, Dao Zhang's ear exploded, blood spurted out, and in an instant, he couldn't hear anything anymore. Half of his body went numb. Just as he froze for a moment, Zhao Wu delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying. Ying Ji, who was behind, was ready to deliver a deadly spinning kick to take Dao Zhang down. Dao Zhang was hit like a cannonball and slammed hard onto the ground, finally being dealt with. Both of them let out a relieved sigh. But at that very moment, the sound of footsteps echoed through the forest. A group of people armed with weapons emerged from the woods, and the two unfamiliar specialists were dragged out in handcuffs. Zhao Wu was speechless. Why were these old guys captured again? The man leading the group stepped forward from the crowd and greeted Zhao Wu. "Officer Zhao, sorry to disturb you." Zhao Wu frowned and looked. "That's like Su Sheng. Why is he here? Could he be after the 12 golden Buddha statues too?" Zhao Wu cautiously spoke to him. "Like Su Sheng, you're here at just the right time. Tell me, is this what's happening? Our police force is trying to capture tomb robbers, but we're understaffed and things are getting dangerous. Just when things seemed hopeless, you lead a group of good citizens to stand up and bravely help us." While the two were talking, a big guy hiding behind a tree aimed his gun at Lai Su Sheng. But before he could pull the trigger, Lai Su Sheng noticed him, quickly raised his crossbow, and shot. The man screamed and twitched, his mouth foaming. Just seconds later, he went still, his face turning purple and his body twisted in agony. He had clearly been poisoned. Then, Lai Su Sheng coldly continued speaking to Zhao Wu. "Officer Zhao, I'm sorry, but you two weren't part of my plan. Let me tell you what happened today. Your police team and the grave robbers ran into each other in the forest, and there was a gunfight. In the end, both sides suffered, and everyone was unlucky enough to get caught up in the disaster. What do you think of this story?" Saying that, he pointed the crossbow at both of them, but Zhao Wu, instead of being afraid, calmly smiled a bright smile and said, "Looks like we're both going to die anyway, but there's one thing I need to tell you. I really do know where the golden Buddha statue is hidden." This statement made Lai Su Sheng and his men slightly surprised. It seemed their leader had taken the bait. Zhao Wu continued talking nonstop. "You see, Dao Zhang and the two experts found 6 clues from the ancient jade and Buddhist scriptures. They are 1 general's peak, 2 mixed jade stones, 3,000-year-old pines, 5 moon-shaped pits, and 6 stone footprints. Of course, these are things the experts just told me. We've already found the general's peak, and now we're planning to head south to see what the 4th clue is. To put it simply, the only clue we haven't found yet is the 4th one. Moreover, in the deep forest with no signal, the police department couldn't get in touch with us. It was only after 30 hours of us losing contact that they were able to find us here. I won't delay you for too long. I can even help you recover 12 golden Buddha statues. This deal is a good one, isn't it? To be honest, with so many of you here, and only 2 of us and 2 elderly men who can hardly move, you're probably worried we might escape. But if I'm wrong, and we can't find the golden Buddha statues, it wouldn't be too late for you to just kill us and silence us, right?" Lai Su Sheng, hearing this, was slightly shaken. He wasn't wrong. Before the police arrived, he was the one in control. With this in mind, Lai Su Sheng confirmed. "Fine, but I'll only give you 6 hours." Zhao Wu immediately turned to call the experts. "How far is the cave from where you found the original will?" The 2 experts quickly answered. "It's about a 3-hour walk, but the golden Buddha statues can't possibly be hidden in that cave. We searched the entire cave years ago, and a few days ago, Dao Zhang checked it again. But Zhao Wu remained confident. All you need to do is guide us to that cave." He was speaking boldly, but inside he was feeling anxious. He could only drag this out for now and hope to adapt to whatever happened next. At that moment, a gunshot rang out from behind. Turning around, Zhao Wu saw Lai Su Sheng dealing with those unrelated people. This made Zhao Wu even more anxious. Had he already killed all the tomb robbers under Dao Zhang's command? Meanwhile, Dao Zhang was losing his temper, cursing nonstop. "Goddamn, are you crazy? Who the hell are you?" Lai Su Sheng angrily grabbed Dao Zhang's hair and shouted, "Yuan Shao Kai, you don't know me, but I know exactly who you are. The grudge between us goes back 18 years. You killed my master and my little sister, and to make matters worse, you buried them in someone else's grave and dressed them in ancient clothes. Where did you bury my master, Wang Jin? And what happened to the ancient artifacts you stole from him? Hearing this, Zhao Wu realized that the killer in the case of the ancient woman's body was none other than this Dao Zhang. Let's rewind time to 18 years ago, when Yuan Shaokai was just 19 years old, digging an ancient well with his father. Unfortunately, shortly after his father went down the well, a sudden scream was heard from below. It turned out there had been a landslide. Everyone rushed to pull them out, but in the end, the rope snapped and his father passed away, taking all of his hopes and dreams with him. Afterward, Yuan Shaokai and 2 others went to a woman's warehouse to sell stolen tome relics. After getting paid, Yuan Shaokai hesitantly said to the woman, "Ma'am, could you give us a little more? I went to the market and asked around. That jade pendant we found last time is worth 6,000 yuan, but you only gave us 400 yuan in the end." The woman, losing her patience, turned around and waved her hand as she spoke. "You're the one who mentioned the market price. If you're so confident, why don't you go sell it at the market yourself? Let's see if you're caught tomorrow." After saying this, she started to walk away. Yuan Shaokai quickly stepped forward and stopped her. "Please, ma'am, my father just passed away. Even for funeral expenses, you should give us a little more." Jiji immediately got furious and shouted, "Damn it, just because my dad died, do you think I should give you more money? You think I'm some kind of charity, huh? Are you guys stupid? Don't you want to live anymore? Get the hell out of here." After a while of punches and kicks, the 3 people were thrown out the door like trash. Jiji threw the money on the ground and said, "This is all your goods are worth. And as for your dad dying, what does that have to do with me?" Looking at the scattered bills on the ground and the humiliation he had to endure today, Yuan Shaokai silently made a decision. "I will make them pay for this." Sometime later that day, Jiji and the gangster boss, Huang Jin, were roasting sweet potatoes at Huang Jin's private home. After a while of enjoying themselves, sweating, and feeling tired, they lay down on the bed. Suddenly, they heard some noise. A few more people appeared in the room. Before they could react, Huang Jin was pinned to the bed and had his throat squeezed to the point he couldn't breathe. Jiji screamed in fear, but since the room was soundproof, no one could hear. At this moment, Yuan Shaokai had completely lost his mind and ruthlessly killed both of them. Later, someone found items in the cupboard. "Hey, look at this, it's all treasures. We're going to be rich." With these antiques in hand, the group prepared to leave, but how were they going to deal with the bodies? Yuan Shaokai suddenly came up with an idea. Since they were tomb robbers, let's bury them in someone else's grave. That way, their bodies will be hard to find. Back to the present, Lai Su Sheng was still loudly questioning Dao Zhang. "Where did you bury my master, Wang Jin? And what about the stolen antiques? Where are they?" Dao Zhang sneered, "The jade pendant and the map are here. If you have the guts, go look for them yourself. You already know who I am. Do you think you can just take those things from me?" Lai Su Sheng snatched the map and the jade pendant, saying, "Whether I swallow it or not is my business. You should mind your own." Then he stood up and ordered his men to take them along. "Let's go. If we can't find the 12 golden Buddha statues, just wait to die." Zhao Wu frowned, silently thinking to himself, "I have to find a chance to escape on the way." The group of men marched bravely toward the eastern side of Jialing Mountain. On the way, Zhao Wu carefully observed his surroundings but couldn't find a good opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Suddenly, a gun was pressed against his head. "Officer Zhao," a voice said, "you're not planning to take me to the cave where they discovered the will, are you?" Dao Zhang spoke up. "They've already searched that cave thoroughly. If there was really treasure there, would he be in this situation?" Zhao Wu frowned deeply, thinking to himself, "This guy is really hard to deal with," but still tried to remain calm. "In my opinion," he said, "if there's any clue left between the 1,000-year-old pine tree and the crescent-shaped pit, it's that cave. The treasure is hidden in there. Just because Dao Zhang didn't find it doesn't mean I won't." Hearing this, Dao Zhang snorted angrily and retorted, "That's nonsense. There's no crescent-shaped pit in that cave, and there's no raindrop stone either. Apart from the underground river, there's nothing." Lai Su Sheng chimed in, "Exactly. Would the treasure really be hidden in an underground river? Even if Pu Cheng is stupid, he wouldn't hide it in a place that's flooded. It's the golden Buddha statues, after all." Zhao Wu confidently said, "Can you please use your brain for a second? Are you just going to focus on the present and ignore history? Under what circumstances did Q Cheng create the golden Buddha statue? The world was suffering from a great drought at the time. To pray for rain, Kai Shou teamed up with local merchants to cast the golden Buddha statue as a way to seek blessings. When Chu Cheng hid the treasure, there was no water there, so of course, there wasn't any underground river. He had only planned for his own future needs, leaving himself an escape route. He didn't care about what might happen hundreds of years later. Chu Cheng was so selfish that he even dared to swap out a golden Buddha statue meant to bring blessings to the people. A person like him only thinks of himself, just like the two of you." After hearing Zhao Wu's words, Lai Su Sheng had no choice but to trust him one more time. Soon they arrived at the cave and Lai Su Sheng spoke up, "All right, we stop here. I'm guessing this pond is not only freezing, but the terrain is complicated. There could even be crocodiles. You don't want me to get in the water and become a snack for them, do you?" Zhao Wu couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated, but stubbornly replied, "Why are you in such a hurry? Right now, this pond has a lot of water, but during the drought in Ming Dynasty hundreds of years ago, this pond was actually a deep valley. I bet my life on it. The crescent-shaped pit at the bottom of this pond and the golden Buddha statue will be inside that pit. As long as I find the rainstone, the golden Buddha statue will follow." Lai Su Sheng understood Zhao Wu's intentions. This guy clearly wants to trick me into jumping in and die, so he raised his gun. "Fine, Officer Zhao. I'll leave it to you to show us this miracle. Now jump in and get the golden Buddha statue." As he spoke, Lai Su Sheng's face twisted with malice, knowing Zhao Wu's words were just a guess. Pressuring him to jump in was as good as sentencing him to death. To his surprise, Zhao Wu nodded without hesitation. "No problem. After all, I'm the one who knows the exact location of the golden Buddha statue." Stunningly, Yingji yelled out, "No, Zhao Wu, let me go with you." Lai Su Sheng immediately aimed his gun at her. "No can do. This policewoman still has to be our hostage. In 15 minutes, if we don't see you bring back the golden Buddha statue, I'll kill your girlfriend and both of those old men too." Zhao Wu furrowed his brow, but he couldn't fight back. They unlocked the handcuffs from his wrists, strapped a safety line around him, and told him that if he found the statue, they'd pull him back up. "We'll pull you up." Before jumping into the water, Zhao Wu walked over to Yingji and said softly, "Don't worry, my love. I'll find the golden Buddha statue. Wait for me here." He said that, then blew Yingji a kiss before jumping into the pond. Damn, it's freezing. Guess it's time to use the system's tricks. The night vision and invisibility modes are activated. The stealth respirator's on too. But this pond is huge. What if it leads outside? If it does, I could circle around and ambush them from behind. If not, I'll have to go back and lie, saying I found it, but I didn't have the tools to dig it up. Because the underwater terrain was so complicated, Zhao Wu activated the stealth telescope. He always felt a current pulling him deeper into the cave. But when he looked down into the water, he gasped. "Oh my god, what is that?" A huge crack appeared, and there was a very clear crescent shape, like a crescent-shaped lake. Could the golden Buddha statue really be buried underwater? In that instant, Zhao Wu didn't even feel the cold anymore. His blood was boiling like fire. If Fu Chang hid the treasure here before the water covered it, where would he have hidden it? Zhao Wu quickly swam toward the deeper water, scanning the area. He soon discovered another mechanism. In a sunken pit, there was a unique stone, one that looked like a raindrop. Zhao Wu was so excited, he almost screamed. The last clue on the treasure map was this raindrop stone. But how could a stone hide a golden Buddha statue? He activated his X-ray device and suddenly noticed some fragments of rock that looked different. He pried those pieces out and found a small crack. Could there be another secret chamber inside? Zhao Wu swam further into the crack, feeling like he was getting closer and closer to the legendary treasure. But unexpectedly, halfway through, the rope tied to him reached its limit. It was probably too short. If they pull the rope back and find out I'm gone, they might just kill me to cover it up. But this didn't worry Zhao Wu at all. He tied the rope to a big rock and kept swimming forward. After swimming through a long tunnel, he finally surfaced in a place with air. What he saw before him was a cave about 10 square meters in size, filled with dozens of large wooden crates. He climbed ashore, picked up a rock, and smashed the copper lock. Inside the crates, there were many shock-absorbing materials like cotton. As Zhao Wu opened the crates, a brilliant golden light shone, and a solid gold Buddha statue appeared before him. It really is a golden Buddha. Zhao Wu was stunned this time. Besides the golden Buddha, there were also many gold, silver, and jewels. He grabbed a handful of jewels and laughed out loud. After his excitement settled, Zhao Wu's gaze suddenly grew deep. "Looks like heaven's on my side. Dao Zhang and Lai Su Sheng, you two are as good as dead." On the shore, Lai Su Sheng's group was growing increasingly anxious. "Boss, he's been underwater for 13 minutes now. 2 more minutes, and the time's up. Who can hold their breath for over 10 minutes? The rope's been let out as far as it can go. If that guy hasn't frozen to death, he's probably drowned by now." Suddenly, there was a shift in the rope. The man with the yellow hair yelled and started pulling it up. Lai Su Sheng stood by, holding his crossbow ready. "If he comes back empty-handed, I'll shoot him with an arrow." The situation filled Yingji with fear, and she kept screaming Zhao Wu's name desperately. And then what everyone had been expecting finally happened. As the rope was pulled from the water, what everyone saw was a golden Buddha statue. Moments later, Zhao Wu stepped onto the shore. "I can confidently say all 12 golden Buddha statues are accounted for. They're all down there, he declared. Seeing that some people were still doubtful, he raised the statue high, then walked straight toward Lai Sheng. The golden Buddha statue has been found. Mr. Lai, please come over and inspect it. With that, Zhao Wu pretended to trip over nothing, flailing his arms and tossing the Buddha statue back into the lake. Afraid of losing it, Lai Sheng rushed to snatch it up. Seizing the moment, Zhao Wu then pulled out a bag of jewelry and threw it straight into the air. The thugs rushed to grab as much as they could, while Zhao Wu ran over to untie Yingji's ropes, then dashed forward and kicked one of the men straight into the lake. The man with long hair saw this and immediately pulled out his gun, but before he could pull the trigger, Yingji knocked him out with a punch. Quickly grabbing the gun, Yingji sent the bald guy in front of him off to meet his ancestors. Zhao Wu was very pleased with Yingji's skills. Suddenly, he shouted loudly from behind. Yingji responded by smashing the butt of her gun behind her, successfully sending another man with a shaved head back to Mother Earth. At that moment, Lai Sheng was hiding like a scared dog, but still shouting loudly, "Hurry up and kill them for me. Whoever kills them gets a golden Buddha statue." Before Zhao Wu could even hear the rest of the sentence, a hand grabbed him from behind. A bald man had locked his body, but the next second, he was hit by a copper bullet right in the chest. After that, the two of them worked together flawlessly. When one attacked, the other defended. When one defended, the other attacked. In the end, they successfully took care of all the thugs. Just when they thought everything was under control, Lai Sheng suddenly shot an arrow at Yingji. When the arrow was just 1 meter away from her face, Zhao Wu appeared and took the hit with his own body. Seeing that it was Zhao Wu who had been struck by the arrow, Yingji panicked and shouted, "Why did you save me?" It turned out that, in the critical moment, Zhao Wu had taken a poisoned arrow for Yingji. After a moment of chaos, Yingji's eyes had turned bloodshot. Without saying a word, she grabbed the arrow and charged straight ahead. On the other side, Lai Sheng was screaming like a madman. "Take it. The golden Buddha is yours now. Please spare me." But Yingji didn't care. She directly drove the arrow into his throat. The thugs, seeing this, were slightly scared and raised their guns, preparing to deal with Yingji. Dao Zhang suddenly grinned eerily. Now that Lai Sheng was dead, what were these useless fools to him? Thinking about this, he immediately hunched his body, thrust his hands forward that were still cuffed, and lunged to choke a man holding a gun. But in the next second, the man Dao Zhang was choking took a copper bullet to the head, and the shooter was none other than Yingji. Before Dao Zhang could even process what was happening, Yingji decisively shot him with 2 more copper bullets. Her face had turned into that of a furious demon. Anyone who crossed her path on the way was hit with a copper bullet the moment they spoke. It wasn't until Tian Dongming asked, "How's Zhao Wu?" that Yingji slowly began to regain her senses. She quickly rushed to Zhao Wu, pressing her ear against his chest to check for a heartbeat, but all she heard was an eerie silence. Without hesitation, Yingji continued with basic first aid procedures on Zhao Wu, but he remained motionless, showing no signs of life. At that moment, images of the two of them flashed through Yingji's mind. Tears streamed down her face, and her body trembled with anxiety. "Why? Why did you take that arrow from me? Get up! Zhao Wu, you stubborn idiot! Get up now!" And then, a miracle happened. After a stunned glance, Zhao Wu suddenly sprang to life in an almost unbelievable way. Yingji was so overwhelmed with joy that she couldn't control herself, pulling him into a tight embrace that lasted for more than 2 minutes. Before Zhao Wu could even say anything, Yingji kissed him passionately. Zhao Wu, not one to back down, responded with a French kiss that lasted more than 2 minutes. The reinforcements arrived quickly. Everyone was in a frenzy, with one more person injured on the other side and many more people lying on the ground. Was it really those two who caused all this? Over here, Yingji suddenly went quiet for no reason, which made Zhao Wu a little worried. He thought to himself, this is the first time she's killed someone, right? She must not feel good about it. After that thought, Zhao Wu gently patted her head, trying to comfort her. "Captain Miao, don't think too much about it. In that situation, if they hadn't died, we would have. Honestly, I think you went easy on them. The most important thing is that we're both still alive." After hearing that, Yingji's eyes filled with tears. Her hands were frantic, scratching at the air while she kept saying, "I really thought I lost you." Zhao Wu was a bit stunned when he heard that. Had she been worried that he might die? If it weren't for the universal antidote serum, it wouldn't have been able to get rid of the deadly poison from the arrow. This time had been incredibly dangerous. After curing the poison, he almost lost his life too. In the final moments, the automatic pacemaker had to kick in. If it hadn't, he'd probably have gone back to time traveling again. Suddenly, Yingji shouted right at Zhao Wu's face, "Zhao Wu, listen up. If you ever act so stupid again and take a bullet from me, I'll kill you myself and then commit suicide. There won't be a second time, understand?" Hearing that, Zhao Wu could only laugh helplessly. Just then, the system notification popped up. The encounter has been completed with 175% success. You've earned 10 system items. Please check them. Zhao Wu quickly opened the rewards. What popped up in front of him was a long list, almost like an ex's contact list. A universal unlocker, an invisibility cloak, a bulletproof invisibility cloak, an invisible pacemaker, universal antidote serum, invisible hemostatic medicine, energy enhancement pills, an electrical shielding device, an invisible tracker, a scent-based tracker, and a stealth plane capable of flying up to 30 meters high with a 10-minute duration. After reading the message, Zhao Wu immediately jumped up. This time, almost all the equipment had been used up, and he was already worried about that. Now, there was another issue to deal with. Ha ha! Cut to the scene at the R Division. At that moment, a subordinate was briefing him on the situation. The city department had sent a disciplinary monitoring team to handle the investigation into the police's actions in this case. Some of Lai Su Sheng's subordinates had made unfavorable comments about Captain Miao during her testimonies. This led to the monitoring team's involvement. In the meeting room, voices of reprimand filled the air. Comrade Ying Ji, as the head of the criminal team, you should understand the principles that guide criminal police officers in carrying out offline missions. Yet in the cave, you fired and killed 2 people, and another was almost killed. This is clearly an abuse of weapons. Even though they were all criminals and you acted out of legitimate self-defense, there were criminals who had already lost the ability to resist and no longer posed a threat to you. Was your behavior intentional? One of them was even shot directly in the head. We've heard that Captain Miao is known for being an excellent marksman. At such a close range, you could have chosen to shoot their shoulder, thigh, or other non-lethal areas. This is clearly specified in the criminal police's law enforcement regulations. Before they could finish speaking, Zhao Wu kicked the door open and stormed in, causing the room to fall silent for a moment. With more guts than caution, he yelled, "You bunch of despicable bastards! Damn it, are you trying to start a rebellion or what?" Without giving them a chance to respond, he walked over, grabbed a glass of water, and continued. "Are you interrogating criminals here? We're out there risking our lives fighting, and now we have to listen to your petty nonsense. If it weren't for the law, I have punched you all in the face already." The man with the thick lips spoke up after hearing that. "Why are you cursing like that? Are you a cop?" A glass in Zhao Wu's hand shattered, followed by a display of his body. "Look at the wounds on me. The fact that both of us are even standing here in front of you is a miracle. Try using your brain for once. Put yourself in our shoes and think. Back then, I was struck by a poisoned arrow, and I wasn't sure if I was going to live or die. The only one left was Captain Miao. We were surrounded by enemies, all armed with deadly weapons. If we didn't kill them, how were we supposed to survive?" After hearing this, the man with the thick lips finally relented. "Officer Zhao, please just hear us out. We were just following orders from above." After that, the conversation ended with Zhao Wu's sharp command, "Get out." Throughout the whole ride home, Ying Ji didn't say a word. Zhao Wu was the one who broke the silence, trying to lift the heavy mood. "It's okay. I'm here. No one will dare to touch you. I'll always be by your side. If you get fired, I'll quit too. If you end up in prison, I'll smash the police station's window and go to jail with you. Captain Miao, please don't be like this. It breaks my heart." But in response to Zhao Wu's words, the only thing Ying Ji said was, "Stop the car." When the car finally came to a halt, Ying Ji's tears started to flow again. "I thought you were dead. After you were hit by that poison arrow, I really thought you were gone. I didn't want to live anymore. I just went crazy, wanting to kill them all to get revenge for you." "All right, don't say anything more, don't say anything more. I get it. I understand everything now." Cut to a motel room, where Ying Ji is playfully punching Zhao Wu on the bed. "In the next minute, if you get knocked down by me, there won't be another chance." But in response, Zhao Wu remains silent, which completely confuses Ying Ji. Just as she lets her guard down for a second, Zhao Wu suddenly jumps up. In quick motion, he bends down at a 90-degree angle, causing Ying Ji to fall flat on her face, sprawled out on the bed. Before Ying Ji has a chance to react, Zhao Wu charges forward, trying to pull her into a tight embrace. However, Ying Ji is no easy target. She swiftly kicks him with such force that he is momentarily stunned. But with his strong determination, Zhao Wu quickly grabs her delicate leg, not forgetting to complain, "That kick hurt a lot." Ying Ji, not the type to back down easily, laughs and teases him for being weak. "You could still give up now, you know. It'd be embarrassing to admit defeat after getting knocked down." At this point, Zhao Wu's expression turns sour. Ying Ji realizes she might have gone too far, so she pulls her leg back, giving Zhao Wu a chance to come closer. But Zhao Wu isn't stupid. He quickly pins her down and starts saying some suggestive things. "Captain Miao, actually, I've still got plenty of moves I haven't used yet. Before he can finish, Ji pulls his head down for a kiss, catching him off guard. And then, well, things take their course. As for the rest, I'll leave it to your imagination. The scene shifts to morning. At this moment, Zhao Wu is grinning triumphantly because last night he accomplished something that can't be mentioned here, while Ji is still feeling a bit shy. Zhao Wu immediately pushes him away and curses, "You jerk." But Zhao Wu just keeps laughing, sounding almost out of his mind. Then, the TV suddenly breaks the news. According to police confirmation, at 3:25 a.m. today, a prisoner being held at Yunzhou prison escaped. The prisoner had suddenly fallen ill late at night and was rushed to Yunzhou Hospital for emergency treatment. However, during the treatment, the prisoner attacked a guard and escaped. As of now, he is still on the run. Currently, the escaped prisoner's photo has been made public and the authorities are asking the public for help. If anyone has any information about him, please contact the police immediately. Zhao Wu's face suddenly darkens. With his experience as a former gangster, he knows for sure the escaped prisoner must have had someone helping him, but when Ji asked him about it, he quickly denies it. "I used to be in prison. No, wait, this is just something I learned when I was in police school. The key to a successful escape is having someone on the outside helping you. Without that, you're just asking for death." Before Zhao Wu can finish, Ji jumps onto him playfully and says, "Who wants to hear you analyze prison breaks? You should figure out how to escape from me instead." But Zhao Wu flatly replies, "No, because if you catch me, I prefer to serve a life sentence." After standing still for a moment, Ji rewarded him with a kiss on his little guy for nearly 10 minutes. Zhao Wu, exhausted from it, fell asleep until noon. When he woke up, there was only a note on the table saying, "I have to go back to the countryside for a trip." Before he could finish reading, the system popped up with another notification. The system's fortune-telling activation was successful. Guess the divination, guess the direction of the thunder of the tide. The direct energy is not warm, the living blue belt, the murky confusion. Zhao Wu read it over and over, but still didn't understand. But then he remembered that his mother had traveled back to the countryside earlier to find him an old book. In the book, it said, "The Latin letters in the text are symbols for magic chants from the Republic of China, and the diagram of directions uses a cross as the center. Every 10 degrees, a diagonal line is drawn, making a total of 36 lines. If representing 360 degrees, each 10 degrees corresponds to one direction. If the 16 characters in the divination are divided into 4 groups, each group corresponds to a set of numbers in the book. The thunder of the tide is 1507, which points to the southeast direction. The direct energy is not warm, is 8927 meters. The living blue belt is 9:21 p.m., and the murky confusion is 13. Could this possibly be indicating altitude? Based on the divination clues, Zhao Wu followed the trail and arrived in a parking lot on the rooftop. He was fairly certain that this fortune-telling could predict the location of the upcoming encounter. Until exactly 9:09 p.m., the system displayed a new notification. This mission has been completed with a 141% success rate. You have received 5 items named Level 1 Hacker Tools. After using them, you can execute 10 fixed hack commands. Choose one at random, and it will affect machines and smart devices. It can spread viruses, unlock passwords, copy files, and enable remote control. Just after reading this, a yellow car drove up. Then, a girl with silver hair stepped out of the car. After a dramatic bout of vomiting, the girl suddenly moved toward the balcony, took off her high heels, and without hesitation, climbed directly onto the railing. Realizing something was wrong, Zhao Wu immediately shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" The girl, startled by his shout, lost her footing and fell straight down. Luckily, Zhao Wu rushed over in time, caught her leg, and pulled her up. But since he only grabbed one leg, she cried out in pain as he dragged her up. Once she was stable on the rooftop, the girl started vomiting again, and then she threw up like a water hose. Just when it seemed like things were over, the girl suddenly rushed forward, threw her arms around Zhao Wu, and began crying uncontrollably as she told her story. "Those 2 people kept chasing me. I told them that if anyone jumped off the parking garage, I'd follow them, but they didn't care about me at all. Earlier, I just wanted to see what it would feel like to stand there." At this point, Zhao Wu felt completely helpless. "All right, you need to go home now. Tell your parents to take you to a doctor right away." With that, he turned and walked away. But 2 cars blocked her way. A bald guy stepped out and called out, "Miss, the master wants you to come home right now." But the girl stubbornly replied, "I don't want to go home. You guys need to leave me alone. Help me. They're bad people." Zhao Wu took a look around and shrugged. This is probably just some bodyguards sent by some rich family to take the girl home. It doesn't have anything to do with me. But when he heard the guard call him a punk and arrogantly say, "This is none of your business, get lost as far as you can," Zhao Wu's inner hero stirred. In a split second, he knocked out 3 of them with just 3 punches. The girl saw this and immediately thought of him as some kind of superhero, hugging his arm and showering him with praise. Seeing that he wasn't reacting too much, she decided to go for it and kissed him on the cheek. Zhao Wu, however, wasn't the type to be easily swayed. He pushed her away and said, "Just confirming, I've already eaten." But the girl clearly wasn't listening to him. She tried again to throw herself at him. This time, Zhao Wu was serious. He grabbed her wrists and locked her arms behind her like he was arresting her. The girl, somehow thinking he was trying to do some weird move, actually thought he was trying to put her in a lahan, a Buddhist pose. Zhao Wu was at a loss for words and her total lack of common sense. So without wasting any more time, he tossed her straight into the trunk of the bodyguard's car and ordered them to take her home. She didn't even say thank you, and the guard actually had the nerve to call him a jerk. But Zhao Wu didn't care. He went back to the R precinct. Once there, he took out his phone and called Ying Ji. "I'm at the precinct now. You're going to be gone for a whole week. Why didn't you bring me to meet your parents while you're at it?" Ying Ji turned red and stammered, "Now is not the right time." Suddenly, someone walked by. By instinct, Zhao Wu turned his head to look, and that's when Ying Ji noticed the lipstick stain on his face. Thinking back to the moment when the girl had kissed him against his will, Zhao Wu quickly panicked and tried to come up with an excuse. Just then, a voice from inside the room urgently called out, "I want to confess, I killed someone. The murder at the oil company's apartment complex number 210 years ago. I did it. It was me. I killed that person. Can you handcuff me now? I want to take a few pictures first." Zhao Wu, distracted by all the events, ignored Ying Ji, which made her furious. She kept asking about the lipstick mark on his cheek. Zhao Wu, trying to change the subject, quickly mentioned a new case, and after a few vague words, hung up the phone and stuck his head back into the room to deal with the gossip. Inside the room, Chang Jingfeng was questioning the man. "You're Lan Xuping, right?" The actor who played the father of the male lead in the graduation season show, and also the host of the 12 o'clock cooking program. The man quickly confirmed, "Yes, that's right." He hurriedly added, "Please don't waste time investigating. I heard your team already solved the case of the field agent, so can you just quickly convict me?" But his subordinate insisted on following the correct procedure. The murder case at the oil company's apartment complex number 2, 10 years ago, where a woman was stabbed to death with a knife. Back then, he was a suspect, but the case was closed. The actual murderer was Feng Kuo, and he's in the locker now. Lan Xuping immediately shouted, "That's not true. The woman who was killed was my college friend, Liu Cao. Feng Kuo is innocent. I'm the real murderer." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Wu stormed in and shouted, "You're lying. You say you killed her, so answer this. When you used the knife, were you wearing gloves? Where did you stab her? How many times? Were there fingerprints on the knife? Did you stab her inside or outside the house?" Lan Xuping replied, Yeah, I wore gloves. My mind was blank at the time." Zhao Wu pressed on, "All right, tell the truth. Xuping, Feng Kuo just escaped from prison yesterday, and he must have kidnapped your wife or child, right? What exactly is going on between you two?" Hearing this, Lan Xuping was helpless. He knelt down and began to tell the whole story honestly. "The three of us used to be really close, until 10 years ago in the know, 2 oil company apartment complex, around 9:30 to 10 o'clock p.m. The murderer rushed in and stabbed Liu Qiao 4 times in the stomach. Liu Qiao must have recognized the murderer from his silhouette, and with her last bit of strength, she left a message before she died. Feng Kuo, who had just finished filming, was the first to find her body. He immediately called the police and an ambulance. The subordinate, after reviewing the case file, added that Lan Xuping's story was indeed accurate. The record showed that Liu Qiao, Feng Kuo, and Lan Xuping were all college friends, having a relationship somewhere between friendship and romance. This made both Feng Kuo and Lan Xuping suspects in Liu Qiao's murder. However, on the night of the crime, Lan Xuping had been at a restaurant near the crime scene, and the restaurant owner could vouch for him. At the time, he was drinking with a college friend named Guan Jun until 11 p.m. Guan Jun even personally drove Lan Xuping home. Because of this alibi, Lan Xuping was clear of suspicion. The day after the incident, the police found a blood-stained dagger belonging to Liu Qiao and Feng Kuo's fingerprints in the drawer of Feng Kuo's bedroom. In addition, there were Feng Kuo's fingerprints, shoe prints, and hair at the crime scene. The police immediately identified Feng Kuo as the murderer. He was later sentenced to death, but his execution was postponed multiple times due to unsuccessful appeals. Eventually, his sentence was reduced to life imprisonment. Because of his exceptional carpentry skills and good behavior, his sentence was later reduced to 19 years. Now, after 10 years, he has 9 years left before he can be released. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu offered a theory. Feng Kuo and Liu Qiao lived together. It's completely normal to find his fingerprints and shoe prints at the scene. This alone doesn't prove his guilt. When he discovered Liu Qiao had collapsed, He called the police before calling an ambulance, suggesting that deep down he believed Liu Qiao was still alive. This doesn't sound like something a murderer would do. Also, if he had committed the crime, he would have gone home first to hide the weapon in his bedroom drawer before returning to the scene to call for help. That doesn't make much sense. Are you suggesting that Feng Kuo was framed? Someone asked. If he was the murderer, he should have worn gloves while killing or at least wiped the fingerprints off the knife handle after the crime, but Feng Kuo's fingerprints were found on the handle. How do you explain that? Besides, if he was being framed, why did the killer just dispose of the weapon at the scene? Why bring it to Feng Kuo's house? Is someone trying to add extra details to make it seem more complicated? Feng Kuo would need a reason to want to kill Liu Qiao, right? Are they in a relationship? His subordinate also explained it based on the case files. The case records show that Feng Kuo and Liu Qiao had different views at the time. Feng Kuo wanted to join big film companies to grow his career and planned to get married a bit later. Liu Qiao, on the other hand, wanted to stay with her current film company, get married first, and then develop her career slowly. But killing someone over such a small disagreement doesn't make much sense. So, could he really have been framed? Faced with countless tough questions from his colleagues, Zhao Wu chose to remain silent and observe the situation. Inside, he couldn't stop wondering, was Lan Shuping the one who framed Feng Kuo? Meanwhile, Lan Shuping sat at the desk, constantly sighing. My daughter is with Feng Kuo right now. If I don't turn myself in, he'll kill her. If he finds out I reported him to the police, he'll definitely finish me off. At that point, Zhao Wu began speaking up to offer an analysis. The current situation pointed to two things. First, it seemed very likely that Feng Kuo was innocent. A man who only had 9 more years left until he could be released from prison wouldn't do anything to risk extending his sentence. Second, Feng Kuo was absolutely sure that Lan Shuping was the real killer of Liu Qiao and the one who framed him. But the subordinate felt that based on Lan Shuping's behavior and reactions, it just didn't seem like he was the actual culprit. Suddenly, an investigator ran in. Jiang Jingfeng quickly asked, "How's the forensic examination of the kidnapping scene going?" "This is what we know," the investigator replied. Lan Shuping's daughter goes to the art school near the residential area every day to study drawing. She doesn't need to cross any busy streets nearby. A 9-year-old child walks to and from school on her own every day. The kidnapping happened along the road between her home and the art school. The time was just after 8 a.m., and the only part of the route without surveillance cameras is about 30 meters near the school entrance. So the kidnappers must have scouted the area beforehand. Zhao Wu immediately noticed something strange. At 8 in the morning, there are a lot of people around. It wouldn't be easy to kidnap a 9-year-old like that. So there must be one explanation. The girl must have known the kidnappers, which is why she was easily tricked. However, his subordinate still felt something wasn't quite right, since Feng Kuo had just escaped from prison. How could he possibly know the child? To address this, Zhao Wu offered another theory. The kidnapping doesn't necessarily have to involve him directly. He could have accomplices. Plus, escaping from prison is hard enough. Without partners, it would be even harder. He then turned to another colleague to ask about the details of Feng Kuo's prison break. Here's what we know. On the night Feng Kuo escaped, we're not sure what he ate, but he started showing signs of an allergic reaction. He was foaming at the mouth and passed out. The prison guards immediately took him to the hospital for emergency treatment that same night. After his condition stabilized, Feng Kuo needed to stay in the hospital for 24-hour observation. The prison guards were responsible for keeping watch over him. One guard stayed in the room with him, while the other stayed outside the door. Feng Kuo's right hand was also handcuffed to the hospital bed. However, since Feng Kuo had been behaving well in prison and had a decent relationship with the guards, they weren't too strict. In fact, they ended up falling asleep. At 3 in the morning, Feng Kuo managed to slip out of the handcuffs and escape. The guard inside the room was drugged with a certain amount of anesthetic spray. The surveillance camera showed that Feng Kuo jumped out of the window to flee. It appeared that someone had already cut through the 3 metal bars of the window's security grate beforehand. When leaving the hospital, Feng Kuo even changed clothes. Jiang Jingfeng raised a question. Could his accomplice be a fellow inmate he was close to? Zhao Wu immediately dismissed this idea. He had checked beforehand and knew that only 2 inmates in the same area as Feng Kuo had been released from prison. One was 85 years old, and the other had terminal liver cancer. But don't worry, everyone in Zhao Wu reassured Feng Kuo has always been in prison. If he had an accomplice, they would have to be in regular contact with him. Zhao Wu continued assigning tasks. Beanie, check if anyone regularly visits the prison to see him. Jiang Jingfeng start investigating his friends, family, and relatives and dig into their backgrounds one by one. What about Lan Shuping? As for him, first make it public that Lan Shuping is the real culprit. This will distract Feng Kuo and buy us some time. We can use this opportunity to investigate and quickly rescue the little girl. At this point, the progress of the mission had reached 82%. Meanwhile, Zhao Wu also received a signal booster. The scene shifted to a breakfast shop near the police station. Zhao Wu, sitting and sipping his porridge, was about to eat his fried dough sticks when a car suddenly screeched to a stop. A butler stepped out and opened the car door. The person who stepped out of the car was none other than the girl with silver hair. Zhao Wu was still thinking about that rushed kiss from the other day. After a quick display of her assets, the girl had also suggested a big business deal. If he agreed, she would give him the car and an additional salary of 52 million yuan. Zhao Wu, fully aware that there are only two things that fall from the sky, rain and bird droppings, bluntly asked her what her real request was. "Well, it's simple enough. You can just come and be my personal bodyguard," she said. After a moment of hesitation, Zhao Wu stood up and declined bluntly. "Find someone else. I'm not as free as you think." Was he still questioning the salary issue? Zhao Wu continued, "No, I'm not talking about money. I just think being a cop is still pretty interesting for me right now." The scene shifted to Lan Shuping's daughter's room. At this moment, her mother was sitting there crying uncontrollably, but still didn't forget to scold her daughter for being careless. "Yesterday, you forgot to bring your kid's watch when you went to art school. If you had, we would have had a tracker by now." To calm her mother down, Beanie tried changing the subject, complimenting her on how beautiful her daughter's painting was. Once her mother had calmed down, Beanie moved on to the main topic. "Has Lan Shuping ever mentioned anything about the late Liu Cao to you? Or maybe there are things like pictures of the three of them together or a journal from 10 years ago. We'd like to take a look." Lan Shuping's wife stood up and confirmed there was nothing. He threw everything away back then. He never mentioned Liu Cao, except for one time when he got drunk, called her name, and cried. I knew he liked her, but how can I be jealous of a woman who's already dead, right? Liu Cao and Feng Kuo are in love, and my husband must really hate Feng Kuo, but the police can rest easy. I know him well, and he would never do something like murder. He may seem outgoing, but the truth is he's actually very timid. On the way back, Beanie also showed signs of disappointment. She hadn't expected that they wouldn't find any information about that year at Lan Shuping's place. Zhao Wu, however, remained optimistic, smoking a cigarette and suggesting they visit Feng Kuo's house to investigate a little. At Feng Kuo's house, his stepfather greeted them. He offered them drinks and said, "Feel free to tell us what you need. We'll cooperate however we can." Zhao Wu was straightforward. "We'd like to see if Feng Kuo has kept anything related to the three of them from 10 years ago." Before he could finish, someone was pushed into the room from outside. She looked extremely exhausted and lifeless. Feng Kuo's stepfather quickly stood up and introduced her. "This is Feng Kuo's mother. She suffered a severe brain hemorrhage 3 years ago, and now she can't take care of herself. I also have a son, Xiao Zhen. He's a little younger than Feng Kuo, but he's not home today." He then led them into another room to a cabinet full of sculptures. He proudly continued, "These were all made by Xiao Zhen. Even though he's not my biological son, we're very close." If it had been guided down this path years ago, it might have become a famous wood sculpting master by now, known all over the country. Unfortunately, Fang Lin thought it was beneath him to be a carpenter, so he pushed him to pursue acting instead. Xiao Zhen is handsome, but his personality is introverted, which doesn't suit acting. I still don't understand why that kid insisted on breaking out of prison. He only had to stay 9 more years to be released. Now, everything is lost. Looking at the photo on the desk, Zhao Wu also felt a bit puzzled as it was a picture of Lan Shuping with Liu Cao and Feng Kuo. The scene shifts to the evening where Zhao Wu is leading his subordinate to the scene of an old case. However, the subordinate, afraid of ghosts, keeps yelling as they walk. As they enter, the first thing that greets them is a dark shadow on the ceiling. The subordinate screams in terror, but after taking a closer look, it's just a torn ceiling panel. Then suddenly, Zhao Wu spots another shadow, and this time it's definitely a person. He quickly orders his subordinate, "Stay here." He then chases the shadow closely. In just a few minutes, Zhao Wu catches up and grabs him. The man, when pinned down, screams in panic. Once he realizes Zhao Wu is a cop, he calms down and starts explaining honestly. "I came in here to catch a cricket." He even lets the cricket go to prove it. He then leads the two to a restaurant, and fearing they still don't believe him, he continues to explain. "This is the restaurant I mentioned. I know this area really well. I've lived here since I was a kid. There's a family event, so we're taking a break from business for 8 days. Don't be put off by how shabby this place looks. A lot of people come here to eat. The side dishes are authentic, and the grilled skewers are pretty fresh. Sometimes you'll even find people drinking and staying up all night. Okay, here's my business card. Please keep an eye out for me. When the person comes back, make sure to give me a call." "Yes, I'll make sure the task is done." After walking for a bit, the subordinate finally spoke up with a question. Zhao, isn't this the place where Lan Ping was drinking the night of the incident? I remember the restaurant owner vouched for her alibi. Are you still suspicious of her? Zhao Wu took a drag from his cigarette, then smirked. I'm just a bit curious. If Lan Ping ran from here to the scene of the murder, then came back here to keep drinking, is that even possible? Back at the art precinct, Zhang Jingfeng immediately reported to Zhao Wu. While Lan Ping's daughter was being kidnapped, a parent was recording a video of their son at the entrance to the art school. They might have captured the suspect on camera. Let's take a look. After fast-forwarding and rewinding the footage, Zhao Wu noticed a new clue. He zoomed in on the frame and a young woman appeared. Instinctively, Zhao Wu muttered, I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. This comment left his subordinate speechless. Zhao, that's a woman. How could you say this? Before he could finish speaking, the subordinate quickly realized the meaning behind Zhao Wu's words. The scarf around the girl's neck was exactly like the one in the painting in Lan Ping's daughter's bedroom. It had a sunflower pattern, very similar to the design in the painting. Zhang Jingfeng quickly offered his hypothesis. If a little girl draws someone's silk scarf in her painting, it means they've probably been around each other for a long time. Feng Kuo just escaped from prison. There's no way he had the time to do something like that. So, the kidnapper of Lan Ping's daughter can't be Feng Kuo. At this point, Zhao Wu's face showed a slight grin. First, let's check the route of the vehicle next to her. It's highly likely that the little girl is in her car. The next morning, Zhao Wu was still fast asleep when a subordinate rushed in to wake him up, bringing a very important clue. I've always been curious about this silk scarf because, aside from people in service industries like flight attendants or bank staff, not many people wear this type of scarf anymore. So I did some research. Turns out this scarf is a limited edition from Channel. They only released 10 of them back then. I think we need to find out the whereabouts of these 10 scarves. Also, the way the suspect tied the scarf is a unique old-fashioned knot. Right now, very few people still tie it that way. Then, the two of them continued to look at the photos taken at Feng Kuo's house. While complimenting Feng Kuo for being handsome, Zhao Wu suddenly noticed another clue. Feng Kuo's mother has a scarf just like the one the suspect wore, and the way she tied it is exactly the same as how the suspect tied her scarf in the video. This caught Zhao Wu by surprise. Could it be that the person who kidnapped Lan Ping's daughter was Feng Lin, who had been bedridden in a wheelchair for years? A few minutes earlier, Zhao Wu and his subordinate had been going through the images when they found an important clue. When comparing it with the footage extracted from the camera, Zhao Wu was 90% sure that the suspect was Feng Kuo's mother. Feng Lin loved her son deeply, and to protect his innocence, it seemed likely that she had planned all of this. But considering Feng Lin's severe brain hemorrhage, it was hard to believe that she could care for herself, let alone orchestrate something like this. Her subordinate disagreed. From what she knew, brain hemorrhages weren't necessarily fatal, and with proper treatment, recovery was possible. Besides, there were reports from years ago that she had an exceptionally high IQ. If she had recovered, no one would suspect her anymore. Zhao Wu quickly instructed Beanie, help me look into Feng Lin's financial situation and find out where her money went. Zhang Jingfeng made a new discovery after checking. The primary doctor who treated Feng Lin mentioned that 6 months before her brain hemorrhage, her condition had been improving significantly. However, Feng Lin had switched to a private doctor after that, so the current doctor had no information about her health. Is it really Feng Lin? Escaping from prison, then kidnapping, buying a car, scouting locations, and tricking a little girl. Although Xiao Wu Feng doesn't come home often, he has a personal assistant who takes care of Feng Lin 24/7. How could Feng Lin pull this off without the assistant noticing? Did she go out at night to kidnap the girl? Obviously not. To get close to the little girl, it had to be during the day. Facing countless questions from his colleagues, Zhao Wu still made a smart conclusion. All we need to do is bribe the assistant. To the supermarket. Zhao Wu and his subordinate are keeping an eye on Feng Lin's assistant. From the information he gathered, the assistant, Mai Fang, used to come here every day at 10 a.m. to buy food and wouldn't return home until about 10:30. But in the past 2 days, Mai Fang has been leaving at 8:30 a.m. instead and still returns at 10:30. If Mai Fang is working with Feng Lin, aside from buying food, what else is she doing? The subordinate immediately understood. She's delivering food to the hostage. Feng Lin might even be there with her. As the two of them continue to follow Mai Fang, along with Zhang Jingfeng, after more than 15 minutes of tailing her, they arrive at a house. While Zhang Jingfeng and the subordinate are unsure about their next move, Zhao Wu quickly uses a hidden tracking device and a universal lock opener. Inside the house, Lan Ping's child is crying while drawing aimlessly. When Mai Fang saw the door open, she quickly squeezed through and ran straight for the exit. Then she bumped into someone's leg. Luckily, it was Zhao Wu. He immediately ordered her to stop crying. Zhang Jingfeng and his subordinate started searching each room. Once they were sure there was no one else in the house, Zhang Jingfeng approached and handcuffed Mai Fang. Terrified, Mai Fang confessed honestly, "I understand what you're saying. I was just asked to babysit." Zhao Wu also noticed there were no men's clothes or belongings around, so he figured Feng Kuo wasn't here. He stepped closer to Mai Fang and asked, "Is this house in your name? Did Mrs. Feng Lin give it to you?" Back in the front yard of Feng Kuo's villa, Feng Lin, who had been putting on a dramatic performance, suddenly froze. She looked up and saw Lan Shuping's daughter calling out, "Aunt, are you sick? Why are you in a wheelchair?" Meanwhile, Mai Fang was handcuffed and Feng Kuo's stepfather was left stunned, not understanding what was going on. Suddenly, Feng Lin sprang to her feet, making her stepfather break into a cold sweat, muttering, "What the hell?" On the other side, Zhao Wu was grinning triumphantly. It seemed like things were finally starting to make sense. It turned out that about 2 weeks ago, the girl had been at school when she heard someone calling out. Feng Lin approached the little girl by asking about a painting. This painting was done by my aunt a long time ago, but in the end, she didn't know what color to use for this part. The little girl explained. When she heard the question, she innocently guided him. "Just use a little dark color here, but don't use black or brown." The next day, Feng Lin came back to find the little girl. To thank her for helping with the painting, he gave her a pink cake and made up a story about how he loved learning to draw and wanted her to teach him more in the future. After hearing this, Feng Lin was stunned. He had no idea how the little girl knew this, but Zhao Wu didn't seem to care. He just continued asking about where Feng Kuo was hiding. "Where is Feng Kuo?" Zhao Wu asked. Seeing that Feng Lin stubbornly refused to give up any information, Zhao Wu took out a photo and began explaining. "You thought I wouldn't be able to figure this out. You and Mai Fang tried to kidnap him, and even had to bring a fugitive to drive on the highway at midnight. The risk of getting caught was too high. So besides the maid Mai Fang, there was another accomplice, Mai Fang's husband, Zhang Haipo. I was able to track him down because the house hiding the little girl wasn't under Mai Fang's name. It was under Zhang Haipo. Although Zhang Haipo only appeared twice in Feng Kuo's visitation records, both times were in the past 2 months, especially the last one, which was very close to the time Feng Kuo escaped from prison. Feng Kuo had an allergy, and she deliberately triggered it to make him sick enough for the guards to send him to the hospital. She had already planned which department he would be admitted to and arranged for Zhang Haipo to sabotage the hospital's anti-theft window. Then she planned to give him the knockout spray and handcuff keys she had prepared so he could control the prison guards. But Feng Kuo's prison escape was just a cover. Her real goal was to kidnap Lan Shuping's daughter and force Lan Shuping into admitting that he was the one who killed someone years ago. As long as Lan Shuping confesses, Feng Kuo will be set free. We had also checked the assets of Mai Fang and Zhang Haipo. They still owned a house on the outskirts of the city, so Feng Kuo must be hiding there, right? Since Zhao Wu already knows the whole truth, Feng Lin also confessed everything. The escape and the kidnapping were all my doing. Mai Fang and Zhang Haipo had nothing to do with it. I take full responsibility, but I ask you to release them. With that, the mission was complete with a progress of 138%. 5 anonymous browsing items were obtained, allowing for web browsing without any additional tools. The browser's search engine was enhanced, allowing access to things that regular websites couldn't find or items that were encrypted. It also automatically filtered out invalid or incorrect information. After that, everyone went out to celebrate. The subordinate was eating while adding more details. Just now, the colleagues from the outskirts of the city sent word. They've caught Feng Kuo and Zhang Haipo. It's hard to believe that Mrs. Feng, for the sake of her son, was willing to throw herself into prison. The other colleagues are also a bit baffled. Feng Kuo still has 9 years left in prison. Isn't Feng Lin taking too big of a risk? Isn't this like gambling away Feng Kuo's future just to clear his name? The only explanation is that she's completely certain. She must be sure that Lan Shuping is the one who killed Liu Qiao and framed Feng Kuo. Then, Zhang Jingfeng shared some shocking news. I've been in touch with Feng Lin's personal doctor. He said that although Mrs. Feng has almost fully recovered from the brain hemorrhage, she's been diagnosed with lymphoma, and she doesn't have much time left. This left the subordinate a bit stunned, and he quickly turned to call over Mr. Zhao. Is Feng Lin doing this because she wants to see her son's name clear before she dies, or should we lend a hand to Mrs. Feng? The colleague of the yellow shirt immediately disagreed. I don't agree with reopening Feng Kuo's case. If we investigate this case again, we'll definitely offend the police colleagues who handled it back then. One of them is now the director Hong Jian-ram, the head of the police force in our city of Q. We can't afford to make an enemy of him. If we manage to solve the case, it would only expose a major mistake by the top leader and reveal his weaknesses, which could impact his political career. But if we fail to solve it, will become targets of the entire police force's anger. Zhao Wu heard this and slammed his glass down on the table, then seriously confirmed, "I'm going to talk to Mr. Hong." His words shocked everyone, but in the next moment, he grinned and said he was just joking, then asked for permission to step outside for a cigarette. As luck would have it, the moment he stepped outside, Zhao Wu ran into the silver-haired girl again. This time she was being harassed, because as the curly-haired guy was about to drop his pants and get up to no good, Zhao Wu yelled, "You dare to do something like that in front of the temple of Guangdong? Are you trying to get yourselves killed?" Then Zhao Wu was sitting on the guy's head, puffing on his cigarette, and asked, "You're the daughter of a rich family, wandering around this place at this hour. What's the deal?" To his surprise, the girl didn't recognize him at all, which left Zhao Wu stunned. Wasn't she the one with the green lipstick? The girl bluntly replied, "No, the person you're talking about is my younger sister, Mai Qi. I'm Mai Lai. My sister and I look alike, so people often confuse us." The curly-haired guy, ready to say something, was interrupted when Zhao Wu flicked a burning cigarette butt straight into his mouth. Just when it seemed like everything was over, a bunch of lights appeared in the distance. It turned out to be reinforcements for the curly-haired guy. While Mai Lai was still in a daze, Zhao Wu had already gotten into the car, waiting for her to leave. Having inherited top-tier driving skills from his past life, Zhao Wu was confident in his ability behind the wheel. Then he noticed a few cars speeding down the road. The thugs thought they could catch up to him, but in the blink of an eye, Zhao Wu had forced one of them to crash face first. The other thugs still thought it was just luck, so they got closer, planning to knock him over. But the next moment, one of them was slammed into and had his kneecap shattered by Zhao Wu. That's when they finally realized something was wrong. As Zhao Wu turned back to confront them, they quickly turned tail and ran deep into the woods. Once everything calmed down, Zhao Wu stopped the car and tapped Mai Lei's helmet. But instead of responding, she removed her helmet and rushed to kiss him, as if they were a couple about to take a wild leap. Zhao Wu wasn't the type to give in easily. He immediately pushed her away and said, "I've already eaten." Mai Lai wasn't giving up, though. She lunged again, grabbing his hand and pulling it toward her chest, even suggesting they become a couple. "If you agree, we can head straight to a motel right now." Zhao Wu, hearing that, felt helpless for the second time. Just then, his phone rang. It was the guy who had been catching crickets for him the other day. He informed Zhao Wu that the restaurant staff had returned. The scene shifted to the restaurant. When Zhao Wu arrived, he immediately asked about Lan Shuping. Her father-in-law had mentioned something about the day of the incident. Lan Shuping had been drinking at her family's restaurant from 7 p.m. until after midnight. Is that true? But the girl's answer was no. 3 days after the death, the police came to question us. My father-in-law, who's getting a bit forgetful, told the police that the man had been drinking at our restaurant the entire time. But the truth is, he arrived at 7:30, ate until around 9 o'clock, paid, and left. I was the one who collected the payment. However, not long after, he came back, sat at the same table, and ordered more food and drinks. A little while later, another man joined him, and the two of them drank together until midnight before they left. How long did he leave in the middle of all this? At most 6 minutes, definitely no more than 10 minutes. He came back really quickly. By now, Zhao Wu's head was starting to hurt because the restaurant and the scene of the crime were only about a 5-minute walk apart. Switching to Lan Shuping's apartment area, as soon as she saw Zhao Wu, Lan Shuping seemed a little startled, but still tried to stay calm and casually asked how things were going. Zhao Wu didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. "Before Liu Qiao was murdered, you went to her place, didn't you?" At first, Lan Shuping was a little scared, but then she honestly admitted it. "On the night Liu Qiao was murdered, I was feeling really upset about work and wanted to drink a little, so I went to a restaurant. It's close to Liu Qiao's apartment. I drank until 9 p.m., then I borrowed some alcohol and went to find her. At that time, Feng Kuo was still at the film set. I knew Liu Qiao was home alone. I just wanted to tell her that Feng Kuo wasn't just dating her, but also seeing another woman on the side. I thought if I told her this, she'd break up with him. But instead, she came up with an excuse to avoid me, saying, 'Feng Kuo is coming back soon. If he catches us, things won't end well.' After she said that, I realized that no matter what I said, Liu Qiao couldn't possibly like me. So I just stayed quiet and left." "Wait a second. Who's the other one you mentioned?" "I don't know her. She's not from the film crew and she's not one of our classmates. She looks much younger than us, almost like a high school student. I happened to see Feng Kuo giving her a ride on his scooter. They looked really close." Hearing this, Zhao Wu became even more confused. The person who killed Liu Qiao must have planned it all along, striking ruthlessly and decisively. Lan Shuping, on the other hand, had deep feelings for Liu Qiao, so he didn't seem like someone who could be the killer. But who is the woman Feng Kuo is cheating with? Could she be the killer? Scene shifts to Section R. At this moment, Zhao Wu is waiting to interrogate Feng Kuo. During his free time, he continues to analyze, who is that woman? All he has to do is ask that kid Feng Kuo, and he'll know. Besides, there's another thing he needs to ask him about. Suddenly, Wang Shengyao steps out, sees Zhao Wu, and yells, "What are you doing here?" But after she calms down, she unexpectedly steps forward and lifts Zhao Wu's chin. "You're here to interrogate Feng Kuo, aren't you?" "Let me tell you, Feng Kuo is our prisoner. Without my permission, don't even think about interrogating him." Zhao Wu isn't one to back down. He grabs her hand and leans in closer. "I'll interrogate whoever I want, and you have no say in it." Caught off guard by the sudden move, Wang Shengyao angrily snaps, "Zhao Wu, don't think just because you've solved a few cases, you're some kind of genius. To me, you're not even worth a penny." Zhao Wu responds coolly, his voice sharp, "Captain Wang, I'm not like you. I consider you nothing more than a fart I accidentally let slip. You better not get in my way. This case was already flawed when it was first sentenced. If anything goes wrong this time, can you handle the responsibility? After work, go feed your pig brain a little more, all right? I've got more important things to do." Inside the interrogation room, Feng Kuo is sitting there, confused. "The woman who was with me." "Officer, which woman are you talking about?" Zhao Wu felt helpless after hearing that. This kid had his fair share of secret affairs, even while he was dating Liu Cao, huh? "All right then, just tell me everything you know. From the time filming started in this city until Liu Cao was murdered, tell me about all the people who were romantically involved with you." At first, Feng Kuo hesitated a bit, but then he started to speak honestly. "If we're talking about this period of time, it would probably be that schoolgirl. I think her last name is Lai, and her full name might be A Lai. Once, I was coming home from the set and happened to bump into her right in front of my house. I think she lives nearby. We talked for a few minutes, and we seemed to get along pretty well. At that time, no one was home, so we ended up roasting sweet potatoes together a few times. She also secretly came to the set to watch me act, but I never told her anything about Liu Cao. She didn't know Liu Cao at all." Zhao Wu held up a picture of the murder weapon. "You once trained as a carpenter. Do you think the handle of this knife would be easy to remove and replace?" At first, Feng Kuo seemed a bit dazed, but then he gave his opinion. "If it's glued, it would be hard to take apart. You'd have to apply heat to melt the glue, and that would be a lot of work." "Do you think Lan Shuping swapped the knife handle?" Zhao Wu asked. "Then why do you think Lan Shuping would have the ability to change the knife handle? Is there anyone nearby who could do this more easily? Someone who knows woodworking and could easily swap the handle and leave it in your bedroom." Feng Kuo immediately understood as soon as he heard this. "Are you suggesting my younger brother, Xiao Zhen?" On the way back home, Zhao Wu couldn't stop thinking about the case and the 2 marks Liu Cao had made before dying. Everyone instinctively thought they were either the Chinese character for Ma or San, which might be a person's surname. But now that he thought about it, could it have been the character for younger brother in the phrase younger brother? "If I want to prove Xiao Zhen is the culprit, I need to disprove his alibi," Zhao Wu thought to himself. Without wasting any time, Zhao Wu headed straight to the dental clinic, a location he had been directed to by the system earlier. The testimony from back then showed that on the night of the incident, Xiao Zhen, his father Xiao Gufeng, and a worker from the woodworking shop had gone to another city to deliver goods. They didn't return to City Q until after the incident. Could they have lied? And the ally that Feng Kuo mentioned needed to be found as soon as possible. If Ai Lai lived near their home, would she know Xiao Zhen? Zhao Wu was lost in thought when he suddenly jolted awake. There was a traffic jam ahead, making him feel uneasy. If this kept up, he would be late for the meeting with the system's scheduled encounter. Without thinking much, he immediately bent his legs and ran like a track athlete. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, followed by a crowd of people gathering around to see what happened. Zhao Wu was among them. As soon as he looked, he recognized the girl with silver hair, but he couldn't tell if she was Mai Qi or Mai Lai. Before he could even sort out his confusion, another loud bang sounded. He turned around, and oh no, he wasn't wondering if it was Mai Qi or Mai Lai anymore. Looking up at the sky, Zhao Wu saw a shining star. No, wait, it was the criminal responsible for the crime. In the next moment, Zhao Wu quickly used a blood-stopping item on the girl. But since she showed no signs of life, the item was soon retracted. Once on the rooftop, Zhao Wu looked around for a moment but didn't find any clues. He quickly activated a scent tracking device. Immediately, the killer's scent hit his nose, and he followed it. Zhao Wu rushed downstairs, only to find the head doctor knocked out cold. He continued running down and eventually reached the bodies of the 2 silver-haired girls. There, the killer's scent had stopped at the bus stop. Zhao Wu continued to move closer. I then saw a man with brown hair standing there waiting for a ride. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he broke into a strange, almost mysterious smile. The next moment, he darted in front of a truck. Zhao Wu thought he was about to commit suicide, but somehow, the man managed to stand safely on the other side of the road. Zhao Wu, not exactly the serious type, raised his middle finger at the man in a playful gesture. The man was still confused about what Zhao Wu was trying to do when Zhao Wu made his way to the bike rental station to scan a QR code. What Zhao Wu didn't expect was that while he was renting a bike, the man already hailed a taxi. Before leaving, the man waved at him arrogantly. With no other choice, Zhao Wu ended up chasing after the taxi on his bike. He couldn't catch up. In frustration, Zhao Wu threw his bike directly at the taxi. Surprisingly, the taxi driver stopped, but the man had no choice but to jump out and run, trying to escape on foot with Zhao Wu hot on his heels. But in less than 30 seconds, Zhao Wu managed to catch up and corner the man. He thought it was over, but to his surprise, the man was incredibly strong. With a basic wrist lock, the man quickly flipped Zhao Wu to the ground, taking control of the situation. Luckily, just then, the taxi driver arrived, demanding payment, which scared the man into fleeing. They ended up in a quiet street where the man jumped up to the ledge of a house, then leaped to an even higher building. The two of them were now chasing each other desperately across the rooftops. It wasn't until there was nowhere left to run that the man finally stopped. But the very next second, he risked it all and jumped straight to the building across. Even more surprising, his landing was flawless. Zhao Wu could only shake his head in disbelief. But with more courage than common sense, Zhao Wu got into position, and with one powerful move, he launched himself toward the building on the other side. The killer had already prepared for this. He quickly used a board to shove Zhao Wu off the railing. In that life-or-death moment, Zhao Wu managed to activate an item, a cloaking spaceship, and instantly turned into Iron Man. Flying straight into the air was completely unreasonable. However, when he reached the top, he found no trace of the killer. Looking through a hole, he saw that the killer was dead for no apparent reason. Back at the R Division, his subordinate handed him water and praised him. "This was all thanks to you, sir. This guy was really hard to catch." The killer's name was Jin Chao. He was 47 years old, a former police officer from the outskirts of the city, and had received over 10 honorary medals. However, 4 years ago, a mistake he made caused a prisoner's death, which led to his dismissal from the police force. But he had no connection to the Chen sisters at all. This statement made Zhao Wu curious. He wondered who the Chen sisters were. His subordinate eagerly explained that the two women who fell from a building, they're the daughters of Chen Pinggong, the shoe magnate. The older sister, 19, is named Chen Mai Lai, and the younger sister, 18, is also named Chen Mai Lai. Zhao Wu continued to recall the brief kisses and then wondered, did the killer disguise themselves as a dentist? That's exactly right. The dentist who had fainted said that Jin Chao had used an anesthetic injection on him. That day, Chen Mai Lai had to go in for a dental procedure. Her younger sister, Chen Mai Li, went with her. Jin Chao, pretending to be a doctor, drugged the Chen sisters, then dragged them to the rooftop and pushed them off to their deaths. We also investigated Jin Chao's wife's account. Recently, a sudden deposit of 2 million yuan appeared, transferred from an account linked to a company called Doria. This company is a subsidiary of the Bai Shi Leg Group. Under the name of the wife that Chen Pingguan had married just last year, it's clear that she hired someone to kill. After all, 3 months ago, Chen Pinggong suddenly fell ill, was hospitalized, and fell into a continuous coma. If both Chen Pinggong and his 2 daughters died now, the person who would benefit most from the tens of billions of yuan in assets would definitely be his young and beautiful wife, the former beauty queen. I lie. Suddenly, Zhao Wu jumped in shock and yelled loudly, then quickly checked the name again. There was no mistake. I remember Feng Kuo's girlfriend is also named Alai. The woman's school and Feng Kuo's mansion were separated by just a wall, and their names and locations were quite similar. Could she be the young girl from next door that Feng Kuo had an affair with all those years ago? Without hesitation, Zhao Wu immediately called Zhang Jingfeng, asking him to investigate information about Jin Chao and Alai. Seeing that his subordinate seemed quite curious, Zhao Wu quickly explained, hiring a hitman to kill someone, nobody would leave such an obvious trail. If Jin Chao was supposed to kill someone in a dentist's office, wouldn't that have been the perfect crime? Why go through the trouble of drugging them, driving them up to the rooftop, and pushing them off? Doing all that in broad daylight and leaving evidence behind with the transfer. Wouldn't paying in cash have been safer? All these things seem like they were purposely designed to make it obvious to the police that Alai is the real killer. The subordinate immediately understood. It meant that whoever stood to gain the most after Alai was arrested was likely the real murderer. Soon after, Zhang Jingfeng called with the news that Jin Chao had been diagnosed with terminal lymphoma. Zhao Wu was a bit taken aback by this. He thought to himself, if he has such a serious illness and is still running around, it's hard to imagine anyone stopping him. If he weren't sick, nobody could touch him. The subordinate here started to worry because with Jin Chao dead, there would be no more direct evidence to challenge the case. Even if we find a real culprit behind this, there would be no way to charge them. But Zhao Wu remained calm. Since he wasn't in charge of the case, he didn't want to get too involved. The scene shifted to the bathroom in the police station. Zhao Wu was soaking in the tub, relaxing, when suddenly a new notification popped up on his system. This mission earned 177 luck points. Upgrading the system will cost 100 luck points. Would you like to upgrade to version 1.0? Before he could confirm, he heard a voice from outside. Officer Zhao. Looking for the people, he saw the subordinate had come to find him. They then headed to the U District Police Station, where the subordinate introduced him to his new team leader. Team leader Zhang Zai-chun, upon meeting Zhao Wu, immediately showered him with praise and asked if he could get some guidance from him. Zhao Wu wasn't in the mood to help, so he bluntly replied, "No, I'm just a witness in this case, sharing my opinion. This case isn't under our station's jurisdiction. I understand, but during last night's interrogation, Lai insisted that he didn't know anything. Plus, even though the 2 million yuan in Jin Chao's wife's account was transferred through a company under Lai's name, that still doesn't count as direct evidence linking Lai to hiring the killer. We've been thinking along the lines you suggested. If Lai gets arrested, the next person who stands to benefit will be Chen Ping Guang's cousin, Chen Ping Can. He's already a shareholder in the company. If Chen Ping Guang dies with his 2 daughters out of the picture and Lai in prison, it's very likely that he will inherit Chen Ping Guang's wealth and shares, becoming the owner of the Bai Shi Lai Group. And we can't let him get away with that, operating outside the law like this. Officer Zhao, if I'm thinking correctly, I should call you brother-in-law, right?" As soon as Zhao Wu heard the words brother-in-law, he immediately perked up, putting on a serious face and replied, Sure, if it's for your sister Yingji, I can help. I have an idea, but it's a bit unethical, so it's up to you whether you want to go through with it or not. Oh, and also, you'll have to help me with something in return." Then the two of them headed to the interrogation room. After a few brief instructions, Zhao Wu opened the door and walked in. Lai, sitting inside, felt a bit uncomfortable and wondered why they were back again. "You guys have already questioned me for an entire night. What more do you want to know? I've told you my relationship with those 2 sisters isn't great, but it's not like I wanted to kill them." Zhao Wu calmly entered, confirming, "Today, I want to ask you something different. If you tell the truth, I might help you get out of this accusation. The thing is, 10 years ago, when you were studying at the Water Conservancy School, did you happen to know someone named Feng Kuo?" Here's the translation. "That's when Lai got angry. You really talk nonsense. Why should I believe that you can save me? Based on the fact that I personally caught the murderer who killed those 2 sisters, if you don't want to talk, then forget I said anything. I'm leaving now." Then Lai honestly confessed, "It's true that I've had a few potato roasts with him, but after that, whenever I called, no one picked up. He's very handsome." "What about Xiao Zhen?" "I've known Xiao Zhen for a little over a year. My school is only separated from his villa by a wall. There's a small park next to his villa. I'd go there occasionally and got to know Xiao Zhen. He likes to do carpentry, always carrying around a pile of wood. I found it interesting, so we started talking more. His house was often empty, and I was curious about that big villa of his. One time, Xiao Zhen took me to his older brother Feng Kuo's room. I saw a photo of his brother, and without thinking, I casually said he was handsome. Xiao Zhen got really mad at me and yelled in my face. I've never seen him like that before. After that, I felt really upset and wanted to get back at him. So I went to look for his older brother. I admit I was wrong, and I hurt Xiao Zhen, so I didn't dare look for him again after that. But why are you asking all these things?" Zhao Wu replied directly, "Feng Kuo's girlfriend was killed by someone. Because of this, Feng Kuo had spent 10 years in prison, but it's very likely that he was wrongfully accused." Lai immediately stood up and shouted, "Wait, you don't think Xiao Zhen was the real killer, do you?" "Oh, looks like you're pretty smart," Zhao Wu responded. Lai, hearing this, grew fearful and said, "So, the person that day really was Xiao Zhen?" She then continued, "That time, my brother and I were doing something in his house. His brother clearly said Xiao Zhen had gone to the factory and wouldn't be back, but while we were roasting sweet potatoes, we saw a figure pass by outside the door." At that moment, Zhao Wu could confirm that this was Xiao Zhen's motive for the murder. As he stepped out of the room, Zhao Wu was stopped by 2 sisters. After some discussion and planning, Zhang Zai-chun began the interrogation. Sim Xiao Ru, the wife of the murderer Jin Chao, initially denied any responsibility. This was exactly what Zhang Zai-chun had expected, so she presented 2 documents. One was an old medical record showing Jin Chao was in the final stage of cancer, and the other was a police autopsy report confirming that there were no cancer cells in his body. When Sim Xiao Ru heard this, she froze. After a moment of checking the documents, she finally believed it was the truth. Zhang Zai-chun continued, "Your husband, Jin Chao, is perfectly healthy. He doesn't have any illness at all. The doctor who claimed he had terminal lymphoma was misinformed. Someone tampered with his medical records, and that person is the one who hired your husband to kill the Chen sisters." Seeing that Xin Xiao Ru believed her completely, Zhang Zai-chun began to fake sorrow. It was such a tragedy. Now there was no evidence left, and Jin Chao had already lost his life. It was truly unnecessary. She played the role so well that tears began to fall, and she muttered, "Such a pity, such a pity." Jin Chao was a retired police officer, and this stain on his record will never be erased. Outside the room, Zhao Wu thought her acting was too over the top, and she was talking too much. If she slipped up and Sim Xiao Ru figured it out, everything would be ruined. Fortunately, things were going as planned. At this point, Sim Xiao Ru was furious. She gripped the medical papers tightly in her hand and swore to take revenge on behalf of her husband. It turned out that an hour earlier, Zhao Wu had told the two women about Jin Chao's background. His terminal illness was real. In order to save his sick child and provide a better life for his family, he had agreed to carry out the murder of the Chen sisters for the person behind it all. The other side must have insisted on paying the deposit upfront, waiting for Jin Chao to kill someone and then deliberately get himself arrested. After that, he would personally point to Ai Lai, and only then would they pay the rest of the money. So he must have known from the beginning that he wouldn't make it back and have to leave himself a way out. But when I chased after Jin Chao, I got the feeling that he had already mentally prepared himself for death. My subordinate had another question, though. Why leave a way out if he was about to die? What if he died and the other side canceled the contract and didn't pay the full amount? Or, if they went back on their word after he died, he would make everything public. The only thing that could hold the key to this was his wife. Sure enough, Zhao Wu handled the situation like a pro. At that moment, Xiao Ru came forward with the evidence. There was a USB hidden in the third-floor wall of my basement. It was left there by my husband. Yesterday, I received a package which contained a letter from Jin Chao. I only found out about everything he did just yesterday. In the letter, he said that if he completed the task, the other side would pay me $5 million in cash within half a month. If something happened to him, or if they refused to pay, he told me to take the USB to the police station. What's on the USB? I don't know, but I do know that the video my husband recorded could prove that he was framed. When she said this, everyone was stunned and shocked. Subordinate had already started to think of him as a great prophet. Jin Chao really left behind evidence. How did you know that? Officer Zhao, you truly live up to your reputation as a super detective. The way you solved the case by using the fake medical records is really unique. Maybe it should be put in a textbook. Flattered by subordinate's praise, Zhao Wu chuckled helplessly before asking to return to the R Division to handle official business. As he walked out of the U Division, subordinate continued to bow in thanks. After a few teasing remarks exchanged between them, subordinate suddenly turned red and called him back, then bowed her head for a long time before shyly asking, "Could you do me a favor?" She then stood up, blushing and stuttering. "If you don't mind, could you take me on as your apprentice?" Zhao Wu was taken aback by her request. The scene then shifted to Xiao Gu Feng's woodwork shop in the evening. Driver Kong Wai Sen, who had been nodding off, suddenly woke up and noticed someone in the car. Before he could scream, Zhao Wu threw a punch that knocked him out cold. Kong Wai Sen woke up again, finding himself tied up in a deserted warehouse. Panicking, he quickly begged for his life. "I told you before, the money I owe you, please. Just give me a few more days. Why are you still laying hands on me when we already agree on this? So you've got quite a bit of gambling debt, huh?" Zhao Wu said, "I'm here today to get you to admit something. As long as you're honest, the money will be yours." Kong Wai Sen's eyes lit up at the mention of money. He quickly replied, "Ask me anything. As long as you give me the money, I'll tell you whatever you want." Zhao Wu immediately switched to an interrogation mode. 10 years ago, the eldest son of your boss, Xiao Gu Feng, named Feng Kuo, was arrested by the police. Back then, you and Xiao Gu Feng testified for Xiao Zhen, saying that the three of you were delivering goods in the suburbs at the time of the incident. Is that true? Kong Wai Sen quickly tried to change the subject, asking, "Who exactly are you? What does this have to do with my gambling debt?" Seeing Kong Wai Sen's expression, Zhao Wu understood. It was because of his and Xiao Gu Feng's testimony that Xiao Zhen had an alibi. If they could prove his story was a lie, it would prove that Xiao Zhen was the one who killed Liu Cao. It seemed like his statement from back then was definitely problematic. Then, he pretended to stand up as if he didn't want the money anymore. When the money was taken back, he was startled, his eyes wide open in shock. "Hey, let's talk this through, buddy," he said. "I'm going to tell you the truth right now. I really did go to the outskirts of the city with those two guys to make the delivery. It happened a while ago." His statement made Zhao Wu furious. He immediately kicked the guy square in the face. I'll give you one more chance. Under Zhao Wu's intense pressure, Kong Wai-sen finally gave in and confessed. Yes, I lied. Mr. Xiao gave me 10,000 yuan to cover up the story at Up Xiao Zhen. Back at the police station, not only did they not thank him, but the deputy chief started yelling at him like crazy. The murder case at the apartment isn't even in our jurisdiction. What you did is completely unacceptable. But Zhao Wu wasn't the type to back down. He immediately asserted that Xiao Zhen was the real killer, and that Feng Kuo had been wrongly accused. That guy is the key witness. I'll go interrogate him right now. He can prove everything. Since no one was willing to back off, the police station felt like a total mess. On the other side, Zhang Jingfeng didn't dare to make decisions on his own and quickly asked, "So, we're bringing Kong Wai-sen directly to the interrogation room, right?" And just like that, the two found another reason to argue. Then, the phone rang. After picking it up, the subordinate delivered more good news. "Subordinate, what's the update?" The person behind the murder of the two Chen sisters is Chen Ping Kan, the younger brother of Chen Ping Guang. It's clear in the video. Jin Chao even recorded a video himself, detailing the whole story. Before he could finish, Wang Sheng Yao stormed out and started yelling at Zhao Wu. "You haven't been given permission to reopen the case. This is against protocol. Do you want me to suspend you?" It turned out that their colleague Mao Wei had tattled and told the crazy woman Wang Sheng Yao everything. And yet, he still tried to protect him, saying, "What you're doing is going to offend a lot of people. So what if you're good at solving cases? Who's going to protect you?" Zhao Wu didn't care at all. He was ready to knock out anyone who stood in his way. He thought the interrogation would go smoothly, but the next second, a stick slammed down hard on the ground. The highest-ranking officer in the Key City Police Department, Director Hong Jianrong, had arrived and shouted angrily, "Stop! Everyone stop right now!" The crowd immediately started whispering, "That's Director Hong. He's really here." Zhao Wu dared to reopen a case he was in charge of. This is it for him. Zhao Wu felt a little nervous. He thought to himself, "What's going on today? Why is everyone getting involved?" Before he could finish his thoughts, Hong Jianrong appeared right in front of him and shouted, "Officer Zhao, you've done an excellent job." Here is the translation. We as police officers are supposed to investigate the truth, no matter how ugly that truth might be. I had a lot of doubts about this case years ago, but I was helpless because there was no solid evidence. Besides Feng Kuo, I couldn't find any other suspects. Today, just showing you where I'm wrong, and I'll make sure to correct myself. I'm counting on you. Saying that, the two of them high-fived like comrades, leaving the whole police station in shock. In the interrogation room, Zhao Wu was questioning Xiao Zhen. "Now I'm going to tell you the truth about how you killed Liu Cao years ago and framed Feng Kuo for it. Since I'm not one to beat around the bush, I'll lay it out straight. You tell me if it matches what you did back then. 10 years ago, you and A Lai were in love. As a young guy just learning what love is, you must have been completely captivated by her. Then, after she casually complimented someone, you couldn't accept the fact that she showed interest in Feng Kuo, your older brother. Your pride was hurt, and you got angry. You fought with A Lai, but later you realized you were wrong and wanted to apologize. But then, just at that moment, you saw them together roasting sweet potatoes. At that moment, you felt completely hopeless. You made it Feng Kuo for taking away the one thing you loved. You prepared 2 identical daggers with the handles only nailed on, not glued. While Feng Kuo was sleeping, you left his fingerprints on one of the daggers. Before Feng Kuo finished filming, you went to Liu Cao's apartment. Since you were Feng Kuo's younger brother, Liu Cao didn't suspect anything and opened the door for you. After killing the person, he removed the bloody blade from the weapon and attached it to the knife with Feng Kuo's fingerprints. After his older brother, Feng Kuo, was arrested, he feared that the weapon might reveal his identity, so he went to his father, Xiao Gofeng. His father paid 10,000 yuan to bribe the driver, Kong Wai-sen, and instructed him and the other 2 to lie, claiming that the 3 of them were out in the suburbs delivering goods on the day of the incident and only returned after the crime had occurred. Now you have an alibi, right? I'm not wrong, am I, Xiao Zhen? At this point, Xiao Zhen's body shook with fear. After a moment of calming down, he admitted everything. Actually, after my brother was put in prison, I regretted it. I thought that if I sent my brother to jail, A Lai would come back to me. But when I went to the school to find her, I saw her get into a car with an old man. Officer Zhao, I was wrong. I ruined my whole family for a girl who wasn't even worth loving. I truly regret it now. Outside the room, Hong Jianrong also began to see Zhao Wu in a new light. If I had been like Zhao Wu back then, thinking more carefully about everything, being more cautious while solving cases, maybe the wrongful case that lasted for 10 years wouldn't have happened. As a result, the system's special mission was completed, achieving 140% progress, and 2 stealth spaceships were awarded. The scene shifts to the factory rooftop, where Jin Chao died. It's raining, and Zhao Wu and Beanie are re-examining the crime scene when suddenly a loud "ah" echoes. Turns out Beanie tripped, and looks like the fall really caught his attention, Zhao Wu comments. After getting up, Beanie turns to Zhao Wu and asks, "This is where Jin Chao fell to his death, right? Do you think there's still something off about this case?" After a moment of thinking, Zhao Wu confirms that there are still many questions left unanswered. Our department's investigation revealed that Chen Pingqian took advantage of Jin Chao's terminal illness and his family's severe financial struggles. He forced Jin Chao to kill the 2 Chen sisters and frame Eli for the murders. The payment for the job was 5 million yuan, with a 1 million yuan deposit. We also found this money at Jin Chao's house. The 2 million yuan in Jin Chao's wife's bank account was a result of Chen Pingqian forging banking information. This has nothing to do with a lie. Originally, the plan was for Jin Chao to confess at the police station after his arrest. What Chen Pingqian didn't expect was that Jin Chao recorded a video of their transaction. The evidence is clear. Chen Pingqian had no choice but to admit his guilt, and Eli was declared innocent and released. Chen Pingqian claimed he was the one who sought out Jin Chao, saying he was familiar with police procedures since he used to be an officer. However, he didn't expect Jin Chao to die. Zhao Wu suddenly said, "Wait a second, wasn't it Jin Chao who reached out to Chen Pingqian first? That's kind of strange. According to the deal with Chen Pingqian, Jin Chao was supposed to just wait to be caught after the murder, right? So why did he run? And when I chased him, he had plenty of chances to escape. But it was almost like he was waiting for me to catch up. It's because he died that the police found the evidence of the deal." Beanie continued to ask, "So how exactly did he fall and die?" Zhao Wu replied, "Well, he lifted a piece of wood trying to stop me. I think I must have hit the wood and the rebound pushed him down." As soon as Zhao Wu finished speaking, he realized something didn't add up. He remembered that when Jin Chao fell, his face was down on the ground. If he'd been pushed by the rebound, he should have fallen with his head hitting the ground, right? Was he trying to commit suicide? Back at the restaurant, Beanie, eating dumplings, asked curiously, "Master, do you think Jin Chao committed suicide? But even if he did, what does that change?" So Zhao Wu had to explain again. According to the original plan, Jin Chao was supposed to be arrested by the police and personally point out a lie. But if he tried to commit suicide and left behind evidence of his and Chen Pingqian's crimes, forcing the police to quickly find the real culprit, then he must be trying to frame Chen Pingqian. Suddenly, a laugh came from behind Zhao Wu. He curiously turned around and realized it was a delivery person. Immediately, his mind began to race. A delivery person? He remembered that Jin Chao had used express delivery to notify his wife about the location of the USB with the crime evidence at their house. Something clicked in his mind, and he immediately instructed Beanie to have her team leader investigate every package that hadn't been delivered yet with a destination to Jin Chao's family members, whether it was for his child's school or his wife's workplace, should not be overlooked. Beanie immediately agreed, but continued to ask curiously, "Does the master think there's more information he hasn't sent yet? I don't understand why he would frame Chen Pingqian. Ah, wait. Could it be that Eli found Jin Chao first and had him intentionally get close to Chen Pingqian? That way, Eli could escape the whole fall incident cleanly and also eliminate the Chen sisters, making Chen Pingqian the new owner of the Bai Shi Lai Corporation." Zhao Wu didn't rush to analyze the situation. He just asked Beanie to explain why Chen Pingguang had fallen into a coma. After sitting back down in his chair, Beanie started recounting the story. At that time, Chen Pingguang was at his mistress's house. While showering, he was poisoned by gas, which was probably just an accident. And on top of that, the mistress died the next day in the hospital. Due to the scandal and complications surrounding the situation, the family has declared it a sudden illness. The Chen family is really a mess, and it's hard to figure out what's going on behind the scenes. After finishing their meal, Zhao Wu took Beanie to the Bai Shi Lai Group. They were greeted by Lai Sen, the director of Bai Shi Lai Group. After a few casual greetings, Zhao Wu got straight to the point. "We're here to learn of the relationships within the Chen family." At first, Lai Sen was a bit surprised, but then he honestly began to explain. Actually, the Chen family is quite complicated. Mr. Chen Pingkan, the 2 sisters Mai Lai and Mai Qi, Mrs. A Lai, and even Chairman Chen. Whenever any of them meet, it's like fire and water. The second young master, Chen Pingkan, and the chairman are half-brothers, but their relationship has always been bad due to conflicts over interests. As for Mrs. A Lai, she used to be just a wealthy housewife and rarely got involved in the company's matters. After the chairman fell into a coma, she stepped in as the acting chairman. She's quite capable, and to prevent Chen Pingcan from taking advantage, she has done everything she can to maintain stability within the board of directors. As for the two young ladies, Chairperson Chen has always been neglectful in her upbringing. He spoils them so much that they have become particularly eccentric and very unpredictable. The two of them and their stepmother highly are like fire and water, and they often provoke the chairperson to the point where he becomes furious. Chairperson and Ally have always had conflicts, and in recent years they've been constantly arguing. The madam criticizes Chairperson for being too flirtatious and incapable of properly disciplining his children. Chairperson, on the other hand, complains that his wife talks too much and interferes in matters she shouldn't. Once, they argued so heatedly that they were both red-faced and shouting. In the heat of the moment, Ally demanded a divorce and wanted to split the assets. In anger, Chairperson made a firm statement. I'd rather donate all my fortune to society than give you a single penny. So, does that mean the rumors about Chairperson changing his will are true? But Lai Sen says no, that's just a lie. How could he donate his fortune to society? Long before this, he had already made his will through a law firm. If he really did donate his wealth, wouldn't that mean the two young ladies wouldn't inherit anything? At this point, Lai Sen suddenly raised a question. Didn't the case of the two young ladies falling from the building already end? Wasn't the person who hired the murderer second young master Chen Pingcan? Your questions are going beyond what's normal now. Bainey quickly explained, we suspect that Lai hired Jin Chao before, and that Jin Chao deliberately approached Chen Pingcan, tricking him into hiring a hitman and framing him for the murder. Lai Sen immediately dismissed it, saying if we're talking about schemes, Lai is nowhere near as clever as the experienced Chen Pingcan. She's the type of person whose emotions, joy, anger, love, hate, are written all over her face. A person like her couldn't possibly pull off something as devious as that. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly clutched his head, sweating profusely. Then he stood up and said, I just remembered something. A month ago, Lai withdrew 10 million yuan from the chairperson's personal account. At the Chen family's house, 10 million yuan isn't really a large amount. I almost forgot about that. At that moment, Zhao Wu's phone rang. He picked it up, and Zhang Zai-chun informed him Jin Chao really did send the express delivery. According to the schedule, it's supposed to be delivered to the tailor shop where his wife works in 3 months. The package contains a handwritten letter from Jin Chao to his wife and a key. I had someone investigate, and it turns out the key is for a locker at the free market near the tailor shop. Guess what's hidden in that locker? Zhao Wu didn't need to think twice and immediately confirmed it's 10 million yuan in cash. Zhang Zai-chun was shocked, thinking he might be some kind of fortune teller, like Muhammad Salah. Both Lai Sen and Beanie froze for a few seconds, then in unison they shouted, Super Detective. Beanie was now certain this was the payment for the murder that Lai had given to Jin Chao. As expected, Lai was the real culprit. But Zhao Wu didn't think so. It was clear that there was only one step left to figure out, so where had things gone wrong? And who was the mastermind behind the deaths of the Chen sisters? Unable to wait any longer, Beanie urgently asked Zhao Wu to arrest someone. Zhao Wu bluntly responded, No, I believe the case isn't clear yet. We can't just say Lai is the killer so easily. She could just be an accomplice. Zhao Wu went on to explain Chen Pingcan's testimony mentioned that if Lai was killed directly, the inheritance would go to the Shen sisters. But if the Chen sisters were killed and Lai was blamed, the real killer could benefit the most. Besides, killing Lai directly would make the motive too obvious and the police would definitely suspect him. At this point, Zhao Wu suddenly smiled wickedly. I know who's behind all of this now. Before anyone could react, Lai Sen shouted out shocking news. The hospital just called. Chairman Chen, he's about to pass away. The scene shifted to the hospital, where Zhang Zai-chun was rushing through the pouring rain, holding a USB drive for Zhao Wu. After a brief exchange of thanks, Zhao Wu pulled out his phone and made a call to the lawyer. When the lawyer finally arrived, Zhao Wu began to put his top-notch plan into action, smoothly transitioning to the funeral home. At that moment, Lai was crying uncontrollably. Suddenly, the door to the room opened and the lawyer walked in confidently, speaking. We are representatives from the Lawyers Association. Mr. Chen Pingguang, while he was still alive, entrusted us to handle all matters related to his will. Now that Mr. Chen has passed away, we are here to announce his will to the public. According to the law, this was effective immediately. Outside, Lai Sen was growing increasingly anxious about the lawyer's performance. Zhao Wu, however, remained calm and reminded him to cooperate when the time came. Seeing that Lai had fully bought into the act, the lawyer continued with even more conviction. As for my personal assets, they will be distributed as follows, except for the estate at 53 Don Sun Road, which I leave to my wife, A Lai, and our two daughters, Chen Mai Lai and Chen Mai Lai. I have decided to donate the rest of my assets to charity organizations. I feel that I have taken too much from society and given too little in return. Every time I think of this, I feel deeply ashamed. That is why I am making this will, hoping to contribute more to society in whatever way I can. The Lawyers Association will be in charge of the specific division of the assets. I Lai, upon hearing this, quickly covered her ears, not wanting to hear another word. After a brief silence, she suddenly screamed like a madwoman. My husband? He would never make such a ridiculous will. You're all part of an organized scam. Then came Lai Sen's performance. Ladies and gentlemen, he began. Chairperson Chen Divindi mentioned this to me. He said that due to exhaustion from his career and family, he wanted to donate his assets for something meaningful to society. He paused for a moment and then continued. There's always someone willing to spread rumors, and the lawyer here has finalized everything. The will has now been publicly announced. To prevent any unexpected events, we must keep the original document. A copy will be sent to you tomorrow. We respectfully ask to leave now. At this point, Lai had lost control, charging toward the lawyer, threatening him with everything she had. Zhao Wu, who had been waiting for this moment, swiftly stepped in and flashed his police badge. We suspect that you are involved in a case of hiring a hitman. Please come with us to the station for questioning. Knowing Lai would deny everything, Beanie immediately presented evidence of the 10 million yuan paid to hire the killer, which left Lai speechless. Still, she stubbornly tried to argue. Chen Pingtian is framing me. How can you all be so blind and confused? In the next moment, Zhao Wu revealed a photo and confirmed. The true mastermind behind the plot to murder the two Chen sisters is Jin Chao. This statement left everyone frozen for about 5 seconds. Beanie quickly spoke up, puzzled. Master, are you sure? Did Jin Chao already die? Zhao Wu remained calm and answered no. He had stepped in front of Lai and snorted coldly. You must know more about this than anyone, right? When she refused to say anything, Zhao Wu had no choice but to tell a true story. Jin Chao was a police officer who had been dismissed from his position. Ironically, he was later diagnosed with terminal lymphoma. His young son had eye cancer and his family was struggling financially. He was desperate for money. Then, 3 months ago, Chen Pingguang, the chairman of Bai Shi Leg Group, fell into a coma after an accident. His younger brother, Chen Pingkan, wanted to take control of the company, so he turned to Jin Chao for help in eliminating the chairman's wife, Lai. However, Jin Chao suggested to Chen Pingquan that instead of killing Lai, they should target the two daughters of Chen Pingguang and frame Lai for the murders. This way, they could take out multiple obstacles in one go and take over the company. After Jin Chao and Chen Pingtian made their deal, he didn't immediately go to commit the murders. Instead, he told Lai everything about the plan. Jin Chao realized that just working with Chen Pingtian wasn't enough. The police could still track him down. If Chen Pingtian made even one mistake, the 5 million yuan would vanish into thin air. Then he came up with a new plan for Lai. He'll follow the agreement with Chen Pingtian and take care of the two Chen sisters. But after that, I won't be arrested and I won't point the finger at you. Inside here is a video of my transaction with Chen Pingtian. If the police can't find any evidence against her that I've left behind, you can hand this over to them to protect yourself. If this plan works, you can eliminate Chen Pingtian, and the two daughters of the Chen family will have no blood relation to you. Once these obstacles are gone, you can smoothly inherit the company and the family's fortune without any suspicion from the police. I just need 10 million yuan. I promise your hands won't get a drop of blood on them. For Lai, this was like an opportunity falling from the sky, and she had no reason to refuse. Afterward, Jin Chao exchanged the 10 million yuan for cash and hid it in a storage cabinet at the market where his wife worked. He kept the key to the cabinet in an envelope, which would be delivered next month to his wife. Jin Chao had once been a police officer and was familiar with police procedures. He knew that 3 months after the case of the Chen sisters falling from the building, it would already be forgotten. By then, no one would be watching his family closely, and no one would pay attention to a simple envelope his wife received. In this plan, Jin Chao was the one orchestrating everything. She and Chen Pingcan are working together. Without the 10 million yuan she provided him, the plan would never have been possible. When her real intentions were revealed, Lin began screaming and acting panicked. But a moment later, her expression suddenly shifted. It turned out Zhao Wu had taken out a USB. This is the one Jin Chao gave you, right? After the Chen sisters tragically died, you became the prime suspect and were questioned by the police. If they couldn't find proof of the transaction between Jin Chao and Chen Pingcan, you would have had to use this to prove your innocence. I Lai completely broke down, shouting in despair, Chen Pingguang, how could you? You rather give the money away than help me? How heartless. As she shouted, she tried to lunge at Chen Pingguang, but others intervened as she hit her head against a cupboard. After calming down, she confessed truthfully, the 10 million yuan from Jin Chao, I'm the one who gave it to him. I have felt trapped in this house for far too long. No one truly respects me. No one treats me as part of the family. My husband is in a coma, leaving me to deal with everything. The two daughters, who barely know me, insulted me the moment we met. My brother-in-law even tried to have me harmed. Has anyone ever considered how I feel? A few years ago, I met Jin Chao when he came to City B to work on a case. We crossed paths and got along, even roasted sweet potatoes together. After I gave him the money, part of me secretly wished he'd just disappear with it. Even though I don't agree with Jin Chao, Chen Pingtian would still send another assassin to kill me. So why shouldn't I just wait for him to send someone? Why can't I take action and hurt him first? If it were you, what would you do? She kept laughing like a madwoman. Mr. Chen, are you satisfied now? Now you're truly ruined. Your daughter is dead, and now you're going to die too. Your brother and wife are in prison. What good is all that money? Stepping outside, Beanie couldn't stop talking. Master, this Jin Chao guy is really something. He came up with such a complex plan. If he hadn't been dismissed in the first place, he would have definitely become an elite cop, just like you. Meanwhile, Zhao Wu remained calm like a wise elder. Back in the day when we were on the streets, we had a saying, if your heart is crooked, everything you do will be crooked. If your heart is upright, everything you do will be right. No matter how many obstacles you face, you should never let that be an excuse to kill someone. Take this evidence back to the station. But Beanie still had her doubts. This USB belongs to Jin Chao, so why didn't A Lai collapse and confess as soon as she saw it? From what I gather, Jin Chao must have left a video for his wife, showing Shen Pingtian hired him to be the murderer. The evidence is stored on a USB drive. So could the one you gave to A Lai also be the same kind of USB? This was just to scare A Lai a little, to make her believe that I found the USB she hid. I never expected I'd guess it right. When Beanie heard this, her eyes lit up and she exclaimed, Master, I'm really amazed by you. To come up with such a clever trick like that, it's brilliant. This is also a way to break through A Lai's psychological defenses, right? Zhao Wu, once again in his wise master mode, started explaining, though whether the trick was bold or not, he didn't seem to care. My plan might not be entirely above board, but if A Lai truly has a clear conscience, then what's the point in breaking the apple tree? So, the thing is, we won't let a bad person off the hook, but we also won't wrong an innocent one. This principle is the real line in the sand for us as police officers. Fast forward to the evening, Zhao Wu had just finished his workout when his younger brother, well, you get the idea. He thought about Yingji and the time they roasted sweet potatoes together. Just as he was about to reach for some toilet paper, the doorbell suddenly rang. When he opened the door, Yingji's face appeared in front of him. Before Zhao Wu could say anything, she immediately jumped on him, showering him with kisses. In the living room, it still wasn't enough. The two of them continued roasting sweet potatoes in the bathroom, then moved on to the bedroom. The storm raged on all night, with wind, rain, and constant thunder and lightning. Yet the two of them calmly kept setting off fireworks, never stopping. I hope you don't think too much of it when you watch the video. In the blink of an eye, morning came. Zhao Wu opened his eyes and found Yingji was nowhere to be seen. But as he thought back to the sweet potato roasting with her last night, he found himself tearing up from sheer happiness. Suddenly, Zhao Wu noticed something and picked it up. It was a sleeping pill. Something felt off. In a hurry, he ran outside, looked around, and spotted two phones on the table. When he opened the contacts, he saw no phone numbers at all. After a moment of checking thoroughly, the phone was left with only one video. He played it, and it showed Yingji's silhouette, accompanied by a painful message. Zhao Wu, I'm leaving. Forget about me. I'm sorry. I can't keep helping you with those unsolved cases anymore. Promise me. Live well. Zhao Wu couldn't stay calm anymore. His mind was flooded with questions. Why are the photos of me and her gone from my phone? Why isn't her account showing up on WeChat? Why has everything related to her been deleted? What exactly happened? Why would someone do this? Why did she leave me? Unable to wait another second, Zhao Wu rushed straight to Sub-Bureau R and asked Zhang Jingfeng to track Yingji's location. But to his shock, the system showed nothing. Yingji could be found. Someone had completely erased her information. Neither the internal database nor any external networks could pull up anything about her. If someone managed to break into both our phones and computers just to delete Captain Miao's data, we're in serious trouble. Only a government-level force could carry out a targeted data wipe this large in such a short time. A subordinate immediately called out, Officer Zhao, I'll report this to Director Luan right away. We'll need to get the government involved to help us find her. Good. I'll head to City Bureau now to check the records. I'm leaving this to you. Yingji might be in serious danger. We need to find her fast. Right after, Zhao Wu called Zhang Zai-chun. Xiao Zhang, Yingji was transferred from Sub-Bureau U. Do you still have any of her records? Could you please ask the director for me? After that, Zhao Wu called Director Liu again to ask for help. Then suddenly he remembered something Yingji once said, that she lived on the 6th floor, the 4th window from the left. 5 minutes later, he was at that apartment knocking on the door, but all he got in return was an eerie silence. A young man from the neighboring unit heard the noise and stepped out. Zhao Wu immediately shoved his badge and asked about the owner of the apartment, but the answer left him stunned. Nobody lives there. No one's been in that place for at least 10 years. Zhao Wu went back to look for Director Liu. Not only did Liu refuse to help, he even criticized him. You two were together for so long, and you still don't even know where she lives. Well, what about all of you? Yingji got promoted to team captain, and only now your department realizes there's no personnel file on her. What is she? A ghost? How did she even transfer from Division U to our division? Director Liu looked helpless. Back then, I was still working down there. All I knew was that everyone kept saying Yingji had someone powerful backing her. So powerful, it was terrifying. We were all told to never cross her. I even asked Director Hong just now. He said the transfer order came directly from the provincial level. It had to be carried out immediately. He's a city-level director. He didn't dare go against it either. This comment made Zhao Wu a little suspicious. Could she really be working as a spy? No way. Her mom cares about her so much. How could she possibly let her do something that dangerous? Zhao Wu spoke up again. Mr. Liu, isn't Yingji's mother pretty influential? Doesn't she have the power to change personnel in the police department easily? Chief Liu immediately dismissed the idea. This isn't some feudal society where one person gets to make all the decisions. Yingji didn't disappear without a reason. The fact that she said goodbye to you shows she was going through something. Any changes in personnel go through strict procedures and regulations. No matter how powerful someone might be, I want to stress this again. Yingji didn't vanish without reason. She said goodbye to you, which means she had her reasons. The kind of power it takes to erase someone's file can only come from the government. At the very least, it proves that Yingji is safe. The government wants to protect her. If you make too much noise about this, it could actually put her at risk. Later, when Zhao Wu went to Branch U, Chief Liang handed him a piece of paper and confirmed it was the address of the former City Bureau official who had recommended Yingji for the job there. After a quick and somewhat awkward thank you, Zhao Wu hurried outside and ran into Beanie and Zhang Zai-chun. Zhang Zai-chun asked him to check the dashcam footage from Yingji's car, but Zhao Wu had already done that. The memory card from the dashcam had been removed earlier by someone. Beanie continued, let's go check the surveillance cameras. After all, Captain Mio has lived here for a long time. It shouldn't be too hard to find out where her house is. Just as the three of them were about to start the investigation, someone up ahead suddenly shouted, damn it, I didn't see you all for arresting the wrong guy and slandering me. Consider that me going easy on you. Now hurry up and take these cups off me. By the way, this little lady's pretty cute. Want to come roast sweet potatoes with me? I've got loads of money. Before he could finish, Zhang Zai-chun stepped up and snapped, shameless. They uncuffed you, so get lost already. Don't think we don't know how you slipped out of this one. Sooner or later, you'll end up in our hands. Just wait. The man stayed calm and sneered, trying to scare me. Got any proof? If you had proof, why'd you let me go? I've slept with tons of female cops, just flashed some cash, and they're all dying to take their clothes off. And you, girl, don't think that uniform makes you something special. Before he could finish his disgusting rant, Zhao Wu landed a thunderous slap across his face. Even the two girls were stunned. This idiot, he was seriously asking for it. Then came only the sounds of punches and kicks, grunts echoing from the restroom. Outside, people took turns whispering. What's going on? Officer Zhao dragged young Master Chu from the Q family in Donghai into the bathroom. Good. That guy has manipulated so many girls. One of them even tried to take her own life with poison, barely survived. Somehow, he either paid them off or threatened them, and they all suddenly changed their statements and dropped the charges. That's a crime. Someone could have died. Should we stop him? Stop him. Are you crazy? Go to the surveillance room and delete the footage. If anyone asks later, just say there was a technical error. Inside the restroom, after taking a brutal beating, he finally confessed. I used flutotrazepam. I drugged 6 girls in total. It was all me. Immediately, the other officers rushed in ready to arrest him. But what they saw was him slumped over the toilet, unconscious, his head dunked in the bowl. Meanwhile, Beanie was quietly bandaging Zhao Wu's wounds, thinking to herself, his master must be upset because Captain Miao went missing. That's why he's in such a dark place right now. Tears rolled down Beanie's cheeks as she softly whispered, Master, good people always get what they deserve. Captain Meow will be okay. You'll find her soon. I just know it. After that, Zhao Wu went to see his former superior at the city bureau, but the nurse told him that the old man had been suffering from Alzheimer's for years. He no longer remembered anything about Captain Meow. Once again, everything hit a dead end. Zhao Wu felt frustrated, but didn't know what else to do. It was clear that the location of the new system event was here, but how was he supposed to find her? Damn. Why was it that none of the system tools would help right now? Then, just as expected, the system-triggered encounter appeared. As soon as Tao Jia saw him, she called out, Officer Zhao, what happened to your hand? Let me take a look. Zhao Wu quickly replied, no need. I got something to take care of. But before he could finish, Tao Jia suddenly blushed and spoke with a hint of sarcasm. I tried calling you a few days ago, but you never picked up. Have you been that busy lately? Just as she finished speaking, shouting erupted behind them. You bastard, you can't even give an injection properly. You are my girlfriend. Do you even know who we are? Tao Jia wasn't one to stay silent. She immediately yelled back, what do you think you're doing? We don't care who you are. Our nurse is pregnant and you just hit her without a second thought. If anything happens to her, you'll have to face legal consequences. Oh, now you're talking about legal responsibility? Fine. Let's see you make me take responsibility then. As he spoke, the man lunged forward, ready to slap Tao Jia, but Zhao Wu wasn't about to stand by and watch. He grabbed the guy's wrist and snapped, you bastard. What is this? Did the system set all this up just to give me something to take my anger out on? What kind of day is today anyway? Why are so many idiots showing up like they've got a death wish? Do they think I'm society's garbage collector or something? I was pinned down so hard I couldn't even move. And yet, that guy kept running his mouth, cursing, even threatening to call people to take care of Zhao Wu. But exactly 10 minutes later, everyone he called was beaten so badly by Zhao Wu, their own families wouldn't recognize them. Only then did he realize what he was dealing with. He kept apologizing over and over, swearing he'd never make the same mistake again. Still, the fortune encounter system completed its mission, reaching 183% progress. 5 new items were unlocked: an invisible microscope, an invisible stink bomb, an invisible springboard, a tooth regenerator, and an emergency alert device. Back at Division R, Deputy Chief Luan was fuming. He said, the suspect we were after only committed assault, but with how badly you beat him, how am I supposed to clean this mess up? I know you're still torn up about Ying Ji, but she's been missing for a long time. You can't keep living like this, fighting every day like it's all you know. Lately, I've gotten more complaints than I've seen in my entire career. I can't take it anymore. You need to take a leave of absence. Go home and think seriously about what you've done. As Zhao Wu stepped out the door, the system notified him of another fortune encounter, this time at Whale Plaza, 4 kilometers away, in 15 minutes. Could this one be related to her? Before he could finish the thought, 3 high-ranking officials arrived. Because there wasn't much time, Zhao Wu forced the 3 people into the car. Before they even had a chance to get angry, he stepped on the gas and sped straight toward the plaza. When they arrived at Whale Plaza, Zhao Wu looked around and saw a huge crowd. His mind started racing. It had to be something about her. Was it a bomb or some kind of terrorist attack? While he was still panicking and unsure of what to do, Beanie suddenly appeared and called out, Master, why are you here? Did you get my call to come too? Zhao Wu was stunned. What's going on? What are you all doing here? Beanie replied, here's the thing. My classmates and I from the police academy are helping Sin Xiao Ru with a charity fundraiser. Zhao Wu frowned in confusion. Sin Xiao Ru? Isn't she Jin Chao's wife? Wasn't Jin Chao a murderer? Beanie explained, yes, Jin Chao was a murderer, and that's exactly why we should care even more about his widow and child. His son didn't do anything wrong. Jin Chao's second son has eye cancer. Now that Jin Chao is gone, their lives are even harder. His death was already a tragedy. If we turn our backs on his family now, it could lead to even bigger tragedies down the line. That's how more crimes can end up happening. When Zhao Wu heard this, he immediately understood why he never felt happy after solving a case. It was because, deep down, what he truly wished for was that the crimes had never happened in the first place. If someone had cared more about Lai Dan, the hand-chopping incident wouldn't have happened. If someone had helped Feng Yu deal with his emotions, the bank robbery could have been prevented. If Ku Xin Yang had faced his grief after losing his mother and stepped out of the darkness, the case involving the stored corpse might never have occurred. Suddenly, Director Liao walked over and called out to Zhao Wu. Today, we asked you here to share some important news. Your application to become a special investigator has been approved. This is your official acceptance notice. As soon as he heard the words special investigator, Zhao Wu was reminded of the time they roasted sweet potatoes during a break. Ying Ji had asked him about a notebook. In that relaxed moment, Zhao Wu had honestly told her everything. Mr. Kim had given him the notebook, which contained records of particularly serious cases and unsolved cold cases he had worked on back when he was a special investigator. After flipping through it, Ying Ji said, I think if we ever get the chance to investigate these 5 especially serious cases, we should start with the headless corpse. Why that one? Because these cases happened a long time ago. Back then, DNA technology wasn't widely used. The victim's head was missing and their fingerprints were cut off, making the case extremely difficult to solve. But things are different now. With DNA, we can easily confirm the identity of the victim. Still, the last time the body was seen was 19 years ago. There's a chance the killer might have died a long time ago too. It's exactly because the suspect might already be dead that we have to investigate this case first. If we wait any longer, the clues will only disappear. The truth will be buried forever for those who've died. How unfair is that to them? We're on the same page then. If we get the chance, we'll start with this case. Honestly, you've solved so many major cases by now. You should qualify to be a special investigator. Why don't you talk to Director Liao, ask him to support your application and help reopen this cold case? Maybe we can uncover the truth and finally get justice for the victims. Hearing that, Zhao Wu smirked and agreed. He said he'd call the director tomorrow. But right now, there was another truth he wanted to uncover. What material is your pajama set made of? Take it off and let me check. And just like that, the two of them went back to roasting sweet potatoes together. Back in the present, Zhao Wu stood frozen when Director Han called out to him. You brat, your girlfriend leaving isn't the end of the world. What's the big deal? Pull yourself together and keep moving forward. Director Liao chimed in as well. I've pulled every string I could to help you. The fact that all traces of Yingji's family life were erased must be part of some government protection strategy. Becoming a special investigator was a great opportunity to get involved in something like this. When Zhao Wu heard the news, he gripped the paper tightly. I'll go. Don't worry, everyone. I'll definitely pass the selection test. This special investigator position, there's no way I'm letting it slip by. Suddenly, Beanie ran over, called out to her master, and pulled Zhao Wu over to her group of classmates. This is my master, the famous officer Zhao Wu. You know who solved the Yunling case. You know who found the treasure with the 12 golden Buddha statues. It was him. At the same time, the adventure system registered completion with a 130% success rate. Zhao Wu received a set of special items, an invisible voice changer, an energy booster, an invisible camera, an invisible X-ray device, and a universal lock-picking tool. On the way to City B for the special investigator exam, Zhao Wu drove while thinking to himself, is this adventure side mission taking place at the highway service area? When he arrived at the service area under City B's jurisdiction, Zhao Wu waited for quite a while, but nothing unusual happened. Just as he started to wonder, something caught his eye. A woman stepped out of her car, and Zhao Wu suddenly felt a bit confused. Could she be the one who triggers the mission? Before he could approach her, a group of thugs started harassing her. Hey lady, look at what your car did. Scratched ours all over. She immediately denied it. It wasn't me who scratched your car. I just pulled in and didn't even touch your vehicle. But of course, the group of thugs wouldn't let it go that easily. One of them said, take a look for yourself. There's green paint from my car on your bumper. My car is brand new. You'll have to pay for the damage. Zhao Wu really didn't want to get involved in this mess, but he had already racked up over 460 encounter points and was close to leveling up, so he decided to step in. Seeing how things were going, the woman quickly realized what was happening and said, you're clearly trying to scam me, then pulled out her phone to call the police. But the thug wasn't the least bit afraid. He even taunted her, go ahead, call them. Let's see whose side they'll take when they get here. She didn't know what to do when Zhao Wu calmly stepped forward and said, calling the police won't help. He went on until you see that your parking spot is in a camera blind spot. When the police see the scratch, they'll believe their story. And from this angle, your dash cam won't have caught the impact either. These guys planned this. They picked this exact spot knowing the camera wouldn't catch what really happened. I bet their car was actually hit by another white car earlier, and now they're looking for another white car to blame. The thug, feeling his nerves hit, snapped back with a curse. You little bastard, what are you talking about? What are we even supposed to be apologizing for? Zhao Wu stayed calm, pulling out his police ID and saying, I've been keeping an eye on you for a while. Did you know that? My police car is parked right across from the restroom. Want me to pull up the surveillance footage to show you? At the mention of police, the thug's face turned pale with fear. There's surveillance here too, he asked, his voice tinged with worry. Zhao Wu seized the moment and pressed further. Or should I send someone to check if the two scratches on the cars match up? The thug started sweating buckets both literally and figuratively. He rushed over, wiped down the girl's car, and started apologizing frantically. I messed up, okay? The paint scratch was just an accident. The car was rented, and I was scared I couldn't pay for the damage, so I came up with this stupid excuse, he admitted, sounding genuinely regretful. With that, they quickly jumped in their car and drove off, leaving Zhao Wu muttering a few choice words in frustration. As Zhao Wu was about to leave, the girl suddenly called him back. What precinct do you work for? I want to thank you properly. Zhao Wu immediately declined, saying it's nothing really. It's just part of the job, like having 3 meals a day. No need to make a big deal out of it. I've got somewhere to be, so I'll have to go now. Cut to the special task force interview scene, where it was finally Zhao Wu's turn. As he walked in, the 3 interviewers hit him with a question. While you were waiting for your interview, there was someone sitting on the bench in the southeast corner wearing a red scarf. Can you describe their appearance? Zhao Wu was left speechless after hearing that. Who would pay attention to something like that? This test was way too sudden. After 5 seconds of thinking, he immediately used the memory rewind item and angrily cursed. Son of a bitch. Southeast corner, what the hell? It's clearly the southwest corner. Who do you think you're fooling? Then he confidently continued. It's a middle-aged man wearing a brown coat, around 50 years old, with curly hair, thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a mole at the top of his nose. The judges broke into a cold sweat after hearing that, then coughed and praised him. Your observation and memory skills are truly outstanding. Next, we'll move on to some simple logic analysis questions. Please look at the screen. As soon as the video ended, Zhao Wu immediately gave his answers. Question 1. The fat person is the sister, and the thin one is the younger sister. Question 2. The culprit is C, because out of the 4 suspects, only C doesn't know how to play chess, and the folded paper from the victim shows that the murderer is someone who doesn't know how to play chess. The weapon was a book that he borrowed from the library. Question 3. If the murderer really wanted to kill someone, why would they turn on the car lights? Clearly, they were trying to play the seduction game. After the judges heard the question, they were stunned for a second. Then they coughed awkwardly before wrapping things up. Final question. Among the 3 of us judges, one is an imposter. Can you tell me who that imposter is? Zhao Wu's mind started racing. Was there a clue she left behind when she asked that question? Before entering the meeting room, it was a female guide. Could she be the real judge? Or maybe one of the 2 male judges outside had something to do with it. The projection screen behind him was too bright to clearly make out anyone's face. Based on just the outlines, he couldn't match it with anyone he remembered. As he thought about this, Zhao Wu quickly used the system's tool to turn off the lights. Before the 3 judges could recover from their surprise, he turned the flashlight back on and blurted out, "Oh shit, are you guys kidding me? There's no imposter among the judges." Stepping out of the exam room, Zhao Wu found a quiet corner to sit. But to his surprise, the other candidates from earlier were chatting away like a busy marketplace. I think the culprit is in C. Really? Well, maybe I answered wrong then. It's okay. I was just guessing too. After listening for a while, Zhao Wu realized that their questions seemed pretty normal. Was it only his question that was so strange? Then the door to the room opened and the 2 judges spoke up to confirm. The results are in. The 5 candidates with the highest scores from today's interview will be directly hired. For those not called, don't be discouraged. We will have another round of recruitment next year. Thank you all for your participation. 5th place, Wai Hong Lin from City Z with 91 points. 4th place, Chai Bin from City L. 3rd place, Zhang Bin from City C. 2nd place, Chen Cheng from City T. And in 1st place, Zhao Wu from City Q with 95 points. Zhao Wu immediately jumped up like a crazy person. Everyone around him was a little surprised. No way. Someone that young, already becoming a special investigator, even a team leader at that. In the midst of his excitement, Zhao Wu spotted the woman who had interviewed him earlier. He quickly followed her, determined to ask her why she had given him such a twisted question. At the HR office, as soon as Zhao Wu reached the door, he overheard a conversation. Professor Wang, what the hell are you doing? Didn't I specifically tell you not to let Zhao Wu pass this round? He's still young. He has plenty of opportunities ahead of him. Meanwhile, those older detectives have been waiting their whole lives for this. The girl immediately responded, "We followed your instructions and gave him questions that no one else could solve. But he's too talented. He made it through without any trouble. Plus, there's a camera recording everything, so there's no way to fake it. Dean Yang is the special investigation team supposed to be created for better criminal investigations. The people with the skills are in the higher positions, so they should be given the opportunity, right? You can't just protect your reputation forever like this." But Dean Yang remained stubborn and immediately walked into another room, calling Xiao Zhao, "Come out here and let's talk for a bit." Inside the bathroom, the 2 were discussing something. Can't you get in touch with the psychological evaluation team to find out who's in charge? If Zhao Wu's report isn't up to standard, I'll request a replacement right away. This needs to be done quickly. We need to deal with Zhao Wu before the investigation team is set up. However, Zhao Wu overheard everything. After cracking open the door, he quickly turned around and silently dropped a bombshell. While they were still talking, Ding Yang suddenly smelled something, and then all you could hear were screams from inside the room. Zhao Wu, standing outside, wasn't going to let them get away. He blocked the door, preventing them from escaping, and the scene shifted to the police station's conference room. At that moment, a sharp-headed guy was saying something. "Hello, Team Leader Zhao, I'm Chen Zhou, the liaison for Team 521. If you have any orders, just let me know and I'll take care of it. I have the team members' files here. Our team is really short on forensic experts, so if you need one, we can temporarily borrow one from the local office. The team has this privilege." According to Zhao Wu, each team has 5 types of members. The experienced team leader who oversees operations, a computer expert skilled in gathering information, a forensic specialist good at collecting evidence and performing autopsies, a logistics officer skilled in arrests, and a criminal psychology expert. The Special Investigation Team not only has a strong reputation, but also holds more authority than regular police units. Each team has specific responsibilities. Some focus on urgent cases, others handle unresolved cold cases, some specialize in wrongful convictions, and there are many other tasks they take on. Before Zhao Wu could finish his thoughts, a gray-haired man walked up. "Hello, team leader. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ran Tao, and I'm here to check in with the team. But, do you remember me? We just met in the bathroom a while ago." Zhao Wu immediately recalled the scene in the bathroom. While the other two were still shouting, Ran Tao had walked out of the next stall, smiling brightly. Since it was a happy moment, Zhao Wu shook his hand and laughed, as if they were longtime friends. Soon after, a man named Zheng Qi walked in and introduced himself as the one in charge of gathering intelligence and also the team's computer expert. Before he could finish speaking, a woman rushed in, looking quite flustered. She quickly introduced herself as Wu Xiu Min, here to join the team as the criminal psychology expert. Seeing her, Ran Tao was curious. What's going on with her? Did she spill food on herself at the cafeteria or something? Zheng Qi, however, gave a more professional analysis. Clearly, she's covered in mud. Recently, the only place with mud around here is the area under construction near the lawn. Did she fall there? But Wu Xiu Min wanted to hear Zhao Wu's analysis. So, the next moment, Zhao Wu immediately gave his prediction. Her clothes are torn because they were ripped and her hair shows signs of being grabbed. She must have fought with someone. Also, the mud on her clothes isn't a large patch, but more like it was splattered. So she probably walked past the area where the grass was being repaired and a car drove by, splashing mud onto her. Then she got into a fight with the female driver, right? When Wu Xiu Min heard this, her eyes lit up, and she felt a deep admiration, but still asked Zhao Wu to continue analyzing. Zhao Wu quickly leaned closer to her, whispering, "I know a lot more, like how you're still not married, your blood type is O, you're a Scorpio, and you wear contact lenses." This statement left Wu Xiu Min frozen for a few seconds before she asked, "How do you know all of that?" "Well, it's simple. I have your resume in my hands." He smirked. "Just kidding. My name is Zhao Wu, and welcome to the team." "Oh, so you're the team leader? My bad, my bad." But our team leader definitely has connections in the criminal department. The two of them were curious. Why? Because up until now, there's never been a team leader this young in the special team. I've taken the test a few times myself. The team leaders who got chosen were all old men who were about to kick the bucket. Zhao Wu immediately countered, "I swear on my honor, I got this position as team leader based purely on my own abilities." Suddenly, a man with a buffalo horn-shaped hairstyle walked in. The moment Chen Zhou saw him, he immediately recognized him as Director Nu. It turned out that he was the brother-in-law of Director Liu. As soon as he walked in, he started showering Zhao Wu with compliments. But that wasn't all. Just then, another person wearing glasses entered. "So, this is the sister that Zhao Wu helped earlier this morning." She stepped in and continued praising Zhao Wu, not forgetting to thank him for what he did earlier that day. At this point, Zhao Wu was left feeling helpless. Even if he jumped into a river now, he wouldn't be able to clear this misunderstanding. But not only was there no misunderstanding, the woman was talking to him as if they were sisters, which left both Director Nu and Chen Zhou completely confused. As a result, the system's encounter mission was completed. The completion progress reached 109% and Zhao Wu received a stealth bomb disposal device. The scene transitioned to the city police station. At this moment, the police chief was speaking. "This is your office, Officer Zhao. Your accommodation has been arranged and the special team has come to investigate the case. Whether it's forensics, appraisals, missing persons, or firearms management, whatever you need, we will fully support your assignments." After finishing the announcement, the two of them left. After a while of enjoying what they had, the four of them shifted their focus back to work. The first case they wanted to solve was the headless female corpse case. Senki wasn't too happy about this. As far as I know, investigating cold cases is one of the most pointless and exhausting tasks. Wook Soo-min agreed with this view. People in the criminal department call the teams working on these cases the Suicide Squad. If they can't crack the case, it's only a matter of time before they're disbanded. But Zhao Wu didn't see it that way. He laughed, clearly pleased with himself. Finally, I get to officially investigate those national-level cold cases listed in the golden-binded casebook. Then he remembered his promise to Ying Ji, reassuring himself that everything would have an answer soon. Fast forward to 11 p.m. at the hotel where the special team was staying. Zhao Wu was on the phone with Beanie. She was really upset about him leaving without a word. I was just about to start learning from you, Master, and now you've suddenly run off to become a special investigator. What am I supposed to do now? Zhao Wu, feeling helpless, could only offer the excuse that he had to investigate a new case before hanging up abruptly. As soon as he ended the call, there was a knock at the door. When he opened it, Wu Soo-min stood there, looking like she was ready to explode. Without saying a word, she stormed into the room and demanded that he handle a person named Ran Tao. What did he do to you? From the moment we had dinner until now, he hasn't stopped bothering me, either calling me or saying inappropriate things. Just a while ago, he even knocked on my door. How can there be people this shameless in this world? After hearing this, Zhao Wu couldn't help but mutter a curse. Damn. The rabbit doesn't eat grass near its burrow, but Ran Tao is taking things too far. He then walked over, put his arm around her, and said, Wook Soo-min, I have a great idea to deal with people like him. Tonight, you should sleep in my room. Seeing that Wook Soo-min seemed to be considering it, Zhao Wu pushed forward. As long as we're in bed together, Ran Tao won't dare do anything to you. Am I wrong? But Wook Soo-min's answer was a firm no, and then you'll complain that all men are the same. I've clearly picked the wrong boat to board. This was exactly what Zhao Wu had hoped for. Even though Ran Tao was in the wrong, she wanted to get rid of him. There must be many ways to do it. Why are you running to me? I'm the team leader, not a babysitter. Just as he was feeling pleased, he got a call. Chen Zhou immediately informed him, I've just received a notice from the higher-ups. There's an emergency and City B Team 521 is required to assemble and head there immediately. Flashback to 8 p.m. in the City B Park. A man was jogging down the street when suddenly a sledgehammer came crashing down on his head. I'm afraid he's not dead yet. The killer probably hit him a few more times to make sure. According to the police investigation, the back of the victim's head was struck at least 6 times. Based on the shape of the wounds, it's believed that a large hammer was used. The second victim, Luke Seo Hong, worked in the laboratory at the pharmaceutical factory. After finishing his night shift, he was burned to death by arson while napping in his apartment. Yesterday morning, the third victim, Zhang Kai-bin, arrived at the office first to urgently work on testing a batch of medicine, and he died from poisoning. Someone had mixed ammonium nitrate into the box of tea that he habitually drank in the morning. Prior to these incidents, the pharmaceutical factory's management received an anonymous letter with a threat. If they didn't pay 5 million yuan, the killer would murder one employee each day. The factory management thought it was just a cruel joke until the first body was found. We believe the killer is very familiar with the victim's daily routines and the factory's working schedule. It's also likely that the person is either a current or former employee of the pharmaceutical company. Before we could finish discussing, one of the subordinates called out in shock to the team leader. The pharmaceutical factory's board of directors just received a message from the killer demanding that at 2 p.m., the money be placed in the trash bin by the escalator in the commercial building. Returning to the surveillance room, Zhao Wu was looking for clues when Ran Tao suddenly ran in and called out, Captain Lai Lu Yun has already taken the team to set up an ambush at the commercial building. Are we going? Zhao Wu immediately responded, No meat. The police won't get anything from the ransom exchange this time. His words only made Wook Soo-min more curious, forcing Zhao Wu to explain further. The killer planned everything carefully. They wouldn't choose such a loud, central location to make the exchange. 3 people are dead, so each of you should investigate one of the cases. Sang-ki volunteered to investigate the poisoning case from the tea. Wook Soo-min stepped forward to look into the woman who was burned alive, as she was the only female victim. Then, Wook Soo-min turned to taunt Ran Tao. What about you? Why didn't you speak up at a critical moment, scared of losing? Ran Tao confidently replied, I'll investigate the case of the person who was bludgeoned with a hammer so you can see my skills. If you solve your case before I do, I'll follow you for life. When Zhao Wu was left alone, his mind kept racing. Each victim's murder had been carefully planned. This wasn't the work of one person. It was likely a gang. After more than 30 minutes, everyone had finished setting up everything. The pharmaceutical factory staff had also thrown 5 million yuan into the trash. Now it was just a matter of waiting for the culprit to show up. and then they could arrest him immediately. But unexpectedly, a guy with long hair suddenly walked up and tossed a lit lighter into the trash, which startled Zhao Wu a little. "Are you going to burn all the money?" Back at the precinct, the chief was furious, clearly feeling like he'd been played. Another colleague added some more information. The trash bin was coated with a flammable catalyst, so when the lighter was thrown in, the fire immediately flared up. The 5 million yuan is basically gone. Also, it looks like someone tampered with the fire extinguisher near the trash bin. It was completely empty. We had to bring one from another floor and put out the fire. What about the homeless guy? He really was homeless and has some mental issues. He said someone gave him a lighter and 500 yuan to do it, and he thought it was just a prank. The chief became even more worried after hearing this, realizing that the money burning was clearly an act of revenge. This culprit must hate the pharmaceutical factory to the core. If things continue like this, there's going to be a fourth victim. But Zhao Wu had a different thought. This case was too carefully planned. The criminal must have known the factory's internal rules and information, understood the victim's daily habits, and designed the plan to burn the 5 million yuan. They also sent a precise blackmail message to the senior staff at the pharmaceutical factory. Could it be that the group we're up against is a high-tech criminal gang like Zhao King's? At this moment, the system sent a new notification, telling Zhao Wu to go to the psychiatric hospital at midnight and wait for 30 minutes at the base of a wall. Zhao Wu, still confused and not sure what was going on, noticed something out of the corner of his eye. It turned out that on the upper floor, a girl was climbing down like Spider-Man. As soon as her feet hit the ground, Zhao Wu immediately approached her from behind. Before Zhao Wu could even greet her, the girl quickly kicked off the ground and ran toward the wall. With a quick shot from a grappling hook, she managed to fly over a wall more than 3 meters high. But Zhao Wu wasn't about to let her get away. He immediately activated his cloaking jump device. As he floated in midair, he realized he wouldn't be able to land safely from this height. Luckily, when he was about a meter from the ground, the system automatically activated the cushioning feature. However, since the girl was standing right in front of him, Zhao Wu ended up crashing directly into her. The girl, reacting instinctively, kicked him off, but Zhao Wu wasn't someone to back down easily. He quickly grabbed her leg and pulled it up. Just as he was about to explain himself, the girl suddenly punched him in the groin, causing his expression to twist in pain. He thought she might escape, but unexpectedly, Zhao Wu was still determined and swung his hand out to grab her bag. But because the pull was too strong, the bag's strap immediately snapped. What fell out were pill bottles, which surprised Zhao Wu a bit. Without thinking twice, Zhao Wu quickly chased after the girl, staying right on her heels. The girl jumped over a wall, and Zhao Wu kept following her. But suddenly she froze, as if scared of something. Zhao Wu thought she had realized she needed to turn back, but in the next moment, he saw 2 barking German shepherds showing their teeth. He quickly shouted, "Stay still. If you run, they'll chase you and bite you." But the girl refused to listen. She immediately ran off, leaving Zhao Wu to face the danger. It wasn't until she couldn't run anymore that she begged, "Please help me jump over the wall." Zhao Wu wasn't stupid. He wasn't going to help her over the wall just to let the dogs bite him. Seeing the situation getting worse, he quickly pulled out his hidden perfume spray. Once sprayed on, it would make him smell like a pig that hadn't bathed in 3 days, which would make wild animals stay away. And just as expected, when the dogs caught the scent, they immediately started yelping, and even Zhao Wu couldn't stand the smell, let alone the dogs. Seeing the girl about to be bitten by the other dog, Zhao Wu rushed over and hugged her tightly. The dog, smelling him, yelped and ran straight into the forest. Instead of thanking him, the girl turned around and yelled at him, "What kind of person are you? How dare you hug me? Do you want to kill me with that disgusting smell?" Seeing that Zhao Wu had let his guard down, the girl immediately kicked her legs and ran straight into the forest. But this time, Zhao Wu didn't chase her. Instead, he returned to his car. Earlier, during their physical encounter, Zhao Wu had quickly placed a hidden camera on her, so now he could just sit back and watch what she would do next. The first thing she did when she got home was strip off all of her clothes and rush straight into the bathroom. That's when Zhao Wu got to enjoy a scene titled "The Stream Below the Rolling Hills." But just as she finished her shower, a group of people barged into her room. The girl quickly jumped out the window. However, one of the men was faster, grabbing her arm and slapping her so hard that it made her spit out some saliva. Once she finally settled down, he started cursing at her. "You bastard, you really have a death wish. I need to see Second Master. I'll explain everything to him myself." That wasn't me. But he didn't believe her and added that Second Master had already gone into the stone house and her support was gone. He told her, "If you want to stay alive, you better hand over the goods now, or don't blame me for not being polite." When the girl stubbornly refused to hand over the goods, he ordered his underlings to check her belongings. "Didn't you guys always want to see Kuai Li Ju's body? Now's your chance." As soon as the underlings heard this, they rushed forward, but suddenly, they caught a strange smell. Then one person was about to go outside to see what was going on, but the door slammed right in their face. Zhao Wu confidently stepped in afterward. After confirming he was a cop, he immediately reached into his pocket, which made the thugs panic. They quickly turned and ran, thinking he was pulling out a gun, but what Zhao Wu pulled out was just a lighter. He couldn't even understand why they were so scared. When the girl realized he was a cop, she immediately got scared and tried to run away. But Zhao Wu wasn't about to let that happen. He quickly ran over and grabbed her by the shirt. However, the force was too strong, and her shirt tore in half. Luckily, it still covered her sensitive areas, or else I would have already had my hand in my pocket. Despite this, the girl didn't give up. After grabbing the curtain in her hand, she tried to jump out the window to escape. But Zhao Wu caught her by the leg, flipping her upside down with her butt in the air. Just when it seemed like it was over, the girl turned into a wild animal, biting Zhao Wu's leg. What was even more surprising was that Zhao Wu wasn't her at all, but the girl started vomiting like a fire hose. It turns out the disgusting smell on him was too much for her to handle. At that moment, Zhao Wu realized the thugs had run off earlier because of that same awful smell. But if they found out it was just him alone, they would definitely come back. Knowing danger was close, Zhao Wu quickly picked up the girl like a sack of rice and rushed to a nearby hotel to rent a room. To avoid any misunderstandings, Zhao Wu made it clear that he was only there to take a shower and had no intention toward her. But the girl didn't believe him. She thought he was a pervert and even threatened to call the police if he tried to escape. Her words made Zhao Wu angry. "If I had bad intentions toward you, do you really think you'd still be sitting here talking to me? But I'm really curious about something," he continued. "Why did you sneak into the mental hospital in the middle of the night to steal medicine?" The girl immediately switched to full-on acting mode. "My mom has a serious mental illness and needs long-term medication, but the medicine is really expensive and I just can't afford it." Suddenly, Zhao Wu demanded that she show her hand. "Do you really think I'm some rookie who doesn't know the ropes?" The girl chuckled and held up the handcuffs she was holding. "You knew about this already?" Zhao Wu, irritated, stared at her with a critical eye. "With your level, you're telling me you can't afford the medicine? Let me warn you one more time. If I find out that the medicine you stole can be turned into some kind of illegal substance, your crime won't stop at theft." Seeing that the girl was still stubbornly refusing to tell the truth, Zhao Wu shifted his focus to the person named Second Master that the thugs had mentioned earlier. The girl, though, acted indifferent. Second Master is a big player in the underworld, but he's already ended up in prison. I don't know where the rumors started, but people are saying I stole diamonds from a young billionaire. Now they're constantly chasing me down for them. Clearly, someone is framing me. Zhao Wu listened to her, then replied with a simple which made the girl excited, and she called out, "Officer, do you really believe what I'm saying is true?" Zhao Wu had to explain again. "Of course it's true. If you've had diamonds, would you need to sneak into a mental hospital to steal medicine? But be honest here. Does the murder case at the drug factory have anything to do with you?" The girl immediately called him crazy. "If I had powers like that, I wouldn't be stuck here tied up by you." Zhao Wu then went to take a shower, leaving the girl outside to wait. Bored and looking for something to do, she noticed his jacket and pulled out a hotel room key. She rushed to the door, thinking of trying to escape again. But before she could get far, Zhao Wu grabbed her by the neck, startling her into letting out a loud scream. The guy from the next room heard the noise and quickly ran over, knocking on the door and asking to check the room, suspecting a kidnapping. Realizing the situation was getting complicated, Zhao Wu quickly activated his voice-changing device and imitated the girl's voice, yelling, "You bastard, I'm having a great time with Peter. Stop interrupting my fun." The guy in the next room, hearing this, was furious, shouted a few choice words, and left immediately. Then Zhao Wu received another call. The precinct requested that he come right away because there was a new lead, and since he couldn't leave the girl behind, he had no choice but to take her along to the police station. As soon as they entered the room, Zheng Qi rushed over to report. Jiang Kai-bin had very poor grades in college and should have never been allowed to stay at the pharmaceutical factory. But now, not only was he the deputy head of the quality control department, his name also appeared on the list for new drug research and development. Wu Xiubin continued. The list also includes the names of the first victim, Peng Kang, and the second victim, Lu Xiaohong. I feel like the killer might be targeting people based on this list. Also, the research and development of the new drug was led by a doctor named Liu Wu. However, just as the drug was about to pass inspection, he was fired by the pharmaceutical factory. The reason for his dismissal was illegal trading of research and development materials. Peng Kang, when drunk, once said he owed Liu Wu an apology. The factory director also said that Liu Wu was adamant that he was framed. The drug was about to hit the market and he wouldn't ruin his own future. I feel like this could be important. At this point, Ran Tao suddenly noticed Kuai Liju's presence and immediately walked over, calling out, "Hey, what are you doing here?" "I'm Ran Tao. Should we add each other on WeChat?" Before he could finish, Zhao Wu angrily threw a pen straight at his head. After stroking his chin, he spoke up, analyzing the situation. "I believe the people responsible for framing Liu Wu are the ones on the list of individuals involved in the research and development of the drug. They all stand to gain something from this. Liu Wu is definitely the killer in the recent murder case at the pharmaceutical factory. He surely returned to seek revenge. Right now, anyone on that research and development list could be in danger. Tell Liu Nian to bring them all to the police station." He then asked for more information about Liu Wu. Wu Xiumin quickly displayed his image on the screen. This is Liu Wu, 47 years old. He's worked at the pharmaceutical factory practically his whole life. When Kuai Leiju saw Liu Wu's image, she suddenly broke into a cold sweat, startled. Zhao Wu noticed this, and a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Could it be that she knows this person named Liu Wu? Just then, Zhang Qi spoke up to give an update. Liu Yan has nearly gathered everyone on the list of research and development staff at the police station, but there's one person missing. Yi King, the head of the R&D department at the pharmaceutical factory. We can't find him. His phone's location shows he's in an area on the outskirts of the city. Liu Yan and the others are heading there to check it out. I'll project the scene for everyone to see. The first thing that caught everyone's eye was the image of a white car. Inside the car, there was a man foaming at the mouth, his face pale. After reading it, Zhao Wu immediately turned dark-faced. It seemed the killer still didn't know what fear was. Based on the initial assessment, the cause of death was carbon monoxide poisoning. The killer had used drugs to put the victim into a coma, then connected a flexible tube from the car's exhaust to the trunk, and finally started the engine. Wu Xiumin continued. Earlier, Liu Yan also mentioned that everyone on the list of researchers and developers of the new drug has already been interrogated. However, they know nothing about Liu Wu's situation. Aside from the 4 who are dead, they are all ordinary researchers. Whether Liu Wu stayed or left that year wouldn't have affected their interests. That's right. The situation of the 4 dead people is different from theirs. The first victim, Peng and Kang, was a student of Liu Wu. Liu Wu was fired for illegal drug sales because of Peng and Kang's accusation. Whether Liu Wu was wrongfully accused or not, he definitely hated Peng and Kang. The second victim, Lu Xiaohan, had been at the research and development department for less than a year. She was just an ordinary pharmacist. Her name shouldn't have even appeared on the list of new drug researchers. The third victim, Zhang Kai-bin, wasn't even part of Liu Wu's research and development team before. However, his name ended up on the final list, and he was transferred to the quality control department as a superior, making him the one who benefited the most. These people had teamed up to harm Liu Wu, and that's why Liu Wu wanted to kill him. But Zhao Wu felt that perhaps there was a higher-up involved in the plot against Liu Wu, because it would be difficult to bring him down with just the people in the research and development department. Hearing this, Ran Tao suggested, we should screen all the leakers in the pharmaceutical plant to see if anyone has a grudge against Liu Wu. At that moment, Zhao Wu suddenly remembered that Kuai Leiju might know Liu Wu. However, before he could think further, a colleague came over to inform him, a girl named Kuai Leiju wants to see you. Zhao Wu had just sat down when the girl nervously suggested, I want to make a deal with you. Zhao Wu had already anticipated this and immediately asked, do you really know Liu Wu? Kuai Leiju honestly replied, I don't know his name, but I'm sure I've met him before. And I also know for sure that he's hiding in our headquarters right now. I just want you to confirm if my Kang is really in prison and whether his situation is serious. Zhao Wu then asked about the name Ma Chang. Is he the second master you all have mentioned? Kuai Leiju answered, yes, that's him. Only when I'm sure he can't get out will I be able to tell you everything. All right, that's the way things go in this world, Zhao Wu said with a confident smile before walking out. After more than 10 minutes of checking through the police's internal system, the final result Zhao Wu got was that your second master not only committed a crime, but was also stabbed and is currently being treated in the hospital. My colleague over there even told me that even if they manage to save this so-called second master, there's a 90% chance he'll end up in a vegetative state. So don't worry, the mastermind behind the theft won't be a problem for you anymore. Now, tell me when you met Liu Wu and where your hideout is. Hearing this, Kuai Leiju gathered her courage and spoke up. It was 3 days ago when I first met him. I saw him again yesterday. As to the location, I have to take you there myself. It's a thieves' hideout, so even if I tell you the exact location, you won't be able to find it. By the time you get there, they'll just escape through the back alley. Zhao Wu made up his mind. Fine, but you still have my camera on you, so even if you run off, I'll be able to track you down. Then, Kuai Leiju mentioned someone named Pang Yang. He's my older brother, but he's always been obsessed with my body. Now that second master isn't backing him up anymore, I'm really scared something might happen to me. The girl was so scared about what might happen to her that she asked Zhao Wu to send someone with her so they could capture those thugs all at once. Although Zhao Wu still had some doubts about the girl, he wanted to give her a chance. If they could recruit her, solving the case would likely go much more smoothly. So, the special investigation team began to take action. Following Kuai Li Zhu, everyone arrived at a large wholesale market. At this point, the team leader was a bit surprised that the thieves had the audacity to set up their hideout in such a busy area. However, Ran Tao thought this place, with its many entry and exit points, was perfect for transporting and selling stolen goods. Plus, there were exits everywhere, so if they made a move, the thieves would likely escape quickly. Kuai Li Zhu suddenly stopped and confirmed that they couldn't go any further. They have an alarm system. If we go any closer, they'll spot us right away. Behind that door is their hideout, and most of them should be inside by now. Let's split into two groups, one for a direct assault, and the other. Zhao, you should follow me. There's a secret tunnel here that we need to guard. If we don't, they'll have an easy escape. Kuai Li Zhu then continued to lead everyone to the parking garage and confirmed that this was indeed their secret passage. Seeing that Zhao Wu trusted her, Kuai Li Zhu suggested that she be allowed to remove the handcuffs, since in her current state, it would be very easy for them to get caught later. But Zhao Wu wasn't stupid. He immediately refused, saying, "Do you think I'm a child?" Just as he was about to ask how she managed to open the handcuffs in the hotel, a loud shout suddenly came from afar. "The police are here. We need to run." Without letting them finish, Zhao Wu and his colleagues rushed in, throwing punches and kicks. When Zhao Wu looked over at Kuai Li Zhu, she had disappeared without a trace. Not wasting any more time, Zhao Wu quickly turned on the camera to check the footage. He saw Kuai Li Zhu in a drainage pipe. However, since the camera could only record for 12 hours, it shut off soon after, and he couldn't see anything further. Worried that Kuai Li Zhu might be in danger, Zhao Wu immediately set off to find the manhole cover. Fortunately, in under 5 minutes, he located it. As soon as he descended into the sewer, a foul, pungent smell hit him hard. After walking a bit further, he spotted Kuai Li Zhu, but she was on the other side of a barrier. How she managed to get there, no one knew. When she saw Zhao Wu had arrived, Kuai Li Zhu immediately teased, "You really want to know how I opened the handcuffs, don't you? Well, let me show you exactly how." She immediately cracked her knuckles and gently pulled her hand out of the handcuff. Zhao Wu, seeing this, could only stand there, gaping in shock. She can bend like that too? Just a second ago, Lai Xiao had been very focused, but in the next moment, her face suddenly changed. On the other side of the fence, Zhao Wu was pointing a gun straight at her. Yet, Kuai Li Zhu remained calm and blew him a kiss, confidently stating, "You definitely won't dare to shoot me." With that, she ran off, leaving Zhao Wu with 1,000 questions swirling in his mind. Why did she run? Was she scared that he wouldn't keep his word, or was she involved in another crime? And what about that person, Liu Wu? He probably wasn't even here. This girl definitely knows there's a tunnel here for escape. She must have arranged for everyone to be here to block them off and help her get away. Returning to the police station, Ran Tao was furious after being tricked by Kuai Li Zhu. The man named Pang Yong didn't even know Liu Wu. There was no connection to the thieves' den, and Liu Wu had nothing to do with it either. It was all made up by her. She just wanted to use us to wipe out Pang Yong's gang, clear her enemies, and then escape while we were busy. That being said, let's be honest, she's pretty cute and has a really great figure. Captain, did you actually see her squeeze through those narrow bars? Even if she's flexible, there's no way her chest could fit through such a tiny gap. Zhao Wu, hearing this, couldn't help but agree. It did seem impossible, considering how big she was. The scene then shifted to the police station's interrogation room, where Zhao Wu was questioning Pang Yong. Terrified, he confessed everything. About a month ago, a Chinese businessman returning from overseas bought a villa in the Hoan district. The villa even had a very expensive safe installed. We guessed the stuff inside the safe must be worth a lot, so we planned our move. But then we suddenly found out that Kuai Li Zhu, one of my subordinates, got there first. We were furious, so we went after her to settle the score. When Zhao Wu heard this, he finally realized that the safe he was talking about was the mysterious one. He remembered it being very sturdy, so tough that even explosives couldn't break it. How could that girl have opened it so easily? After thinking this through, he continued with another question. So, what's inside the safe? But Pang Yong didn't know the answer. He assumed that no matter how valuable the contents were, they couldn't be made public. After the theft, the homeowner didn't report it to the police, and there hadn't been any rumors circulating in the community. Zhao Wu asked again, when was the safe stolen? Pang Yong replied, if I'm not mistaken, it was about 3 days ago. This made Zhao Wu feel a little disappointed. He hadn't expected Kuai Li Zhu to deceive him like this. but he figured he had to visit this overseas Chinese house to find out the truth for himself. He needed to ask directly what had really happened with his safe. Soon after, the special investigation team made a late-night visit, but even after ringing the doorbell for more than 10 minutes, there was no response. According to information Zhang Qi had gathered, the villa was a rental, with a 1-year lease, and the tenant's name was Su Haifeng. Without hesitation, Zhao Wu pulled out his phone and called Su Haifeng directly. To his surprise, a phone rang from inside the house. Zhang Qi was still confused, not sure what to do, when Zhao Wu kicked the door open and stormed inside. Even though he knew this was an illegal home invasion, Zhang Qi had no choice but to follow Zhao Wu's orders since he was his superior. After a quick inspection, Wu Xiumin also sensed something was off. There wasn't a speck of dust anywhere, as if someone had been cleaning the place every day on purpose. "Don't tell me this guy, Su Haifeng, has been kidnapped," Wu Xiumin said. Zhang Qi also noticed that the phone left behind was an old model. He suggested they go outside to check the security cameras to see what they might show. With no other leads, Zhao Wu decided to head upstairs to investigate further. As soon as they entered a room, Wu Xiumin noticed the safe from Pang Yong's story. It made him wonder what exactly Kuei Laizhu had stolen. At that moment, Zhang Qi shouted over the walkie-talkie, "Something's going on." They heard the voices of a group of strangers, and Zhao Wu quickly realized that someone was hiding inside the villa. Running outside, Zhao Wu saw that Zhang Qi was being held down, and even more shocking, the people who were restraining him were from the police. Then, the team leader began explaining everything. 30 minutes ago, someone from this villa posted all the case files of a serial murder online. It's clear the killer made the leak happen. The photos are all from the crime scenes. The volume of information is massive and came in suddenly, and our cybersecurity team hasn't been able to contain it. There are details, comments, and even provocative posts. It's way beyond what we can handle. We believe Liu Mu is likely hiding here, so we rushed over to search the place. Zhao Wu listened carefully and thought to himself, could it be that the girl had seen Liu Wu 3 days ago when she came here to steal the safe? But she couldn't tell the truth, or else her involvement in the theft would be exposed. So she came up with a clever trick and lied, saying she knew where Liu Wu was. She told them Liu Wu was hiding at the hideout of the thief gang, which would not only solve Pang Yong's problem, but also help her escape without a hitch. Suddenly, one of the officers rushed in and called out to the team leader, informing him that there was an issue in the garage. As soon as they entered, a strong, foul odor hit everyone's nose, like the stench of sewage. Wu Xiumin suddenly shouted, "Oh my god, isn't this the first victim, Pang and Kang? These walls are covered with files about the dead people. This is Liu Wu's office. He really is the murderer in the pharmaceutical factory case." After finishing his phone call, the team leader quickly turned to Zhao and said, "Zhao, I just got word that the documents Su Haifeng used to rent the place are all fake. Our officers showed Liu Wu's photo to the property management and the landlord. They confirmed that the person who rented the place was Liu Wu, but Wu Xiumin seemed skeptical. She felt that such a complex plan for revenge couldn't have been carried out by just him alone." Then another colleague continued to report, "All the online information is being routed from here." Before they could process that, Ran Tao called again. "Team leader, weren't you asking me to investigate the factory manager who might have framed Liu Wu? There's a deputy factory manager named Han Zhenhai, who's Liu Wu's direct superior. When they were reviewing positions, Han Zhenhai wanted Liu Wu to add his name to a new drug research project. But Liu Wu not only refused, but mocked him in front of everyone. After that, the two of them became enemies. Now the problem is that Han Zhenhai has disappeared. I've searched everywhere, and I can't find him." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Qi suddenly yelled, "Do you understand the operation rules? What if the killer set up a program to delete all the files the moment you click the mouse?" Zhang Qi's words turned out to be true. At that moment, the screen showed 27 seconds left, and the system confirmed that a C4 bomb had been detected. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Zhao Wu immediately ordered everyone to run out. "Everyone listen up. Get out of here now," Zhao Wu commanded. "As for me, I'll stay back a little longer to collect all the data from the wall." With the screen showing only 8 seconds left, Zhao Wu frantically ran out. It wasn't the fire and smoke that would take his life, but the younger comrades back at base. Zhao Wu made it out safely. However, Wu Xiumin, who had run out earlier, was knocked unconscious by the explosion. A piece of glass had pierced her neck. A colleague rushed over to try and stop the bleeding, but was horrified when he saw Zhao Wu yank the shard of glass out. "Are you crazy?" the colleague yelled. "That's the jugular. If you pull it out, she could die instantly." But Zhao Wu didn't care at all. He urgently ordered the colleague to quickly bandage her up. While doing so, the colleague was confused because Wu Xiumin's wound had stopped bleeding, as if the blood had somehow been sealed inside. It turned out that Zhao Wu had used a hidden clotting agent, which is why he was confident enough to pull the glass out like that. Then he handed his phone to the captain, confirming that I had taken the photo with my mobile phone, the materials about Han Zhenhai that Liu Wu had gathered on the basement wall earlier. Liu Wu has most likely already trapped Han Zhenhai. We need to find him before midnight or Liu Wu will kill Han Zhenhai. The captain, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. After checking, he seemed a bit helpless as the materials didn't show any clear methods of murder, nor did they provide an exact location. Where exactly is he going to kill him? Zhao Wu continued to analyze. In Liu Wu's garage, there are fresh tire marks, so he definitely has a car. Ran Tao told me that Han Zhenhai has been missing for 2 days now. Liu Wu must have trapped him 2 days ago. What he meant was, Liu Wu had probably been hiding Han Zhenhai in the villa. It's possible that 30 minutes ago he uploaded the murder materials to the internet from the villa and then drove away in his car. Zhao Wu immediately instructed everyone to go check the neighborhood surveillance cameras to see what car Liu Wu had taken when he left. On the way, the captain also spoke up. 25 minutes ago, Liu Wu drove out of the residential area heading southwest. We've informed the traffic department to control the traffic and assist in the full search for the vehicle's route. Suddenly, the voice on the other end of the line added, the traffic police, through the surveillance cameras, found that Liu Wu's car had entered a village. The team leader was a little curious, not understanding where he was trying to go. At this moment, Zheng Qi spoke up and added, earlier I found out that Liu Wu really enjoys fishing. Could he be heading toward the lake? But the team leader didn't think so, because right now he's in kill and escape mode, so he wouldn't be in the mood for fishing. What I'm suggesting is that since the murder case at the pharmaceutical factory began, the 4 victims have been killed in different ways, beaten to death, burned alive, poisoned, and suffocated. Could it be that he's planning to drown the 5th victim? That was when a new lead came through. The forensic expert on the other end of the line said that tire tracks matching Liu Wu's vehicle had appeared on the small road leading into the woods. We had already seen the suspicious car by the lake, and it seemed like there was someone inside. Okay, you guys need to stay hidden, don't make a move yet. We're on our way. Before he could finish speaking, a loud noise came from the woods, startling Zheng Qi and causing him to almost lose control of the wheel. Then from a distance, a huge puff of white smoke rose like a giant mushroom cloud. Without hesitating, the 3 of them immediately rushed to the scene of the explosion. Once the fire was put out, Zheng Qi checked and found a body completely charred in the trunk of the car. Zheng Qi quickly asked, who's the person in the trunk? Zhao Wu confidently answered, that's Liu Wu. The anomaly system has also been completed, with a completion level of 119%. He received an invisible fireproof suit that can withstand a fire for up to 10 minutes. Exhausted, the 3 of them decided to go to the hot spring, though their real purpose was to watch the group of girls bathing. At this point, Zheng Qi added, the police station has already finished comparing the DNA results. The person who died in the car was indeed Liu Wu. Zheng Qi continued to ask, why did Liu Wu commit suicide? Could it be that he had already planned to die with Han Zhenhai? Even though Liu Wu didn't get the chance to extort the huge ransom, he still had a chance to escape. I've always felt there's more to this case, Zheng Qi added. Liu Wu might have had other accomplices. Liu Wu killed the victim because he had deep grudges with both the victim and the pharmaceutical factory, and his suicide could also be explained by a fear of facing punishment. But what about his accomplices? The 5 million yuan has already been burned. Clearly, this wasn't about money. Zheng Qi kept speculating, could it be that Liu Wu killed himself to protect his accomplices? If he's dead, the police might stop investigating his partners. This whole case is really strange. After countless preliminary analyses, Zhao Wu still hadn't said a word. Out of curiosity, Ran Tao quickly removed the towel from Zhao Wu's face, only to find that Zhao Wu was sound asleep, which made the 2 of them panic. Wow, he can sleep through this? We can't let him sleep here. The team leader's too tired. Let's carry him to a rest room so he can sleep. Suddenly, Zhao Wu spoke up and analyzed, in just 4 days, 6 people died, money was burned, and explosions occurred. With so much happening, Liu Wu, as a medical doctor, wouldn't be able to carry out such a series of precise murders on his own. There has to be someone else who took advantage of Liu Wu's anger, quickly turning this into a murder case at the pharmaceutical factory. Once they were done using him, they killed him to silence him. Zheng Qi then asked, so Liu Wu was also used by someone else? But why would they do that? What's in it for them? Zhao Wu replied, I'm not sure about that, but the pharmaceutical factory has been listed overseas. It's a large corporation with an annual production value in the billions. Anything could be tied to financial interests. Zhao Wu turned to Ran Tao. Ran Tao, tomorrow, find a suitable place to set up our base. We can't stay at the local police station anymore, and we need to be extra cautious at the hotel we're staying in. Are you worried about spies at the police station? I'm just being cautious. As for Zenki, once we have a location, you'll take care of setting up your equipment. Once we start the investigation, we'll need a lot of materials. We also need to be prepared in case Liu Wu is linked to a powerful criminal organization. Zhao Wu paused for a moment before continuing. Now, let's all get some good rest. We've got a tough battle ahead of us. The scene then shifted to the new base of the Special Investigation Team, where everyone was busy unpacking. Meanwhile, Zhao Wu was quietly analyzing the situation. The girl probably stole something from Liu Wu's safe. If we can find her, she might be able to help with the case. For a thief like her, a few thousand yuan from selling the drugs isn't much, so why would she go to a mental hospital to steal drugs in the first place? Suddenly, Zenki called the team leader. I just spoke with the mental hospital. They said there haven't been any recent reports of stolen drugs. After hearing this, Zhao Wu was a bit surprised and thought to himself, the drugs that Kuai Lizhu stole are still in her hotel room. If those drugs are important, she's probably going to come back to get them. Next, Wu Xiumin called the team leader. The drugs are in your hotel room, so you and that girl spent a night alone together? To you too, you know? Wu Xiumin started imagining some very dark scenarios which made Ran Tao uncomfortable, so he shouted, Enough already! What is wrong with you? Can't you see what's important? Kuai Lizhu is very likely to come back to the hotel to steal those drugs. We need to hurry up and catch her. Back at the hotel, as soon as they entered the room, they found it in complete disarray. Wu Xiumin was also impressed by how bold the girl was. Team leader, where the heck did you find someone like this? She even dared to come back to the hotel where the police are staying to steal stuff. I'm impressed. The surveillance camera had captured everything. 20 minutes after we raided the thieves' hideout, Kuai Lizhu entered the room and left a minute later with a backpack. I'm going to step outside and see if I can figure out which way she went, the team leader said. Zhao Wu quietly pondered, analyzing the situation. Is the goal to get the medicine? Why risk going back to the hotel to steal it? She was the one who left the medicine behind. Could it be that these are the same drugs she stole from Liu Wu's safe? Liu Wu is in charge of pharmaceutical research and development, so it makes sense that he'd have medicine hidden in his safe. The priority now is to find that girl. Then Zhao Wu headed to the pet market. This was the location where the system had given him a new lead. As he was figuring out what to do next, the car in front of him suddenly sped up. He wasn't quick enough to react, and his car collided with the other one. Before he could even get mad, the car ahead of him unexpectedly accelerated again, making Zhao Wu's face turn red with anger. Without hesitation, he sped up and chased after it. Even though he had already identified himself as a police officer and demanded the other driver pull over, the driver ignored him completely, making Zhao Wu even angrier. Without thinking twice, Zhao Wu immediately used his invisibility boost tool, targeting the road sweeper. This caused the sweeper to accelerate and crash directly into the 7-seat car. Once everything seemed under control, Zhao Wu quickly approached and pulled a blonde man out of the vehicle. With a punch to the left, a slap to the right, and a kick to the man's chest, the blonde man was knocked unconscious. When Zhao Wu opened the car door again, a couple who had been bound and gagged immediately crawled out. As soon as the girl's tape was removed from her mouth, she screamed, "Help! Someone's trying to kill us." Just as he was about to untie the girl, a car suddenly appeared from behind. Then, a group of thugs holding sticks stepped out. The driver, seeing this, spoke up and ordered, "Beat that bastard to death for me." But in less than 30 seconds, the tough thugs who were so aggressive moments ago were now unconscious lying in the street. The girl, now free from her restraints, rushed over and grabbed Zhao Wu's legs, saying, "Big brother, from now on, you should be my bodyguard. Stick with me, and I guarantee you'll have a bright future." Meanwhile, the girl on the other side was angrily shouting, "Ma Lao Dan, listen to me. We're done. If I keep following you, I'll probably lose my life. You've already ruined my reputation. How am I ever going to show my face to anyone again?" But he shamelessly replied, "It's fine, baby. Go ahead and take the pictures. Tomorrow we'll be famous. Just wait for the fans to come." Suddenly, Zhao Wu walked up, grabbed his head, and asked, "What's this Ma Lao Dan thing? Huh? Are you scared by my title?" Ma Lao Dan, who was well known in the underworld, then smugly replied, "Let me tell you something. I was trying to bribe Kuai Lizhu with money, but she's tough. She didn't take the bait, so no one's been able to mess with her. But her chest, now that's something. I've never seen a thief girl with such a impressive figure. And you're actually really beautiful too." Back at the police station, Ma Lao Dan was smirking as he recounted the story. "Do you know what exactly Kuai Lizhu stole in the end?" Ma Lao Dan doesn't know anything except for her chest. "All I know is that after she stole something, both the underworld and the police were looking for her. It must have been something valuable. My dad is also looking for her to the point where he even disappeared himself." Zhao Wu suddenly became serious. "From what I know, after Kuai Lizhu stole the safe, she sneaked into the psychiatric hospital and stole some medicine. If she already got something valuable, why would she steal medicine too? But the psychiatric hospital says they didn't have any reports of stolen medicine. Oh, I know about that. There's a doctor at the psychiatric hospital who buys medicine for a high price. Anything they steal from big hospitals is brought there to be sold. The psychiatric hospital is a place with few visitors, and they don't check things closely, so it's easy to buy and sell stuff like that. She didn't go there to steal medicine. She went there to sell what she stole. Zhao Wu was shocked when he heard this. So that's it. The thing Kuai Laiju took from Liu Wu's safe, which everyone thought was priceless, turned out to be just a bunch of medicine. To trade that medicine for money, she sold it to the doctor at the psychiatric hospital. But after selling it, she must have heard some news and realized that the medicine could have a different value. That's why she took the risk to sneak back into the psychiatric hospital and steal more medicine. She risked going back to the hotel to steal it, probably wanting to exchange those drugs for something of even greater value. Anyone who wants to make a deal with her will be connected to the serial murder case. Zhao Wu continued, raising another question. When did your father go missing? How did he disappear? Ma Lao Dan honestly explained, about 3 days ago, my father went with a group of people to search for Kuai Laiju. They searched everywhere, but somehow he disappeared that same day. First, Kuai Laiju stole something, then your father went missing, and then your warehouse got seized. So why did they arrest you? He paused for a moment, then added, I don't really know much about it, but the police seized the warehouse, and inside it, there were goods belonging to Sheng. My father is missing, and Sheng's people are worried we might be trying to steal their stuff, so they want to arrest me. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Wu responded, if you can help me find Kuai Laiju, I'll consider letting you go this time. Ma Lao Dan answered, yes, officer, I can do my best to help you find him, but if my father isn't found, I can't promise anything. Zhao Wu immediately scolded him sharply, you idiot. Why are you still so confused? If you can find Kuai Laiju, there's a chance you might also find your father, because they're together. Even after that, Ma Lao Dan seemed a little dazed and replied, my dad treats Kuai Laiju like his own daughter, but there's definitely no romantic relationship between them. Kuai Laiju can't be my stepmother. This response made Zhao Wu furious. You idiot, are you really that dense? What I mean is they're together in the same place, not that. Do you get it? Are you that clueless?